Endless crimson tendrils stained the pupils. The whispers of demons echoed in the ear. Thus the balance of hatred began to tip, one side bearing the life of an important person, while the other that equally harvested power. Is the so-called eye technique merely the act of pressing a cherished one into the chamber of a gun, followed by the resolute roar of the trigger being pulled? When the trigger is pulled, does it unleash the sparks of vengeance, or merely the final embers of life? In the rain-soaked land of blood and mud, I was merely an ordinary war orphan until I stumbled upon her, the girl with blue-purple hair. Why did this attract the attention of those with the Rinnegan? Why did my Sharingan awaken out of fear? When the divine uttered, "You are not the one I seek," could this flickering ember of hope in my hands illuminate this cursed world? Chapter 1. The beginning of endless, sorrowful rain. The sky over the hidden rain village was perpetually shrouded in leaden clouds, fine strands of rain weaving a dense net, droplets shattering into silver flakes upon the eaves. The falling curtain of rain crafting intricate silver lines on the cobblestone paths. The entire town was steeped in a damp, moldy odor. Even the moss thriving between the bricks appeared lifeless and gray. From afar, the hoarse cawing of crows occasionally pierced through the rain, mingling with the sound of the downpour like a dull knife scraping against bone. Mud suddenly surged over my straw sandals, and a tender child stumbled, clutching a crumbling wall. The clammy sensation in my palm froze me. This wall, once a light brown 3 days prior, now seeped with a dark red hue. As the rain washed over it, the blood began to meander into tiny streams, curving around my bare ankles. What a stroke of bad luck that I grimaced, casually wiping my hands on my clothes before dismissing it from my mind. Twilight descended like cotton soaked in ink, and faint streaks of dark red emerged amidst the leaden clouds, resembling scabs rubbed raw by sandpaper. With a splash, the muddy water erupted, piercing the curtain of rain that I curled my frostbitten fingers into my tattered poncho, staring at my sandals submerged in the puddle. The sandals did not grant the promised feeling of flight as legends foretold. Instead, the gaping holes greedily sucked up the filthy water, the cold creeping up my toes to my spine, prompting an involuntary shiver. At this moment, a fish no larger than the palm of my hand still weakly flapped its gills, the loach I had caught after half a day in the filthy ditch, its scales shimmering with a sickly silver sheen. Cursed weather. My throat tightened, and just as I contemplated moving forward, my stomach twisted painfully in hunger, forcing me to halt my steps. I squatted for a moment on the ground, yet before I could recover, the biting wind scattered the wet strands of hair from my forehead, revealing my eyes clouded with moisture. Upon closer inspection, my pupils held a depth of ink that refused to dissolve, reminiscent of swirling storm clouds before a tempest. Such eyes seemed accustomed to life and death, even despair exuding an air of weary numbness. This gaze, however, was not uncommon in this rain-drenched country ravaged by war, especially on a war orphan like me, akin to a stray dog whose death would go unnoticed. Perhaps, sensing a kindred spirit among the strays, I furrowed my brow and gazed towards a shadow huddled in a dark corner. A child, the small figure curled beneath the broken wall, blue-purple hair splayed in the mud, resembling silk stained with the essence of wisteria. Yet, why should it concern me? Just another stray. I cast a dispassionate glance before choosing to ignore it entirely. The cold wind bit fiercely, and the rain seemed to intensify imperceptibly. After resting for a while, I stood to continue my journey, but at that moment, the blue-purple hue re-entered my peripheral vision, and without warning, a jolt of electricity coursed through my mind. Blue-purple? Wait, blue-purple. Could that hair color be a coincidence? Seemingly struck by a realization, my breath involuntarily halted, fingers clenching unconsciously. Lost in thought, I stood there for an indeterminate time before ultimately deciding to approach that figure. There was no need to worry about traps set by others. Perhaps in other places, this would be unusual, but in the rain country, it was merely a war orphan lying on the roadside, unaware of their fate. Such individuals were abundant here. I could not even count how many I had encountered. In a war-torn nation, war orphans were in no short supply. Even I was just one among them. Though I thought this, I still gazed around. The scenery before me shifted constantly, yet that small figure remained firmly at the forefront of my vision. The cold wind sharpened my mind, and soon, I reached a conclusion: an ordinary war orphan. In the past, I would have pretended not to see such scenes or hurriedly distanced myself. In this era, Merely surviving was not a cause for joy, nor was death a source of sorrow. For war orphans like us, perhaps death was the ultimate release. Yet this time, I found myself rooted in place because amidst the dimming light, I could faintly discern that color, which stood in stark contrast to the surroundings. Blue-purple, a fleeting glimpse of short blue-purple hair. That fresh yet somewhat enchanting hue, against the backdrop of the dim sky and the grimy gray mud, appeared so out of place, so distinct. In truth, beyond being a war orphan, I bore another identity. A traveler, and coincidentally, the world I had traversed into was none other than the renowned anime Naruto, which had gained immense popularity prior to my arrival. The good news was I had crossed over into a world from a widely acclaimed work. The bad news was I was an outsider. The only consolation was that, despite being an outsider, I was not entirely ignorant of the Naruto series. Before my crossing, although I had not watched the anime, certain characters had left a significant impression on me. Though their faces had long blurred, the blue-purple hair from one of those instances remained vividly etched in my memory. Yes, I vaguely recalled that during a moment of self-reflection, the protagonist in the video was quite striking. That blue-purple long hair resembled the hue before me. As I approached the curled figure, ripples spread across the puddle. My gaze lowered, my expression impassive. Mud streamed down the blue-purple strands, the face obscured in filth, only the rising chest amidst the rain confirming the presence of life. Could it be the same person? The sound of my swallowed words was drowned by the rain. Amidst the chill and gnawing hunger, those eyes, resembling a stagnant pool, stirred for the first time. Perhaps it was worth a try. Breath grew heavy, fingers unconsciously tightening. I in the rain country's grand gamble. If you have life, come forth. Let the games begin. If I win, I could align myself with the characters from the original story, escaping this numbing, endless downpour. As for losing, the stakes were merely the life of a war orphan, the cheapest chip in this chaotic world, and it was not necessarily my life. The unequal weights on either side of the balance rendered this choice a mere matter of simple judgment. As the raindrops cascading from the eaves hit the ground, sending ripples in all directions, my back arched in anticipation. The damp, blue-purple tips brushed against the frost-bitten scabs on my wrist, far heavier than the moment a stray cat or dog fell into my embrace, as the loach's scales pierced through the twilight, tracing a silver line through the rain. Though it was entirely different from picking up a wandering cat or dog, it felt strangely similar in essence. Amidst the relentless downpour, Lin Shuo trudged forward, his thoughts wandering aimlessly like clouds in the sky, his steps growing increasingly ethereal as time slipped away unnoticed. His gaze flitted carelessly across the surroundings, when suddenly, as if conjured by his imagination, the curtain of rain rippled in the distance. In that fleeting moment, a strand of bluish-purple hair brushed against his chin, revealing a blurred silhouette blending into the veil of rain upon a moss-covered earthen walnut. Far off, someone was there. His body reacted instinctively, pupils dilating slightly, heartbeat momentarily faltering. Years of cultivated vigilance, coupled with the abilities granted by his newfound powers after traversing realms, screamed that an ordinary person could not simply materialize so. Silently in his vicinity, without raising his alertness, IT had to be a ninja. The thought sprang to Lin Shuo's mind unbidden, causing every muscle in his body to tense involuntarily. Why? This was no war-torn zone, and there had been no word of conflict encroaching upon this place. Why had a ninja suddenly appeared? The Land of Rain was a small nation, and it was improbable for a ninja village to have any surplus ninjas idling in a region untouched by war. Thus, it was likely that this was a ninja from another country's village, or perhaps a rogue ninja wandering aimlessly after the fall of their clan. With this realization, Lin Shuo felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, his steps growing stiff and uncoordinated. Damn it! Whether from foreign nation or a rogue, neither type was to be trifled with. One would stop at nothing for victory in war, while the other was a beast consumed by vengeance, having forsaken all moral codes. In that instant, the rain lashing against him felt increasingly frigid. What to do? Should he abandon the child in his arms and flee, or remain still and pray to be overlooked, or perhaps confront the threat head-on, risking all? The wind, laced with rain, lashed at him relentlessly. The cold seeped into his bones, and a torrent of thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind. Lin Shuo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. No, this was all wrong. Running away was out of the question. Any rash actions could provoke even more extreme reactions from a foe. Confrontation? That would be akin to hurling himself at an adversary for certain death. Even if this ninja were merely a lowly genin, he was far from a foe Lin Shuo could withstand at this stage. Faced with a ninja, should they choose to attack, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed, regardless of possessing the Sharingan. Moreover, if he revealed his Sharingan in a direct confrontation, it would likely incite excitement rather than fear in his opponent, as it represented a fortune in the black market. He was no longer the naive novice who had just traversed into this world, unaware of its intricacies. In his current state, activating the Sharingan would barely be sufficient to handle an ordinary adult, let alone a ninja. And to remain motionless, surrendering everything to fate. Lin Shuo involuntarily bit down on his pale lips, water cascading from his forehead, indistinguishable between rain and sweat. Surrendering to fate was tantamount to awaiting death. No, calm down. The situation could not have deteriorated to such a dire extent. Taking a deep breath, the icy air mingled with fine droplets of rain as they surged into his lungs, the sensation jolting him back to clarity. In his present condition, without activating the Sharingan, he was marginally stronger than an ordinary war orphan. Since he had detected the presence of the ninja, it followed that the ninja must have already sensed him as well. If the ninja intended to strike, they would have acted the moment they noticed him, rather than waiting until now. Since they had not acted immediately, it was likely they were not inherently malevolent. With this thought, Lin Shuo felt a measure of relief wash over him. What then should he do now? The rain intensified, seemingly a portent, and with a steely resolve, he clenched his teeth and continued onward. He could not afford to delay. With the biting wind and persistent rain, his frail body would soon succumb, especially after the time wasted in recovering the war orphan he cradled. There was still a considerable distance to his shelter. For the war orphans of the Land of Rain, even the slightest cold could spell doom. The same applied to Lin Shuo. Though his feet remained still, his mind traversed mountains of thought, yet in reality, only a moment had passed. Lin Shuo maintained his focus, lifting his foot to advance. Yet, despite having conjured numerous justifications to reassure himself, a shadow of foreboding lingered in his heart. If the ninja had no intention of attacking, then why reveal their presence before him? Or was it possible that his special abilities had been discovered? Unlikely. Since his arrival in this world, he had only utilized his abilities once, and that event was now lost to the passage of countless days and nights. If they had intended to confront him, they would have done so long ago. As if struck by inspiration, Lin Shuo cast a subtle glance at the war orphan in his arms. Or perhaps they were not here for him, but for. The rain had gradually intensified without him noticing, falling like myriad steel needles, water pooling above the holes in his straw sandals, the chill creeping up his ankles and spine. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Lin Shuo thought he heard the brittle sound of ice forming deep within his marrow, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. Just as Lin Shuo took a step forward, the splashes of water barely settling when the figure raised their head. The action stirred a peculiar resonance in the air, akin to 1,000 cicadas taking flight simultaneously, sending chills racing down his spine. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, his gaze locked onto the swirling pupils before him. In that moment, upon seeing those eyes, Lin Shuo's mind went blank, and everything else in his field of vision faded, leaving only the mesmerizing purple vortex that seemed intent on etching itself into his very consciousness. Within those profound purple orbs lay concentric circles that spiraled endlessly, embodying the mysteries of the universe and the passage of time. Each line appeared to connect disparate worlds, allowing glimpses into the past and future, while wielding dominion over life and death. Those were the eyes of the Rinnegan. The vortex of the Rinnegan seemed to tear through his retina. The weight of the child in his arms suddenly felt insurmountable, the rain solidifying into icy spears piercing his spine, the metallic taste of blood surging from his convulsing stomach to his throat. Lin Shuo stood frozen in place, his expression contorted in agony. It was an indescribable sensation, akin to an elephant looming over an ant. The mere presence of the former was enough to plunge the latter into eternal darkness. At that moment, Lin Shuo felt like that ant, suffocating under the weight of an adversary who merely stood there, doing nothing. Perhaps driven by an instinctual will to survive, as his mind dulled, his vision began to tunnel. In that fleeting instant, a searing pain ignited in his eyes, crimson patterns blossoming in the rain, uncontrollable and silently unfurling amidst the downpour. A pair of three tomo, Sharingan. After a profound silence, the enigmatic figure's brow twitched, the invisible tension in the air suddenly dissipating. Lin Shuo stumbled against a crumbling wall, the figure in his arms collapsing to the ground, splashing water everywhere, as a hoarse whisper mingled with the sound of rain seeped into his ears. Is it the Sharingan? How nostalgic. The mysterious figure turned, walking into the distant curtain of rain, their silhouette gradually becoming blurred and distorted. It's a pity that the person I seek is not you. The voice emerged intermittently from the downpour, becoming increasingly indistinct, intangible, and elusive. Take care of yourself, kid. In an instant, all fell silent, leaving only the echo of the rain. Chapter 2. After the disappearance of the reincarnation eye departed, the mysterious figure vanished, as if their existence had been abruptly consumed by the rain. Just a moment ago, deep violet ripples had burned onto the retina. Now even their remnants had shattered into dust. That ghostly figure, which had barely begun to solidify amidst the raindrops, melted away like snowflakes in fire, leaving no trace. The rhythm of the raindrops suddenly grew chaotic, coinciding with the figure's disappearance. Lin Shuo leaned against the crumbling wall, gasping for breath. A pair of crimson eyes stared blankly at the overcast sky, speechless for a long time. Raindrops trickled down his collar, pooling in the crevices of his ribs, each breath stirring up a spray tinged with rust. Why? What? He closed his eyes, sliding down the wall slowly. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death. The rain remained silent, only intensifying. Why must the reincarnation eye be a pair of reincarnation eyes? Though he had never read the original work, who among us hasn't had their own melodramatic phase, covering their eyes with one hand and shouting, "Oh my goodness," at the mirror? Despite his unfamiliarity with the original, he retained some knowledge of those chaotic eye designs in his limited recollection. The reincarnation eye was the most formidable of all. How formidable, he couldn't say, but it was undoubtedly impressive. Why would someone possessing such eyes appear before a mere war orphan like him? As he pondered this, Lin Shuo's previously expressionless face began to shift, his lips twitching. Involuntarily, the answer was glaringly obvious, was it not? The crimson hue receded quietly, and his black and white eyes reopened, gazing at the small, motionless figure on the ground. Yet, within the depths of his gaze, the once stagnant pool of lifelessness was now stirred into a murky tumult, still bearing traces of profound shock. Lin Shuo opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed several mouthfuls of falling rain, breaking into a silent grin. It felt as though he had won a bet. He had successfully grasped the future. The rain continued to fall, seemingly endless. The sky of the rain country was perpetually shrouded in heavy clouds, as the rain washed over this war-torn land, as if seeking to cleanse all pain and sorrow. Amidst the curtain of rain, Lin Shuo struggled to lift his frail body, fighting to stand up. The mysterious figure with the reincarnation eye had not appeared before him, but rather before this war orphan. He approached the war orphan lying in the puddle, unaware of their fate. The timing of the mysterious figure's appearance seemed to coincide perfectly with the moment he picked up the war orphan. With movements far gentler than before, he cradled the child. Though he could not discern the other's features, he felt their gaze lingering on the war orphan in his arms, an instinct whispering that this was the case, despite the lack of any tangible evidence. Lin Shuo stepped forward, never having felt such strength in his stride before, experiencing a sensation akin to flight upon donning straw sandals for the first time. Though he was uncertain why the figure had suddenly departed, or what their words regarding the Sharingan, "and you're not the one I seek," truly meant, he only needed to know that. The war orphan in his arms was connected to the recently imperious wielder of the reincarnation eye, and that was sufficient. One must possess self-awareness. The figure had not come to claim the war orphan he had found. Could it be they were instead seeking him? A coincidence? Did one truly believe such a significant figure merely took a stroll here, casually demonstrating the power of the reincarnation eye before him? If that were the case, he would accept it. In the rain, the two figures appeared particularly isolated, the distant town rendered more desolate by the rain, with occasional caws of crows piercing the silence, as if mourning. The souls that lingered on this land. The sound of the rain gradually drowned out their footsteps, and the two silhouettes became increasingly indistinct in the curtain of rain, ultimately vanishing from this dim world, leaving only the ceaseless rain to silently narrate the sorrow and despair of this land. An unremarkable cave. As raindrops seeped into his collar, Lin Shua's back pressed against the damp stone wall. He closed his eyes, listening to the intensifying sound of rain outside, only proceeding to push aside the hanging thorns once he confirmed there were no unusual noises. The cave entrance was concealed by underbrush. After carelessly parting the foliage, Lin Shua entered. The rubble that had rested at the cave's mouth in the morning was still in place. Even the moss-covered footprints he had deliberately left maintained their outward angle. There should be no issues. With this thought, Lin Shua ventured further inside. Upon entering the cave, it initially narrowed, but then opened into a vast space. Although it was shrouded in darkness, Lin Shua, relying on his long familiarity, expertly placed the war orphan onto the makeshift bed. After laying the war orphan he had found by the roadside onto the pile of hay, as the fire's starter ignited the darkness, the tension in Lin Shua's muscles finally relaxed. The faint glow of the fire dispelled the darkness and chill, and it was only then that he briefly felt that life was not so bad. The flames leapt upon the wood, the dim yellow light illuminating the entire cave, while the loach in the pot remained silent, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. "Now it's your turn." Lin Shua turned his gaze toward the war orphan on the bed. This was his greatest gain of the day, a dual significance of a gain. After all, it was certainly far superior to that dead loach he had retrieved from who knows where. Outside the cave, the gentle patter of rain blended with the crackling of wood inside, the bubbling of water in the pot, and the faint sound of breathing not far away, all converging upon Lin Shua the moment he sat down. The flames danced before him, and his thoughts drifted away without him realizing, just moments ago. While changing the war orphan's wet clothes and wiping away the grime, he had also taken the opportunity to assess their overall condition. Female, age unknown. Considering her height and weight slightly lower than his, she should be around his age or perhaps a bit younger. Her features were delicate and endearing, yet he had no particular impression of her. Her pupils appeared normal, lacking any conspicuous abnormalities like a Sharingan or the reincarnation eyes he had seen before. No other bodily anomalies were apparent. There were no visible external injuries. Her body temperature was slightly elevated, but still within the normal range. Though her breathing was somewhat weak, it remained stable. In summary, apart from her appearance, utterly ordinary. Not ordinary at all. Lin Shua's breath quickened involuntarily for a moment. The ambiguous connection between her and the wielder of the reincarnation I already disqualified her from being described as ordinary. It was merely that he, being rather unremarkable, could not discern her extraordinary nature. Gazing at the flickering flames before him, Lin Shua found himself lost in thought. It was simply that he was the ordinary one. As twilight descends, fragments of memory wash over the shores of reason like a relentless tide. In the stillness of the deep night, particularly in this serene yet dim atmosphere, it becomes all too easy to succumb to a torrent of thoughts. Midnight is indeed a prime time for melancholic reflections, ordinary. I wonder when these days will come to an end. Whenever the night thickens like ink and silence envelopes the world, the warm glow of light seeps into the corners, and the sorrows that lie dormant in the shadows quietly emerge, allowing thoughts to drift aimlessly. Once again, memories of the past resurface. His name is Lin Shua, a traveler between worlds. Chapter 3. Transmigration and the Golden Finger. Much like the majority of transmigrators he encountered online, he was an orphan. This was true both before and after his journey across worlds. Before his transmigration, despite lacking parental figures, he experienced a semblance of a complete childhood within the confines of an orphanage. Of course, the harsh humiliation inflicted by older children was an inescapable facet of that so-called complete childhood. Initially, he found it disconcerting, but as time passed and he grew accustomed to his surroundings, Lin Shua gradually adopted a nonchalant attitude, provided his cherished doll was left untouched. Thus, this rather mediocre existence, neither particularly good nor bad, came to an abrupt end on the day he turned 15. There was no particular reason for this culmination. It was simply the inevitable consequence of reaching the age at which he was expelled from the welfare institution. At that moment, he paid little heed to the transition, even harboring a flicker of delight at the prospect of escaping the oppressive atmosphere that had long constrained him. He was confident that with the knowledge amassed over years of schooling and countless nights spent devouring novels, coupled with the experiences he shared with countless protagonists who bravely traversed the world, living independently would present no challenge at all. In his youthful hubris, Lin Shuo dismissed the gravity of his situation. Yet, reality soon delivered a harsh slap to his face. The world was not as he had envisioned. Why did the outside world seem so starkly different from the descriptions found in books? Wasn't he supposed to be a master of this land? Why, when he encountered others, did they not regard him as their superior? Instead, their gazes were often laced with disdain. Had he ventured out at the wrong moment? Before he could ponder further, the events that followed left him with no room for contemplation. In a desperate attempt to satisfy his hunger, he toiled for 14 hours each day on an assembly line, extinguishing the fervor that once burned within him. The daily psychological manipulation from his employer led him to question if he was, indeed, the one with the problem. Though still young, he had shed his earlier arrogance. As he lay exhausted on a cot in a dimly lit basement, the stark contrast between his dreams and reality overwhelmed him, leading him to evade the truth of his circumstances. Thus began a period of stagnation and despair that defined his existence during that time. It wasn't long before he fled, retreating back into the obscurity of the basement. It was inexpensive, devoid of sunlight, and cold and dark. During that time, anxiety consumed him. Each morning, he awoke without purpose, acting solely on instinct. Before he knew it, he had spent the entire day mindlessly scrolling through short videos, only to collapse into a weary sleep, haunted by the lives others showcased in their posts. He felt both envy and self-reproach, chastising himself for his lack of effort and determination, believing that if he were more like the successful individuals he saw online, his life would not be so arduous. As the next day dawned, he found himself ensnared in a cycle of anxiety, repeating the same disheartening routine. Tears dampened his charging cable as he scrolled through videos, experiencing a jolt of despair. Even though he spent countless hours surfing the internet, it merely served to numb his mind without bringing joy. Anxiety and pain do not vanish without reason, yet one can engage in actions to alleviate suffering. It was during one such online escapade that he stumbled upon a life coach. The simple yet profound wisdom imparted by this mentor opened his eyes, granting him access to a new realm of understanding. From that point on, he learned to guide himself, and each time he offered himself counsel, a spark of happiness ignited within him. Nothing was insurmountable if approached with the right mindset. If one solution failed, he would simply try again. Thus, self-encouragement became the anthem of his life. Each day thereafter brought with it a reduction in anxiety and an increase in joy. Affirming the correctness of the teachings from his life coach, following one of his customary disruptions, he felt his spirit break free from the shackles of his body, soaring higher and higher until there was no further ascent. When Lin Shuo finally found his bearings, he realized he had successfully transmigrated to another world. Initially, he was dazed, believing himself to be dreaming, yearning to return to his previous state of blissful ignorance. It was only when the palpable sensations around him stimulated his senses that he grasped the reality of his situation, struggling to believe it was true. Upon recognizing what had transpired, his long-dormant heart began to beat once more. If spring's breeze carries a hint of affection for flowers, may I be granted a second youth? In this moment, he truly felt young again. On that fateful day, a child ascended to the highest point of a garbage dump, throwing his head back in a triumphant cry, boldly proclaiming his arrival to the world. And then, of course, there was no further development. Now his name was Lin Shuo, an ordinary war orphan, uncertain of his age, residing in a natural cave outside a town, perpetually troubled by the quest for sustenance. His most treasured possessions were the refuse bins, where he occasionally discovered salvageable materials. His greatest disdain was for rainy days and stray cats and dogs, for rain would impede his scavenging efforts, even damaging the usable items within the bins, while the feral animals were his direct competitors. His utmost desire was to secure enough food and warmth each day. Upon his arrival in this new world, the initial fervor in his heart had been dulled, the harshness of reality leaving him disoriented. At first, Lin Shuo had naively believed he would be the protagonist. After casually inquiring about his surroundings, he overheard terms like rain country, Konoha, demigod, and Hanzo, leading him to realize he had entered the realm of Naruto. The good news was that he had indeed transmigrated into a completed anime series, renowned even to those outside the fandom. The bad news was that he was one of those outsiders, having never watched the series, only having a vague familiarity with a few female characters. Upon grasping the reality of his situation, Lin Shua felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Why had this happened? Had he known, he would have made an effort to watch Naruto, even while casually browsing. Unfortunately, that knowledge had come too late. In his previous life, he never had the chance to watch the anime. It was a lost opportunity. One could only chalk it up to the differing choices of eras. In the time he had available, he gravitated toward more stimulating, fast-paced entertainment. He referred to scrolling through short videos. Thus, it was difficult for him to settle into a series that spanned over 700 episodes. Nevertheless, through his extensive online surfing, Lin Shua had gleaned bits and pieces about Naruto, ensuring he wasn't entirely uninformed. He recognized some character names, such as Jiraiya, Obito, and Itachi, among others. Beyond that, he could only leave it to fate. For now, those were the only names that lingered in his mind. After all, these names frequently surface while surfing the internet. Although he remains oblivious to the entirety of the original plot, he firmly believes that he can ascend to the pinnacle of this world and fulfill the unfinished business of his previous life, no longer merely wetting his meals with tears, but vowing to become a person of prominence. This conviction stems from his possession of a golden finger after his transmigration, a remarkably powerful one. Were it not for this, he would never have entertained the notion of standing atop this world. The ability to devour and absorb others' bloodlines and chakra? Well, to be honest, he is not entirely clear on that either. Regardless, it remains formidable. This is indeed his golden finger. Though it is entwined with various limitations, its brilliance cannot be obscured. However, after a series of twists and turns, serendipitously acquiring one of the few Sharingan he is somewhat familiar with, one brimming with potential, he realizes how profoundly mistaken he was. His golden finger may render him invincible in the later stages, but in this chaotic world, there seems to be no later stage to speak of. Chapter 4. Life is hard. Lin Shua sighs this place is strikingly different from his previous life, profoundly so. Here, children are no longer the version T05. No one utters phrases like, he's just a child, let him be, or he knows nothing, let it go, and similar sentiments. Instead, there exists only the helplessness of the weak being casually bullied, akin to flower buds losing their protective green leaves and wilting in the rain. It is said that before the chaos of war, things were not like this. Unfortunately, he transmigrated too late to witness the peaceful scenes spoken of by adults in taverns. And all he sees now is a society precariously balanced beneath a fragile order, ready to collapse with the slightest disturbance. By that time, boundless hell and flames of war will engulf the entire land of rain. In comparison to other war orphans adrift without a lifeline, his situation is considerably better, for he possesses a golden finger and a pair of Sharingan. Yet, in this tumultuous world, it appears that even a single Tomo Sharingan cannot affect any significant change. In fact, for this world, the disadvantages brought by these Sharingan may outweigh their advantages, resembling a ticking time bomb with the risk of detonation at any moment. Once his Sharingan is discovered, death is certain. Aside from the first week after acquiring the Sharingan, during which he enthusiastically utilized it, he has hardly made use of it since. Fear of death is certainly the primary reason for this. But there is another. This single Tomo Sharingan proves to be of little use to him. High strain and brief activation times aside, without proficiency in Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, or Ninjutsu, the Sharingan only marginally improves his dynamic and static vision, nothing more. He estimates that if his opponent were an ordinary adult born in the ninja world, would he win? Certainly. The opponent could effortlessly pin him to the ground and extract his eyeballs to sell on the black market. A resounding victory indeed. The idealized notion of a dragon emerging from a pond at the first sign of adversity is a mere fantasy. A crafty serpent remains a crafty serpent, and gaining 2 horns does not transform it into a dragon. Initially, he was filled with resentment, lamenting the injustices of the world. However, after enduring a tempest of helplessness, confusion, anxiety, and irritation within his heart for some time, he eventually came to terms with it, becoming numb and accepting. Life is much the same as before. One simply needs to adapt. After all, it is still possible to survive. Even if the garbage bin is filthy, the food is scarce, and the dark, cold night offers no light. One can only pray that he does not develop into a later stage. The flickering flames danced before Lin Shua's eyes, pulling his thoughts back to reality. With a somewhat muddled gaze, he lifted his head to the entrance, feeling utterly helpless. Has the rain intensified again? The wind has even made its way inside. What will tomorrow bring? This is hardly good news. If the rain is too heavy, he will be unable to venture outside all day, which means he cannot rummage through the trash, leading to starvation. The youth has already tasted the bitterness of sorrow, with his hair turning gray at the temples, lamenting the flowers that wither as the waters flow away. A wisp of fragrance wafted through the thick darkness. In this chaos, Shaonan felt enveloped in warmth, her consciousness floating lightly, as if being gently lifted upwards. The crackling of firewood echoed in her ears, intertwining with the torrential roar of rain outside, creating an indistinguishable resonance. The orange-red glow lingering on her retina cast distorted shadows on the slick rock walls, appearing almost like countless fluttering wings. Is that mother? The scent of her mother? Her stomach twisted painfully, acid burning through her insides, abruptly tearing her consciousness asunder. In a daze, she gazed at the cave's ceiling, illuminated by the embers of the fire, which appeared orange-yellow, reminiscent of honey congealed on the dining table in her memories. As her fingertips brushed against the warm illusion, her spine collided with the cold, hard rock bed, and the damp scent of moss invaded her nostrils, suddenly making the darkness feel heavy. Shaonan curled up under the remnants of warmth in her tattered blanket, watching the fog of her breath intertwining with the water vapor drifting nearby. Struggling to sit up, she timidly surveyed her surroundings. Where's this place? Her voice echoed in the hollow dome, gradually morphing into a suppressed whimper. The dying embers flickered at her feet, resembling the lamp that extinguished on that stormy night. A soft, somewhat bewildered voice stirred Lin Shuo, who had been lost in thought in the shadows. This is my home. You fainted outside. The rain is quite heavy, and if left unattended, it could be dangerous, so I brought you back. A voice, somewhat youthful, yet carrying a hint of hoarseness, emerged from the darkness, startling Shaonan into instinctively clutching her blanket, wishing to burrow deeper within it. However, she quickly restrained that impulse upon realizing her reaction. Mustering her courage against the fear of the unknown, she peered towards the corner. Only then did Shaonan discern that the one who had startled her was merely a child, likely of a similar age to her own. Casting a cautious glance at Lin Shuo, she then buried her head again. The flickering firelight made everything appear somewhat indistinct, yet even amidst the youthfulness tinged with shadows, she could still discern a rather handsome face. In the eternal stillness of darkness, the glow of the flames flowed with a liquid grace. Lin Shuo slowly rose from his corner, carefully selecting his words before finally speaking. My name is Lin Shuo, and yours? A strange ceiling and environment, an unfamiliar person, and words imbued with an unusual chill made everything feel exceedingly strange and out of the ordinary. For a moment, the courage he had just gathered dissipated. However, upon seeing that the other was a peer, her unease and fear began to dissipate significantly. After contemplating the question posed earlier, she finally lifted her head and timidly replied, My name is Shaonan. As she finished speaking, as if recalling something, she softly added, Thank you for your help. At this, Lin Shuo paused briefly, glancing at him with a cautious expression. Noting that his countenance was not particularly favorable, she gingerly added, Brother? Upon hearing this appellation, Lin Shuo lifted his gaze, furrowing his brow in surprise as he glanced at Shaonan. He had just been sifting through his memories, pondering whether the name Shaonan had ever appeared in the original text, when the utterance of brother left him momentarily bewildered. A chill ran through him, for it seemed that no one had ever addressed him in such a manner before. This unfamiliar form of address caused him to pause, as an inexplicable sensation surged within him, one that he could not quite articulate, but was undeniably a novel experience. Yet, upon recalling those emotionless purple pupils, it felt as if cold water had been splashed over him, plunging him into an icy abyss. This was not a fear stemming from impending malice directed at him, but rather an instinctual terror etched into his very genes, a primal dread of an unfathomable power. His lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to correct her address, but upon seeing her cautious gaze, he inexplicably thought of the expression of a stray cat he had once rescued in his previous life, a forlorn creature abandoned by unknown hands. Shaking his head, Lin Shuo cast aside these tangled thoughts. Let it be. If Shaonan wished to call him that, then so be it. Even if she genuinely shared some intimate connection with that enigmatic wielder of the reincarnation eye, the fact that the other had taken her away in his arms indicated that such details were of little concern to him. Moreover, This was not the crux of the matter. The immediate priority was to ascertain the relationship between Xiao Nan and that mysterious figure. Such a title might even serve to bridge their connection. Whether this was fortuitous or detrimental was inconsequential. He intended to continue his inquiry, but was interrupted by a rumbling from her stomach, abruptly halting his unfinished thoughts. The sensation of hunger was all too familiar. A dual torment that exhausted both body and spirit, akin to a dull blade grinding against his innards, robbing him of the capacity to think clearly. His brow twitched slightly, yet he swallowed the questions that had risen to his lips. It would not be too late to ask once she had satisfied her hunger. There was no need for haste. Approaching the steaming iron pot still bubbling away, Lin Shuo ladled a bowl of soup and offered it to Xiao Nan, who sat on the bed, head bowed yet stealing glances at him. It was unwise to consume too much after fasting for so long. Perhaps a bit of liquid sustenance would suffice for the moment? Thank you. Upon receiving the bowl, a glimmer of brightness seemed to return to Xiao Nan's eyes, and her speech became less tentative and timid than before. Lin Shuo shook his head, choosing not to respond. After finding a random spot on the floor to sit, he gazed at the flickering flames, sipping the fish soup absent-mindedly. It seemed he truly could not recall ever hearing the name Xiao Nan in his previous life. Was this mere delusion on his part? After all, everything was rooted in his conjectures, lacking any objective evidence to support them. Ah, how vexing. Chapter 5. Companionship. In an instant, the steadfast conviction within him wavered. The warm soup slid down his throat, the comforting sensation dulling his mind. Had he indeed made a mistake? Perhaps that wielder of the reincarnation I had merely been passing by. With this thought, Lin Shuo found himself glancing at Xiao Nan several times. When she caught him staring, her puzzled expression prompting him to feign nonchalance as he resumed sipping his soup. Staring into the remnants of his bowl, he found himself lost in thought, shaking his head in resignation with a faint smile. It certainly rang true that when the stomach is full, the mind tends to wander. Why had he not been so troubled before? Now, upon returning and still hungry, he began to ponder the very meaning of existence. Upon reflection, he realized that life itself held no inherent significance. The ultimate conclusion was simply that one lives without the desire to live and fears death without the courage to embrace it. Thus, today, he found himself lost in a whirlpool of vexation, and tomorrow he would awaken in a state of utter exhaustion. He had not transformed into the very person he once despised. Rather, he had become the embodiment of his former self-loathing. Believing in oneself was sufficient. What else truly mattered? In comparison to the act of living, everything else seemed trivial. Furthermore, his recollections of names from the original text were few. Akin to the notorious leader of the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo of the Salamander, whose fame resonated throughout the ninja world. Yet, even as he racked his brain, he could not recall when he had first heard that name in his previous life. The gambler never truly loses. It simply had not yet been their time to win. One could only hope not to fast forward to a moment where he finally felt a spark of emotion, only to be met with utter defeat. As the time trickled away amidst the gentle patter of rain outside, Lin Shuo, despite his outward indifference, felt a growing agitation within, akin to watching his bank account dwindle while knowing rent was due tomorrow. However, when he beheld the small figure seated on the bed, blinking innocently at him, the weight of his worries began to dissipate, and his spirits lifted slightly. Such a little creature, quite endearing. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shuo rose and ladled the last remnants from the pot into Xiao Nan's bowl. Although it was unclear what utility she might possess at present, it was imperative to nurture their relationship. You cannot prove that she is connected to that enigmatic wielder of the reincarnation eye, yet you cannot prove the opposite either. For him, that was sufficient. Xiao Nan, are you a human? Finding a random spot on the floor, Lin Shuo propped his face on one hand, tilting his head as he inquired. While it was unlikely that she would provide a straightforward answer, if it were that simple, she would not be here with him. What if? What if she held the key to the answer he sought? What if he could uncover the hidden conclusion? For a moment, the sound of slurping soup ceased, leaving only the crackling of the flames echoing in the hollow darkness. After a while, Xiao Nan finally lifted her head, the earlier enthusiasm in her expression fading into a semblance of melancholy. Looking at Lin Shuo, she softly added, I was not alone before, but my parents were caught in the crossfire during a ninja battle and fell to the ground, never to rise again. Lin Shuo felt a pang of disappointment at her words, for they were not the answer he had hoped to hear. After carefully choosing his words, he knew he should not pry, yet he still asked, What about other family members? Other? Xiaonan looked up at Lin Shuo with a confused and helpless expression. I suppose there are none. None. This should not be the case. Lin Shuo wished to inquire further, but upon seeing Xiaonan's guarded gaze return, he quickly shifted the topic, feigning indifference as he casually asked, what are your plans moving forward? I don't know, Xiaonan replied, lowering her head. I suppose I'll flee to the center of the Rain Country. My parents said that there, Lord Hanzhou of the Salamander would protect us commoners. The center of the Rain Country? Was this merely a simple piece of advice, or did it carry profound implications? Is that so? Lin Shuo mused, deep in thought. In the heart of the land of rain, there exists a place that is inescapable for those seeking refuge amidst chaos. However, what about his Sharingan? This region is teeming with ninjas, and a careless mistake could spell disaster. The outcome now hinges on his luck to traverse once more. Are you prepared to go alone? He remained indecisive, unable to commit. Should he face imminent death or postpone it for a while? It is indeed a profound conundrum. After all, he was left with no one but himself. Xiaonan nodded gently, her tone somewhat despondent, observing her slumped figure on the bed. She resembled a forlorn kitten without a home. Lin Shuo took a deep breath, his gaze gradually firming. Are you willing to accompany me to the center of the land of rain? It appeared there were no alternatives. Allowing her to proceed alone might squander a rare opportunity for change in her life. As a war orphan, he too was solitary. Therefore, if evading the flames of war necessitated a journey to that place, why not venture forth together with Xiaonan? Why not assist and support one another in navigating this tumultuous world? As for the Sharingan, it could simply be left unused. After all, it served little purpose. Is that truly feasible? Xiaonan lifted her head, unable to suppress her curiosity. The world of children is uncomplicated. They are oblivious to complexities. She knew that when she needed help, someone had offered her a hand and provided sustenance, marking them as a good person. In an instant, her once dim eyes seemed to regain their brightness. Of course, Lin Shuo replied, rising to his feet. His smile, long absent, emerged somewhat rigid and awkward. I believe our meeting was never a mere coincidence. We shall not be just a fleeting encounter. Chapter 6. Tomorrow will be better without grandiloquent preambles or epic prologues. On a serene night under a silent starry sky, two celestial bodies destined to pass each other on their orbits instead converged within the folds of time and space, reshaping their trajectories in the tranquil cosmos. Occasionally, gentle pops emanated from the flames, and thereafter, the two engaged in a myriad of trivial conversations. Their throats were choked with countless questions, yet since the other had acquiesced to his request, there was no urgency. Each time he spoke, the sentiments lingering in his heart morphed into mere whispers, dissipating like droplets of rain into the muddy earth. Fatigue crept upon him as darkness thickened outside the cave. Watching Xiaonan nod repeatedly like a fledgling pecking for food, her intermittent responses became increasingly sparse. Suddenly, Lin Shuo felt a jolt of realization. The hour was late. Was it due to the long absence of deep conversation with another? Once he began to speak, even mechanical responses flowed like thought streams, as if the limited words sought to express the boundless loneliness that begged to be released. Contemplating this, a complex expression crossed his face as his gaze fell gently upon the girl's weary eyelashes. He had become somewhat anxious. It was indeed time to rest. Lin Shuo nodded, ready to voice his thoughts, but hesitated, finding himself momentarily at a loss. A new dilemma presented itself. Certainly, it was time to sleep. However, where should they sleep? Gazing at the sparse cave, which offered but a meager semblance of a bed, he fell into contemplation. As the saying goes, in the heat of the moment, one does not ponder deeply, yet once the fervor subsides, the weight of reality strikes. The equation was simple: one bed, two individuals. Solution? A conundrum. The haunting memories of the past resurfaced, taunting him. Yet, upon reflection, the answer was not so intricate. They could simply share the bed. However, he paused, considering that plan momentarily before dismissing it. What if they chose not to sleep? He shook his head, swiftly rejecting that notion. That would not suffice. He had to scavenge tomorrow, and without rest, his physical abilities would wane, his thoughts would dull, and his emotions would spiral out of control, an array of debuffs he could ill afford. He would rather not wait until a regrettable morsel entered his mouth. Should he suggest that Xiaonan sleep on the ground while he took the bed? After all, she had shown signs of a baby-like slumber when he found her, only waking for meals. Yet, this proposal was swiftly dismissed as well. No, Until all uncertainties were resolved, she was akin to his ancestor. He could not make a decision that contradicted that bond. Thus, under the premise that both required sleep, the conclusion was drawn. Together? It seemed illogical yet was, in truth, the only viable option. It was curious, though it felt strange. He too was but a child. And that explained everything. Much like a boy identifying as a girl while favoring the same sex. Though it felt slightly off, the outcome remained unchanged. Overall, it was feasible. He had no objections, but if she did, he would have to devise another means to endure the night. Enduring hardship fosters greatness. Such sacrifices are essential to avoid the absurdity of endless suffering. The night had deepened. It was time to sleep. Lin Shuo rose, preparing his words while observing Xiao Nan's expression. This situation is unexpected, as there is only one bed. How do you feel about sharing it tonight? Would that be uncomfortable for you? Of course, if you mind, we can disregard this matter. There's no need to force anything. I will think of another solution. Xiao Nan, taken aback as Lin Shuo approached her, appeared momentarily dazed, as if contemplating his words. After a brief mental stall, she regained her composure. Although she understood each word he uttered, together they formed a confusion she could not grasp. This was not her home. Upon hearing that they were to sleep, she initially feared being cast from the bed. Was he being overly courteous? In a child's worldview, simplicity reigns. There are no gender distinctions, no deceptions, nor ulterior motives. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, she reached a conclusion. She had encountered a good person, as described by her mother. After a brief reflection, Xiao Nan, slightly flustered, nodded. I am fine with that. Thinking further, to avoid appearing rude, she added, previously, I used to sleep with my parents. If it is merely someone nearby, I would not feel uncomfortable. As she spoke, Xiao Nan shifted inward, making space for him. Observing that Xiao Nan exhibited little resistance or dissatisfaction, Lin Shuo sighed in relief. Indeed, such a young child would not comprehend the distinctions between genders. Although children in wartime may mature faster, it does not equate to a premature understanding of such complexities. They are simply more perceptive than their peers. A child awakening in an unfamiliar environment, amidst strangeness, without crying or causing a fuss, is already quite mature. The first step was complete. Now what should come next? Gazing at the tattered and short blanket draped over Xiao Nan, Lin Shuo found himself in a quandary. The bed, while not particularly spacious, could accommodate 2 small children. However, what was to be done about the blanket? Its worn condition was a minor issue, yet its inadequacy in size posed a significant challenge. The blanket was barely sufficient to cover one person, as he had always slept alone and thus had not given much thought to its dimensions. Consequently, when he lay beneath it, there was a surplus that was certainly not enough to cover another individual. The rain country was perpetually shrouded in dreary downpours, and the nights carried a chill that would undoubtedly pose problems without adequate cover for those like them, who were bereft of support due to the ravages of war. Such problems often culminated in one inevitable conclusion: death. Lin Shuo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Would it be prudent to forego the blanket tonight or merely cover a small portion, trusting in his own physical resilience? Such a notion seemed absurd. What strength could a mere child possess? It appeared that there was only one solution. Observing Xiao and shifting to create space for him, Lin Shuo nodded. The elements seemed to conspire favorably for him. What a fortuitous opportunity. As for future dilemmas, they could be addressed later. He swiftly found a spot beside Xiao Nan and enveloped her in an embrace from behind. Shoo, don't move, he whispered, drawing the blanket over them both. I've always slept alone, so this blanket was meant solely for me. If we try to share it, we might not get any sleep tonight. We'll have to make do for now, and we can find a better solution tomorrow, all right? After a moment's reflection, he added, of course. If you find this arrangement uncomfortable, I will think of another plan. It seemed that Xiao Nan was amenable to his proposal, for she calmed down significantly after his reassurance, no longer trembling in his embrace. All right, she replied softly, and then fell still. Lin Shuo exhaled in relief, nodding in satisfaction. Time to sleep. Good night. Good night, she echoed. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, he adjusted his position, closed his eyes, and surrendered to slumber. His thoughts began to drift aimlessly, meandering without direction. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he felt such relaxation. It truly felt dreamlike. The scene of holding a girl in his arms had once seemed a mere fantasy, a figment of his imagination he believed he could only experience in dreams. Yet, Concerning the disparity between appearances and their underlying significance, he could only ponder. Tell me, are you male or female? If you claim to be female and say such things, then let me ask you, are you truly a girl? Is that not a facade? Is it real or a half-truth? Or perhaps it's neither. If you are male, then how can you assert that it is not real? Are you genuine, or are you merely a construct? What if I am fake? What of it? Am I not allowed to be so? The chaos of his thoughts swirled. Do not dismiss childhood hand-holding as mere play, nor trivialize childhood games as inconsequential. For some, these moments are the only precious memories they possess. It is infuriating to witness such shallow reasoning devalue those experiences. Yet, despite the prior fixation on frivolous thoughts, he found himself devoid of any such notions now. Perhaps it was due to Sharingan not aligning with his current tastes, though he suspected the primary reason stemmed from his own physical development. After all, how could he explain the absence of any lewd thoughts since his arrival in this world? Human beings are, at their core, creatures driven by hormones. While not every action is dictated by such impulses, it is certainly not impossible to entertain such thoughts. It simply wasn't the right moment. He found himself nostalgic for the days when such thoughts came easily, when despite the pressures of life weighing heavily upon him, he felt light and unencumbered. And so, amidst the tumult of his reflections, his mind gradually descended into a blank slate. Before everything faded into nothingness, a final thought flickered in his mind. Tomorrow will surely be better, won't it? Chapter 7. The gloom of tomorrow. Tomorrow will not be better. The notion that it will is a deception. The rain fell like a silver-gray curtain, sealing the heavens from the earth. Lin Shuo huddled at the entrance of the cave, resting his chin on his knees. The tears that sprang forth as he yawned mingled with the rain cascading from the cave's edge, and his shadow danced upon the rock face, resembling a withered branch swollen with moisture. He remembered waking to such a scene, feeling vastly different. The initial roar of the sudden downpour had driven him to pace like a caged beast, his straw sandals crushing the mossy ground. Fists clenched in frustration as he contemplated the dwindling food supply and the impending hunger that lay ahead. The rising tide of agitation within him was nearly overwhelming. As time passed and the 9th mark was etched upon the damp rock, he learned to hold his breath and pray whenever the cold wind swept through. No longer measuring the cave's depth with his sandals, but instead standing barefoot in a puddle, fingers interlaced upon his brow. Now, he found it tedious to continue marking the rock. The myriad of scratches had dulled his edges. Watching the torrential rain outside, Lin Shuo sat at the cave's mouth, yawning, utterly bored. What misfortune! He gazed at the rain, which seemed intent on uniting sky and earth, his mind wandering. With such weather, venturing outside was out of the question. It seemed that today, he would have to endure hunger. The issue of food had been paramount since his arrival in this world. Currently, his sources were limited to 2 options: venture outside to seek nature's bounty, or resort to thievery. The former was difficult. The latter was no simple task either. In his previous life, he was merely a college dropout filled with trivial thoughts, and wilderness survival was daunting for him. Moreover, this world was unlike his former life. There were no laws to protect children. Here, those without support were not seen as underdogs, but rather as true castaways, vulnerable and defenseless. If caught stealing, who could predict his fate? Perhaps his residual powers could provide him some confidence against ordinary folk, but what then? If discovered while stealing, he might endure mere punishment. But if his unique abilities were revealed, he would undoubtedly become a coveted target in the black market. Generally speaking, theft would only be considered as a last resort. He had attempted it a few times, but fortune had favored him, as he had not been apprehended thus far. However, it now seems that even if one wished to steal, it would be impossible. Such heavy rain, alas, leaves no alternative. Thus, he finds himself with little to do but gaze vacantly at the rain outside. The wind pursues the rain, and the rain chases the wind, as they together drive the dark clouds above, enveloping the entire world in a deluge. Is this what it means to observe the rain? Lin Shuo mused involuntarily. To observe the rain, how elegant indeed. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If only his stomach were not audibly voicing its discontent, the moment would be even more refined. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind, prompting Lin Shuo to instinctively tense up. Yet, upon realizing the source, he relaxed once more. Shortly thereafter, a figure approached and, after a moment of hesitation, chose to sit beside him. "You're awake?" Lin Shuo casually glanced at Sharingan, who had settled beside him, before turning his head back. He had chosen not to wake her earlier, observing her peaceful slumber that morning. Had she perhaps not rested well last night, causing her to wake only now? Nonetheless, it seemed rather late for her to be getting up. He had been sitting there for an unknown duration since he awoke. Shaonan gently shook her head, explaining that she simply hadn't experienced such a tranquil sleep in a long while. Hence she succumbed to the temptation of slumber. Lin Shuo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Her statement opened up a plethora of conversational avenues, yet reason urged him to maintain the dialogue to foster rapport, while sentiment resisted. The relentless downpour outside had dulled his edges and eroded his patience. He simply was not in the mood for such endeavors. He gestured towards the window, indicating for Shaonan to look outside. Have you seen the weather today? Shaonan followed his gaze, remarking, wow, it's really pouring. Indeed, Lin Shuo replied, nodding with a hint of resignation. It appears we shall be unable to venture out today. Consequently, this evening may mirror last night's experience. Oh, and we have yet to procure any food. I apologize, it seems today, huh? Shaonan paused, tilting her head in confusion. Why are you apologizing, brother Lin Shuo? She quickly shook her head, waving her hands dismissively. It's no trouble at all. I often skip meals. Besides, I ate plenty last night. Not eating today is completely fine. As for sleeping tonight here, Shaonan hesitated, a shy smile gracing her lips. It's actually quite nice like this. It feels warm. Like being with my mother. Lin Shuo found himself momentarily entranced by her smile. She truly was remarkably understanding. Strangely, he recalled the dog he had raised in his previous life. Though young, it had also been so perceptive, equally adorable and endearing. For a moment, their images began to blur together, and, almost instinctively, he reached out to pat Shaonan's head. Shaonan froze for a moment, neither resisting nor reciprocating his gesture, merely sitting there in mild bewilderment as she gazed at him. The sensation was unfamiliar, pulling Lin Shuo back from his reverie. Acting as though nothing had transpired, he withdrew his hand and continued the previous topic. It's fine as long as you don't mind. Although they had moved on to a new topic, his thoughts lingered on the previous moment, slightly distracted. The sensation of touching a dog was entirely different, yet equally pleasant. It was difficult to articulate which feeling was superior. Perhaps the fool compares, while the wise appreciates. After uttering that phrase, silence enveloped them once more, leaving only the sound of the rain cascading outside. As the rhythmic patter of rain continued, Lin Shuo's thoughts drifted away, his gaze lowered, obscuring his expression. Such a resemblance between a person and a dog. Would their fates also be alike? A silent demise on the roadside. Chapter 8, The Past. Who knows what the future holds? Lin Shuo shook his head, slowly regaining focus as the light in his eyes began to coalesce, breaking free from the chains of memory. Back then, he was powerless, but now, upon reflection, he unconsciously touched his eyes. In his previous life, he would have merely felt anger, yet now, at the very least, pain and despair could empower him, could they not? Thus, he might indeed be the protagonist, for is that not the very essence of a protagonist's journey? With this thought, Lin Shuo squinted and stretched lazily. However, since he mentioned his Sharingan, he could not overlook his greatest asset since crossing over, his so-called golden finger. To be honest, he was uncertain whether this golden finger had accompanied him during his transition or if it was innate. It felt akin to the so-called bloodline limits of this world. Though he had not read the original work and was unaware of the specifics, regardless of the circumstances, it was wise not to expose it. Absorbing the bloodline abilities of the deceased was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was this golden finger that granted him the Sharingan. As for the specifics, Lin Shuo could not be bothered to investigate. After all, he had already crossed over, so why dwell on unnecessary reasoning? What mattered was its utility. He recalled that moment shortly after his arrival in this world, likely at the age when a child first begins to form memories. Thus, he pondered whether he had crossed into the consciousness of a child just beginning to remember, or if he had simply become aware of inexplicable memories during that formative period. He had contemplated this for a while, but eventually let it go. Such musings held no significance. They would neither alter his challenging circumstances nor aid him in surviving this chaotic world. Therefore, he dismissed them. Nevertheless, regardless of the scenario, he had inevitably regressed somewhat into childishness. The most striking example was his previous unwavering affection for a certain cat, which had now faded entirely, leaving a lamentable barrier between them. He had once struggled to comprehend a scene from an anime he had watched in his past life, where an adult, transformed into a child, could still engage in seemingly innocent behaviors. Now, he found himself understanding a portion of that sentiment. Returning to the matter at hand. How does a child, possessing 2 decades more experience than his peers, survive in a turbulent land perpetually drenched in rain? The answer is simple. Survival is anything but easy. War, turmoil, and childhood. When these 3 words converge, no matter how grand the embellishments, the outcome appears all too predictable. In those times, armed with sheer willpower and a touch of stubborn resilience, he fought to endure in this chaotic world. The turning point came on a rainy night. At that juncture, Lin Shuo found himself utterly cornered, having gone several days without sustenance. The gnawing hunger was unbearable, a fiery sensation consuming his insides, relentlessly tormenting him until he felt as if his very belly might be scorched. His head spun, and with each step, the world swayed unsteadily alongside him. On a night when the sky was veiled in a misty drizzle, he ventured out, drawn towards the distant rumble of thunder emanating from a nearby grove, where it seemed many ninjas were engaged in fierce combat. He could not articulate why he was compelled to move in that direction. Perhaps hunger had eroded his rationality, leaving his mind a blank slate, devoid of thoughts. He had heard that ninjas often carried food, and thus he pressed on. Perhaps it was the unintentional eavesdropping on the adults discussing tales of fortuitous encounters, where a fortunate soul, amidst the corpses of fallen ninjas, stumbled upon valuable tools and sold them for a handsome sum. That greed overwhelmed reason. Or perhaps it was merely a profound weariness with life itself. Regardless, he found himself in the depths of darkness, stumbling toward the source of a sound. Lin Shuo had endured 2 lifetimes of misfortune, yet this time, fortune seemed to finally smile upon him. Throughout his journey, he encountered no traps laid by other ninjas nor any unexpected incidents. Before long, he stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of 2 ninjas, their fates unknown. Though death seemed the likely conclusion, one bore a gaping void where its head should be, while the other lay scorched, a gaping wound in its chest, devoid of life. Initially, such a scene unsettled Lin Shuo, but as he grew accustomed to it, he accepted it with a reluctant calm. After all, what is there to fear in the presence of the dead? With his mind blank, Lin Shuo cautiously approached the headless knight. Although his thoughts resisted clarity, the overpowering scent of blood mingled with charred flesh instinctively drew him closer. As his hand reached out to touch the headless knight, he paused, momentarily halting his actions. It was as if a latent power had awakened within him, a primal instinct inscribed in his very genes, akin to why birds take flight or why humans walk. It was an inexplicable awareness, a certainty that he could act, and that some vague outcome awaited him. Previously, he had felt no such instinct. The scene had been incongruous. But now, the headless knight seemed to possess a bloodline limit, binding him to this entity with an extraordinary connection. Whether such a power existed within the original narrative was beyond his knowledge, as he had only delved into the eye techniques associated with bloodline limits out of curiosity. To return to the matter at hand, although this devouring ability appeared overwhelmingly formidable, it seemed to harbor numerous restrictions. It could only absorb the essence of the deceased and was limited to one type of bloodline limit. Exceeding this threshold could yield irreversible consequences. If the target's ability was weaker, the effect would be negligible. If stronger, it would elevate him to their level, should they share the same rank. Repeated absorption could lead to an upgrade, the specifics of which depended on the development of the other's bloodline limit and individual talent. In summary, it was a potent tool. Even in his dazed state, the emergence of that peculiar sensation jolted Lin Shuo to clarity. Theoretically, he needed only to eliminate a few members of the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan to acquire a pair of Rinnegan, thereby seizing dominion over the ninja world from the very inception of the Naruto universe. Yet, theory remained just that, an abstraction, far removed from the harsh reality that threatened his existence in this war-torn land. An ordinary war orphan, he could not hope to survive in such tumultuous times without a unique means of self-preservation, and here lay an unknown bloodline limit before him. Without further contemplation, disregarding the nature of the bloodline limit or its potential for evolution, Lin Shuo chose to absorb it. As he did so, luminous particles emerged from the headless knight, gradually merging with his being. When the last glimmer dissipated within him, an intense sensation of swelling and discomfort enveloped his eyes, nearly compelling him to tear them from their sockets. Time seemed to stretch. What felt like an eternity passed in mere moments, and at last, the discomfort ebbed away like a receding tide. Upon reopening his eyes, the world appeared transformed. Clarity surged forth, as if he had transitioned from a coded existence to one devoid of barriers. His mind regained its lucidity, and he became acutely aware of his surroundings and actions. A wave of anxiety washed over him. The pitch-black night reverberated with distant sounds of battle, and the once vibrant chorus of birds had succumbed to an oppressive silence. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, and disregarding the scattered ninja tools that could have granted him wealth, Lin Shuo hastily fled the scene. Upon returning to his dwelling, he spent a restless night in darkness, his heart racing with trepidation. The following day unfolded with an unremarkable sameness, and Lin Shuo breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his nocturnal escapade had gone unnoticed by other ninjas. After washing his face by the riverbank and yielding to his instincts to unlock his newfound ability, he discovered that the bloodline limit he had acquired was, astonishingly, the Sharingan. In that moment, Lin Shuo felt the first flickers of hope for the future, eagerly anticipating its arrival rather than fearing its approach. Yet, this optimism proved fleeting. He soon realized that life had not significantly changed. Survival remained arduous, merely less so. With the scant knowledge he possessed of the original narrative, coupled with insights gleaned from his transmigration, he recognized that even a single tomo of the Sharingan was no trifling matter. If wielded adeptly, it could suffice for a competent genin. In times of chaos, a lowly genin may not achieve greatness, but with caution and shrewdness, self-preservation could be attained. However, the critical issue lay in his lack of training in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, though he could vaguely perceive the flow of chakra through his new eyes, affirming their authenticity as genuine Sharingan rather than mere decorative lenses. Their utility was largely limited to enhancing his vision. Thus, the sole benefit of his Sharingan was its ability to aid him in catching fish from the river, liberating him from the struggle of enduring days of hunger. For the first time, he grasped the reins of his fate, no longer subject to the whims of chance in matters of sustenance. But there was another advantage. His enhanced vision would make traversing the night far less perilous, alleviating his mother's worries of him stumbling in the dark. How splendid! As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Shuo could not suppress a smile, a chuckle escaping his lips. Indeed, it is often in moments of profound absurdity that laughter emerges. When he first beheld the reflection of his single tomo in the water, his breath quickened and his heart raced with exhilaration. A dream, once cherished in his youth, was manifesting into reality. The blush on his youthful face eclipsed all worldly expressions. No one could fathom the depth of his feelings, and to say, "Eureka, I have struck gold," would scarcely convey the magnitude of his joy. With a sense of resignation, he casually drew a card and miraculously obtained an SSR card, marking the first time in his life that fortune smiled upon him. If only the beginning of his journey could have been slightly more fortuitous, it would have been the second stroke of luck in his 2 lifetimes. This pair of Sharingan. Though he had never watched Naruto, he had taken the time to understand it, and the excitement he felt then was now overshadowed by disappointment. The good news was that he could become invincible later on. The bad news was that there might not be a later at all. In the early stages of the game, he found it difficult to develop. Although he could later purchase equipment through loans, what about reality? For the past few years, he had been using phrases like "the future is bright" to motivate himself. But did he truly have a future to speak of? The dark clouds obscured the sun, leaving him unable to see the end. Sighing, he acknowledged that while he could lament about his fate, life must go on. At the very least, he was far better off than the orphans who perished in the chaos of war. After all, he was still alive. But was living truly a blessing? Lin Shuo shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such a meaningless question. Overthinking and fretting were ultimately just the burdens of a mundane person. At least he possessed a pair of Sharingan. Although still ineffective, it was certainly an improvement over his previous state. However, the thought of the Sharingan inevitably led him to recall the cold, disdainful Rinnegan. His gaze drifted to Conan, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. "By the way, Conan," Lin Shuo said, deliberately averting his gaze from the torrential rain outside, "may I ask if you have any particular talents? I mean, since we will be spending time together, it would be good to know each other a bit better, right?" This was not the heart of his inquiry. He truly wished to know if she possessed any special abilities akin to his Sharingan, perhaps something like the Rinnegan. He had just realized that since she had a vague connection to that mysterious Rinnegan user, it was possible she too might possess some extraordinary power. As long as it surpassed his basic Sharingan, his gamble would have already paid off. Yet, Directly asking her about any bloodline limits felt too blunt. Even if she were just a child, she would likely become wary. Such an approach would not yield any useful information and might even plant seeds of mistrust. However, a more subtle inquiry could prove fruitful, as a child's inadvertent hints could provide him with valuable insights. What am I good at? Conan pondered for a moment. Her voice tinged with uncertainty. I know how to sew and manage household chores. And, while she paused, her tone shifting with a hint of excitement. I can also fold origami. Her eyes seemed to brighten at this revelation. I can create many things, like little birds, flowers, and frogs. I once traded my origami for food. Origami? Lin Shua's brow furrowed slightly. Was this some special bloodline limit or merely a simple craft? That sounds quite impressive. I would love to learn origami. How about this? I teach you how to fish, and you teach me how to fold paper. Speaking of fishing, one must have keen eyesight. He began to probe her further. How are your eyes? Is your vision good? After a lengthy series of questions, Lin Shua's mood shifted to one of heaviness. He had gleaned no useful information. He opened his mouth to say something more, perhaps to console himself, but soon fell silent once more. A wave of hunger washed over him, intensifying after their conversation. Finally, he uttered, "It's all right. As long as you can find your way home in the rain." Thus, a silence enveloped the two. The sound of rain lulled them into a tranquil state, blurring the passage of time. Though it was not night, the gentle patter of raindrops made it easy to feel drowsy. After an indeterminate time, Lin Shua stood up to stretch his weary body from sitting too long. As he rose, he noticed Conan dozing off, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Remembering something, he shook his head and gently nudged her, fearing she would topple over. "Don't sleep now. What will you do tonight if you fall asleep?" Startled awake, Conan instinctively tensed before relaxing as she realized what was happening. She looked up at Lin Shua, her eyes still hazy with sleep. "If you go to sleep now, you won't be able to at night," he warned, his expression growing serious. He recalled the dual torment of hunger and darkness they would face in a confined, pitch-black space where time ceased to exist. Reflecting on unpleasant memories, he continued, "So, try not to sleep during the day. That way, when night comes, you'll simply fall asleep without feeling hungry." The following hours were mostly silent, punctuated by the sound of rain, with Lin Shua occasionally speaking, only for the conversation to dwindle into silence again. The rain gradually softened, but the darkness deepened, until ultimately, there was no exchange between Lin Shua and Conan, only a heavy silence. Without a reason, they had gone an entire day without food. Lin Shua glanced outside at the sky, now devoid of any light, and struggled to rise. He turned to see Conan sitting beside him, her gaze vacant. He had grown accustomed to days without sustenance, possessing a legendary resilience to hunger, but it appeared that Conan had not adjusted as well. He stifled a yawn and took her hand. "Let us go. It's time to sleep. In dreams, you won't feel hungry." Seeing her dazed expression, Lin Shua felt an odd sensation wash over him. How peculiar. It felt as though he were luring a little girl into a trap. Shaking off such thoughts, he led Conan to the bed. After ensuring she was settled, he lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Good night." "Good night," she replied, and they fell into a tranquil silence. Chapter 10. A decade in the mortal realm. Even a simple puddle reflects the ebb and flow of late spring, early summer, melancholic autumn, and harsh winter. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm truly useless. I couldn't find food again," Conan murmured, her head bowed, tears welling in her eyes as she hesitated to meet Lin Shua's gaze. Once again, it was the same story. They had promised to support one another, yet each time it seemed she was the one holding them back. A gentle touch graced her head, and warm words flowed into her ears like the soft breeze of April. "It's all right. It's normal to struggle finding food in a new place. You've tried very hard, Conan." Suddenly, a small, oddly shaped, dark, cracked grain pancake appeared before her eyes, thrust into her hands with a hint of insistence. "Look, what is this?" "It's for you to eat," Conan exclaimed in surprise. Though this was something that would be overlooked by anyone else, for two war orphans wandering in this perpetually rainy land, it was a rare treasure. In an instant, joy surged within her, only to be swiftly followed by a wave of intense disappointment. Once again, she found herself in this predicament. She could not. Or rather, she should not. Perhaps it would be best if I simply abstained from eating. I am not hungry at all, having indulged earlier. Just then, an untimely gurgle emanated from her stomach. Before she could even blush, a gentle tapping sensation came from above her head. It is not good to lie at such a young age. After all, I brought this back for you. The other person tenderly lifted her lowered head, aligning their gazes. Simultaneously, the free hand extended towards Xiao Nan, revealing a dark, grainy biscuit identical to the one she had just been given. I still have more. You should eat it. Wow, you're the best, brother. In an instant, Xiao Nan's expression transformed from gloom to radiance, a joyful smile gracing her face. Yet, just as she was about to speak, her vision blurred momentarily, even the dark biscuit in the other's hand becoming indistinct. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, but before she could scrutinize further, the other person covered her eyes with their hand. At that moment, it seemed a barely perceptible crimson flashed by. Be obedient. With a swift motion, the item in her hand was snatched away and placed into her mouth. Just eat and don't look around. Though puzzled, she ultimately complied with Lin Shua's command. Nom nom, delicious. A pair of crimson eyes watched Xiao Nan intently and only closed slowly after she had swallowed. When they reopened, they returned to their usual murky blend of black and white. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, Lin Shua observed the girl with cheeks puffed out like a hamster and sighed silently at the emptiness of his other hand. I'm so hungry. Was this truly worthwhile? Though these sacrifices were deemed necessary, the silent toil with uncertain returns felt burdensome. Listening to the innocent words of the little girl, Lin Shua paused. All right, fine. Don't fidget. Go to sleep. In the darkness, Lin Shua closed his eyes, a hint of impatience evident as he patted the restless Xiao Nan beside him. Her movements stilled momentarily. Although she endeavored to be gentle, the confined space inevitably caused some disturbance. I can't sleep, Xiao Nan eventually admitted after a moment of silence. Can you tell me a story? My mother used to tell me stories whenever I couldn't sleep. Oh, how annoying. How irritating. After days of travel, he had done most of the work, hardly having a moment of restful sleep. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, she disrupted him, demanding a story. His mind was clouded with frustration, chaos swirling as annoyance surged within him, a string snapping in the midst of his disarray. Why would I tell you a story when you're being so bothersome? Suddenly, a soft sobbing reached his ears. Lin Shua jolted awake, realizing the hurtful words he had just spoken in his befuddled state. No, the bond he had painstakingly cultivated with her was at stake. He quickly embraced the little girl, who had turned her back to him, silently shedding tears. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. My thoughts were muddled, and I spoke without thinking. Please don't cry. Xiao Nan remained silent, her cries only growing louder. Wait, I'll tell you a story, just stop crying. What could he possibly narrate? His mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by her weeping. What to tell? Perhaps the tale of his life dumpster diving in a parallel world? Before his transition, he had been utterly unremarkable. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He had encountered many intriguing stories during his travels. Let us hear a tale about the insect kingdom. Yes, the insect kingdom. It was a realm filled with lush grass, ruled by the black insect king and the white insect king, accompanied by the 4 great insect monarchs. In that world, the insect race represented the pinnacle of lineage and power. As Xiao Nan's sobs gradually diminished, Lin Shua breathed a sigh of relief and poured more energy into his storytelling. Time slipped away as he recounted the tale, his mouth growing dry, prompting him to pause. She must be asleep now? Gazing into the impenetrable darkness, Lin Shua felt uncertain. What an exhausting day it had been. Why did he speak without thinking? Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness, startling him. You're not asleep yet? Continue. What happened next to the bronze and fire insects? As Lin Shua began to respond, he realized, with a hint of irritation, that he gently tapped Xiao Nan's head. Go to sleep. We can discuss the rest tomorrow. It's quite late now. Listen, we have a long journey ahead, and the weather is favorable for travel. After this leg of our journey, we may not have another opportunity for some time. No. I want to hear the story. Be quiet. I dislike you the most, smelly Lin Shua. Fine, I'll tell you tomorrow during our travels. Yay, you're the best. Brother, have you packed everything? The rainy season has just passed. We must set off for the center of the Rain Kingdom. The young man, carrying a modest-sized backpack, gazed up at the unusually rain-free yet still somber sky, reflecting, I never expected the rainy season to last this long. If the map is accurate, we should arrive at the center of the Rain Kingdom in a few months. All set. Xiao Nan, with her small backpack, bounced over to his side. Let us go? Lin Shua, is that all you have? Is it not enough? Xiao Nan looked at Lin Shua with puzzled eyes before breaking into a grin. With you around, that is sufficient. At her words, Lin Shuo furrowed his brow. It's not enough. You can't rely on me for everything. For us orphans of war, parting is a constant. One day, we will inevitably separate. When that time comes, we'll just never part, right? Xiaonan interjected nonchalantly. Humph. It's not that simple. He wanted to say more, but seeing her unconcerned expression, he held back his words, shaking his head with a complex expression. Forget it. You wouldn't understand now. One day you will. Let us be on our way. Yay, let us go? Time for a story. I remember we were at the 10th chapter of Journey to the East last night. Continuing from where they left off, the tale of the two wolves and the fungal victory unfolded. Wake up, brother. The drowsy voice seemed to echo from afar, sounding somewhat unreal. Lin Shuo groaned, rolling over. His mind, still hazy, responded instinctively. Don't rush. It's still early, Xiaonan. Suddenly, a series of nudges disrupted him. Don't sleep, Lin Shuo. You are called Xiaonan, correct? Then Xiaonan. Why not let your brother sleep a little longer? After all, it's still early. A foreign voice, seemingly youthful, interrupted the moment. Thank you so much for rescuing us. I apologize for the trouble. My brother, and I will not trouble you further. I will wake him now. Xiaonan's voice grew softer, evidently shy when conversing with a stranger. It was reminiscent of how she had acted when they first began to interact. However, why mention rescue? And from where did this unfamiliar voice originate? Not a big deal. You and your brother seem to be war orphans who escaped from elsewhere to the center of the Rain country, right? I am also a war orphan. And it is only natural for us to help one another. The youthful voice articulated such noble sentiments, yet it felt oddly misplaced. Escape? The center of the Rain country? A myriad of perplexing thoughts surged in Lin Shuo's mind, eventually coalescing at last. Wasn't he just fleeing alongside Xiaonan? So, where exactly was this place? In his last recollection, he remembered carrying a fainted Xiaonan on a narrow path, struggling onward, before everything went dark. He merely fainted. It was still early enough to continue sleeping. Wait. No. Lin Shuo abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment. Everything was strange. However, the most familiar Xiaonan sat beside him, gazing at him with a hint of concern. Where's this? Lin Shuo looked at Xiaonan, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Before Xiaonan could speak, a somewhat youthful voice emerged from his side. Oh, you're awake. It was that unfamiliar voice he had heard in his dreams. Lin Shuo turned sharply, only then realizing there stood another person. A boy, seemingly of similar age, with striking blonde hair. Where's this? This is my home. The boy regarded Lin Shuo with a scrutinizing gaze. You must be Xiaonan's brother. You both fainted on the road, and I brought you back. Suddenly, the boy paused, as if recalling something, and continued, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Yahiko. Yahiko? Lin Shuo stared at the boy who claimed to be Yahiko, feeling a peculiar sense of déjà vu. Why did he seem so familiar? It was as if they had met before. Yet Lin Shuo was certain this was their first encounter. If it wasn't mere illusion, did it imply that his lost memories were finally resurfacing? Chapter 11. The beginning of fate. Wake up, Lin Shuo. Ugh. Wake up, stop sleeping. The volume gradually increased. How noisy. Lin Shuo. A sharp, piercing cry. Startled, Lin Shuo rolled over, burying his head in the covers, opting to continue his slumber. It's too loud. I want to curse someone. He was awake, yet not fully conscious. The incessant clamor beside him sounded as routine as a daily NPC event, consistently appearing. He tightly shut his eyes, attempting to feign ignorance to the persistent noise, hoping to return to his dreams. Typically, such tactics resulted in the noise fading away, but for some reason, this time the volume only escalated. Coupled with the pushing sensation he felt, Lin Shuo reluctantly opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling had accompanied him through countless nights and would continue to do so for many more. He sat up cautiously, trying not to disturb the peacefully sleeping Xiaonan beside him. In stark contrast to Yahiko, who appeared visibly excited, Lin Shuo yawned, his expression somewhat displeased. Yahiko, what is the matter? Can't you see Xiaonan is still sleeping? Lin Shuo remarked with a forced smile. I must tell you, if there's no good reason for waking me this early today. Standing before him, Yahiko, though of similar age, radiated vitality. A stark contrast to Lin Shuo's perpetual weariness. Countless sunrises and sunsets had passed since their initial encounter, transforming their once guarded gazes into a carefree demeanor. Again, Lin Shuo yawned and squinted at Yahiko. Each morning, he wished he were less familiar with this guy. He remembered how, years ago, He impulsively brought Shaonan into his life amidst the chaos of war. Though they had initially intended to venture toward the center of the rain country, relentless rain thwarted their journey, leaving them to survive together. Though often hungry, they managed to scrape by with the aid of Lin Shua's Sharingan. In the turmoil of war, time seemed to lose its essence. In an instant, it felt like a century had passed, and when he finally came to, he and Shaonan had found themselves wandering to the heart of the rain country, anticipating that the center, under the watchful eye of the legendary demigod Hanzo the Salamander, would provide a safer haven. They were dismayed to discover the reality was far grimmer than expected. The flames of war had engulfed this place as well, offering no relief compared to other regions. In fact, due to Hanzo's direct involvement, some areas were even more perilous. The incessant conflicts bred ninjas everywhere, rendering Lin Shua's Sharingan obsolete. In this unfamiliar terrain, lacking the aid of his abilities, he and Shaonan struggled to secure even the most basic necessities. Although he attempted petty theft, his inexperience nearly got him caught the first time, prompting him to abandon that notion. Thus, an event both unexpected yet somehow anticipated unfolded. He and Shaonan fainted from hunger on the roadside. Upon awakening, they found themselves rescued and brought back by Yahiko. Such familiar narratives often evoke a sense of déjà vu. Coupled with the inexplicable familiarity from their first meeting, Yahiko eventually joined their little band of survivors. More accurately, Yahiko offered refuge to him and Shaonan. During moments of food scarcity, Yahiko even stored surplus supplies for emergencies. Useless, no need for words. He had come to terms with it. Why would one expect a child raised under the protection of a lawful society to fare better in a chaotic world than those who had struggled since infancy on this land? Thus, their days continued, the three of them journeying together. Until recently, Shaonan had, during an outing, emulating him and Yahiko, brought back another small child, transforming their trio into a quartet, evolving from playing do-diju to mahjong. You would never guess what I saw when I went out with Nagato. At this point, Yahiko fell silent, his expression brimming with excitement as he gazed at Lin Shua. Observing Yahiko's demeanor, Lin Shua rolled his eyes, casting his gaze past him towards Nagato. Come on, don't keep us in suspense. If you don't speak, others will. Nagato, did you experience something interesting during your outing? Nagato was the war orphan Shaonan had recently brought home. With a cascade of red hair obscuring his eyes, he exhibited a timid disposition, prompting Lin Shua to affectionately refer to him as Little Nagato. Admittedly, Lin Shua had little recollection of him, uncertain if he had even appeared in the original narrative. In contrast, upon first encountering Yahiko, there was an immediate sense of familiarity. Nonetheless, since he had been rescued by his ancestors, and with Yahiko showing no dissent, it seemed only natural for him to join their ranks. It was rather unremarkable. Simply, Lin Shua and Yahiko were traversing the path when they stumbled upon a skirmish between the Rain Village and the Leaf Village ninjas. Nagato, standing behind Yahiko, spoke in a hushed tone. A ninja battle? Lin Shua furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at the still excited Yahiko. You weren't caught in the fray, were you? Did you sustain any injuries? Not at all. These are mere trifles. Yahiko waved his hand dismissively, still brimming with enthusiasm. Moreover, Nagato hasn't even reached the crux of the matter yet. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Yet there were still 3 leaf ninjas who banded together to withstand Hanzo the Salamander. They not only held their ground until the end, but were also bestowed with the title of the 3 ninjas. At this point, Yahiko paused, his smile fading into a more serious expression as he continued. Do you think if we were to learn ninjutsu from them, we could acquire the power to transform this war-torn nation? Upon uttering this, Yahiko's eyes seemed to gleam with renewed hope. A commendable thought, young one. But that is hardly a valid reason to rouse me from slumber. Lin Shua could not help but internally scoff at the naivety of such an idea. It was so innocent that he found himself at a loss for where to begin his refutation, for there were just too many points to critique. While it was true that Yahiko bore a resemblance to someone of potential significance in the ninja world, it did not equate to being the destined savior simply by wishful thinking. Setting aside the disparities in their identities, the fundamental differences in their positions rendered such aspirations impossible. The adversaries were elite ninjas capable of contending with Hanzo, while they were mere war orphans, living precariously. The severe imbalance in their statuses raised the question, what could they possibly offer to persuade these seasoned ninjas to impart their skills? Would it be through pity? It was difficult to fathom that a war orphan, striving to survive in tumultuous times, would entertain such thoughts. Even if, hypothetically, the ninjas felt a twinge of compassion or guilt, what would compel them to teach these orphans ninjutsu? To equip a cadre of war orphans with the means to combat their own kin when the next conflict erupted? Moreover, the deep-seated enmity these orphans harbored towards them would likely deter any honorable ninja with a sense of village pride from considering such an arrangement. Are you not aware of the absurdity of your thoughts? Does the mind of a prominent figure not also seem flawed? Lin Shuo concluded, his expression one of indifference. Chapter 12. The savior of the ninja world meeting Yahiko's gaze, which held a glimmer of hope. Lin Shuo shook his head dismissively. Do not be foolish. If you aspire to be Hanzo the Salamander's disciple, I might commend you for your lofty ambitions, but I would not deem it fanciful. He paused, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. What led you to such a conclusion? Do you think those leaf ninjas are akin to us, mere orphans adrift without support? His experiences after crossing over had left Lin Shuo with a rather unfavorable view of the ninja community, leading to such entrenched stereotypes. He had yet to encounter the archetypal hero burdened by great power and responsibility. Instead, he had only met individuals who lacked any sense of duty to others. At that moment, Lin Shu, a noticed little Nagato, who had been silently standing behind Yahiko, clenching his fists and trembling slightly upon hearing Lin Shuo's words. It was known that little Nagato's parents had been slain by leaf ninjas. Had it not been for them, he would not have become a war orphan. Lin Shuo sighed inwardly, pondering the nature of the ninjas capable of committing such heinous acts before a child. Although these ninjas had spared little Nagato, he had never elaborated on his past, likely because it was not a pleasant chapter in his life. Otherwise, he would not have stumbled over his words when broaching the subject. However, upon hearing Lin Shuo's remarks, Yahiko fell momentarily silent, instinctively lowering his head, his gaze growing distant. He recognized the validity of Lin Shuo's assertions and shared a disdain for those ninjas. Yet, his emotional attachment conflicted with his rational understanding. But we have no choice. Yahiko soon lifted his head, determination creeping back into his eyes. There are far too many war orphans in this country. Under Hanzo's rule, it feels as though we dwell in a land forever shrouded in clouds, weeping in despair, unable to glimpse any hope. Yet at least, by seeking out those so-called three ninjas, there lies a glimmer of hope, does there not? We require strength. Only with strength can we rise above this perpetual chaos and alter the course of our world. Not quite. Lin Shuo's languid voice emerged from the bed. It was then that Yahiko realized that, unbeknownst to him, Lin Shuo had reclined back down as he spoke. Lin Shuo fiddled beneath the covers for a moment, adjusting himself comfortably before continuing at a leisurely pace. Yahiko, you have misphrased your statement. Who says we lack choices? We do have options. Well, we maintain our current state of existence. While it may not be ideal, it is bearable. One day, this world shall welcome its savior. Glancing sideways at Yahiko, Lin Shuo appeared contemplative. And I reckon that day is not far off, perhaps when you have grown. When that day arrives, the war will inevitably find its conclusion. And this nation, perpetually drenched in rain, will cease its weeping. By then, we will have matured, embarking on our respective paths. You will have a family of your own. No longer surrounded solely by me, Conan, and Nagato, but by others who will share in your burdens. Little Nagato will evolve into a capable adult, no longer the tearful, withdrawn child he once was. As for Conan, she will undoubtedly become a figure of great stature, making it difficult to meet her once she has risen to prominence. All right, I understand now. My apologies for forgetting you were trying to sleep. I shall lower my voice. Please continue your rest. Lin Shuo chuckled awkwardly, striving to minimize his volume. It seemed that in his enthusiasm, he had inadvertently disturbed Conan, who had been peacefully slumbering beside them, prompting her to elbow him in protest. In any case, such is life. It is quite wonderful, is it not? Ordinary and devoid of anything truly negative, Lin Shuo hastily concluded the topic, closing his mouth to avoid another elbow jab. Fearful that even the ordinary might elude him, Yahiko shook his head, refusing to immerse himself in the future fantasies depicted by Lin Shuo. Without power, we are incapable of achieving anything or enacting change. Henceforth, there shall only be more war orphans like us born into this world, perpetuating the cycle of hatred. War will never cease. Alas, we need only to manage ourselves. Why burden ourselves with such concerns? We cannot change the world. There will be a protagonist to effect that change, But that protagonist will certainly not be us. Lin Shuo waved his hand dismissively, speaking with indifference. Yahiko remained blissfully unaware. Could he truly be so oblivious? He recalled that he currently resided in the world of Naruto, an anime. Though the ninja world was currently fraught with turmoil, every anime possesses its hero, who inevitably rises to action. What need is there for their worry? Is it not merely seeking trouble? Although Lin Shuo had not watched this particular anime, he vaguely remembered from his online explorations that the protagonist was a yellow-haired orphan, often proclaiming, "I will become the Pirate King." The details were hazy, but from the very title Naruto, it was evident that the hero must be the Hokage of Konohagakure. Suddenly, Lin Shuo was struck by a thought. Speaking of which, Yahiko was also a yellow-haired orphan, well, orange-haired. To be precise. Contemplating this, he slyly glanced at Yahiko, his expression thoughtful. Yet, he soon could not contain himself and broke into laughter at his own absurd notion. What a joke! Yahiko as the protagonist? Although he was unsure of what the hero looked like, did it not stand to reason that if Yahiko were truly the protagonist, the anime should have been titled Rain Shadow Ninja? Moreover, there were countless yellow-haired orphans in this world. One could not simply assume that every such individual was a hero. How trivial this thought was. With that, he cast a casual glance at Conan, who was peacefully asleep nearby, yawned, and shut his eyes. Well then, nothing more to concern myself with. If there is nothing else, I shall continue my slumber. Farewell, Yahiko and Conan. Yahiko watched Lin Shuo close his eyes, clenched his teeth, said nothing, and turned to leave. Nagato hesitated for a moment, glanced at the two still sleeping figures, and ultimately decided to follow Yahiko out. Moments later, the cave returned to silence, save for the synchronized soft breaths of two individuals. The rain seemed to have ceased. Chapter 13. Just like years ago when Lin Shuo next opened his eyes, the familiar warmth beside him had turned cold, and the cave was now devoid of any presence. Where had everyone gone? He raised his head, perplexed, scanning the surroundings. Yahiko and Nagato were not engaged in their usual quiet conversation while meticulously organizing their supplies. Conan had also vacated her bed, leaving no trace. All that remained were two neatly made beds and a solitary individual sitting on a disheveled mattress, exchanging silent glances. 3 beds lay quietly in place, yet the other 3 individuals had vanished. This was a first. But why? Despite their party consisting of 4, were there only 3 beds? That story was a bit lengthy. He still remembered the moment he first encountered Yahiko, when they had agreed to support one another in this war-torn land. Immediately, they faced the same question that had once confronted Lin Shuo: where to sleep at night. Lin Shuo recalled his initial approach, opting to endure a night of discomfort and to devise a solution later. However, due to various factors, that compromise had persisted until he met Yahiko. It seemed somewhat laughable, but it was the truth. He was, without a doubt, a true introvert. An introvert who would stutter while communicating with strangers behind Yahiko. Having led 2 lifetimes, yet only daring to pick up a child from the roadside. Compared to other war orphans, Lin Shuo possessed nearly 20 years more experience. Yet in some respects, he felt inferior to the natives of this war-ravaged land. Yet, he was an introvert, while Yahiko was not. Lin Shuo lacked the means to offer Conan additional conditions, but Yahiko could. On the night of their first encounter, he had resolved the issue through barter with the nearby townsfolk. Unlike Lin Shuo, who often hesitated and overthought every action, Yahiko acted decisively, leaving the rest to fate. It was difficult to determine which approach was superior, but judging by results, Yahiko's methods far surpassed his own. It seemed the current world required action takers like Yahiko rather than thinkers like Lin Shuo. From that day forth, 3 beds had been established within the cave. Although 3 individuals corresponded to 3 spaces, that night, Conan had chosen to lie beside him. Lin Shuo, considering that she had grown from a girl into a young woman, suggested for the first time that they sleep separately. However, the primary reason was that sharing a bed was simply uncomfortable. The cramped space and rigid positions made even the slightest movement feel intrusive. Previously, there was no alternative. Now, he had a choice. He wanted to sleep alone. Conan, puzzled, ultimately acquiesced to Lin Shuo's insistence and departed. To this day, he could not forget the lingering gaze she cast upon him as she left, nor the unspoken thoughts that had occupied her mind that night. Contrary to expectations, he did not open his arms and shout in exultation. Instead, he was unexpectedly plagued by insomnia. Lying alone on a less cramped bed did not bring him the comfort he anticipated. Rather, it ushered in an overwhelming sense of emptiness. As he closed his eyes, the boundless darkness reminded him of the final moments before his transference, an identical blackness devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light, suffocating him. The following day, he had pondered that if anyone remarked upon his pronounced dark circles, he would need to concoct some excuse to explain them, only to find Conan before him, equally adorned with heavy shadows beneath her eyes. They exchanged a moment of surprise, and after a brief silence, laughter erupted between them. They spoke not a word, yet everything was conveyed. Some truths required no articulation. Since that night, one of the 3 beds had remained perpetually vacant. It was not until a few days ago, when Nagato joined their ranks, that the empty space finally welcomed its new occupant. This led Lin Shua to muse whether Yahiko had harbored such intentions when accepting Nagato. Perhaps he had wished to avoid the perpetual vacancy of that position, a waste of the effort he had invested back then. What Yahiko had truly thought at that time remained a mystery to Lin Shua. Regardless, from that point onward, they had consistently operated as a quartet. Yet now, he found himself alone in the cave, uncertain of the events that had transpired. Their usual routine involved collective action, typically. Even if he wished to sleep in, he would either wake up naturally or be forcibly roused at a predetermined time. Thus, the current situation of solitude was exceedingly rare. No, to call it rare was not entirely accurate. It was the first instance in a considerable time. Reflecting on the events of that morning, Lin Shua momentarily paused. Could it be that due to the morning's disagreements, Yahiko had chosen to abandon him, taking the others to seek guidance in mastering ninjutsu? However, as that thought circled through his mind, it was swiftly cast aside. How could that be possible? The events of the morning were, at best, merely a debate, hardly qualifying as an argument. Even families occasionally have their disagreements. What could be expected of them? It was a trivial matter. How could anyone be abandoned over such a minor incident? Lin Shua was confident that no matter what transpired in the future, he would never be left alone by anyone. This conviction affirmed the bond shared among the 4 of them. However, this led back to the initial question: where had the person gone? Uncertain. After casually dressing and tidying up a bit, Lin Shua stepped outside. Since he was unsure, he decided to let it be. In the course of their everyday interactions, he was the one who needed to be concerned. Having walked only a few steps, he spotted Shaonan seated not far away, her hands propping up her head as she gazed blankly into the distance. A gentle breeze caressed her, tousling a few strands of hair at her temples. For a moment, Lin Shua found himself lost in thought. The scene before him seemed to transcend time, overlapping with a moment from the past. It was reminiscent of the very first morning after their encounter, a person sitting and staring blankly into the distance, while another watched her in silence. The difference was that, on that day, rain poured incessantly, obscuring any light, while now, although the sun remained hidden behind clouds, at least it was not raining. What are you doing sitting here? Lin Shua approached Shaonan and found a place to sit beside her, much like he had in the past. What are you doing here? The sudden sound beside her startled Shaonan, momentarily slowing her heartbeat and tensing her muscles. Yet, upon recognizing the familiar voice, she relaxed. Nothing much, Shaonan pouted, her expression suggesting mild annoyance at Lin Shua's unexpected appearance, as she pondered something. What is it? Lin Shua instinctively inquired, but then realized what he was doing and quickly added, about this morning? Well, Shaonan glanced at Lin Shua, her expression wavering, but ultimately she nodded, yes. A bit. Did you also get persuaded by Yahiko to seek out those ninjas to learn ninjutsu? To gain. What was it he said? Oh right. To obtain the power to change the world. Lin Shua raised an eyebrow, teasingly. However, after pondering something, he turned around, looking around in confusion and scratching his head. By the way, did you see Yahiko and Nagato? Where have those 2 gone? They wouldn't really be seeking the power to change the world, would they? No. That's not what I was thinking about, Shaonan began, her mouth slightly agape as if wanting to say more. But ultimately she shook her head and skipped the topic. As for Nagato and Yahiko, I haven't seen them since I woke up, and I don't know. You haven't seen them either? Lin Shua shrugged. Well, if they're not around, they're not. They need not worry us. We just need to stay put and not make Yahiko anxious. Lin Shua then turned back to Shaonan, curious about the topic she had seemingly hesitated to discuss. By the way, what were you going to say just now? Since it isn't about learning ninjutsu, then what else could it be? It's about what you said this morning. Shaonan said, unconsciously pouting as she hugged her knees. You mentioned that in the future, we would all have our own lives and eventually part ways. making it difficult to see each other again. But if this is our future, if this is what you envision, then parting like that feels so unnatural. Don't you feel lonely? I don't want this. Lin Shua was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shaonan to express such thoughts. Just as he was about to respond, memories of their first meeting and the vivid purple hue of that moment flooded his mind. Separation would inevitably come, not pausing for our wishes nor delaying for our pleading. From the very beginning of our encounter, the end had already been marked by farewell. Lin Shua shook his head. Children's words were indeed amusing. Just as children sometimes declare their desire to stay with their parents forever, only to drift far away once they enter the workforce. Shaonan didn't wish to part ways now, for in her eyes, he, Yahiko, and Nagato together constituted her entire world. She had only this, and thus wished to lose nothing. In the future, as Shaonan met more people, she would likely find her current mindset laughable. Time would provide the answer. Lin Shua chose not to elaborate, knowing that whatever he said now would not sway her belief. He simply left a hasty remark, "You will understand in the future." I don't understand. Why can't we always be together? Shaonan grasped Lin Shua's arm, her eyes filled with sadness. And you, at the very beginning, clearly said we would be together forever. Wait, did I say that? Lin Shua's eyes widened. He was certain he had never uttered such words. Moreover, something felt off, as if there was an inconsistency in her recollection. Liars. Shaonan, after giving Lin Shua's waist a playful twist, turned her head away, huffing. I'm never calling you brother again. A sensation unlike any other surged from his waist, causing Lin Shua to gasp, just as he was about to say something. A voice echoed from a distance, interrupting his thoughts. We're back, Lin Shua, Shaonan. Yahiko, seemingly excited, ran towards them, followed closely by a panting Nagato. What are you two doing sitting here? Never mind that. Listen, Yahiko paused, observing their somewhat unnatural expressions. What is going on? You both seem a bit off. It's nothing. What were you about to say? Really nothing? Yahiko instinctively probed, but chose not to linger on it, continuing with what he had yet to finish. Lin Shua, I've thought a lot about what you said this morning. You were right, but I want to give it a try, just this once. Ignoring Lin Shua's slightly furrowed brow, Yahiko continued excitedly. This morning, I went out with Nagato to gather information about the Sannin. Although they are ninjas from Konoha, they are renowned even among the common folk in the Land of Rain due to their strength. These three did not resort to unscrupulous means in war. Instead, they commanded their subordinates to refrain from attacking innocent civilians, contrasting sharply with other ninjas who slaughtered without mercy. Even with differing stances, the Sannin are formidable ninjas worthy of respect. Moreover, one of them, Jiraiya, traveled across the ninja world before the war broke out. Some even shared drinks with him back then, describing him as carefree and unconcerned with trifles. How could such a person be a villain? We might truly be able to give this a try. Well, what can I say? Lin Shua shook his head, preparing to respond when suddenly, he focused intently. Wait. What did you just say? Jiraiya? Are you referring to the informant Jiraiya? Lin Shua's eyes widened as he stared at Yahiko, the nonchalant expression on his face vanishing instantly. This was the first time he had heard a name he recognized from his previous life in this world. What is this intelligence Jiraiya? Jiraiya is simply Jiraiya. Yahiko scratched his head, puzzled by the unfamiliar name that had just escaped Lin Shua's lips. He couldn't recall anyone mentioning intelligence Jiraiya before. Was it merely a coincidence? For a moment, Lin Shua found himself lost in contemplation. No, it couldn't be such a coincidence. He had long wanted to voice his skepticism. Were names like Intelligence Jiraiya and Healthy Itachi truly names of individuals? If they weren't, then it wouldn't seem so peculiar. They must simply be nicknames. For example, the ninja named Jiraiya, who excels in gathering intelligence, is referred to as Intelligence Jiraiya, while someone named Itachi, known for his robust health, is called Healthy Itachi. Yes, that must be it. Lin Shua couldn't help but commend his own cleverness, realizing everything in such a brief time. So should they go and see? After arriving at this conclusion, a new question presented itself. Should they go? However, even if the person on the other side were good-hearted, it wouldn't change their identity as denizens of Konohagakure. What difference would it make? At most, it would ensure they wouldn't be met with lethal hostility. But not going felt like a missed opportunity, akin to losing $1 million without ever having possessed it. Yet in his mind, it felt as though he had lost it 1,000 times over. This was his first encounter with a character who was undoubtedly pivotal to the plot. A character who would weave through the entire narrative. After all, A name that could resonate so widely could hardly belong to a mere minor character. Such an individual was truly a rare find, perhaps one he would encounter only a handful of times in his lifetime. If he missed this chance, it would truly be a lost opportunity. The connection to Conan had been silent for many years. The divine presence that had once appeared felt like a fleeting dream. Perhaps this was the closest he had ever been to power. Although he professed to have no desire for power, when the possibility truly arose, who could refuse? Previously, his indifference stemmed from the knowledge that it was impossible, much like how everyone knows one can become a millionaire by buying a lottery ticket. Yet no one immerses themselves in the delusion of becoming a millionaire daily, for it is inherently an unlikely event. Now, there seemed to be a glimmer of potential. However minuscule, it was no longer an impossibility. In that moment, his thoughts spiraled, though his body remained still, his heart traversing countless mountains. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shua's gaze, uncertain and flickering, returned to Yahiko, whose face was alight with enthusiasm. Perhaps they should give it a try after all. Coach, he still wishes to learn ninjutsu. Chapter 15. A fateful encounter. The decision, forged in the brevity of their conversation, ultimately led them to embark on an unknown journey. Perhaps, as Yahiko had stated, without power, nothing could be altered. In this chaotic era, those devoid of strength would ultimately be engulfed by the tide. Distributing the meager provisions among the nearby residents, they took only the largest share they could carry, tightening their garments as dusk descended. The setting sun bled crimson, casting its final glow upon the muddy path, gilding them in a golden outline as they resumed their journey. The wind swept across the damp earth, kicking up sprays like silver sands, while the distant horizon vanished into the mist. The four of them walked steadily onward, setting forth once more into the expansive unknown. Their purpose was to seek out the legendary three ninjas, in hopes of acquiring the power that signified hope and transformation. Time flew by, and they had long since lost track of the days since they embarked on this quest to find the three ninjas. Time held little significance on this journey, or perhaps the passage of time was rendered meaningless in the face of war. At that moment, in a dimly lit cavern, whispers filled the air. "Do you want something to eat, Nagato?" Yahiko offered, pushing the dwindling biscuits towards the downcast Nagato. Nagato glanced at the biscuits in Yahiko's hand, then averted his gaze, shaking his head slightly. "I'm not hungry." Yet, before he could finish, a rumble from his stomach contradicted him. "There's no need to feign strength," Yahiko insisted, shaking his head and forcing the biscuits into Nagato's hands. Watching this scene unfold, Lin Shua shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. Since their departure, they had encountered countless challenges and met many individuals, yet none of those experiences had been particularly pleasant. During that time, war had reached a fever pitch, with ninjas being thrown into battle, yet only a scant few could emerge unscathed. To follow in the footsteps of the legendary three ninjas, they had to delve deeper into the heart of the battlefield. For these war orphans, it felt akin to seeking their own demise. The reality of war was far more brutal than they had anticipated. Merely advancing cautiously along the edges was fraught with peril. They had been in pursuit of the three ninjas for quite some time, yet their efforts bore little fruit. Ninjas left no traces behind. They could only continue to push further. Along the way, they traversed toxic foggy forests, crumbled roads, and unwittingly stumbled into combat zones, narrowly escaping death time and again. Yet, fortune seemed to favor them, for despite the odds, they managed to survive in various ways, persevering until now. As time wore on, Lin Shua gradually felt a sense of resignation creeping in. Yahiko, with a child's perspective, viewed matters somewhat naively, failing to consider the consequences. He could not afford to be foolish alongside Yahiko, dragging their group into despair. Fortune would not favor them indefinitely. This perilous journey, though they had survived each encounter, had left them utterly exhausted. Moreover, with their food supplies dwindling, new challenges were imminent. They should not have made impulsive decisions, truly believing they were destined for greatness. Sighing, Lin Shua bit his lip, his mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. He intended to voice his concerns, but hesitated, recalling that they had never complained before. Ultimately, he turned to Conan, who sat nearby. "Are you still hungry?" Conan nodded, then shook her head. "I am hungry, but it will soon be dark. Once I fall asleep, I won't feel hungry." "Well, all right," Lin Shua sighed, choosing not to say more. Food was indeed scarce, and if they wished to continue their journey, they would have to ration their intake. As for Nagato, he was a child and, compared to the others, deserved certain privileges. Looking up, Lin Shu noticed Yahiko standing at the cave's entrance, lost in thought. After contemplating for a moment, he rose and approached Yahiko. Observing Yahiko's worried expression, Lin Shu intended to voice his doubts about their journey, but instead shifted his approach. Yahiko, it's getting late. We should rest. Let's search for the so-called 3 ninjas tomorrow. Yahiko turned to Lin Shu, exhaling a complex sigh. All right, we will search tomorrow. Watching Yahiko's retreating figure, Lin Shu shook his head. The determination that once shone in Yahiko's eyes had dimmed. It seemed he too was beginning to grasp that this journey would likely not end well. After a brief organization of their belongings, the group decided to spend the night in the cave. They lay side by side, the fatigue from days of travel overwhelming them to the point where soon, only the sound of their rhythmic, gentle breathing remained in the cavern. Lin Shu turned on his side, cradling Conan as he drifted off to sleep. Yet this time, he felt an unfamiliar sensation of nudging from behind. Lin Shu turned his head, lowering his voice. What's the matter, Yahiko? Still awake? Is there something on your mind? I find it hard to sleep and wanted to talk to you, Yahiko whispered. Lin Shu, do you think we will successfully find the 3 Sannin? Should we give up? I don't think so. We shouldn't abandon hope after our first venture into battle, Lin Shu silently scoffed. As long as you believe, we can achieve it. Stop overthinking. Let us just act, and leave the rest to tomorrow. Now, it's time for bed. You're disturbing Conan and Nagato. What difference does it make? Whether we say we can or cannot, the seed of ambition for strength has already been sown. Some matters are not easily articulated in mere words. In a context where words hold little weight, why not utter something pleasant? True, Yahiko exhaled, letting go of his worries. We'll leave the rest to tomorrow. Wake up. Wake up, Lin Shu. Wake up, don't sleep. What now? Lin Shu groggily sat up, yawning. Is it time already? He turned to survey the surroundings. In the darkness, he could vaguely see that Conan and Nagato were still asleep. As for everything else, it was pitch black, nothing to be discerned. They had taken refuge deep within the cave to shield from the wind, rendering the entrance and the passage of time invisible. No, Yahiko whispered fiercely, trying to suppress his excitement. Guess what I saw just as I was about to head out? What did you see? Surely not the 3 Sannin? Lin Shu replied nonchalantly. Come on, grow up. You're acting like a child. Indeed, I truly saw the 3 Sannin. They are resting right at the cave entrance, just as you predicted. Lin Shu, tomorrow will surely bring miracles. Though the darkness enveloped them like ink on rice paper, Yahiko's eyes sparkled with a fiery light, dispelling all shadows. It was a fateful encounter. Chapter 16. If life were only as it was at first glance, Lin Shu gazed at Yahiko, astonished. He did not doubt the truth of Yahiko's words. Rather, he questioned whether he was still dreaming. Isn't it just a mere coincidence? He had initially planned to persuade Yahiko to abandon their quest if conditions worsened in a few days. Hurry and wake Conan and Nagato. I'll go check if they are as the rumors say. At this moment, Yahiko paused, his smile fading, and his expression turned serious. If they are good people, I'll return to find you. If something happens, you all should just stay hidden and not worry about me. Before Lin Shu could react, Yahiko dashed out. Wait, Lin Shu exclaimed, his eyes wide. But before he could reach out to stop him, Yahiko had vanished into the night. Yahiko, wake Conan, Nagato. In haste. Lin Shu roused the two and hurried after the direction Yahiko had taken. Why must he always act so impulsively? Not every situation can be resolved with rashness. Why not take a moment to think things through? There could be better solutions. It's always like this. Jiraiya gazed at the rain drizzling outside, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he returned his focus, taking a bite of a biscuit. So, will this end with Konoha's victory? Just as that guy said. He had just received news that the Second Shinobi World War was seemingly drawing to a close. And what will you do next? Will you embark on a new journey? Tsunade, seated beside him, could not help but inquire. Perhaps, Jiraiya replied, lifting his gaze to the dim sky. I will begin another journey, and then write a new book. Then why not stay in the village? Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, questioning. Jiraiya pondered for a moment. It's just that I have this feeling that I will encounter someone again. Are you referring to that destined person? Tsunade asked, curiosity piqued. Just then, Orochimaru, standing at the cave entrance, cast a shadow over Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya frowned, observing the child's approach. Don't underestimate them. Even a small mouse is part of the Rain Village, Orochimaru warned in a gravelly voice. Stop hiding and come out. Tsunade called out, her patience wearing thin. Shortly after, A boy with a blank expression emerged from the shadows behind the wall. What? You're telling me that just a little child? Tsunade exclaimed, visibly startled. This isn't a residential area. It's a battlefield where ninjas clash. Even though the war is nearing its end, this is no place for children. Ignoring Tsunade's words, the boy approached the three and extended his hand, speaking with a somewhat stiff tone. Share some food with us. Wait, what? Lin Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon reaching the wall, he was greeted by this shocking scene. He felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Is this how you test whether someone is good? Even if someone is good, that's not how you go about it. A good person is not a saint. How can they endure such unreasonable provocations? With that attitude. Honestly, if I encountered such a brat, I wouldn't hesitate to give him a piece of my mind, let alone those powerful ninjas from our homeland. In that instant, Lin Shua felt as though his heart had skipped a beat. Now was not the time for contemplation. With each passing second, Yahiko was inching closer to peril. Without a moment's thought, Lin Shua rushed out, bending down to feign vulnerability. I am so sorry, esteemed ninjas. He pressed Yahiko's head down, bowing deeply in apology. This is my brother. Our parents tragically fell victim to the war's aftermath, and since then, we have gone days without food. Yahiko acted out of hunger. He meant no offense to you esteemed adults. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'll take him away now. With that, Lin Shua grasped Yahiko and hurriedly left the scene. Departing might mean losing the opportunity to gain strength, but remaining could very well cost them the possibility of pursuing their future. Hearing that they had lost their parents to war, Jiraiya's pupils constricted. Although he had heard of such tragedies, witnessing it firsthand stirred a deep sense of compassion within him. Wait. Jiraiya sighed internally, but ultimately decided to call out to the departing duo. He retrieved some food from his pack and extended it toward Lin Shua and Yahiko. Take this. It's dry bread. Seeing that they were indeed offered food, Yahiko's eyes brightened. After nodding at Lin Shua, he called out toward the cave. Come out, Conan, Nagato. They don't seem to be bad people. Wait, what? You're just calling them out like that? Aren't you going to observe a bit longer? Giving food makes them good people? He had just been pondering why Yahi had given him a nod, only to be taken aback when the latter immediately called forth the remaining individuals. As he watched Xiao Nan and Yahi emerge from behind, Lin Shua swallowed the words that had been on his lips. Well, it was too late to change anything. It was better to focus on having a meal first. After everyone reached for the food, Lin Shua softly uttered a thank you and followed suit. Only then did he take the opportunity to observe the appearance of the three ninjas they had been pursuing. The one providing the food was a young ninja, adorned with long, grayish-white hair that fell loosely over his shoulders, slightly disheveled at the ends. He was tall and robust, clad in a deep green ninja outfit. He certainly did not appear to be a villain. However, his gaze faltered when he noticed the female ninja seated beside him. Hiss, he seemed to have encountered her before. During a moment of self-reflection in his previous life, the striking golden hair and the overwhelming presence of the great Raikage had left a profound impression on his youthful mind, compelling him to remember the Naruto series distinctly. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared that the reality did not align with his memories. How had the great Raikage diminished so much? Or had he mistaken her identity? After all, despite the vividness of his past impressions, the details of his memories had become increasingly hazy. Perhaps he truly had misidentified her. Memories had faded, along with the clarity of their faces. After all, splendid golden hair was not uncommon in this world. They likely were not the same person. Choosing to abandon such meaningless speculations, Lin Shua pretended to act nonchalant as he glanced at the last individual standing nearby. When one gazes into the abyss gazes back at you. Before he could scrutinize further, the stranger turned his head, looking towards him. Startled, Lin Shua quickly averted his gaze. How to put it? This individual did not exude a benevolent aura. With long, dark hair, golden slit-like pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils, pale skin, and serpentine facial features, his sharp, elongated eyes radiated a cold and piercing light. The impression he left on Lin Shua was one of chilling menace, akin to that of a venomous serpent. So, among these three, who was Jiraiya? This was a pertinent question, as Yahi had not provided any corresponding physical description during his introduction. However, Lin Shua would soon find himself relieved from pondering this query. As the group consumed their dry bread, the three ninjas stood up and departed. Well, there was no need to think further. They evidently had no intention of engaging with them, and perhaps had offered food merely out of kindness. It was natural that they were not kindred spirits with any shared connection. Fortunately, Yahi was not foolish enough to attempt to block their departure. Otherwise, Lin Shua's heart would have truly stopped, not merely skipped a beat. As he chewed on the dry bread he had just taken, Lin Shua turned to Yahi and casually inquired about their next course of action. What now, Yahi? They don't seem inclined to assist us. Should we retrace our steps? The experiences along this journey had increasingly illuminated the preciousness of the ordinary. What good was power if they had already witnessed the demise of numerous ninjas? Ultimately, wasn't the fate of power to fade away on the battlefield? He was not particularly keen on continuing. He viewed this journey as an account for the version of himself who had unwillingly traversed into the extraordinary. Yahi, gritting his teeth as he watched the retreating figures of the three ninjas, declared, "Let us follow them. It would be a travesty to abandon this fortuitous encounter. This may be our sole opportunity to gain the power to transform this country, and if we miss it, there may not be another chance. I want to express my gratitude to them." At that moment, Xiaonan, who had been silently standing behind Lin Shua, spoke up. "I folded a paper flower to give them. They shared their food with us, so they are good people." "And what about you, Xiaonagato?" Lin Shua sighed, exasperated, as he turned to the last member who had yet to voice an opinion. "I'm fine with anything. I'll leave it to you." Sighing, Lin Shua thought, "Well then, let us proceed." "So, Yahi, you mean to simply follow them, and then that's it?" "No, man." Chapter 17. The Child of Destiny Beneath the Dim Sky. A light rain fell, and Lin Shua found himself with his mouth agape, his expression one of disbelief. After a surge of intense emotions, what remained was a dull emptiness. He looked at Yahi with a sense of disillusionment. He was truly foolish for believing Yahi had a brilliant plan. Were they really just going to follow them? Would they accompany them back to the Konoha ninja camp, or would they simply return to Konoha together? Or was it possible that, by trailing behind, someone might suddenly feel compassion and decide to take them in and teach them ninja techniques? Don't be ridiculous. Believing that is as absurd as thinking he started with a Sharingan and not a Rinnegan. In response to Lin Shua's skepticism, Yahi merely shook his head and said nothing, maintaining a certain distance behind the three ninjas. Lin Shua felt a surge of frustration, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Well, who was he to argue? After all, Yahi was the elder brother of their group, and as a companion, his sole duty was to provide support. As long as Yahi was content, Yahi remained silent as the rain continued to pour harder. The four of them braved the deluge, trailing behind the three ninjas from Konoha. Following them for what felt like an eternity, their stagnant situation finally appeared to shift when, at a certain moment, a glimmer of hope emerged. "Didn't we just give you food? Why are you still following us?" Tsunade seemed to grow impatient, turning around to glance at the four of them with an exasperated expression. Upon seeing the three ninjas halt in their tracks, the four of them paused as well. They exchanged glances, and then Xiaonan stepped forward, reaching into her pocket to rummage for something. Suddenly, she extended her hand towards them. Seeing Xiaonan's gesture, Tsunade instinctively tensed, her battlefield instincts kicking in as she reached for her ninja tool pouch, prepared to retaliate. At that critical moment, Jiraiya placed a hand on Tsunade's shoulder, halting her movement. He shook his head at her. Before them, Xiaonan's open hands revealed a delicate paper flower, crafted from the packaging of the dry bread. "Thank you. This is a small token of our gratitude." Xiaonan offered the paper flower forward. "Origami? Made from the packaging of dry bread?" Jiraiya observed the paper flower, his emotions a tangle. He had aided many during the war, yet most regarded him with animosity, believing that he and his fellow ninjas had ravaged their homes and brought war to their land. Only a rare few did not harbor hostility towards him, but even then, they did not extend him any kindness. They remained oblivious to the fact that the one who instigated the war was their leader, the so-called demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. Yet, such a sincere gesture of gratitude, even if the offering was humble and perhaps even trivial, was a first for him. Upon reflecting on such an understanding child, whose parents tragically perished in war, and who now struggles for survival amidst turmoil, Jiraiya's emotions grew increasingly complex. "Is this meant for us?" Conan nodded in response. In that fleeting moment, genuine smiles graced their faces. At that instant, the burdens of identity were cast aside, and the barriers of stance were abandoned, all hatred and dissatisfaction, along with a myriad of negative emotions, dissolved into the wind. Here, there were no ninjas from Konoha, nor war orphans from the Land of Rain. but merely the benevolence of those offering aid and the gratitude of those receiving it. What was initially a heartwarming tableau, however, did not endure for long before it was shattered. Teach us ninjutsu. You are ninjas from Konoha, right? Yahiko, unable to contain his impatience, stepped forward and spoke. This single utterance abruptly pulled everyone back to reality as the cold rain lashed against their bodies, reminding them that they remained at the heart of the battlefield in the land of rain. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade wore expressions of shock, instinctively voicing their surprise. In the battleground, the movements of ninjas had always been a closely guarded secret, initially assuming these were merely ordinary war orphans. They had paid little heed, but the current scene was unexpectedly revealing. At that moment, Orochimaru approached Jiraiya and Tsunade, casting a sharp glance at Yahiko and his companions, his voice rasping as he inquired, "Should we eliminate these children? Kill them?" As those words fell, the already frigid atmosphere grew even more chilling. Expressions varied among the group. Lin Shua's breath caught, and upon confirming he had not misheard, his muscles tensed involuntarily. The icy tone from the serpent-like man was unmistakably serious. He truly intended to eliminate these war orphans on the spot. The abyss of death loomed before them, more tangible than ever. Are we to die? Under the shadow of death, his thoughts spiraled chaotically, rendering him incapable of calm reflection. In the face of life and death, a heavy pressure seemed to descend upon Lin Shua. Under the strain, his eyes felt as though they were swelling. Sensing that his Sharingan was on the verge of activating uncontrollably, a sensation surged within him, as if it were about to emerge. Yet, ultimately, Lin Shua reigned in this impulse. Although it might prove futile, perhaps that I could unexpectedly carve out a sliver of hope for them. Alternatively, it could serve as a last resort in bargaining for their lives, even if the other party could simply seize it by force. But what choice did he have? The deadlock was insurmountable. All strategies were rendered ineffective against such a vast disparity of power. For a moment, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Ignoring this tension, Orochimaru continued unabated. I have witnessed many war orphans, and their fates are often grim. It would be kinder to simply dispose of them here. Enough. Unable to endure the growing heaviness of the atmosphere, Jiraiya finally interjected. Observing the visibly anxious children, he ultimately resolved, "You and Tsunade should return. I will take care of these little ones." "What?" Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. Even Orochimaru, usually devoid of emotional fluctuation, displayed a hint of disbelief. Let them remain until they can stand on their own. It would be a small act of atonement. However, Tsunade attempted to voice her objections, only to be cut off by Jiraiya. He knelt before Yahiko, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I will not teach you ninjutsu, but I will impart survival skills and remain by your side until you can navigate this chaotic world independently." Perhaps this is fate. Lin Shua, standing alongside Nagato, was rendered speechless at the unfolding scene, more shocked than when Orochimaru had suggested their demise. "No way. This is absurd. You resolved everything with just that one phrase about fate?" He ultimately surrendered to contemplation. This was not a matter to be unraveled through thought alone. Why? Was it possible that Yahiko was truly destined for greatness? Such thoughts lingered in Lin Shua's mind, refusing to dissipate. Previously skeptical of destiny, he had grown somewhat ambivalent since his arrival in this world. After all, having traversed realms, what was there left to doubt? Following this journey, he became utterly convinced, beyond mere fortune, what else could account for such outcomes? No wonder he found Yahiko's face somewhat familiar, especially with all the inexplicable twists of fate along their journey. Even if Yahiko were not the chosen one, he must be a figure of great fortune. Were it not for his recollection of the title Naruto, he might have begun to believe that Yahiko was the true protagonist. It dawned on him that Yahiko was indeed his greatest ally. Watching Tsunade and Orochimaru reluctantly depart, their figures fading into the distance, alongside the silent Jiraiya, Lin Shua experienced a sudden epiphany. He understood. He truly understood. Yahiko was indeed a remarkable individual. With such a person by his side, he could conquer the world. On a rainy day by the roadside, enlightenment struck. By the way, I forgot to ask for your opinions. Would you all be willing to take me as your master? Chapter 18. Parting. Much time has passed since that day. The exact duration is lost to memory. There is no worry for sustenance, nor anxiety for the future. It was a beautiful time, during which the passage of time blurred. On an ordinary rainy day, our teacher Jiraiya took us as his apprentices. To be honest, even now, waking each morning to see that white-haired figure feels surreal, as if I am still in a dream. Oh, and the name Jiraiya was revealed to us only after we became his disciples. I suppose it felt somewhat fitting when he expressed his desire to care for us. I had a hint of anticipation that it might be that beautiful golden-haired older sister. However, after spending so long together, I could not discern any connection between him and the name Jiraiya. That said, it seems Jiraiya genuinely wishes to teach us how to thrive in the chaos of the land of rain. Aside from not teaching us ninjutsu, he seems dedicated to imparting everything else. Yet, truly, he only teaches some basic survival skills. I am quite eager for those supernatural ninjutsu. Sai, how much time has passed? When will Yahiko finally make his move? Writing this, Lin Shuo couldn't help but chuckle, though he too wished to learn ninjutsu. Watching Yahiko's daily struggles to grasp, it was equally delightful. Only, it seemed time was running short. Yahiko's gaze began to drift, and after a barely perceptible sigh, he refocused on the diary before him. Gazing at the many entries he had penned, Lin Shuo couldn't help but click his tongue. Initially, I merely intended to jot down a few thoughts before attending to more pressing matters. Yet unexpectedly, I found myself writing extensively, revealing an unforeseen talent. Nonetheless, the moment I contemplated the serious matters at hand, the smile on Lin Shuo's face gradually faded, replaced by a more solemn demeanor. Furrowing his brow, he paused to reflect, then resumed writing. But after that day, countless thoughts began to swirl in his mind. At the time, my mind was so overwhelmed that it felt as though it had crashed. Many perplexing matters were simply attributed to Yahi's fortune. In retrospect, could these occurrences be merely coincidental? As if someone were clandestinely orchestrating everything? If these events were indeed predetermined, then logically, it would all make sense. The fleeting glimpse of that purple reincarnation eye from many years ago, even after several years, remains unforgettable. So much time has passed since that day, and so much has transpired that Shaonin seems to be just that, ordinary, akin to the most common war orphans in this nation. I was beginning to believe that the other party was merely passing by that day. However, if one were to seek a rational explanation for the coincidences of that period, it would seem that the other party is indeed the most plausible answer. Yet, it is difficult to assert such certainty. Ultimately, all of this remains mere conjecture, devoid of any substantial evidence. Coincidence might simply be coincidence, after all. It is undeniable that we had been deeply searching for the traces of the three ninjas on the battlefield for quite some time. Statistically speaking, such a possibility does exist. There is no evidence to confirm its existence, nor is there any to dispute it. Much like the elusive Schrödinger Sr., who dangles before you, neither consenting nor denying. Maintaining an ambiguous stance, until observed, any choice remains plausible. Sigh, how vexing. Upon reaching this point, Lin Shuo shook his head, closed his diary, and casually placed it on the table. Stretching out to relieve his stiffened muscles from prolonged sitting, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the diary again. As he picked it up to scrutinize it once more, his eyes momentarily glazed over. In truth, writing these reflections bore little significance. It was merely that he had noticed Jiraiya-sensei seemingly writing something, and coupled with some personal matters he found inconvenient to share with others. He had requested a notebook from Jiraiya to express his thoughts. Some feelings, when confined within, feel burdensome, and sometimes it is better to articulate them. Even if unable to share with another, writing them down offers a sense of relief. Ultimately, it is merely speculation. Even if it were true, what difference would it make? Life must go on, and in Truman's world, at least one is free from worries about sustenance. Is that not so? Hurry up, Lin Shuo, stop dawdling. The voice of Yahi from outside jolted him back to reality. All right, I'm coming. After a somewhat dismissive response, Lin Shuo shook his head, tossed the diary casually onto the table, and exited the room. He had no intention of securing the diary carefully. Although it contained some content that should not be discovered by others, this was his room, and generally, very few would enter aside from Shaonan. Even if someone did come across his notebook and began to peruse it, it would not matter. He had penned it in a script unfamiliar to this world, rendering it indecipherable to others. The more one tries to conceal it, the more it piques curiosity. However, should someone indeed glimpse this diary, they would inevitably concoct numerous explanations for the meaning of those words. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shuo picked up his pen and inscribed a few words at the beginning of the diary. I adore Shaonan. I wish. After sketching a chaotic yet orderly array of lines, Lin Shuo nodded, putting away the pen. Perfect. Now, even if someone were to read this diary, there would be no inquiries to contend with. What? You ask me what the ambiguous text that follows is? Then I shall ask you. What does it mean to pry into another's dark and twisted heart? You have seen it, have you not? This is hardly amusing, child. As for the possibility of Shaonan unintentionally discovering it, well, that would be inconsequential. After all, they were familiar enough that explaining it would not be a hassle. Upon leaving the room, he was greeted by an empty living room. Lin Shuo paused momentarily, instinctively glancing towards Jiraiya's room. No one was there either. Where could he be? A sudden unease gripped his heart, but he soon exhaled in relief upon noticing the untidy state of Jiraiya's room, indicating he had simply stepped out. It was customary for Jiraiya to venture out periodically to procure essential supplies from the neighboring townsfolk. In the past, Lin Shuo would not have minded even a day without seeing Jiraiya. Yet, the current timing felt particularly delicate, easily leading one to ponder other possibilities. This particular moment signified that they had been living together with Jiraiya for a year. Whether it had been more or less than a year, he was uncertain. Nor was it necessary to know. Regardless, under Jiraiya's tutelage, they had long since acquired the skills to survive independently in tumultuous times. Jiraiya had once mentioned that he would depart once they could fend for themselves in such chaos. Moreover, with the war already concluded and the land of rain gradually stabilizing, the time for their separation from Jiraiya was drawing nearer. Even if he were to leave tomorrow, it would not seem too surprising. While it was unlikely that Jiraiya would disappear without a word, when that moment arrives, it might be preferable for him to do so quietly. Sigh. Stop staring. Prepare to leave. What are you dawdling for? Shaonan, who had appeared beside him unannounced, waved her hand in front of his face, her small face puffed up, seemingly displeased. Ah, my apologies, Lin Shuo said, sheepishly scratching his head. He had become so absorbed in his thoughts that he had completely forgotten someone was waiting outside. Enough with the apologies. Let us go. If you keep lingering, it might rain, and then we'll see how you handle it. With that, ignoring Lin Shuo's reluctance, Shaonan firmly grasped his hand and led him outside. All right, I understand, but could you please not grip my hand so tightly? It feels a bit uncomfortable. Lin Shuo remarked, instinctively trying to pull back his hand, but for some reason, it seemed to trigger a stronger grip from her, causing him a slight sting. No way. You were the one who dawdled. You said you'd be ready in a moment when you woke up this morning, yet here we are, and you're still not out. If I don't hold on to you, what will happen when you ask for just a moment again? Shaonan insisted, her tone resolute as she dragged Lin Shuo out. Okay, fine, Lin Shuo conceded, using his other hand to scratch his head, ultimately following Shaonan outside. Observing her retreating figure, he shook his head helplessly. Time had passed so swiftly. He never expected it had been so long since that rainy day when he had lifted her from the ground. The image of that little child, who would only follow him, calling out Dove, Dove, was vivid in his memory. Now, she stood nearly as tall as he. Perhaps even a bit taller. Now, he felt overshadowed even by Shaonan, a melancholy thought. As his mind traversed through time, he eventually returned to the present, where the familiar ceiling of the room faded, replaced by the even more familiar gray sky, beneath which stood Yahi and Nagato, waiting by the roadside. Today, the weather was pleasant, with only a light drizzle falling, merely a typical day in the land of rain. After stepping outside, they waved to Yahiko and Nagato, who were waiting by the roadside, and set off again along the path riddled with puddles. This time, their objective was to fulfill the survival training plan set by Jiraiya, which involved catching fish. What are you doing, Lin Shuo? Why are you dawdling? Yahiko inquired, curiosity evident as he approached Lin Shuo after they had walked for a short distance. In Yahiko's memory, Lin Shuo had seemed somewhat distracted these past few days, and today, it was particularly noticeable. Lin Shuo, lost in thought about how to control the situation, was momentarily taken aback by Yahiko's sudden question. It's nothing, just contemplating a few things. What are you thinking about? Why not share it? We can help you brainstorm. Yahiko urged. Lin Shuo hesitated, wanting to shake his head, but upon seeing the expectant gazes of Yahiko and Conan, he paused. Even Nagato, who usually kept his head down and rarely spoke, had lifted his gaze toward Lin Shuo. However, Nagato's long red hair still obscured his eyes, leaving Lin Shuo uncertain if he was truly being watched. What should I gift to Jiraiya-sensei if I were to present him with a token of appreciation? Lin Shuo pondered aloud. Yahiko expressed surprise. Why the sudden desire to gift Jiraiya-sensei? Sudden? Perhaps not entirely, Lin Shuo replied, shaking his head. People often overlook the emotional needs of those closest to them. Friends, family, loved ones. The closer the relationship, the less we should hesitate to show gratitude. Jiraiya-sensei has been with us for so long. Regardless of his reasons for caring for us, we ought to present him with gifts. Is that so? Yahiko nodded thoughtfully, and then turned to Linshua. Then why don't you gift us something? Don't change the subject. Jiraiya-sensei is leaving, and you're going to follow him to Konoha, right? Linshua couldn't help but retort instinctively. Leaving? What do you mean, leaving? Yahiko froze, and at that moment, everyone halted in unison. Linshua felt a sudden tightening grip on his hand, causing him slight discomfort. Are you saying that Jiraiya-sensei is leaving? The smile faded from Yahiko's face. Who said that, Jiraiya-sensei? After a moment's hesitation, Linshua decided to share his speculation. No, it's just my guess. Do you remember the day we first met Jiraiya-sensei? That day. In any case, that's about it. Of course, everything I just said is based on my conjecture and may not be accurate. Please refer to reality for the truth. Despite Linshua's insistence on the uncertainty of his assumptions, the expressions of those around him remained somber. For a moment, the entire group appeared to be enveloped in a pall of gloom. Come on, everyone, don't wear that expression. Cheer up, urged Linshua, pushing them to regain their spirits. Under his insistence, the group moved again, albeit with less enthusiasm and more silence than before. Observing their subdued demeanor, Linshua felt a sense of helplessness. He had anticipated this reaction when he chose to speak up, but he felt it was necessary. It was a reality they had to confront, one they could not evade or retreat from. Linshua understood their feelings. After all, Jiraiya had treated them with unparalleled kindness. In their day-to-day interactions, he had never assumed the demeanor of a ninja nor displayed the authority of an elder. Instead, he offered only respect, understanding, care, and nurturing. To them, he was less of a teacher and more like a family member who had genuinely shared their lives, accepting them wholly. When Linshua first speculated that Jiraiya might soon depart, even he, a pseudo-adult with a youthful body but a sharp mind, felt somewhat distracted. It was even more pronounced for Yahiko and the others, who had grown up as war orphans deprived of parental love. Their emotional burden was likely far heavier than his. Though Linshua also felt a pang of discomfort, he could do little about it. All he could do was bury that bitterness deep within, donning a habitual smile to uplift those around him. Hey, have you all decided what gift to give? I've already thought of mine. What about you? Looking around, Linshua hoped someone would respond, but ultimately, he was left to awkwardly fill the silence. You'll never guess what I plan to give. I've decided to present myself as a gift to Jiraiya-sensei. What do you think of that idea? This way, when Jiraiya-sensei has household chores, he can complete my share as well. Jiraiya-sensei receives a gift, and I gain joy. It's a win-win, haha. As Linshua exaggerated his tone and expressions, Conan rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "That's not funny at all." The atmosphere grew tense until Yahiko unexpectedly raised his head and remarked, "So, after all this, your intention is to follow Jiraiya-sensei back to Konoha, right?" Huh. Although Linshua appreciated Yahiko for picking up the thread, he was taken aback. Dude, after all that I just said, how did you only latch onto that one line? And besides, those were just jokes. Your sudden seriousness makes it hard for anyone to respond. However, despite his exasperation, Linshua felt a sense of relief. The mere act of speaking was a good sign. The current atmosphere was preferable to silence. Thus, he decided to continue the conversation. Fixing his gaze on Yahiko, Linshua asked solemnly, "Let me ask you, Yahiko, if given the chance to live in Konoha, would you go or stay?" Yahiko shook his head, seemingly lost in thought. Before firmly stating, "I definitely wouldn't go." Not so fast. Linshua interrupted before Yahiko could finish. "I'm telling you, you must go. Even though the war had come to an end, it's important to remember that the land of Rain had long been engulfed in conflict, perpetually under the oppressive rule of Hanzo the Salamander and caught in the crossfire of power struggles among great nations. Though the fighting had temporarily receded, when the seeds of hatred sprouted and grew into towering trees, chaos would return, plunging everything back into hell. Konoha, on the other hand, was different. The prestige of being the foremost ninja village ensured its detachment from warfare. Moreover, aside from the discussions of conflict and Konoha's medical and social welfare systems, the comprehensive ninja education system there was clear-cut, from novice training to advanced techniques. What could the Hidden Rain village offer in comparison? If you, Yahiko, had been born in Konoha, you would already be learning ninjutsu at your age, rather than enduring so many hardships on the battlefield in pursuit of Jiraiya-sensei's trail, only to end up as an ordinary person, a mere war orphan. Upon hearing Lin Shua's words, Yahiko's body trembled slightly. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Lin Shua's words struck like a blade, piercing the depths of his vulnerabilities. He truly yearned to learn ninjutsu, to gain strength to transform this nation, to change the ninja world. If only he had been born in Konoha. Would it not have been different? Under Lin Shua's sincere gaze, Yahiko finally succumbed, lowering his head in defeat, much like a beaten fighter. In truth, to a certain extent, he felt an immense sense of envy and admiration for Lin Shua. Although they were both orphans of war, for some inexplicable reason, the other possessed a far greater wealth of knowledge. Lin Shua often articulated profound thoughts that guided others towards their path, while also weaving fanciful tales rich in imagination, transforming their lives from mundane to vibrant. In stark contrast, he found himself lacking in every regard, save for a penchant for thievery. In an instant, Yahiko's spirits plummeted even further than when he had first heard the news of Jiraiya-sensei's impending departure. Observing Yahiko's sudden and inexplicable descent into gloom, Lin Shua paused momentarily, his mouth slightly agape, his expression morphing into something peculiar. Surely, Yahiko couldn't he have taken his previous remarks to heart? However, as a thought crossed his mind, Lin Shua's demeanor softened, and he let out a resigned sigh, resting his hand on Yahiko's shoulder. Look at you now. You hardly resemble the Yahiko I know. Surely, you haven't truly believed what I said? Setting aside my opinions, Konoha would never permit a war orphan from a hostile nation, one who may harbor seeds of hatred and lacks any sense of belonging, to join our ranks, would they? And besides, what would I have to gain from going to Konoha? It's not as if we are on the brink of war. You mentioned that the land of rain is about to descend into a new hell, did you not? For a fleeting moment, Lin Shua felt a pang of empathy towards Yahiko, who seemed to voice his grievances. Fool, Lin Shua shook his head. Think it through, it's still early. Why the rush? War will inevitably return, but it will be decades before that happens. Do you believe war can simply be ignited at will? Do you think ninjas are as indifferent to life as we commoners? Ninjas are a precious commodity, unlike us who can be easily disregarded. Then, Lin Shua lowered his tone and spoke gently. Rest assured, even if an opportunity arises, I wouldn't seize it. I was merely jesting, you know that. Jiraiya-sensei is a good man, one of noble character, and should not be tethered by us. He deserves a brighter future, not to be mired in this perpetual gloom with us. Now, let us change the subject. Are you really not considering presenting Jiraiya-sensei with a gift? As he spoke, Lin Shua gently grasped Conan's hand, signaling her with a glance. The reason he refrained from signaling Nagato was that he couldn't see his eyes. I suppose I should craft some origami, Conan responded hesitantly, as if thrust into an unexpected situation. Origami? That sounds wonderful. The essence of gift-giving lies in the sentiment. And nothing conveys heartfelt intention better than something handmade. While saying this, Lin Shua turned to Nagato, adopting an encouraging tone. What about you, little Nagato? Have you decided? I don't know, he stammered. Not to worry, we can discuss it together and surely find a fitting gift for you to present. Yahiko, you should join us. Don't just stand there in silence, pretending to be aloof. As the light rain blurred the outlines of the path ahead, transforming it into an ink-wash painting, for swaying silhouettes moved between the puddles, some listening quietly, others beaming with smiles, some jesting, and others appearing solemn. The world was worn and tattered, but there were those who stitched it back together. Chapter 19. The Sharingan Activate. As for gifts, a commemorative forehead protector, meticulously crafted by their own hands to represent the collective will, would surely be the finest choice. Perhaps a painting depicting all of them together would also be quite splendid. It would be untenable to mimic Conan and create origami, wouldn't it? Oh, what madness would it be to offer one's own eyeball as a gift? In a burst of laughter, the earlier somber atmosphere shattered like a fleeting dream, the lingering mist dissipating under the gentle embrace of the morning sun, warmth returning to their brows and lifting the ambience around them. As they journeyed, though their destination remained distant, their steps were unhurried, akin to measuring the passage of time. With the scenery beneath their feet transforming into poetry, each of them embellishing the narrative. Just as the debate over whether learning origami from Conan constituted her sentiment or his own began to unfold, Lin Shua suddenly furrowed his brow. Casting his gaze towards a figure not far ahead, there stood a ninja, adorned with an unfamiliar village forehead protector, wielding a ninja sword. Standing motionless in the rain with closed eyes, Lin Shuo had sensed the figure earlier, but from a distance and with the obscured appearance. He had assumed it to be an ordinary passerby and paid it little mind. Yet, as they drew closer, it became apparent that the ninja remained still, unmoving, unbothered by the rain, merely standing there, eyes shut, seemingly in a trance. Although the war had long since concluded and tranquility had returned to the area, Lin Shuo could not shake an unsettling feeling. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. Was that a ninja? It certainly appeared to be one, though the forehead protector did not seem to belong to the rain village. What was an outsider doing standing there in the midst of the road? Something felt amiss. Conan, Yahiko, Nagato, Lin Shuo chose to trust his instincts. Wait, something doesn't feel right. He lowered his voice and raised a hand to halt the group that was advancing. What is the matter? The others, taken aback by the sudden interruption, followed Lin Shuo's gaze. There stood a ninja in the rain, unmoving, as if anticipating something. While light rain was inconsequential in the land of rain, it was still peculiar to stand so directly in the road, even on a sunny day. Let us take an alternate route. We should avoid this path. Before Lin Shuo could finish, the ninja abruptly opened his eyes and turned to face them. Upon realizing they were merely a group of children, he frowned slightly. What is this? Just a bunch of brats? With a hint of annoyance in his voice. He approached them leisurely. Hey, kids, hand over your food and valuables, or else. He paused, his expression growing strange. Then with a mocking tone, he added, forget it. Why waste words with a bunch of kids? I could just kill you all instead. The ninja cautiously sheathed his sword, then drew a kunai, giving them no chance to react as he charged towards them. The suddenness of the situation took them all by surprise, before they could comprehend what was unfolding. A life-threatening crisis descended upon them. Damn it! Lin Shuo's eyes widened in shock, laced with fear. This was bad. He hadn't anticipated encountering the rumored remnants of rogue ninjas in such a peaceful region. And to make matters worse, Jiraiya was conveniently absent at this critical moment. What to do? Just as he pondered, Yahiko suddenly shoved the three of them, pulling out a kunai from seemingly nowhere, and charged at the ninja. He left behind an indistinct silhouette and a brief command. You three, run. I'll hold him off. Wait. Lin Shuo's pupils contracted in alarm as he instinctively reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Yahiko launched himself forward like an athlete unleashed after a long wait. Cursing under his breath, Lin Shuo could not spare a moment to offer a more graceful farewell to Yahiko. He immediately turned to Conan and Nagato, who appeared bewildered. You two, go back and find Jiraiya-sensei. I'll assist Yahiko, hurry. Otherwise, we might all meet our demise here. After speaking, disregarding whether Shaonin and Nagato understood him, he took a deep breath and charged directly towards Yahiko. Venturing out for training, encountering a wandering ninja as formidable as a monster, it was not an insurmountable challenge. Lin Shuo surged forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, his chest heaving violently. The white mist escaping his throat yet to dissipate as his right foot heavily crushed the mud beneath him. In the fleeting moment of closing his eyelids, the world seemed to slow down. Raindrops hung suspended on his eyelashes, and the gravel whipped up by the wind lingered at the tip of his nose. Even the folds of his garment appeared to freeze in that instant. As his heel struck the ground, crimson patterns erupted from the corners of his eyes. When he lifted his eyelids again, his pupils were filled with a scarlet hue, swirling like a dark abyss, his expression indifferent, resembling a malevolent spirit that crawled out from the depths of the underworld, seeking to devour the living. Sharingan, activate. After awakening the Sharingan, his mind became exceptionally calm, and his thoughts raced faster than usual, connecting the fragmented clues scattered around him. Now, the war had long since receded, and the remnants of ninjas still wandering in the land of rain included both Chunin and Jinin, though the majority were of the latter rank. Those who resorted to robbing civilians on their path were predominantly Jinin. Times had changed. He had grown from a child into a young man, and the Jinin no longer represented an insurmountable chasm for him. Now, with the Sharingan activated, he might indeed be able to hold his ground against them, not seeking victory, but merely hoping to buy time until Jiraiya arrived. However, the disparity in physical capabilities remained vast, and the lack of combat experience loomed like a deep chasm before Lin Shuo, alongside the need to guard against the extraordinary jutsu of his opponents. Would he succeed? Although it was challenging, he believed he would. After all, he was the strongest among the four. Moreover, he had a reason he could never afford to lose. He had someone to protect, even at the cost of his life. As Lin Shuo instinctively charged forward, His peripheral vision caught sight of Shaonan running off into the distance and Nagato, seemingly paralyzed by fear, standing still and looking somewhat bewildered, for reasons unknown. In this moment of life and death, his heart, which should have been chaotic, was instead serene. The surrounding sounds seemed to fade away, and the world appeared to slow down significantly. This was an experience he had never encountered before, a peculiar sensation enveloping his entire being. After obtaining the Sharingan, he had never operated at full capacity until now. Meanwhile, Yahiko had already raced up to the ninja, just as he prepared to wield his kunai, only to be kicked away by the opponent. After rolling heavily on the ground several times, he lay there motionless, his fate uncertain. The ninja approached Yahiko with a sinister grin, raising the kunai to deliver the final blow, ready to extinguish a weak and fragile life, as if crushing an ant. A furious roar erupted from a distance. Yahiko! The heavens rained down wrath. The ninja casually glanced at the rushing Lin Shuo, scoffing dismissively, and swung his kunai to continue his assault, only to suddenly freeze, halting his actions. For, in his peripheral vision, he had caught sight of the figure charging towards him, and the crimson hue in the opponent's eyes. What is that? The ninja turned to scrutinize the advancing Lin Shuo, narrowing his eyes in casual appraisal, murmuring, That seems to be a pair of Sharingan. Wait, Sharingan. Realizing what it was, the ninja's expression turned to one of terror as he stumbled backward, instinctively preparing to flee. Although Sharingan was rare in the shinobi world war, each pair was notorious for its deadly reputation. Such fearsome renown was not mere hearsay. It was forged in the blood and corpses littering the battlefield, deeply ingrained in the hearts of many, who did not know, who was unaware. This was the thought of the ninja, and so he turned to flee. Yet, after just a few steps, he gradually halted. Once he comprehended what had transpired, an uncontrollable wave of joy surged within him. A mere child, yet possessing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. His disheveled and erratic steps, along with the kunai that looked new but was poorly maintained and somewhat sluggish, conveyed a singular truth. He was an ordinary child. So ordinary that he could not even wield the power of those eyes. Besides, this was not Konoha, even if he managed to gouge out the boy's eyes. The ninja of Konoha would not easily trouble him. Though he was puzzled as to why a Uchiha child appeared here, it was of no concern to him. All he needed to do was extract those eyes and take them to the black market, where they would fetch a fortune equivalent to astronomical numbers for a chunin like him. That was a sum he could never earn from countless life and death missions, and now he merely needed to take a single risk, perhaps even without real danger. Ultimately, desire corroded his judgment, and the ninja stiffly turned his head, greedily eyeing Lin Shuo with fervor. Upon seeing Yahiko lying on the ground, lifeless after being kicked, Lin Shuo felt his eyes swelling even more. It throbbed. Yet this sensation did not invoke discomfort. Instead, an even greater force surged forth from within. As the ninja raised his kunai, prepared to end Yahiko's life, Lin Shuo roared in fury. The spinning Mangekyo split into two ebony spirals. The opponent seemed momentarily stunned by his roar, pausing in his preparations. Suddenly, the ninja's face contorted in terror as he took a few steps back before turning to flee. However, not far into his escape, he stopped, his gaze now burning with even greater intensity. Although uncertain of what transpired, Lin Shuo felt an unprecedented power coursing through him, sensing that this battle might not be unwinnable. Ignoring the motionless Yahiko, the ninja propelled himself towards Lin Shuo with even greater speed, using both hands and feet. As they closed the gap to just a few steps apart, the opponent's gaze became frenzied. He discarded the kunai and lunged for Lin Shuo, aiming for his eyes. Though the opponent moved swiftly, Lin Shuo grinned. He could see clearly. In a moment of dire urgency, Lin Shuo turned his head and simultaneously thrust the kunai towards the opponent's heart. With a squelching sound, a line of blood arced through the air, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. A raucous laughter reverberated beneath the somber sky. Blood dripped onto the ground, echoing with a rhythmic patter. Then, with a thud, Lin Shuo felt his vision spinning wildly as he crashed to the ground. He saw it all, but could not evade it. In his final moments of clarity, he glimpsed the ninja, his face pale and feverish, gazing at him, along with a distant, almost ethereal roar that seemed to belong to a king, filled with wrath. No. Chapter 20. I like you. The most thick darkness flooded his vision like pitch, and the relentless, dull pain exploding within his skull left Lin Shuo's mind a blank slate. The nerves around his eye sockets twitched, as if someone were repeatedly thrusting a heated iron rod into his empty eye sockets. Faint voices echoed around him, muffled, as if they were separated by a heavy curtain of water. The body seemed to be sinking endlessly into the cold, dark depths of the sea, while consciousness floated like foam upon the surface, swaying. Had he truly met his demise? So this is what the afterlife is like. His awareness flickered sporadically, aimlessly. In truth, was he not the greatest fool of all? Startled awake by his terminal illness, he realized that the clown was none other than himself. Just a moment ago, he was preoccupied with worries about Yahiko, and in the next breath, he found himself facing the end. Indeed, in some respects, Yahiko had displayed a valor greater than his own. Like Nagato, fear is humanity's instinct, yet courage is the anthem of humankind, and in the end, Yahiko had imparted to him the true essence of bravery. Alas, it is a pity that courage does not equate to strength. Yahiko must have perished alongside him. He wondered if little Nagato had managed to escape in the end. Little Conan should still be alive, which is fortunate, but that weepy child would likely mourn for a long time. How frustrating it is. This life was no different from the last. Just when it seemed that life was beginning to improve, everything was stripped away, leaving nothing behind. Had it all ended before it truly began? He did not wish for such a fate. Most crucially, he had only just inscribed in his diary his fondness for Conan and had yet to explain himself before meeting an ambiguous end. If someone were to discover the diary, would Conan think of him as a pervert? Suddenly, Lin Shuo recalled that during his previous life, his phone had been playing an action movie, and his browsing history had been laid bare. If the police were to see this, no, such a thing must not be allowed. In an instant, Lin Shuo's consciousness thrashed violently. He did not know how long he struggled, until a phantom sound akin to a membrane bursting erupted in his skull. Like a fish yanked from the water, his spine snapped straight as Lin Shuo sat upright in bed, gasping for air. Where was this? Moreover, who had turned off the light? It was so dark. His vision was blurred, as if veiled in static, and before he could regain his bearings to comprehend the situation, he suddenly felt a soft force push him back down onto the bed. Soon, a wave of sobs emerged from his side. Hey, wait, Conan, stop crying. Lin Shuo attempted to sit up, feeling lighter than expected, yet for some inexplicable reason, he found himself utterly powerless. Ultimately, he could only helplessly plead, please stop crying. Can you at least tell me what happened? Why you're finally awake? That's wonderful. All right, stop crying. Conan, have you been neglecting exercise lately? You seem heavier than before. And you've gotten snot all over me. It's quite messy. You're not going to make me wash my clothes, are you? Coughing, Conan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shuo's words. She looked up, her expression somewhat haggard, with her eyes red-rimmed as she glared at Lin Shuo. You know I've always done your laundry. Yet, upon lifting her gaze, she saw Lin Shuo smiling at her, just as he always had. For some reason, this made Conan's nose tingle, and tears began to swirl uncontrollably in her eyes. She felt like crying again. By the way, Lin Shuo noticed something was off with her expression and hastily changed the subject. Where are Jiraiya-sensei and the others? Why are you the only one here? What happened afterward? At this, Lin Shuo paused, instinctively reaching for his left eye, and I recall my eye. It was taken from me, right? Although it is now wrapped in bandages, I can sense that it is not empty. Conan sniffled, struggling to keep her voice steady. I'm not entirely sure. When I saw you collapse, I didn't pay much attention to everything else. Your eye was brought back by Nagato. I see. If you don't know, then I'll just ask Jiraiya-sensei later. By the way, we owe this to you, Conan. If not for you, things could have turned disastrous. You must have returned just in time to find Jiraiya-sensei and come to our rescue. Is that not the case? You mean you didn't find Jiraiya-sensei? So, it was Yahiko who made a desperate counterattack? I remember he just got hit and lay there motionless. He was pretending to be unconscious to lower the enemy's guard? What? You say Yahiko was genuinely unconscious? Then, surely you didn't take advantage of the enemy's inattention to take them down with a slide tackle, did you? What? Are you suggesting that Nagato suddenly unleashed the Rinnegan, displaying unparalleled power, and took down that shinobi, who should have been a chunin? Yes, the Rinnegan, right? Conan looked at Lin Shuo, who was utterly astonished, and replied uncertainly, I might be mistaken. Jiraiya-sensei only mentioned it casually, but his expression then was similar to yours now. Realizing that Conan was not joking, Lin Shuo's already muddled mind went blank. The Rinnegan? What a joke. Isn't that the pinnacle of power in this world? Why would it manifest in Nagato? Lin Shua's eyes glazed over, and once again, he ceased to think. As time trickled by, Lin Shua remained ensnared in the recent revelation, while Conan seemed to have vented all her anxiety and fear, gradually regaining her composure. She climbed off Lin Shua and found a spot to sit by the bed. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly. Had I known you would react this way, I would have never allowed you to go alone, no matter what. I'm sorry for making you worry. Feeling the impediment on his body vanish, Lin Shua leaned against the bed and slowly sat up. Though he could only use one eye at present, he noticed that something was amiss with Conan. Ignoring Lin Shua's apology, Conan continued to ramble. It's always the same. It was like this before, and now it's still the same. Every time. Every single time. Suddenly, Conan turned sharply to Lin Shua, her eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched. Do you truly believe that just because you possess those peculiar eyes, you can act with impunity? If it weren't for your fragile pride, those eyes wouldn't even fool a little girl. I thought you were simply too young, with your body not fully developed and suffering from malnutrition, which caused your genjutsu to reveal flaws that even a child could discern. I assumed you were so confident because you had everything figured out and would have your reasons for charging ahead alone. Yet when I anxiously returned, unable to find Jiraiya-sensei, I found you sprawled in a pool of blood, your face as red as a sunset, like a stray dog kicked to death by the roadside. Just as you always like to say. Clearing his throat, Lin Shua awkwardly coughed twice. All right, it's all in the past. Let us not discuss it anymore. It was not as if he hadn't independently explored the fundamentals of the Sharingan's usage. He remembered feeling elated for quite a while. Yet now, to learn that it was all due to someone else's assistance, he couldn't muster a smile, feeling a tickle in his nose, as if something red was about to emerge. He stiffly shifted the conversation back to a lighter topic. By the way, where are Jiraiya-sensei and the others? It seems that since I awoke, I have not seen them. Shaonan pouted slightly, mentioning that Jiraiya-sensei had come not long ago to check on you. But after confirming that you appeared to be all right, he left a shadow clone and went outside to teach Yahiko and Nagato ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. In an instant, Lin Shua's remaining eye widened in astonishment. After the events of yesterday, Jiraiya-sensei suddenly decided to teach us ninjutsu. Perhaps even he does not wish to witness such occurrences again. Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly, let's go see. It's ninjutsu. By the way, Shaonan, you should know where they are, right? Lin Shua immediately leapt from the bed. Although his body felt somewhat weary, the exhilarating temptation invigorated him, making his movements surprisingly light. Ninjutsu. Learning it could transform him into a superhuman, a being that previously existed only in fantasy. Moreover, he possessed a pair of eyes that were considered top tier even in this world. Well, even if he currently had only one, it was still charming. Furthermore, the Jiraiya teaching them ninjutsu is a top-tier ninja who can contend with Hanzo the Salamander, a figure who single-handedly stands against an entire ninja village, as the villagers of Amigakure would say. Even learning a fraction of his skills would be more than sufficient for self-preservation against the remnants of rogue ninjas wandering about. Previously, he claimed not to care about power, but that was merely sour grapes. How could he remain unmoved when such an opportunity presented itself? Hey, Lin Shua. Just as he was filled with anticipation, clumsily changing his clothes, Shaonan, who had been silently watching him, suddenly spoke up. What is it? Lin Shua absent-mindedly replied while putting on his outer garment. In the dimly lit room, Shaonan suddenly embraced him from behind, causing Lin Shua's muscles to tense instinctively. Promise me, please, don't leave me alone again. A tremulous voice resonated behind him. I'm truly so scared. When I saw you lying on the ground, drenched in blood. Even though I had rehearsed the worst possibilities countless times, when that moment actually occurred, my mind went blank. I couldn't think of anything. It felt as though I were being cast out by the world, everything turning black and white, gradually fading away from me. At that moment, I felt as if I had perished alongside you. The touch at his back vanished, revealing a celestial hue of blue and purple before him. The orange pupils met his gaze, and beneath that calm exterior lay an ocean of sorrow. I beg you, please don't do this again. I cannot imagine, nor dare to envision, a future without you in it. I do not wish to lose you. Against the backdrop of shadows, Shaonan's expression was one of utter helplessness, resembling a forsaken kitten, lost and anxious, as if abandoned by the entire world. One does not concern oneself with the thoughts of a kitten, for one's own world is vibrant and colorful. Yet, to the kitten, You are its entire universe. If you were to abandon it, what would it do? It was only at that moment that Lin Shuo realized someone truly cared for him. More than he had ever imagined, including himself. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Lin Shuo took a deep breath, gently grasped her hand, and spoke earnestly. His gaze sincere and profound. I promise you. Her eyes sparkled with a radiant light, merging with the dim surroundings in an instant, akin to the enchanting glow of fireflies dancing in the twilight. I like you the most, Lin Shuo. Chapter 21. The Child of Prophecy. The clouds obscured the sky. Yet rain did not fall. It was a gloomy day. However, in the land of rain, it was a day of sunshine. Beside a lakeshore, gentle breezes occasionally swept by, creating ripples across the water's surface, the expanding circles racing toward the horizon. At that moment, Yahiko and Nagato sat quietly by the lake, eyes closed in meditation, attempting to extract the chakra within them according to the steps Jiraiya had just taught. Yet, after a short while, Yahiko opened his eyes in frustration, his mind wandering. Focus. Yahiko. Jiraiya approached from behind, patting his shoulder. The first time extracting chakra requires concentration. Your mind is restless. Don't rush, calm your thoughts. Upon hearing the mention of a restless mind, Yahiko could no longer contain himself and turned to Jiraiya, asking, Is Lin Shuo really all right? He has been unconscious for 3 days. At this, even Nagato, who had been quietly extracting chakra, opened his eyes and looked toward Jiraiya. Unlike before, Nagato's long red hair now parted to reveal a pair of swirling purple eyes. Rest assured, he is fine. I've consulted the sage of Myaboko Mountain. Jiraiya replied with a hint of exasperation. This was not the first time this conversation had repeated, yet he patiently explained. Due to the peculiar nature of Lin Shuo's eyes, the recovery time after sustaining damage may be longer. This is all normal. Your immediate priority is to diligently learn what I have just taught you. Otherwise, when Lin Shuo awakens, it will be you who will need to worry. Remember, his eyes are not merely special. However, seeing Nagato's gaze filled with confusion, Jiraiya instinctively swallowed the words he had intended to say. The Uchiha clan is the foremost noble clan of Konoha, and to claim that the Sharingan is the greatest bloodline limit in the ninja world is no exaggeration. Acting under the influence of habitual thinking, he had inadvertently mentioned the uniqueness of other eyes in front of a pair of Rinnegan. To compare the two would be akin to saying that fireflies dare not compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Nonetheless, even with the truth laid bare, Jiraiya still found it hard to fathom that the legendary sage eyes truly existed in this world, and furthermore, were bestowed upon a war orphan he had taken in out of kindness. In that moment, the thought of the child of prophecy surged to the forefront of his mind. You will take on a disciple, one who will possess the power to change the world. He may bring unprecedented peace to the ninja realm or lead it to utter destruction. Your choices will determine the ultimate fate of this world. Just the thought of this weighed heavily on Jiraiya's heart. He felt as though he had made no progress compared to before. Could he genuinely become an outstanding ninja capable of guiding that child of prophecy? A shadow of doubt crept into his mind when, unexpectedly, a look of surprise crossed his face. He raised an eyebrow, then revealed a comforting smile. Without explaining anything to Yahiko and Nagato, he vanished in a flash, only to reappear moments later with 2 additional figures behind him. Wow, that was fast. I think I'm getting car sick. A familiar voice rang out, momentarily leaving everyone stunned. Upon realizing who it was, voices erupted in excitement. Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo, it's so good that you're all right. You've finally awakened. In an instant, the cacophony of voices blended together, transforming the scene into a whirlwind of chaos. Lin Shuo, still leaning on Xiao Nan and slightly unsteady, was suddenly surrounded by Yahiko and Nagato. Observing the somewhat solemn scene before him, he felt an urge to lighten the mood with a jest. However, upon seeing the expressions of concern and the palpable relief on the faces of those around him, he found himself left with nothing but an apology for having caused them worry. It was truly a relief that everyone was safe. Jiraiya stood to the side, quietly retreating a few steps, unwilling to disturb this warm and harmonious moment. Witnessing such a scene, and recalling the events that had transpired not long ago, a sense of guilt and self-reproach welled up within him. He had promised to care for these war orphans, yet the current situation was a testament to his failure. If he could not handle even such a minor task, what could he possibly teach the child prophesied by the Sage of the Toads to bring about change in the ninja world? He could hardly bear to imagine that, Had Nagato not possessed the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, what lay before him would likely have been four cold corpses, rather than merely Lin Shuo with a bandaged head. That day, after finishing his tasks and hurrying back, he sat in his room, calculating the time, pondering that Lin Shuo and the others should have returned by now. Yet, as each second ticked by, they still did not appear. Although the sky drizzled lightly, he dismissed it as mere children engrossed in play, forgetting the time. When their figures finally re-emerged on the muddy path outside in the rain, the scene was one he would never forget. The rain wove a fine net beneath the leaden sky, and the path before his door had turned into a quagmire. Raindrops pounded against the drooping blades of grass, producing a monotonous and viscous sound. Xiao Nan and Nagato struggled through the mud, their silhouettes slow to move behind the curtain of rain. Lin Shuo's head hung limply against Xiao Nan's shoulder, the rain washing away the blood that smeared half his face. Fresh blood, thick and unyielding, was diluted by the rain into a pale crimson stream that dripped from his pointed chin, splattering silently into the mud, only to be washed away again by new raindrops, leaving behind a winding dark trace. Yahiko remained eerily still against Nagato's back, his eyes tightly shut, his body motionless, appearing to be merely in a deep slumber, without a hint of injury. It was impossible for him to discern which aspect of this shocking scene impacted him the most. Perhaps it was Lin Shuo's bloodied visage, or the blood that dripped from Nagato's hand, or perhaps it was the pair of rippling, purple Rinnegan eyes. So many heart-stopping sights left him momentarily frozen in place, until he finally snapped back to reality when the intermittent sounds of Xiao Nan and Yahiko's cries reached him through the rain. After a thorough examination, he was relieved to find that, despite the gruesome appearance, Lin Shuo was the only one with severe injuries. His left eye was empty, a hollow void. As a ninja who had traveled across various nations, Jiraiya had learned some basic medical ninjutsu for emergencies. After reattaching the eye that Nagato had brought back, it seemed that this unexpected crisis had finally reached a conclusion. However, the questions that arose thereafter appeared to be more troublesome than the incident itself. What exactly was the connection between Lin Shuo's Sharingan and Nagato's Rinnegan? To his knowledge, the Sharingan, one of the three great dojutsu, could only be awakened by the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Why then did such a bloodline limit, passed down through lineage, manifest in a war orphan from the land of rain? An outsider? An orphan? A mutation? He could not provide an answer. The clues were too sparse, and he was not well versed in the intricacies of the Sharingan. Perhaps he should write to the Uchiha clan. They were the most knowledgeable about the Sharingan and might possess some insights. Setting aside the matter of the Sharingan, for although rare, it was not entirely unheard of. What of the Rinnegan? While both the Sharingan and Rinnegan belonged to the three great dojutsu, they were in no way comparable. The Rinnegan, also known as the Sage's Eyes, was attributed to the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of ninjutsu, who was said to have created all current ninjutsu. He was the divine creator who birthed everything with his hands during a time of chaos, and the destroyer who could return all to nothing. Jiraiya had assumed this to be merely a myth, yet here was a living embodiment of the Rinnegan, one he had believed existed solely in legend until he saw it today. Could this child be the prophesied one he had long sought? Would Nagato become the harbinger of change in the ninja world? Yet, as he gazed at the lively four before him, a smile involuntarily crept across Jiraiya's lips, and he cast these thoughts aside. Why dwell on such matters? What is meant to be will be. If it is not, there is no need to force it. If everything unfolds as prophesied, then Nagato will undoubtedly become that legendary child of prophecy, and he too shall evolve into an exceptional ninja. Perhaps this aligns perfectly with what he had set upon their first meeting, a fateful encounter. Chapter 22. The legendary Rinnegan. It was only when Lin Shuo stood face to face with Nagato that he could scarcely believe his eyes. The Rinnegan was real. Those eyes truly belonged to a war orphan. Lin Shuo felt a disorienting sensation, as if scenes from years past had transcended time, folding into the present moment. That suffocating feeling returned, causing him to instinctively hold his breath, only to realize that the previous pressure had receded like a tide, as though nothing had transpired. During the ensuing conversation, Lin Shuo found himself somewhat distracted, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Nagato. Eventually, after some polite exchanges, he could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Little Nagato, I owe you my gratitude this time. Otherwise, Yahiko and I might not have been so fortunate. It seemed like a casual inquiry, yet he pressed on. But what is the story behind your eyes? Nagato paused at the sudden shift of focus onto him. After a moment of contemplation, his expression morphed into one of pain and fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. I do not know. When my parents were mistakenly killed by Konoha ninjas, the young Nagato, overwhelmed by fear and rage, unconsciously activated the Rinnegan and killed the enemy. I didn't mean to. This sudden power has plunged me into deep self-doubt. As I grapple with the terrifying ability I possess and fear that it might harm those I care about. This dreadful power, I cannot control it. It feels like a curse. I do not wish to lose my family again. Noticing that Nagato's demeanor seemed off, Lin Shuo quickly interjected. Why do you perceive this power as a curse? His eyes narrowed slightly. A curse? Could it be that there is more to this story? Perhaps there were hidden secrets tied to the mysteries of Nagato's Rinnegan that remained undisclosed. In that moment, when the Rinnegan spiraled out of control, you and Yahiko were nearly. Not others, but by my own hand. If such a calamity had truly occurred. I do not know. I truly do not know, Nagato lamented. This is a curse, a symbol of tragic fate. Lin Shuo's mouth fell open slightly, his expression one of bewilderment. What reasoning is this? In a world where power reigns supreme, to consider oneself too strong to control one's own abilities as a curse is utterly absurd. Yet, upon further reflection, he began to grasp Nagato's perspective. A mere war orphan, devoid of aspirations, only wishing to live peacefully amidst chaos with those he cherished. Yet, within him lay a formidable power, one so immense that it could obliterate everything he held dear. This power resembled a ticking time bomb, poised to erupt without warning. Beyond his control, the moment his emotions wavered, it would annihilate all that surrounded him, leaving him alone amidst the ruins. With only the torrential rain to wash away his unending sorrow. Contemplating this, Lin Shuo's expression gradually softened, and he spoke gently. Do not fear, Nagato. It is not your fault. Your power is not solely for destruction. It is your strength that has shielded both me and Yahiko. Without you, we might have perished on that dreary, rain-soaked morning. If one were to delineate the manner of death, dying at the hands of those vile ninjas bears no difference from succumbing to your own hand. Do not bear such burdens, Nagato. Moreover, speaking of being unable to control that power, he could not help but glance toward Jiraiya, who had been silently observing them from the side. Why not consult the all-powerful Jiraiya-sensei? Surely someone as formidable as him would possess the knowledge to master such abilities, even the Rinnegan? My power is not solely for destruction, Nagato murmured, his youthful spirit seemingly shaken to its core. He raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes as he directed his gaze at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, please teach me how to control this power. I, too, wish to protect everyone. The renowned Jiraiya's expression turned somewhat peculiar. What is with this address? However, upon noticing the collective gaze upon him, he quelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind, cleared his throat, and began, Ahem, the Rinnegan, before I delve into it. You should be familiar with the legend of the Sage of the Six Paths, correct? The legend of the Sage of the Six Paths? Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko paused, glancing at Lin Shuo in unison. Don't look at me. I have no idea. Come on, Jiraiya-sensei, just tell us without keeping us in suspense. You mean to say you are unaware? Jiraiya's expression reflected surprise, but he quickly comprehended their backgrounds and amended his statement. No matter, if you do not know. I will enlighten you now. After all, a group of war orphans, surviving in such tumultuous times. It is remarkable they have managed to endure at all. Who has the time to delve into those ethereal legends that do not fill their bellies? It is said that the Rinnegan, also revered as the Sage Si, belongs to the legendary Sage of the Six Paths, regarded as the progenitor of ninjutsu. It is said that he alone created all ninjutsu in existence. In a time when the world was engulfed in chaos, he was both the creator who birthed all with his hands and the destroyer who could reduce everything to nothing. I had thought such tales were mere myths. I never imagined that individuals possessing the Rinnegan truly existed. Until I beheld Nagato's eyes, I believed them to be figments of legend. At this juncture, Jiraiya paused, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. Now you understand, I am not the omnipotent Jiraiya you envision. He then turned his gaze toward Nagato, a hint of apology in his eyes. Forgive me, Nagato, my understanding of the Rinnegan does not exceed yours. However, do not lose heart, Nagato. In the days to come, I shall instruct you in the art of ninjutsu. I believe that through relentless practice, you will eventually master those eyes. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others varied. But the mention of ninjutsu training sparked a sense of excitement, allowing them to cast aside their previous thoughts. Legends were but legends. What relevance did they hold for them? Even Nagato, who had some connection to the tale, felt his spirits lift at the prospect of mastery, abandoning any intention to probe deeper into the legend. As for Lin Shuo, upon hearing the words, his expression stiffened. Wait, Jiraiya-sensei, are you suggesting that the Rinnegan is merely a legend? What? Are you implying that the Rinnegan is a pair of eyes that exists solely in folklore, and that they do not exist in reality? Had such words been uttered by an ordinary resident of the Land of Rain, one would have merely chuckled and moved on, for he had indeed witnessed those eyes in his youth. However, when such claims were made by one of the most elite ninjas in the ninja world, if even Jiraiya deemed it a myth, what then of the Rinnegan he had seen years prior? It was utterly absurd. It felt akin to being transported into a realm of extraordinary powers, where, as a child, one stumbled upon a ghost and survived by sheer luck, only to believe it a rare occurrence. Then, upon growing up, witnessing someone transform into a ghost was shocking, yet somewhat acceptable, until the authorities declared that ghosts did not exist, and that it was merely a first instance of WOC. What, then, had he seen? Truly, it was bewildering. Indeed, these are merely tales, Jiraiya remarked, observing Lin Shuo's disconcerted demeanor with intrigue, albeit attributing it to surprise. However, it now appears that legends might indeed be rooted in truth. Perhaps not all, but at the very least, the Rinnegan should have existed previously, only to remain undiscovered. Now, let us conclude our idle chatter and commence our ninjutsu training. Chapter 23. Ninjutsu Training. Before we embark on our ninjutsu training, I shall first elucidate some fundamental knowledge regarding ninjas. Within the ninja realm, chakra, techniques, and the cultivation of chakra nature form the core of a ninja's power system. First, let us discuss chakra. Chakra is the essence of energy, serving as the source from which ninjas execute all techniques, including but not limited to ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. It is generally composed of a mixture of physical energy and mental energy. Physical energy refers to the vitality extracted from the body's 130 trillion cells, while mental energy is accumulated through training, experience, willpower, and concentration. Thus, it is generally accepted that the total amount of chakra within an individual is nearly predetermined at the moment of birth. Of course, certain exceptional circumstances, such as forbidden techniques and natural chakra, will be addressed in due time. For now, we shall focus on the basics. While chakra is inherent in every individual, it must be refined and generated. Excessive consumption of chakra can lead to physical exhaustion or even death. The first step you shall undertake is to learn how to refine your chakra, for without chakra, all discussions are futile. Now, I shall speak briefly about techniques. Techniques are the methods through which chakra is transformed into tangible effects, typically categorized into three main types. 1. Ninjutsu, utilizing hand seals to manipulate chakra and unleash elemental attacks. Advantageous for mid to long-range combat, but requiring precise chakra control and reliance on hand seals. 2. Taijutsu, direct physical assaults that require little to no chakra, generally not reliant on hand seals, but limited to close-range combat and dependent on physical strength. 3. Jinjutsu, disrupting the opponent's mind, capable of being cast on multiple targets, yet difficult to inflict physical damage and poses a higher learning curve. Additionally, there exists special techniques, such as combining two chakra natures to produce new attributes, bloodline limits that can only be inherited through lineage, and the fusion of three chakra natures to create bloodline eliminations. Finally, we arrive at chakra nature cultivation, which will be your primary focus in the future. Nature cultivation is the core training aimed at enhancing chakra precision, divided into two categories. 1. Chakra nature change, altering the intrinsic properties of chakra. 2. Chakra form change, manipulating the shape and structure of chakra. The transformation of chakra involves the mastery of its 7 fundamental attributes: wind, cutting, fire, burning, lightning, conducting, earth, hardening, water, flowing, yin, spiritual creation, and yang, life infusion. Achieving complete mastery over a single attribute may take several years, and to proficiently master 3 or more chakra attributes qualifies one as a competent jonin. The transformation of chakra's form dictates the range and shape of techniques, and when combined with the transformation of its properties, it can significantly enhance the power of those techniques. In essence, Chakra serves as fuel, while the cultivation of attributes determines the purity and characteristics of that fuel, and the cultivation of forms dictates how that fuel is released. To execute a formidable ninjutsu, a vast reservoir of chakra, alongside an adept understanding of property and form transformations, is indispensable. At this point, do you have any questions? Silence enveloped the room as everyone absorbed the vast information imparted by Jiraiya. Even Nagato and Yahiko, who had begun their training early, were no exceptions. As they had only learned a method for refining chakra, Jiraiya had chosen to discuss these topics once everyone was present. So chakra must be extracted for use. Lin Shuo pondered with furrowed brows, murmuring softly. The matter of the Rinnegan had slipped his mind when Jiraiya began his teachings. While he was familiar with the concept of chakra, akin to knowing about the devil fruit without having read One Piece, he grasped some of the miscellaneous details without comprehending the entire plot. He had long sensed a peculiar energy within his body, but he could not fathom why it emerged with such difficulty, akin to constipation, squeezing out in dribs and drabs, leaving him in a state of agony. It turned out that this energy could not be used directly, but required mixing and refining, meditation and stillness. Closing his eyes to eliminate distractions, concentrating on the flow of energy within his body, focusing on his breath, through deep breathing, he guided his attention to his abdomen, feeling the internal warmth or vibrations, envisioning the extraction of minute energy particles from his cells, converging them into his meridian system. These were the key points for refining chakra. The rest would depend on each of you. As Jiraiya spoke, he turned to walk away. If there are no further questions, begin practicing the refinement of chakra. I shall take my leave, but fear not, I will remain nearby to accompany you. Here, he was no longer needed. For beginners, refining chakra is a time-consuming endeavor. Even in a place as gifted as Konoha, he had witnessed beginners take nearly an hour to refine chakra. Now, he could take this opportunity to rest. Wait a moment. Before Jiraiya could distance himself, a youthful voice called out from behind, asking, "What should I do?" I just outlined the key points, did I not? Beginners have only a few essentials: meditation, stillness, focused breathing, and a clear mind. Jiraiya felt a twinge of exasperation, but patiently turned back to instruct, urging, "Remember, do not rush the process of gathering chakra." His words faltered, caught in his throat like a rusty gear, producing only a creaking sound. You. For Jiraiya had turned to see Lin Shuo, deep in thought, and the small sphere of chakra coalescing in his hand. So this is what they call chakra? Such a wondrous power. The youth gazed at the chakra sphere with contemplation before lifting his gaze to the peculiarly expression Jiraiya, inquiring with a hint of confusion. What comes next after gathering chakra? Chapter 24, A Genius? You have successfully refined chakra? Even faced with the undeniable reality before him, Jiraiya struggled to believe it, instinctively asking. It is common knowledge that for most people in the ninja world, the initial refinement of chakra often takes days or even weeks. Those who manage to do so in a single day are either descendants of ninja clans or prodigies. Remarkably, from the moment he spoke, Lin Shuo had refined chakra in less than a minute. What a joke! A beginner refining chakra in under a minute? This speed was unprecedented. Even for someone raised amidst the brilliance of Konoha, and even after traversing the ninja world before the Second Great Ninja War, he had never encountered anything like it. He hadn't considered the possibility of Lin Shuo having learned to refine chakra in advance, as he was well aware of these children's backgrounds, ordinary, yet hopeful war orphans, lacking any opportunity to learn ninjutsu. Oh wait, Lin Shuo seems to possess the Sharingan. That explains it. But even so, that speed is astonishing. Even among the most extreme members of the Uchiha clan, such swiftness is hardly typical. Or perhaps Lin Shuo appears normal, but harbors an obsessive nature, perhaps even to an extreme, which enabled him to activate the double Tomo Sharingan upon its first use and successfully refine chakra in a minute. Is that plausible? Looking at the boy's somewhat puzzled expression, Jiraiya found it challenging to associate him with an extreme, obsessive individual. Indeed, I have successfully refined chakra. What of it, Jiraiya-sensei? Lin Shuo replied, somewhat puzzled by Jiraiya's incredulity. Although today was his first foray into ninjutsu training, he sensed something was amiss. After some reflection, he cautiously asked, "Have I been too hasty? Or is it that chakra cannot be refined so quickly, as it may harm the body?" "No, your method is sound." Despite the tumultuous waves of astonishment surging within him, Jiraiya forced himself to maintain the demeanor of a teacher, suppressing his shock. However, your speed in refining chakra is astonishing, indeed. Rather alarming. Lin Shuo replied, surprised. Is this speed remarkable? Is it shocking? That power was already within me. I merely employed a special method to draw it out, right? For him, the initial attempt was fraught with failures due to inexperience. Beside him, Conan wore a similar expression of confusion. Yet upon witnessing Yahiko and Nagato's equally astonished faces, he realized that perhaps refining chakra was indeed more complex than he had anticipated. Upon further thought, he reasoned that if it were truly that simple, everyone would be a ninja, unlike the reality he faced, where he had met fewer than 20 ninjas throughout his years since arriving in this world. After a short while, Jiraiya gradually regained his composure. The psychological resilience of a powerful ninja equipped him to handle unexpected situations. He had witnessed far greater upheavals, having even encountered tales of the fabled Rinnegan just yesterday. Regardless of his beliefs, the facts remained before him, unyielding to his will. Therefore, acceptance was the only path forward. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya restructured his thoughts and addressed Lin Shuo with deliberate seriousness. Lin Shuo, it seems you truly possess remarkable talent. Having once refined chakra himself, he understood just how extraordinary Lin Shuo's achievement was. As he had laboriously spent an entire afternoon to barely accomplish the same feat, you are a genuine genius. A born ninja. Upon hearing Jiraiya's praise, Lin Shuo remained grounded, not allowing the flattery to cloud his judgment, and slowly shook his head. Family matters are best understood by family members themselves. As for talent, he has never considered himself particularly gifted. Time has revealed the truth. If he truly possessed any extraordinary ability, he would not have endured such hardship in the years leading up to his encounter with Yahiko. There are no specialized warriors, merely individuals who have yet to demonstrate their full potential. If he were genuinely talented, it would be inconceivable for him to be utterly lacking in every regard. The reality is that, amidst the chaos of survival, he often finds himself outperformed by ordinary war orphans. Could this be the manifestation of his hidden potential? A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps it is, or perhaps it is not. His understanding of this potential is woefully inadequate, as he cannot discern whether it is a result of his reincarnation or an inherent trait of this body. Shaking his head, he dismissed the irrelevant thoughts swirling in his mind, and an invigorated expression brightened Lin Shuo's face. He gazed eagerly at Jiraiya before asking, "So what's next? I have extracted the chakra. Is it time to learn ninjutsu? You still have a long way to go. Extracting chakra is merely the first step." Jiraiya replied after careful consideration. Despite his desire to witness Lin Shuo's prowess in ninjutsu training, he ultimately shook his head slowly. You must first learn to attach chakra to your feet, allowing you to walk effortlessly across the water's surface. Only then will it be time for you to learn ninjutsu. In theory, once chakra has been initially refined, one could begin learning simple techniques like the body flicker technique. However, mastering chakra control with greater precision would undoubtedly enhance one's ninjutsu practice. Yet, the primary concern lies in the varying speeds at which individuals can refine their chakra. Although he had agreed to teach these children ninjutsu, the disparity in their innate ninja talents seemed even more pronounced than the difference between the top student and the lowest performer in the same grade at the Ninja Academy. Some may quickly refine their chakra, while others might take days, weeks, or even longer. If he were to teach each child individually following their chakra refinement, it could lead to a cumbersome situation where he would have to instruct each one separately. Such a scenario would be overly complicated. So it would be more efficient for them to practice chakra control together after they have all refined their chakra. This approach not only simplifies his teaching, but also prevents favoritism based on talent, fostering harmony within their small group. During adolescence, when competition and comparison are rampant, it would be unfortunate for relationships to fray due to inherent abilities. After all, he ultimately intends to depart, and their journey will be one they must traverse together. Focus on your training. I must take my leave. I will return tonight to address any questions you may have, Jiraiya stated, turning away and waving his hand. Just as he prepared to activate his body flicker technique to depart, he was abruptly halted. Wait, Jiraiya-sensei. An unsettling sense of foreboding gripped his heart. No, it couldn't be, surely. This was too absurd. After all, this was Lin Shuo's first encounter with chakra. Turning his head with some stiffness, the gentle breeze tousled his hair, revealing the scene before him. The young boy stood on one foot atop the water's surface, swaying like a delicate willow in the wind. Though he fought to maintain composure, his expression remained tense. Finally, he turned to Jiraiya with a grin and lifted his other foot, miraculously balancing on the rippling water. He resembled a small boat navigating a raging river, undeterred by the tumultuous waves, swaying yet unyielding. What? After refining chakra, one must first master it before learning ninjutsu? No, I cannot accept this. Please, allow me to learn ninjutsu. I am capable of anything. Don't go, Lin Shuo exclaimed, nearly spinning in place with anxiety as he watched Jiraiya prepare to leave. Isn't it just walking on water? Surely, I can manage that. With determination, Lin Shuo bit his lip, sprinting toward the lake's edge while calling out to Jiraiya. Wait, Jiraiya-sensei. Taking a deep breath, he lifted one foot, hesitating momentarily before gently tapping the shadowy lake's surface with his toes. Chakra flowed quietly beneath his foot, coalescing into an invisible support. The anticipated cold did not engulf him. Instead, he encountered a peculiar, elastic resistance, as if stepping onto an unfathomable mirror of mercury. As he hovered on one foot, he instantly lost the solid ground beneath him, like a kite tugged by a fierce wind, swaying violently on the gentle ripples of the lake. Each moment of imbalance sent his heart racing, the unfathomably dark waters below seeming to open their jaws, waiting for the slightest lapse in his focus to engulf him entirely. Could it be? Perhaps it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Yet, the sensation was utterly unfamiliar, distinctly different from walking on solid ground. Akin to the feeling of mastering his limbs for the first time after encountering alcohol in his previous life. If balancing on one foot was challenging, how could he possibly manage to place both feet on the water's surface? Maybe, given a little time, he could adapt completely. But as he noticed Jiraiya pausing to observe him, Lin Shuo swallowed hard, inhaling the cool, fishy breeze. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and forcefully shifted his entire weight, along with a resolute determination, onto the foot poised above the shore. He yearned to learn ninjutsu today, to experience the world of a ninja. He aspired to become a true ninja. He did not fall. The world seemed to suspend around him, and beneath his feet lay a solid surface that defied all expectations. Yet, this solidity felt as fragile as a spider's silk. Lin Shuo's body became a lone vessel amid a tempest, every minute tremor in his muscles amplified by the liquid surface beneath him. At that moment, as his feet began to lift away from the ground, he suddenly remembered that he could not swim. Even the slightest breeze across the lake's surface could incite a paralyzing panic. Gazing into the unfathomable depths of the dark waters below, fear coiled around him like icy tendrils. Yet, Lin Shuo forced himself to steady his racing heart, attempting to slowly raise his left foot. Suddenly, his center of gravity collapsed. His body lurched to the right, and the shoreline spun wildly in his vision. The frigid water seemed to creep up to his ankles. He held his breath, channeling every ounce of chakra, tightening his ankles, and summoning all his strength to resist the terrifying sensation of toppling over. In that moment, as crimson flooded his vision, time appeared to slow. Thus, as he lifted his left foot, disregarding his precarious balance, he simultaneously raised his right foot, taking one step, then another. It was no longer merely walking. It felt as though he were traversing the edge of a blade, navigating the precipice of an abyss. Each fleeting contact between his foot and the lake's surface sent ripples cascading outward, tangible manifestations of his racing heartbeat. The cold sensation seeped through the barrier of chakra, and he realized that, at some point, the paralyzing fear had transformed into an unusual focus. The ripples beneath him no longer signaled panic. They began to respond to Lin Shuo's strength and rhythm. With each delicate touch of his toes, the water splashed lightly. No longer a heavy burden, but rather a shattering of moonlight, blossoming into radiant silver flowers. His steps evolved from clumsy shuffles into a graceful dance, swift and fluid, each movement gaining speed. The once solid surface beneath him felt as though it had transformed into a resilient spring, propelling him forward with each push. He was running across the water. The wind howled past my ears, tousling my hair, while the splashes of water behind me formed a shimmering curtain of droplets, only to be violently torn apart by speed, leaving behind two long, boiling white trails on the dimly lit surface of the lake. In that moment, Lin Shuo felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, as if he had broken free from invisible shackles, racing through the wind. Suddenly turning back, a pair of crimson eyes filled with fervor gazed at the astonished onlookers, and the silent Jiraiya standing nearby. I did it, Jiraiya-sensei. Now, can I learn ninjutsu? The pair of scarlet eyes turned towards Jiraiya, forcibly pulling him back from his stupor. Jiraiya opened and closed his mouth, wanting to say something, yet ultimately uttered nothing. Surely, he must be dreaming. How could he be having such a bizarre dream? One in which someone could master the ability to run on water with such finesse upon first encountering chakra? How could this be possible? Lin Shuang must have learned in advance, right? In an instant, that thought began to echo in Jiraiya's mind, growing louder. His emotions were compelling him to accept the notion forming in his mind, yet his rationality persistently denied it. Impossible. Lin Shuang could not have learned ahead of time. If he had, he would not have been so unremarkable in his daily actions, pace, and responses to unexpected situations, which did not resemble those of a ninja adept at wielding chakra at all. Then, what could be the explanation? Gazing at the once familiar yet now foreign Sharingan, suddenly, a name flashed through his mind, Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja who, alongside the god of shinobi, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, co-founded Konoha, a figure of unparalleled strength within the ninja world. The end of the Warring States period bore witness to the mightiest ninja, with countless titles passed down through history, extolling his unmatched ocular techniques. Though he had never personally witnessed the prowess of that legendary ninja, he could still glean the extent of Madara's power through fragments of history. Even the ultimate weapons of the ninja world, the tailed beasts, were said to have merely been toys in the hands of those two in the past. The more Jiraiya learned, the more he understood the terror of Uchiha Madara. He did not know whether Madara had effortlessly refined chakra and mastered its control, but perhaps at this moment, if he had to compare Lin Shuang to anyone, it could only be Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his expression shifted peculiarly. As the disciple of the third Hokage, he was privy to certain undisclosed tales of Konoha. For instance, Uchiha Madara had once experienced discord with Senju Hashirama and left Konoha alone. Moreover, after several years of absence, Uchiha Madara returned to assault Konoha, bringing with him the Nine Tails. During those years of his disappearance, no one knew what had transpired, but at this moment, Jiraiya had a bold hypothesis. Could this Lin Shuang be a descendant left behind by Uchiha Madara during his years away? Initially, he would not have ventured down that path of thought, but Lin Shuang's talent was simply too extraordinary. Coupled with the inexplicably lost Sharingan, Jiraiya felt he had stumbled upon an incredible secret. Chapter 26, Training Diary Ninja World, January 7th, 41st year, hooray. This is a momentous day to remember. Finally, under Jiraiya's guidance these past few days, I have learned some simple ninjutsu such as the fireball technique, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique. It truly is a wondrous power. Only now do I feel a semblance of the experience of crossing over. Indeed, it is only when one begins to grasp extraordinary abilities that one realizes this world is entirely different from my previous life. Releasing ninjutsu is somewhat simpler than I had imagined. Although it does not yet match the previous minute of refining chakra and mastering it, it does not take too long. While performing hand seals to release ninjutsu is straightforward, why must the process of forming hand seals be so intricate? Currently, simple techniques requiring only 2 or 3 seals are manageable, but what will happen when more are added later? I recall the lengthy, tedious formulas I was forced to memorize in school in my past life. No more. Forget it. Why are those dead memories attacking me again? However, even if my hand seals are still somewhat slow and unrefined, Jiraiya-sensei says I have already become a qualified ninja. He even mentioned that if I were in Konoha, I could participate in some so-called Chunin exams, which seem to be a test that one can pass to be considered a Chunin. Why is there an exam here too? This leads me to wonder if I could single-handedly defeat that ninja who blocked my path a few days ago when using chakra to activate my Sharingan. Although it feels a bit unrealistic, it truly is intriguing. By the way, Jiraiya also said I am a rare genius born once in 100 years. I can't help but feel something is off. It feels like a cliché line often used by con artists in my previous life. And I sense that Jiraiya has been looking at me oddly lately. I can't tell if it's just my imagination. Moreover, I've inexplicably learned that during my exchanges with Yahiko and Konan, they do not possess the same fluid control over chakra that I do. Instead, they describe their manipulation of chakra as somewhat awkward. Even Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, experiences a degree of unnaturalness, though it is not exaggerated to the point of awkwardness. Who knows what this means? Even Jiraiya-sensei insists that Yahiko and the others' experiences are the correct ones. This truly makes me waver. Could it be that I am genuinely the rare genius of the ninja world? But on second thought, this is how it should be. What kind of absurd story is it that a person who crosses over to another world ends up scavenging for survival? Such individuals merely drag down the reputation of all travelers. Crossing over should be like this. Could this be the reason I encountered that mysterious Rinnegan user? Was that Rinnegan wielder searching for me rather than Conan? After all, Conan seems quite ordinary, and even after spending so many years together, I have not noticed anything extraordinary about her. Well, she was the one who brought Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, back from outside. Could that be a coincidence? How frustrating. I don't want to think about it anymore. The best scenario would be that all of this is merely my imagination, that everything is just coincidence, and in the end, nothing will happen. Even if everything is not coincidental, the other party should harbor no ill intentions towards them, right? Shouldn't they? Such a precious thing as the Rinnegan. If they had malicious intent, they surely wouldn't have delivered it to them, right? Actually, alright. It's quite late now. The lights should be turned off. Conan is already complaining in bed, so I'll write no more for today. I feel there is still plenty to record. Speaking of complaints, wouldn't it be better to go back to my own room? However, such words must never be spoken aloud. Young girls can be quite sensitive, and if those words were to slip out, she would surely remember them for a lifetime. Sigh. How vexing. In the realm of Shinobi, on the 7th of March, 41st year, not long ago, Master Jiraiya returned with an array of peculiar green frog costumes, claiming they would enhance our training. Truly, Master Jiraiya has an affinity for frogs. He previously established a frog brand, and now has ventured into frog apparel. While the frog brand was tolerable, this particular attire is, how shall I say, rather flamboyant, making it somewhat difficult to accept. I couldn't help but exclaim its hideousness, and upon wearing it, I felt akin to a bizarre creature. At that moment, Master Jiraiya's expression soured as he inquired about this strange creature. I responded that it was a handsome being from a tale. Then Conan interjected, questioning why I would deem the outfit ugly, yet simultaneously refer to it as handsome. Yahiko chimed in, suggesting that my brain was engaged in a paradoxical debate. Meanwhile, Nagato suppressed a chuckle. Conan, Yahiko, Nagato, I have noted this grudge. One day, you three shall pay for your nonsensical banter. Master Jiraiya proclaims me a once-in-a-century genius. However, today, he once again lauded me as such, marking the umpteenth time I have heard this within the month. Initially, I feigned indifference, yet inwardly I felt a thrill. Now, after hearing it so frequently, it has lost its charm, rendering it somewhat cheap. Through my prolonged observation, I have come to realize that I might indeed be a genius. Just yesterday, Conan, Yahiko, and Nagato commenced their formal study of ninjutsu, while I have already mastered all but the advanced and forbidden techniques that Master Jiraiya possesses. Nevertheless, Master Jiraiya insists that Yahiko and the others are undoubtedly gifted, even by Konoha's standards. He further stated that what remains for me is merely a matter of experience. Once I can adeptly apply these techniques in battle, I shall qualify as a competent jonin, and my Sharingan seems perfectly suited to bridge that experiential gap. He asserted that even if I ceased training from this moment onward, the evolution of my 2-tomo Sharingan into a 3-tomo Sharingan would instantaneously elevate me to jonin status, placing me among the elite. The mere thought stirs my ambition, to be a jonin, a title held by the illustrious Master Jiraiya himself. If I attain that rank, I must experience what it feels like to abstain from beef. Yet, how does one evolve the Sharingan? Last time, it inexplicably transformed from 1 tomo to 2. I had assumed that this peculiar ability could only progress through my innate gifts. I shall inquire with Master Jiraiya when next I find the opportunity. Henceforth, I resolve to buckle down and strive to become a jonin. I shall train with fervor. I shall train with relentless passion. I shall train without rest. I shall train vigorously and audibly. I shall train, disregarding the judgments of the mundane world. Training, 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 to the point of madness, forsaking all else. Behold, no one can impede my progress. No one can question my resolve. No one can surpass me. Training. In the realm of Shinobi, on the 17th of March, 41st year, training. On the 27th of March, 41st year, training. On the 7th of April, 41st year, training. On the 17th of April, 41st year, training. On the 18th of April, 41st year, training. On the 19th of April, 41st year, I pondered why my training seems to yield no results, not even a modicum. On the 20th of April, 41st year, I questioned the essence of our training. What is the purpose of our toil? What lies beyond the shore of our efforts? Where are we destined to go? On the 21st of April, 41st year, I declared, do not train. On the 22nd of April, 41st year, I feigned illness and did not attend. On the 23rd of April, 41st year, I felt disinclined to go again. So I surreptitiously created a shadow clone to accompany Conan in my stead, hoping Master Jiraiya would remain oblivious. I prayed fervently. On the 24th of April, 41st year, my ruse was discovered, resulting in additional training today, alas. On the 25th of April, 41st year, I declared, I shall not train. On the 26th of April, 41st year, I indulged in a day of leisure, feigning training throughout. Hooray! On the 29th of April, 41st year, leisure. On the 13th of May, 41st year, leisure. On the 27th of May, 41st year, leisure. On the 21st of June, 41st year, leisure, blissful. In July of the 41st year, I find diary writing to be a chore. I wish to cease. Chapter 27. You cannot only despise your lack of strength when you are in need of it. Wake up, Lin Shua. The familiar sensation of being shaken awake made Lin Shua briefly believe he was dreaming. Indeed, he was in a dream. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a ceiling that was both familiar and foreign. Familiar, for this ceiling had accompanied him through countless nights of slumber and awakening. Foreign, for he had been forcibly awakened, and his mind was still in a fog. Get up. If you continue to sleep, you'll be late for morning training. Today is combat training. A vivacious young girl stood at his bedside, though her expression was far from pleasant. Her lower lip slightly protruding and her cheeks puffed, as if filled with two berries. Who is she? Who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? Stop daydreaming. Get up. As the girl's reprimand echoed, his awareness gradually returned. Ah, the seemingly fierce girl before him is Conan. I am Lin Shua, currently in bed, preparing for my early training. As realization dawned, Lin Shua instinctively burrowed deeper under the covers, mumbling, I don't want to go. If Master Jiraiya inquires, just tell him I'm unwell. Observing Lin Shua's practiced movements, Conan sighed, exasperated, as she looked at the bundled form on the bed. You used that excuse yesterday, and you've said the same several times this month. Master Jiraiya surely won't believe it. Stop fooling around and get up. I want tea go. If Master Jiraiya doesn't believe me, then I'll just skip it. Skipping it is fine. After all, I haven't missed training this month. Except for a few formally excused absences, which were legitimate. Can you guess why I've refrained from skipping class? It's precisely to prepare for this moment. How can you state such things with such conviction? Conan was left incredulous by Lin Shua's audacious remarks. Seeing that no amount of persuasion would yield results, she turned to leave. Fine, I shall relay your words verbatim to Master Jiraiya. Farewell. Wait, Conan, I was wrong. Lin Shua emerged from his cocoon, attempting to dissuade her from such an egregious act, only to find himself alone in the empty room, the living area devoid of anyone. Like a hapless husband, he had no recourse but to mutter softly, how utterly unappealing. The Conan of childhood was far better. Resettling himself in bed, tranquility gradually enveloped him. Forget it. It has come to this, better to sleep. Hey, wake up. Is it not monotonous to eat and sleep every day? As he opened his eyes, the familiar ceiling greeted him once again. Lin Shua found himself questioning whether he had truly awakened, for this scene felt all too familiar. However, unlike before, the charming girl who had been by his side had transformed into a somewhat disheveled older man with white hair. Who dares to call me a lecherous old man? Jiraiya's expression darkened as he shot a glance at Lin Shua. Lin Shua yawned, sitting up in bed, scratching his head, looking somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Oh dear. I didn't mean to let my thoughts slip out. But rest assured, Jiraiya-sensei, I certainly don't think that way. You must be doing it on purpose. You must be bored. Lin Shua disregarded Jiraiya's earlier comment and continued. What? I mean, lying in bed all day, aside from eating and sleeping, must be dreadfully dull. If you find it so boring, why continue? Jiraiya asked, somewhat puzzled. He had assumed Lin Shua was simply being lazy. Was there something more to it? Compared to the rigorous training routine from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, mere boredom was not entirely unacceptable. After all, training was both tedious and painful. Painful? Why do you perceive it as such? Watching your strength gradually increase, don't you feel a sense of joy? Jiraiya found it difficult to comprehend Lin Shua's perspective. What joy is there? Lin Shuo scoffed. Look at me now compared to 6 months ago. Is there any change? Before Jiraiya could respond, he continued. The answer is none whatsoever. Aside from being slightly more adept at hand seals, there hasn't been a single, even minute change. This was undeniably true. After training for a considerable time, no matter how hard he pushed himself, he found everything related to chakra seemed fixed in place. The rate of chakra refinement, the total amount of chakra, and even the mastery of its various properties remained unchanged. Clearly, this was unreasonable. However, after conversing with Jiraiya, he realized that his own talent was also quite extraordinary. Thus, Lin Shuo formed a bold hypothesis. All these inconsistencies were connected to his unknown, yet formidable golden finger. His golden finger could devour others' bloodline limits, but it seemed to consume more than just bloodline limits. Yet he couldn't confide this in Jiraiya, so he continued to engage in casual banter. I truly am not a genius. Why won't you believe me, Jiraiya-sensei? Improvement is a gradual process, never instant. Jiraiya shook his head. You are being overly impatient, Lin Shuo. No, Jiraiya-sensei. I am fully aware of my own situation. There has truly been no improvement. I have worked hard, yet that intense training has yielded no results. So why should I continue training? Lin Shuo persisted. It's like the stories I read in my childhood. No matter how hard the characters worked, they could never become wealthy. Instead, they only faced endless hardships. Why bother working hard? That is not a fair comparison. These two matters cannot be equated, Jiraiya began, but Lin Shuo interrupted him. It doesn't matter. I don't need such immense power anyway. Besides, with my Sharingan, it suffices, right? Didn't you say that even if I never train, as long as my Sharingan evolves into the 3 Tomo, my strength will greatly enhance? It can improve just the same. The evolution of the Sharingan. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Do you know when the Sharingan actually evolves? Only through the most intense emotional stimuli can the Sharingan upgrade, particularly the anguish of losing a loved one. Thinking of the bond Lin Shuo shared with his companions, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. I do not wish to see your growth stem from the evolution of the Sharingan. By then, it would be too late. Transforming the pain of losing loved ones into strength? What a peculiar notion, Lin Shuo mused, surprised by this perspective, which was his first exposure to Jiraiya's explanation of the Sharingan. Well, perhaps it was mentioned in class before, but I might have been slacking off that day or simply absent. So his initial 2 Tomo Sharingan was awakened in such a manner? He had thought it would evolve naturally with age. Lin Shuo lowered his head, lost in thought. If that were the case, it posed quite a dilemma. He had been counting on the 3 Tomo Sharingan to catapult him to greatness. After a moment, he raised his head and gazed out the window, a contemplative expression on his face. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, do you think everyone who awakens the 3 Tomo Sharingan becomes a Jonin? Generally speaking, what level do they reach? Why do you ask? Jiraiya inquired, puzzled, but thought little of it, assuming Lin Shuo was merely curious about the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Most likely, they are all Jonin. Strength varies from person to person, but generally, they fall within that range. Then tell me, even though I currently possess only the 2 Tomo Sharingan, could I defeat a ninja with the 3 Tomo? Lin Shuo turned to look at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with anticipation. Should be possible, Jiraiya nodded reluctantly, meeting Lin Shuo's gaze. Though he hated to admit it, he had no choice. Lin Shuo's talent was the finest he had ever seen. In Lin Shuo's presence, any ninja seemed to pale in comparison. Even if they spent their days idling, their training would still be consistent. As for physical techniques, there was no need for concern. The Sharingan excelled in this domain, allowing its user to see through an opponent's movements, mimic their techniques, and strike from unexpected angles. The Sharingan naturally suppressed physical combatants. As for Jinjutsu, Jiraiya was less knowledgeable, as he had little expertise in that area. The only Jinjutsu he could perform was the sage arts from Mayaboka Mountain, making it difficult for him to teach Lin Shuo. What was even more astonishing was that Lin Shuo had an innate proficiency in all 7 chakra nature transformations, surpassing Nagato's already remarkable talent in this regard, leaving Jiraiya pondering who truly possessed the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. While this was indeed extraordinary, Jiraiya had a lingering suspicion that Lin Shuo's talent might stem from his ancestor, Uchiha Madara. The more adept one became at chakra nature transformations, the more powerful their jutsu would be. This was clearly evident. If 2 ninjas unleashed a fireball jutsu simultaneously, the one with a greater mastery of fire chakra would produce a larger fireball while expending the same amount of chakra. It was said that under Uchiha Madara's command, Even a basic fire release could unleash power comparable to S-rank ninjutsu, reflecting an unparalleled mastery in fire chakra transformation. Lin Shua's mastery in chakra nature transformations was similarly impressive. While it might not reach the terrifying levels of Uchiha Madara, an ordinary ninja would need decades of diligent training to achieve what Lin Shua had accomplished. More crucially, this applied to all 7 of his chakra attributes. Thus, Jiraiya firmly believed in the connection between Lin Shua and Uchiha Madara. The wayward Sharingan, coupled with an extraordinary talent beyond the norm, could hardly be mere coincidence. In summary, if Lin Shua's opponent was merely an ordinary jonin, it was highly likely that Lin Shua would prevail. Of course, those with exceptionally rare abilities or forbidden techniques were a different matter. Then that solves everything. Lin Shua nodded in satisfaction, having received the answer he desired. As for the Sharingan, I have my own plans, Jiraiya-sensei, so we need not revisit this topic. It is quite simple. When war inevitably erupts once more, he can discreetly eliminate a ninja possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan alongside Nagato. Alternatively, he could methodically take down 3 ninjas with 2-tomo Sharingan to forge a singular 3-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan is not something to be taken lightly. It is a precious asset that can be enhanced. Observing Lin Shua's countenance, which radiated satisfaction as if he had uncovered the answers he sought, Jiraiya could not help but sigh inwardly. It appeared he believed that possessing the strength of a jonin sufficed, deeming the awakening of the 3-tomo Sharingan unnecessary. It was easy to surmise such a conclusion. However, despite the current peace in the ninja world, tranquility is but a fleeting moment. In the next era of chaos, what could a single jonin, or even a few, accomplish? Jiraiya recalled hearing from Yahiko about their collective dream of transforming this eternally rain-soaked land into one that no longer weeps. As for the notion of changing the cursed ninja world, the method to achieve peace remains unknown. Yet, there are individuals worth protecting, and he would endeavor to lift this curse, bringing about true peace. A phrase echoed in Jiraiya's mind, uttered during a casual conversation with Nagato. To his surprise, it was the youngest among them, Nagato, who possessed such remarkable resolve. Reflecting on this, Jiraiya turned his gaze toward Lin Shua. If Nagato harbored such determination, what of you? What kind of awareness lies within your heart, which is far more mature than your peers? What shall we have for lunch, Teacher Jiraiya? At times, Jiraiya pondered why he, of all people, was chosen in the prophecy. Did he truly possess the qualifications to be the mentor of the one destined to bring monumental change to the ninja world? Even within Konoha, if figures like Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi Hitaki, Orochimaru, or Tsunade were to guide the prophesied child, they would undoubtedly excel beyond his efforts. Initially, upon witnessing Nagato's legendary Rinnegan, he instinctively believed Nagato to be the prophesied child spoken of by the sage. Yet, after nearly a year of teaching ninjutsu and sharing experiences, Jiraiya felt that Lin Shua was, in fact, the true prophesied one. The prophecy stated, "Jiraiya, you shall grow into a formidable ninja. Subsequently, you will take on a disciple who will bring unprecedented transformation to the world. This change may lead to peace or destruction. It all depends on your guidance." Guidance. Jiraiya believed that Nagato needed no such direction. He was a child of unwavering faith, devoted to his ideals. In contrast, he felt Lin Shua required substantial guidance, displaying a wavering will and insufficient resolve. Was this not precisely the guidance foretold in the prophecy? While Nagato could steadfastly forge ahead alone, it was Lin Shua who truly required direction. Would others have already enlightened Lin Shua, urging him to engage in the grand revolutionary endeavor to alter the ninja world? Might you be the prophesied child destined to transform the ninja realm? Perhaps the true prophesied child has already emerged, yet he has yet to grow into an exceptional ninja. Let us not dwell on food just yet. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Seeing that all attempts at persuasion had proven futile, he reluctantly invoked the example of Nagato. What of Nagato, with his Rinnegan? Do you remember the initial disparity between you two? Now he is nearly catching up to you. Noticing Lin Shua's indifference, Jiraiya continued, "If you persist in this manner, one day you may find yourself unable to protect even Nagato, standing helplessly behind him. If I cannot protect him, then he can protect me instead," Lin Shua retorted. One cannot say such things. Despite Jiraiya's relentless efforts to enlighten Lin Shua, no amount of eloquence seemed to sway him, and Jiraiya began to feel a sense of urgency. Observing Lin Shua's languid demeanor, Jiraiya resolved to employ his final tactic. How about this? If you can defeat Nagato, you will have sufficiently demonstrated your talent, proving that you can achieve greatness without arduous training. If you win, I shall cease my admonitions. What do you say? Really? Lin Shua's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, I would not deceive you. To do so would be akin to lying to a puppy. All right, it's a promise. When shall we commence? Right now? They are currently engaged in practical training with my shadow clone. I can hardly wait. Teacher Jiraiya. Chapter 28. Dipping Beans. The boundless lake mirrored the azure sky and fluffy clouds. A gentle breeze occasionally rustled the surface, creating delicate ripples. Lin Shua and Nagato stood several meters apart, finely attuned chakra enveloping their feet, allowing them to stand firm upon the lake's surface. Observing Lin Shua, who rarely displayed such seriousness, Nagato felt a sense of unreality. He could hardly believe that the perpetually lazy Lin Shua, who often skipped training, was now standing before him, ready to engage in combat. Although he did not particularly care about the outcome of this battle, the situation felt strangely out of place. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Konan ceased their training, joining Jiraiya on the lakeshore, intrigued by the unfolding contest. Wow, Teacher Jiraiya, you are truly remarkable, Konan exclaimed, her gaze shifting from Lin Shua to Jiraiya. This morning I tried to persuade Lin Shua for so long, yet it took you only a few minutes to get him to train. Perhaps you should wake Lin Shua every morning. Then he would not be so lethargic. Coughing lightly, Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment at Konan's praise. He hesitated to mention that Lin Shua might never train again, hastily changing the subject. We shall discuss future matters later. Let us focus on the match. By the way, what prompted this sudden contest? Yahiko inquired. Is Lin Shua's strength on par with Nagato's, now that he has also reached the Jonin level? Indeed, Jiraiya nodded. Though Lin Shua may not train as diligently, his talent and bloodline limit are undeniable. Gazing at the two standing across the shimmering lake, Jiraiya felt a twinge of nostalgia. Jonin of such age possessed limitless potential, and by an act of compassion, he had encountered two at once. Truly, fate is capricious and unfathomable. Jonin. Yahiko gazed enviously at the two figures on the water's surface. He and Konan were still at the Chunin level, while Konan seemed indifferent. He felt a deep concern about this disparity. In the past, he had always been the first to step forward in times of trouble. He did not wish to find himself hiding behind Nagato and Lin Shua when danger arose, powerless to intervene. So, Teacher Jiraiya, who do you think will win this match between Lin Shua and Nagato? Konan asked. I believe Nagato will prevail, Jiraiya contemplated before responding. While Nagato's talent may not rival Lin Shua's, talent alone does not guarantee success. Hard work is equally vital. Moreover, Nagato's talent is not significantly inferior to Lin Shua's. Additionally, Nagato possesses a far greater chakra reserve and has been diligently training, accumulating considerable combat experience. Therefore, I predict Nagato will be the victor. Thus, without complete certainty, he would not have made such a wager with Lin Shua. Furthermore, the power of the Rinnegan was enough to ensure Nagato's supremacy. Meanwhile, on the other side, without superfluous words, after Nagato and Lin Shua completed their opposing seals, the competition officially commenced. Nagato initiated the offensive, recalling his teacher Jiraiya's prior admonition and fully aware of the terrifying insight of the Sharingan. He also recognized Lin Shua's weakness in chakra volume. Thus he prioritized overwhelming force, water style, water chaos wave. His hands moved rapidly to form seals, and an immense surge of chakra erupted forth. The tranquil lake surface suddenly roared with fury as three massive water columns, akin to giant serpents, broke the surface, roaring toward Lin Shua in a triangular formation with astonishing might. The splashes were grand, seemingly capable of engulfing everything in an instant. Lin Shua, however, did not let his guard down simply because his opponent was someone he was familiar with. Instead, as soon as he completed the opposing seal at the beginning of the match, he activated his Sharingan. The Sharingan spun rapidly, clearly capturing the trajectory of the water columns, the flow of chakra, and every detail of Nagato's sealing process. Rather than confronting it head-on, he precisely unleashed chakra at his feet, body flicker technique. In the moment the water columns were about to encircle him, his figure blurred and vanished, leaving only a ring of ripples. He reappeared at Nagato's flank, calmly forming seals, fire-style, fireball jutsu. A colossal, blazing orange fireball erupted from his mouth, not only immense, but also extraordinarily refined and searing. Its trajectory scorching the air as it shot directly toward Nagato. Nagato seemed to have anticipated this, remaining composed as he swiftly countered. Water style, water barrier. A thick wall of water surged up instantaneously, positioned directly in the path of the fireball. A thunderous roar ensued. Flames collided fiercely with the water wall, generating vast clouds of white steam accompanied by a piercing hissing sound. The water barrier trembled violently. Nearly half its thickness evaporated by the fireball's intense heat. Yet it ultimately held firm. Nagato was slightly taken aback. He had long known the remarkable degree of Lin Shua's chakra nature transformation. But the potency of this fire style far exceeded his expectations. Without waiting for the steam to dissipate, Nagato summoned his abundant chakra once more. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind burst forth from his mouth, instantly dispersing the dense steam and pulling countless water droplets into the vortex, forming a rapidly spinning, razor-sharp water mist storm that engulfed Lin Shua. The scope was vast, leaving little room for evasion. Lin Shua's Sharingan whirled, attempting to find a minuscule gap within the storm, while his hands formed seals at a dizzying speed. Earth style, earth flow wall. Instead of beneath him, a small but exceptionally thick and sturdy earth wall condensed instantly above the water surface at an upward angle. This wall was strategically placed to deflect the storm's most concentrated and forceful impact, as countless droplets and wind blades struck against it, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. With debris flying from the wall's surface, yet it stood resolute. Simultaneously, Lin Shua took advantage of the wall's cover to once again employ the body flicker technique. Narrowly slipping away from the storm's edge, his clothing torn by the fierce wind blades. What remarkable reflexes and precise defense! Is this the power of the Sharingan? My Rinnegan seems inadequate. This force is far too formidable to be employed against Lin Shua. Nagato marveled inwardly, yet he dared not relent in his assault. Pressing his hands against the water's surface, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Massive chakra surged into the lake, and a vividly animated, immense water dragon broke through the surface, emitting a silent roar and charging toward Lin Shua with overwhelming force. Confronted with this tremendous strike, Lin Shua's eyes blazed with the brilliance of the Tutomo. He chose neither to withstand nor evade, for the breadth of this ninjutsu was too expansive. His hands formed intricate seals at a bewildering speed, channeling his pure wind attribute chakra, wind style, gale palm. A sharply condensed, almost bluish-white wind sphere shot forth from his hand. Though small in size, this wind sphere was extraordinarily refined, embodying terrifying penetrating power and velocity, precisely targeting the core of the water dragon's gaping maw, where the chakra flowed and converged. With a piercing sound, the fierce wind tore through the water, and the bluish-white wind sphere pierced through the water dragon's head as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The colossal water dragon froze in mid-motion, its chakra structure disrupted and shattered by this precise and powerful strike. Its massive head crumbled, splintering into a cascade of water droplets, while the rear of its body lost control and fell helplessly back into the lake, creating towering waves. Lin Shua once more flickered away before the crashing waves could reach him, maintaining an air of composure, though his breath was slightly hurried. The continuous use of refined intermediate ninjutsu had indeed taken a toll on his limited chakra. He grinned at Nagato, his expression no longer casual. Initially believing that without Nagato utilizing the Rinnegan, and with his own ability to exercise the Sharingan freely, defeating him would be effortless, he now realized, to his surprise, that Nagato was remarkably formidable even without the Rinnegan. To keep pace with his opponent's movements and make more perfect decisions, he was constantly operating the Sharingan to its fullest, casting techniques with as little chakra as possible. But why? Why did Nagato possess such a vast amount of chakra, effortlessly executing numerous large-scale jutsu while appearing unfazed? On the other side, Nagato was also breathing heavily. Controlling such a massive water jutsu was taxing for him, yet his substantial chakra reserves allowed him to continue fighting. He observed Lin Shua's evasive maneuvers and slightly labored breathing, deducing that while Lin Shua's chakra might not be entirely depleted, it was certainly running low. Taking a deep breath, Nagato resolved to launch one final, fierce offensive, his hands forming seals once more. Fire style, fire bullet. Wind style, gale palm. He first expelled a gigantic fireball, then thrust his hands forward with force, a powerful gale erupting behind it, violently colliding with the fireball. Wind fueled the flames. The immense fireball, bolstered by the gale palm, expanded several times, transforming into a terrifying inferno that nearly covered half the lake, radiating a searing heat and destructive force, crashing down upon Lin Shuo like an avalanche. The heat waves surged, causing even the distant lake waters to begin to boil and bubble, creating a horrifying spectacle. This was Nagato's most formidable combination jutsu, its power far exceeding that of individual techniques combined. In the face of this devastating firestorm, Lin Shuo remained remarkably calm within the high-intensity operation of his Sharingan. The Sharingan spun wildly, discerning every trace of chakra movement and strength distribution within the storm. In a fleeting moment, he realized that withstanding or employing a broad defense would be exceedingly difficult and consume vast amounts of energy. With his remaining chakra, his only chance lay in a pinpoint breakthrough. If successful, victory in this competition would be assured, for even with Nagato's chakra reserves, after executing such extensive ninjutsu, he would likely have little chakra left. However, should he fail, he might find himself forced to attend an early class every day. With this thought, Lin Shuo couldn't help but feel exhilarated, breaking into a wild laugh. Haha, I must attend an early class. Not only did he not retreat, but he charged boldly toward the fiery storm. Simultaneously, his hands completed the seals at a speed that transcended limits, converting his remaining, highly refined chakra into a tempestuous lightning attribute, concentrating it at his fingertips, consolidating the energy, reaching a pinnacle, no longer merely unleashing wild lightning, but compressing and condensing the power. A deep blue lightning bolt, refined to perfection and blindingly bright, shot forth like a spear piercing the darkness, propelling alongside his figure. This furious lightning struck with unparalleled speed, precisely targeting the core connection point of Nagato's combined ninjutsu. The moment when wind and fire chakra merged, where a minuscule, fleeting energy disturbance occurred due to its immense, yet insufficient purity. The deep blue lightning cleaved through the tumultuous inferno, creating an exceedingly fine yet deadly fissure. Like a red-hot iron needle piercing a seething layer of oil, the moment it grazed the energy node, boom. The thunderous explosion reverberated across the lake. It was not an explosion born of the clash between lightning and fire, but rather a catastrophic detonation triggered by the precise destruction of the core node of Nagato's colossal composite ninjutsu, spiraling into uncontrollable devastation. The terrifying storm of flames collapsed inward like a punctured balloon, twisting and then violently erupting in all directions. The rampant energy currents swept across the lake's surface, raising monstrous waves dozens of meters high. Nagato bore the brunt, forcefully hurled away by the backlash of his own uncontrollable jutsu, his protective chakra instantly torn apart. His clothing charred in multiple places, and he tumbled backward in disarray, perilously close to plunging into the lake. In that critical moment, a figure glided like a specter through the lingering shockwave and mist, appearing beneath Nagato's trajectory. Lin Shuo. His face too was pale, chakra nearly depleted, with scorch marks adorning his garments. Yet through his Sharingan's foresight of the explosion's trajectory and a final burst of body flicker, he arrived just in time. He reached out to catch Nagato, simultaneously condensing a flicker of lightning at his fingertips and touching it to Nagato's forehead. I apologize, but the outcome is clear. I have emerged victorious, little Nagato. As his words fell, Lin Shuo's Sharingan uncontrollably closed, the water beneath him no longer stable, beginning to ripple. His chakra was dangerously low, and soon, he would be unable to maintain his footing and would fall into the lake. However, this did not come to pass, for Nagato, realizing the situation, hurriedly supported Lin Shuo and utilized body flicker to flash them both to the front of Jiraiya and the others. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Nagato casually nodded. Teacher Jiraiya, I concede. He then gazed at Lin Shuo with admiration, acknowledging his strength. In this contest, I felt my techniques were riddled with flaws in your eyes. Lin Shuo, somewhat pale, waved his hand dismissively, though his face radiated pride. At that moment, he resembled a fragile college student who had spent years in the dormitory, suddenly struck by the whim to undertake a marathon symbolizing youth, an outcome that was all too predictable. Lin Shuo felt exhausted, yearning to return to his bed. Teacher Jiraiya, as we agreed. Before he could finish, Jiraiya covered his mouth with his hand. Looking at the bewildered faces of the others, Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Ah. I have some matters to discuss privately with Lin Shuo. You all may continue your training, and I will return shortly. With that, he vanished in a flash, whisking Lin Shuo to the opposite shore of the lake. The lake's surface gradually regained its tranquility following the violent explosion and release of energy, yet Jiraiya's heart remained tumultuous. It was over. Nagato had lost. The prophesied child was unwittingly straying from his destined path, while he, Jiraiya, was on the verge of becoming a timeless sinner in the ninja world. Teacher Jiraiya, is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Shuo inquired, puzzled. If there is nothing urgent, I would like to return and rest. I'm utterly fatigued. I've never engaged in such intense combat before. Little Nagato truly is formidable. As he spoke, Lin Shuo's expression brightened, invigorated by the thought of no longer needing to train, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. Observing Lin Shuo's joyous demeanor, it appeared he was inching ever closer to a precipice. After a fierce internal struggle, Jiraiya ultimately relented. No, you still need to train. Teacher Jiraiya, didn't we agree on this? Woof, woof, woof. We agreed. To lie is to be a little dog. In the end, it was Lin Shuo who compromised, not Jiraiya. Having wagered against Jiraiya, he discovered that even without utilizing the Rinnegan, Nagato was a formidable adversary, though he barely emerged victorious after exhausting all his strength. The anticipated scenario of no longer needing to train did not materialize. Yet, it could not be said that he gained nothing. Perhaps Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment. For compared to before, Lin Shuo was granted more time off than ever. Reframing his perspective, Lin Shuo thought that perhaps, if he continued to wager with Jiraiya and fought Nagato multiple times, he might eventually achieve a state where he could take 30 days off each month. Furthermore, if the days he could take off exceeded the training days, wouldn't it be possible for Jiraiya to train on his behalf, filling the void left by his absence? He truly was a genius. However, returning to the present, Lin Shuo felt that Jiraiya might be overly concerned for him, perhaps excessively so, to the point of feeling surreal and somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. Despite their lack of familial ties, their bond formed through a chance encounter, driven by guilt, compassion, and ulterior motives, had led them to live together. Yet Jiraiya was willing to go to such lengths for him, making Lin Shuo feel somewhat bashful. This reminded him of his past teacher, who, regardless of his antics or defiance, had never given up on him. Although it did not alter his fate of working in a factory, it was not the teacher's fault. He pondered for a long time whether, had there been more teachers like that one, his destiny might have been different. However, those events belonged to the past, and their significance had diminished over time. Now, Jiraiya stood before him, and he felt a sense of duty not to squander the teacher's goodwill. Consequently, compared to before their wager, he found himself training even more frequently. Recently, he had become engrossed in Jinjutsu, and since Jiraiya was not particularly adept in that area, it provided him the perfect opportunity to delve into it alone, ensuring he had something to occupy himself with during training. Watching Lin Shuo quietly immersed in his studies of the double Tomo Sharingan, Jiraiya reflected on how foolish it had been to demean himself by barking like a dog to violate their agreement. He had considered it a foolish act. Yet at that moment, he had exhausted all his strength and options. He could not bear to witness a likely prophesied child veering off course due to his influence. After the canine mimicry, he had expected Lin Shuo to laugh heartily, mock him, or dismiss him entirely, but instead, Lin Shuo regarded him with a complex gaze, lowered his head, and simply said, "I understand," before falling silent. The next day, anticipating another humbling encounter with Lin Shuo, Jiraiya was taken aback to find Lin Shuo already engaged in practice with Yahiko on the lake's surface. His emotions were a tumultuous mix of excitement and an indescribable sense of accomplishment. He had truly arrived, and not merely as a shadow clone. In that moment, Jiraiya felt that all his efforts had borne fruit. He began to grasp why the prophesied child, destined to transform the ninja world, would be guided by his teacher toward a path strikingly different from the norm. This was the reason he had been chosen as the prophesied child's teacher and the significance of the teacher's existence. Afterward, although Lin Shuo would occasionally take time off, his overall attendance had increased compared to before their wager. As Jiraiya believed that everything was gradually improving, a letter recently sent from Konoha disrupted all his forthcoming plans. The letter was personally penned by his teacher, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and it contained no lengthy discourse, merely a succinct account of Konoha's current state. There had been sightings of ninjas from other villages at the borders of Konoha, leading to a series of minor yet troubling frictions, an unfavorable omen. Moreover, having just endured a great ninja war, Konoha was experiencing a manpower shortage, with numerous tasks piling up at the mission hall. Thus, Jiraiya was needed back in the village to assist in clearing some of the high-difficulty assignments, serving as a warning to other ninja villages and a precautionary measure. This was the first correspondence he had received from his teacher during his 3-year stay in the Land of Rain, and both emotionally and logically, he could not refuse. Furthermore, the war orphans he had taken in out of compassion had now grown into capable youths. Their performances had far exceeded Jiraiya's expectations, and even in his absence, he was confident they would strive to realize their dreams and transform their nation, as well as the entire ninja world. Though he felt a deep reluctance to part with these children, the time had come for farewells. Not every encounter culminates in a conclusion, but each holds significance, and that alone sufficed. Yet, a lingering concern for Lin Shuo, the child he deemed the troublesome child of prophecy, weighed heavily on his mind. He worried that without supervision, the future of the ninja world might veer into a perilous direction. However, at this juncture, what could he do? He seemed left with no choice but to place his trust in fate. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo, who had just completed an illusion technique experiment on Nagato, felt a pang of frustration. Sigh, how should I properly utilize Jinjutsu? Why is it that despite both being Jonin, I can't even disrupt little Nagato for a moment? He pondered, recalling Jiraiya-sensei's words about the resistance that exists between different ocular techniques. Perhaps it's due to my Rinnegan? Did he mention that? Never mind. It's not important. By the way, Nagato, do you think if I used the Sharingan to cast Jinjutsu on Jiraiya-sensei, it would work? I'm not sure, but it probably wouldn't, considering Jiraiya-sensei is such a formidable ninja. Ah, Nagato, you're mistaken. Jiraiya-sensei is a Jonin, and so am I. Why not ask if he fears me? Once I defeat Jiraiya-sensei, you, I, Yahiko, and Konan can become the new Legendary 3. But why are there 4 of us if we're calling ourselves the Legendary 3? Isn't that common sense? Forget it, this is tedious. I won't talk to you anymore. You really lack a sense of humor, Nagato. I'd love to visit Konoha someday and see how the Uchiha clan employs the Sharingan for Jinjutsu. Their conversation, though somewhat frivolous, was entirely overheard by Jiraiya, as the two had not considered his presence while conspiring aloud. Their words, though spoken carelessly, resonated deeply with him. A sudden thought struck Jiraiya and lingered in his mind. Perhaps he could take Lin Shuo back to Konoha with him. At first glance, this seemed an absurd notion. How could a war orphan from the Land of Rain accompany him to Konoha? Yet upon further reflection, it bore a semblance of feasibility. Unlike Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko, Lin Shuo genuinely possessed the bloodline of Konoha. He could very well be the most legitimate heir of the Uchiha clan, and his unparalleled talent, coupled with his dual Tomo Sharingan at such a young age, served as irrefutable evidence. Moreover, Lin Shuo could receive superior ninja education there, learning a systematic approach to ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and the synergy with bloodline limits. However, having grown close with Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, how could he possibly bring Lin Shuo to Konoha without considering their fates? Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan did not belong to Konoha. Should they venture there, their identities as war orphans from the Land of Rain would undoubtedly lead to exclusion and hardship. Additionally, in Konoha, Nagato's Rinnegan would surely attract envy. His status as a Hokage's disciple could not deter everyone, and should someone take drastic measures against Nagato, the consequences would be dire. Yet, in the short term, he could not succeed his teacher and assume the role of the 4th Hokage. Nor did he harbor aspirations to become Hokage. Should he trust his teacher to protect Nagato? The mere thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi made Jiraiya sigh heavily. Hiruzen had not distinguished himself among the candidates during the selection for the 3rd Hokage, leading the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen's teacher, to hesitate in naming a successor. Ultimately, Hiruzen was appointed due to his selfless spirit, which resonated with the 2nd Hokage's values. Whether driven by a desire to fulfill his mentor's expectations or merely to prove his worth, or perhaps both, Hiruzen prioritized the welfare of Konoha above all else. Personal sentiments, while not entirely dismissed, would inevitably be cast aside should a conflict arise between the two. Thus, if there ever came a moment when Hiruzen believed that a pair of Rinnegan could lead Konoha to greater strength, he would be the first to act, even if it meant severing ties with his disciples. Jiraiya did not wish for such a scenario to unfold. Therefore, bringing Nagato and his companions to Konoha seemed an impossibility. However, Lin Shua's return to Konoha could seamlessly integrate him into the Uchiha clan, devoid of any concerns or threats for the Uchiha. As the foremost clan of Konoha and the ninja world were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Lin Shua would return as a descendant of Uchiha Madara, a name that, while infamous in Konoha, held profound significance for the Uchiha clan. Anyone daring to harm Lin Shua would have to reckon with the wrath of the entire Uchiha clan. Yet, the question returned to its origin. Would Lin Shua truly abandon his companions, who had become akin to family, and accompany him to Konoha? Jiraiya felt a flicker of hope that Lin Shua might choose to follow him. Yet he was also reluctant to witness such an event. An indescribable sense of conflict enveloped his heart, as if countless icy thorny vines were tightening around it. Akin to a creature trapped in amber or a beast ensnared in an endless frozen expanse, while the blade of choice hovered dangerously above, and time silently crystallized into ice. What should he do? Chapter 30. The final supper time, like a fleeting stallion, rushed past in the blink of an eye. And the memory of the letter became increasingly hazy, while the moment of Jiraiya's departure grew ever clearer. Even so, he remained uncertain about how to approach Lin Shua, how to persuade him to return to Konoha together, and how to soften the impending farewell, making it less sorrowful. His thoughts meandered aimlessly until dinner time arrived. Come, dinner is served. Tonight, we feast on grilled fish. As for the reason behind this choice, it's simply due to Lin Shua's spontaneous idea of using lightning release to catch fish, which resulted in an overabundance that has led us to eat fish for several days. Yahiko brought the fish to the table, rolling his eyes at Lin Shua. Oh. Lin Shua attempts to charm his way out of it. Humph, your cuteness won't work on me. I'm not Conan. It won't work on me either. Conan chimed in. Really? Nagato, typically earnest, expressed his doubt towards Conan. Don't speak out of turn. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, dinner commenced. The beautiful first day began to take on meaning at this moment. Everything that remained, including the gentle breeze that brushed by, was imbued with freedom. There were no tedious dining rules at the table. Everyone enjoyed the grilled fish while sharing their recent experiences. Yahiko mentioned his diligent training and significant progress, asserting that in a few years, he would catch up to Nagato and Lin Shua. Conan spoke of her growing proficiency in a secret technique that combined wind release chakra, yang release chakra, and origami. Lin Shua shared that he had finally made a breakthrough in his genjutsu, successfully casting it on Nagato when he was unguarded. Although he pondered whether there was a flaw, as most commands issued after the genjutsu seemed ineffective, Nagato remarked that Lin Shua's insistence on casting genjutsu had begun to affect his training, and suggested that if next time he verbalized the commands instead of merely thinking them, the genjutsu's effectiveness might improve. Suddenly, Lin Shua paused, then released a sharp sound, observing the lively group before him. Jiraiya felt a weight in his heart at the thought of what he was about to say, making even the grilled fish somewhat difficult to swallow. What mattered more, the future of the ninja world or the family beside him? Should he choose his small family or sacrifice for the greater good? At that moment, perhaps due to Jiraiya's inability to manage his expressions, the conversation unexpectedly shifted towards him. Is something happening recently, Jiraiya-sensei? Lin Shua casually inquired. Noticing how Jiraiya often seemed distracted and detached during the day, his expression not quite frowning, but still unusually melancholic. As soon as the question was posed, the table fell silent, and all eyes turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya hesitated, taken aback that the topic had shifted to him so suddenly. However, seeing the concerned expressions of his companions, he decided it was best to voice his thoughts now. In a few days, I will return to Konoha. This farewell may be the last time we meet, and when we do meet again, it may be on the battlefield. Attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere, he joked, when that time comes, remember to go easy on me, considering our teacher-student bond. No one responded. A profound silence enveloped the group, with everyone lowering their heads in contemplation. From the moment they met, they all knew that parting day would eventually come. Yet, when that day truly arrived, it was still difficult to accept. The fate of farewell hung like the low-lying dust clouds in everyone's heart, and although they all understood, when the moment of parting approached with unavoidable heaviness, the familiar figures would fade into the crowd or the passage of time, leaving behind an unexpected sorrow that surged like a silent tide, overwhelming their hearts and leaving a weighty melancholy. When did time pass? Lin Shua, his expression tense, broke the silence first, though he tried hard to conceal his emotions. The slight tremor of his body betrayed his inner turmoil. Probably in 2 or 3 days, Jiraiya replied softly. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, or perhaps even later. But certainly within this week. Is it that urgent? Lin Shua asked, puzzled. I can't help it. By the way, there's one more thing. Jiraiya took a deep breath, contemplating before deciding to voice it. He turned to Lin Shua. For various reasons, I personally believe Konoha is the best place for you next. Would you be willing to accompany me back to Konoha? But I'm sorry, I can only take you, Lin Shua. Instantly, the atmosphere froze. A silence even colder than before spread, and Jiraiya hurriedly explained, because of the current situation in Konoha. Lin Shua furrowed his brow, interrupting Jiraiya's explanation. It's fine, Jiraiya-sensei. You don't need to explain. I understand. Jiraiya's insistence on taking him back to Konoha undoubtedly stemmed from his own difficulties, and his willingness to do so was out of goodwill. Now, all Lin Shua needed to do was respond. I'm truly sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, but I want to go to Konoha. I appreciate your kindness. At that moment, everyone's expressions varied. Some were shocked, some puzzled, some lost, and others flustered. Jiraiya, however, bore a relieved yet slightly relaxed expression. It's okay. Ultimately, this is your choice, and I trust your decision. It's all right if you choose not to go. Don't feel pressured. I just mentioned it casually. All right, let us eat. Everyone lighten up. Prompted by Jiraiya, the group finally snapped out of their daze and picked up the chopsticks they had accidentally dropped in shock. At the table, the air felt oddly stagnant, filled only with the sound of mechanical chewing, and each face wore an expression of dazed distraction. Observing the situation, Lin Shua mused that perhaps with a few more people, they could reenact the Last Supper. His lips curled into a slight smile, only to vanish moments later. In truth, the current group was not much different, and he thought it wasn't particularly funny. Chapter 31. Sleepless night. That night, for reasons unknown, Conan unexpectedly hugged Lin Shua, reminiscent of their childhood. However, things were no longer as they used to be, and Lin Shua could hardly recall the last time Conan had shown him such affection. What's wrong? Is it because Jiraiya-sensei is leaving? Lin Shua sighed inwardly, then softly reassured her. It's all right. Everything will be fine. This reluctant farewell, even after 2 lifetimes, was his first experience, and he found himself at a loss for how to comfort or console Conan. He could only repeat those words, murmuring them over and over. After a moment of silence, Conan suddenly spoke up. What about you? Are you going to leave too? Leave? Where would I go? Lin Shua replied, somewhat confused, but then recalled Jiraiya's casual remark during dinner. You mean to Konoha? Yes, please don't go. I promised you, didn't I? Besides, I believe I already gave my answer. Lin Shua replied helplessly. I want to go, you can rest assured. But didn't you say when you were younger that you always wanted to go to Konoha? Conan hesitated before speaking, her voice trembling. She feared hearing an answer she didn't want, afraid that the currently harmonious atmosphere between them would turn silent upon revealing that thin veil of deception. Yet she was more fearful, apprehensive that the other would silently drift away, much like a dream, so enchanting, so resplendent. However, regardless of how beautiful a dream may be, it ultimately remains just that, a dream. Once one awakens, everything must come to an end. Childhood aspirations? Lin Shua furrowed his brow slightly. The memories were not particularly clear, but he could surmise that in his youth, his singular desire was merely to survive, or rather, to thrive. The savior of the ninja world, the protagonist of this anime, seems to be located in Konoha, thus it is reasonable to assume that he yearned deeply to seek refuge there. This must be the crux of it. Yet, these sentiments were certainly not something he could share with Xiao Nan, and somehow, it transformed into a wish to visit Konoha. Nonetheless, it was quite remarkable that the other still recalled a fleeting childhood wish, something Lin Shua himself hardly remembered. Childhood is childhood, we have grown now. You once said you would be with me for a lifetime, yet now you won't even call me brother. Stop overthinking it, let us sleep. I merely spoke those words in passing. Just the musings of a child, do not take them to heart. Lin Shua explained, then closed his eyes, preparing for slumber. All right, enough. It's late, let us sleep. Everything has come so suddenly, and we have yet to decide where we wish to go in the future. Let us rest now. There will be much to attend to in the coming days. Time became a vague concept in the darkness, and after an indeterminate period, the rhythmic sound of breathing beside him contrasted with Xiao Nan's sleeplessness. A mere whim of a child? She opened her eyes, although she could not see. She was certain he was there. Her thoughts began to wander aimlessly. The exhilaration she felt when she uttered that wish back then still lingered in her memory, unforgotten. Thus, does your wish remain unchanged as well? Is Jiraiya-sensei really about to leave? In the darkness, Yahiko lay alone in bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. An indescribable sensation spread within his heart, stirring a growing restlessness. However, compared to the agitation caused by Jiraiya-sensei's departure, the signs that Lin Shuo might leave rendered him more confused and disoriented. No, Lin Shuo would not leave. Did he not say so? Yet, was this truly all right? As he tossed and turned, Yahiko's consciousness gradually faded, ultimately succumbing to an endless dream. After an unknown duration, when his awareness coalesced once more, he opened his eyes to find the familiar surroundings had vanished, replaced by a murky haze. Where's this? Is it a dream? Yahiko speculated. Unknown, yet it mattered little. He stepped forward into the chaos, aimless. This was rather pleasant, he thought. There was nothing to consider, nothing to worry about. The only action required was to keep moving forward. As he walked, the chaos began to recede, revealing scenes around him. From the moment he first conversed with Lin Shuo, the other's scrutinizing gaze, the images continued to shift, immersing him in a sense of nostalgia, as if he were reliving the past. The first time he heard Lin Shuo narrate tales of an imagined world, the astonishment it brought him was still unforgettable. Why was it that, despite being of the same age, Lin Shuo's mind was filled with fantastical ideas while his own was consumed with petty schemes? The first time Lin Shuo claimed that Konoha was far superior to the Land of Rain. After all, the Land of Rain was the homeland that nurtured them. How could he say such a thing? Yet, in retrospect, Lin Shuo may have been correct. Seeing Lin Shuo activate the Sharingan in the rain, his expression fierce as he charged at the wandering ninja. Could it be that someone could achieve such feats for him? This was also the first time he witnessed Lin Shuo act recklessly, driven by impulse. Additionally, the recent clash between Lin Shuo and Nagato on the lake, where Lin Shuo's fingertips sparkled with blinding lightning, as he approached him with an expressionless demeanor. Truly formidable. Was this the extent of human power? Watching Lin Shuo draw near, Yahiko became entranced. Unlike the moment when Lin Shuo merely tapped Nagato on the forehead to break through his assault, the Lin Shuo before him now surged forward with an overwhelming presence. Dreams, after all, are always so bizarre, he mused. In the end, the lightning tore through everything, and all scenes vanished, returning to chaos. What do you think? I find it rather impressive, do you not? A youthful voice echoed amidst the chaos, momentarily startling Yahiko. You. Yahiko abruptly turned, his gaze urgent as it sought the source of the voice, his face a canvas of astonishment. A diminutive figure, barely reaching Yahiko's chest, emerged from the swirling fog, as if parting an invisible curtain, and came to stand beside him. Who do you think I am? The figure inquired, the tone laced with exasperation. After reminiscing for so long, you no longer recognize me? You are Lin Shuo. Yahiko's expression froze, disbelief widening his eyes, involuntarily whispering. Yet, as if pricked by a sudden realization, he jolted back to awareness, shaking his head vigorously, his brows furrowed, voice urgent and perplexed. No, that's not the point. Why are you here? Lin Shuo tilted his head, an expression of mild annoyance crossing his face. Are you a fool? This is your dream. Why would I not be here? Is it not you who wished for my presence? My dream? Yahiko showed little surprise at this revelation, his gaze drifting slightly, tinged with complex emotions. Even in dreams, you are indeed just as I remember Lin Shuo. Your demeanor is unmistakable. Of course, Lin Shuo rolled his eyes. It's obvious, you conjured me from your memories. How could I be anything but what you recall? Your question makes it seem as if your brain is at odds with itself. Yahiko chuckled lightly at the familiarity of the tone, feeling a sense of warmth. Oh, how delightful. Delightful. Lin Shuo's face contorted in exaggerated disdain as he retorted, if I were to dream of you, I would undoubtedly feel physically ill. Uft. It truly resembled his words. Yahiko's gaze lingered on Lin Shuo, as if peering through him at another person, falling into silence for a moment before finally speaking. By the way, let us chat for a bit. There are some matters I find difficult to discuss with Lin Shuo, but with you, it's not an issue. Difficult to discuss? Lin Shuo's lips curled into a sardonic smile. I fear it's your cowardice, I assent it. What use is it to converse with me? Isn't that self-deception? Shaolin Shua scoffed. Essentially, I am still you. Meaning, before we even begin our conversation, your heart already possesses the answer. Your manner of speaking is strikingly similar to his. So incisive, Yahiko refrained from arguing. Perhaps that was precisely why. The same words spoken by you would carry more weight than those uttered by myself. So, you are merely hesitating now, yet since your heart already knows the answer. That is the root of your indecision, is it not? Shaolin Shua pinpointed the crux once more. Who knows? Yahiko replied vaguely, his gaze drifting toward the chaotic expanse, seemingly gathering his thoughts. By the way, Lin Shua, do you truly wish to go to Konoha? Me? Shaolin Shua raised an eyebrow dismissively, seemingly finding the question ludicrous. Why ask me? Do you not already have the answer in your heart? His tone was casual, yet from your perspective, I must appear to long for Konoha immensely. After all, I have instilled in you the notion of Konoha's supremacy since childhood, and I have expressed my desire to visit Konoha more than once. You believe that Lin Shua's refusal today does not reflect his true feelings. Rather, it was a painful decision made out of consideration for your relationship, correct? However, you are aware that Shaolin Shua's tone suddenly grew somber, imbued with a maturity and resignation that transcended his years, even casting a glance of pity towards Yahiko. This is a matter you ought not to question me about. Yet, you also know that Yahiko's voice dropped, avoiding Shaolin Shua's gaze, admitting, I am merely a coward. Perhaps asking you is similar. At the very least, you would, like the real Lin Shua, enumerate the reasons and consequences of this matter. If even you cannot persuade me, it must signify that this course of action is erroneous. Yahiko suddenly lifted his head, his voice rising slightly. Therefore, if I manage to convince you, does that imply the matter is undeniably correct? How absurd. Shaolin Shua scoffed. For the very fact that I could utter such words must strike you as somewhat ludicrous. So why not change your perspective? It matters not. Yahiko waved his hand dismissively. His eyes dimmed. Even if you are indeed mistaken, you are certainly more correct than I. What do you think I should do? Yahiko turned back to Shaolin Shua. His eyes filled with confusion and anguish, as if seeking direction in a dense fog. Should he watch Lin Shua relinquish his promising future and childhood dreams to remain with them in this impoverished land of rain country? Or should he find a way to help Lin Shua reach Konoha and fulfill his own aspirations, sparing him the suffering of staying with them? You already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Shaolin Shua sighed again, his tone tinged with helplessness and understanding. Why even ask me? I wish to hear you articulate it. Yahiko's voice wavered. Only then can I resolve to act. It seemed that only by hearing it from Lin Shua's lips could he muster the courage to take action. Very well. Shaolin Shua gazed deeply at Yahiko without uttering a word. Then, his expression suddenly sharpened, cold, and even tinged with arrogance and cruelty. So I shall speak. He lifted his chin slightly, his tone biting and clear. You are all a bunch of fools. He spoke mercilessly, his gaze contemptuously sweeping over Yahiko. Even Nagato, who is said to possess the legendary sage's eyes, pales in comparison to my talents. He paused, his tone growing even more disdainful. Though I spend most of my time idling, indulging in pleasures, with just a modicum of effort, I could surpass the most talented among you, Nagato. As for you and Conan, you cannot even catch a glimpse of my residual energy from training. How pitiful. That cold and distant gaze compelled Yahiko to avert his head. To me, you are merely burdens, hindering my progress. Each word pierced Yahiko like an icicle. I never belonged in this rain country. What is rightfully mine is a grander stage akin to Konoha, where I can fully unleash my talents. Perhaps, out of a sense of obligation, I remained. But every night in bed, I would lie awake, tormented by regret whenever I recalled this matter. Is this what you desire, Yahiko? After a moment of silence, a youthful voice echoed once more. You see, Shaolin Shua said softly, his gaze seemingly penetrating the chaos before him, looking toward an emptiness beyond. Our journey has reached its water's end. Ahead lie no signs of companionship, only two diverging paths shrouded in mist. Looking back, we have supported each other along the way, finally arriving at this moment. Yet, our footprints are already half erased by the evening breeze of time. Although echoes of yesterday's laughter linger in the air, they are swiftly consumed. Perhaps, it is time to acknowledge that this shared scenery has arrived at its curtain call. His voice was soft, allowing the farewell to fall gently, like a feather. Listening to the long echoes it stirred in this vast emptiness. Shaolin Shua paused slightly, meeting Yahiko's gaze, and spoke each word clearly and calmly, delivering the final conclusion. What I mean is, our journey has concluded, and perhaps it is time for us to part ways. What do you think, Yahiko? An oppressive silence engulfed the moment, the words feeling as if they were choked in his throat, struggling to emerge. Finally, he managed to utter, I understand. Yahiko nodded slowly, and before he could fully comprehend, tears surged forth unexpectedly, blurring his vision. Then, he awoke from the dream. Upon waking, Yahiko noticed damp patches on his pillow and tear stains that had yet to dry. Unlike the protagonist in the story he had exchanged bodies with, who awoke, crying, and had forgotten the events of the dream, he vividly remembered everything that transpired, including all his imagined dialogues with Shaolin Shuo during their first encounter in the dream. Yet, what good was that knowledge? It would be better to forget everything that occurred in the dream, for that would grant him the pretext to feign ignorance. Silently watching as Lin Shuo remained for some absurd reason, gazing out the window at dawn, Yahiko felt a chill from the once warm, gentle sun, now seeming particularly cold and blinding. I have a craving for red beans. People are inherently compromise-seeking. Most prefer the middle ground. For instance, if you say the room is too dark and suggest opening a window, others may object, but if you propose tearing off the roof, they would likely relent and agree to open a window. Nagato was no different. The departure of Jiraiya-sensei was undoubtedly hard to bear, but when the idea of taking Lin Shuo along arose, one could reconsider, making Jiraiya-sensei's departure seem less unbearable. It does not imply that Jiraiya's departure is insignificant. Rather, as long as Lin Shuo remains, there is still hope. Thus, comparatively speaking, Nagato had a relatively good rest last night. Despite only falling asleep in the latter half of the night, his robust constitution rendered it inconsequential. After all, he had no dreams, as he needed to rise early for training. Chapter 32. A storm approaches. Upon awakening, Yahiko did not return to sleep. After a brief wash, he made his way to the training ground. He had not eaten breakfast, lacking an appetite. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find the place completely empty. He had actually arrived first. He initially thought that Nagato would have already begun his ninjutsu training by the time he got there. He had intended to discuss matters regarding Lin Shuo with him, but upon reflection, it made sense. While Nagato was diligent in his training, the events of the previous night would surely have affected his sleep. After a short while, Nagato appeared, slowly making his way from a distance. Yahiko, why are you here so early today? Nagato looked at Yahiko in surprise. While it was not as though he was like Lin Shuo, who either did not show up or arrive precisely on time, seeing him here so early was a first. Nothing much. I just woke up and came, Yahiko replied, shaking his head. He then changed the subject, not wishing to linger on that topic. You arrived just in time. I have something I want to discuss with you. Something? Yes, about Lin Shuo. Conan, too, had risen early today, arriving at the training ground well before anyone else. Though she had gotten up early, she had not slept at all the previous night, leaving her looking somewhat haggard and pale. Before she even arrived at the training ground, a fierce argument reached her ears. It was the voices of Nagato and Yahiko. I cannot agree with your perspective, but this is what we call reality. The participants in the quarrel surprised Conan, for in her memory, Yahiko and Nagato had never exchanged harsh words. In fact, Nagato had never seemed to engage in disputes with anyone. She could hardly fathom what circumstances could provoke someone so gentle, who rarely raised his voice, to erupt into such a heated confrontation. After those two statements, silence fell between them, and neither dared to continue speaking. What had transpired? Before Conan could inquire, Yahiko, upon noticing her arrival, took the initiative to speak. Conan, you've come at the right time. After spending considerable time elucidating the entire situation, Conan shook her head, instinctively wanting to refute Yahiko's viewpoint. However, unbidden, the conversation she had with Lin Shu the previous night flickered through her mind. Conan opened her mouth, intending to voice her thoughts, yet no words emerged. Was it truly meant to be this way? But could it be otherwise? Ultimately, she fell into silence alongside Yahiko and Nagato. How about it, Conan? Do you also find Yahiko's words absurd? Seeing her silence, Nagato assumed she disagreed with Yahiko's perspective and, filled with indignation, began to speak. In my view, we should. Yet before he could finish, Conan interrupted him. No, Nagato. With her head lowered, obscured in shadows, her expression was unreadable. I believe Yahiko's words do possess some merit. You think so too? Nagato gazed at Conan, disbelief etched across his face. He wished to refute her, but found himself at a loss for words. though it is often said that both hands are equally vital in practical terms. The right hand does hold a slight edge in importance. Similarly, while each relationship bears significance, Konan and Yahiko are undoubtedly more crucial to Lin Shu than Nagato himself. If they hold such beliefs, what weight does Nagato's perspective carry? Although Yahiko and Konan's arguments are not without reason, one cannot help but ponder whether this is truly the right course of action. All he could manage to utter was, I understand. A series of knocks disrupted Jiraiya, who was still lost in slumber. Coming, no need to rush. He yawned, bleary-eyed, as he opened the door. Ah, Nagato, Yahiko, Konan. What brings you here? Yahiko took a deep breath, his demeanor suddenly serious. We need to discuss something with you. It's about Lin Shu. Are you really going to proceed with this? Jiraiya's expression turned complex upon hearing Yahiko's words. He looked at the group, on the verge of tears, and spoke gently. There's really no need to go this far. We are resolute in our decision and hope you won't interfere, Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. You needn't worry about our feelings. We merely wish for you to honor your commitments. I can do that. After all, you are all my disciples. And I will not favor anyone. I won't interfere with your decisions, but I cannot help but feel distressed. Jiraiya wished to persuade them further, but was abruptly interrupted. Lin Shu can wander the land of rain with us, casting aside the opportunity to return to Konoha, but we cannot do the same. He can think of us. And we must think of him too. The land of rain has never been a good place for Lin Shu. We might regret this. But Lin Shu will certainly not have any regrets. This is our choice. In the end, Jiraiya merely shook his head, opting not to press the matter further. Why must it be this way? Lin Shu, groggy, opened his eyes and glanced around. Where is everyone? Noticing the warmth of the spot beside him had faded, he mumbled a few complaints. They could at least have woken me up. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed something unusual. What is this? Squinting at Konan's pillow, he saw a patch of dampness. Is that drool? How disgusting. At least it didn't land on me. Lin Shu felt a twinge of curiosity. Sensing something was amiss with Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato today. They seemed to be whispering about something, and whenever he approached to listen, they would scatter, feigning nonchalance. Once or twice, it could be overlooked, but the entire day had unfolded this way. Although he found it peculiar, he didn't ponder it deeply. They were no longer children. Having their secrets was normal. It was unusual to pry into every matter, leaving no room for privacy. Perhaps their odd behavior stemmed from Jiraiya's impending departure. Yet, a vague sense of unease lingered in Lin Shu's heart. Why were they avoiding him? And why was he the only one excluded from their little circle? As dusk fell, surrendering to the embrace of night, the joys and sorrows of the past 3 years seemed poised to culminate in a final stroke from fate's hand. A new future quietly began to unfold behind the curtain of darkness, yet in this moment, the silence was steeped in the sorrow of parting. Everyone was aware that Jiraiya would be leaving the next day. Even in the face of a lavish dinner, the atmosphere at the table remained unusually somber. The farewells had already been spoken, and the final memories they wished to create together had been made. Now, it felt more akin to the moments before an execution, waiting for the inevitable to descend. Many thoughts swirled in their minds, yet ultimately, only one remained. It's all coming to an end. I will be leaving tomorrow. Jiraiya broke the silence at the dinner table. No one responded, and he did not seem to mind. Tomorrow morning, I will conduct one final assessment. After it concludes, I will leave the land of rain and return to Konoha. Chapter 33. The final page of the story. The silence persisted, this eerie atmosphere lingering until after dinner. After the meal, everyone tacitly remained seated, not departing. Yet, no one spoke, they simply sat in silence. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shu felt an inexplicable irritation bubble within him. Why was it like this? The final moments before parting should not be so bleak. But if not like this, what should it be? Was it autumn? Who could say? Ultimately, he could only sigh silently within. Then, he stood up first, shaking his head as he looked at Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato, who sat with their heads down, lost in thought. Let us go. It's time to rest. Don't just sit here foolishly. We need to rise early tomorrow to pack our things. After Jiraiya-sensei leaves, we must prepare to depart as well. Yahiko looked up, his expression somewhat grim. He forced a smile at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, you should go to bed first. We want to have a chat with Jiraiya-sensei. Konan and Nagato continued to lower their heads, showing no reaction, seemingly endorsing Yahiko's words. Lin Shu, trusting their intentions, glanced at them, shook his head, and said nothing further as he returned to his room to prepare for rest. This afternoon, he engaged in a lengthy conversation with Master Jiraiya. The words that needed to be spoken had already been articulated, and the gifts meant for him had been handed over. Now, there was little left to say. For Yahiko and the others, who had yet to experience farewell, such a situation was likely quite normal. Perhaps it was he, who silently accepted his fate and sought solace alone in the depths of night, who was the anomaly. At that moment, he merely regarded it as a commonplace occurrence. Upon returning to his room, Lin Shuo lay alone on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The room, which was not particularly spacious, now felt somewhat desolate. This was the space that had accompanied him for 3 years, a sanctuary where he had witnessed every sunrise and sunset, and where countless precious memories of his life were stored. He recalled how, at the beginning, Jiraiya had prepared rooms for each of them. Initially, their spirits were filled with excitement. Having their own rooms was an incredibly valuable experience for a group of war orphans who spent most of their time wandering. Even Konan, at first, had abandoned him to choose a room of her own. However, it wasn't long before she found herself alone in the vast darkness, gazing at the empty room, inevitably feeling a twinge of loneliness. It seemed that everyone shared this sentiment. Before long, someone would come to visit him at night for secret conversations. Sometimes it was Konan, sometimes Yahiko, and occasionally Nagato. Yet, Nagato appeared a bit shy, always trailing behind Yahiko when he came. Jiraiya did not disapprove of their nightly gatherings. In those days, before they began their training in ninjutsu, they would lie in bed, engaged in endless conversations before sleep. They would wait for Jiraiya to knock on his door in the middle of the night, reminding them that it was getting late, before they would quiet down and pretend to be asleep. After some time, they would lower their voices and continue their discussions until their whispers faded, and they drifted into slumber. This routine persisted until they began their ninjutsu training, at which point it ceased. The necessity to practice ninjutsu meant early mornings, compelling them to retire early the night before. Moreover, from that time onward, Konan transitioned from visiting occasionally at night to becoming a permanent presence in his room. The bed, though not large, made it awkward for Yahiko and Nagato to intrude frequently. Though he often complained about Konan's restless sleep, he found himself surprisingly restless alone in bed now. He reasoned that it was merely due to her absence that he felt uneasy. Outside, voices carried intermittently, but Lin Shuo was oblivious to what they were saying to Jiraiya. He neither could discern nor wished to listen. The indistinct sounds of muffled sobs stirred a sense of unease within him. They seemed to belong to Konan, or perhaps Nagato, or even Yahiko. Perhaps they all shared in this sorrow, which inadvertently made him feel melancholic. Time passed, long enough that even the sound of rain outside seemed to cease. The sporadic voices outside grew increasingly infrequent until, at last, silence enveloped the space. Lin Shuo understood that the conversation outside had concluded, and Konan would likely be coming in soon. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to close his eyes and feign sleep. He did not know why he felt compelled to do so. Perhaps he simply did not want Konan to realize that he was also deeply affected, rather than appearing as indifferent as he had pretended. With a creak, the door opened. A soft tread approached, growing nearer to the bedside, until only one person entered, though he could not discern who it was. "Are you asleep, Lin Shuo?" A familiar voice broke the stillness. Though it was slightly hoarse compared to his memory, he immediately recognized it as Konan's. Lin Shuo kept his eyes tightly shut, remaining silent and pretending to be asleep. "Stop pretending. I know you're not asleep. You snore loudly when you sleep. So loud. And you drool foolishly too. You're talking nonsense. I would never do that. It's clearly you who..." Lin Shuo could not help but open his eyes to look at the figure standing by the bed. Upon seeing Konan's bright eyes gazing at him, he realized he had been tricked. "You're not asleep?" Konan seemed unconcerned by his earlier pretense. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she casually inquired, "What were you doing in your room just now? Were you eavesdropping on our conversation?" "Eavesdropping? Would hearing your cries count?" Lin Shuo jested lightly. "Is that all?" After a pause, Konan turned her head, obscuring her expression in the shadows, and suddenly uttered something inexplicable. "What do you mean, is that all?" Lin Shuo was equally perplexed. "Nothing," she murmured, shaking her head and offering no further explanation. She then raised her hand, and only then did Lin Shuo notice that she was holding something. The dim light had concealed it from his view. Konan extended her hand towards him. "Here. This is for you." "What is this?" Though puzzled, Lin Shuo sat up and took it. It smelled like a cup of milk. He examined it under the moonlight filtering through the window, finding it quite ordinary. What is this for? Didn't you say that drinking a glass of milk before bed can aid sleep? I was going to have a glass myself, but noticed you were still awake. So I thought I'd give it to you. I'll just grab another for myself later. Oh, I see. Although Lin Shuo found it odd that she had only now decided to drink something he had mentioned long ago, he attributed it to Jiraiya's departure unsettling her. He took the glass and drank it in one go. Ugh, why does it taste so strange? Could it have gone bad? Or is this just how milk tastes in this world? Lin Shuo dismissed his concerns, as he could not imagine that Conan or anyone else would add anything harmful to his milk. He then turned to her with a playful tone. Actually, the reason I couldn't sleep is that I'm not used to you not being here beside me. Now that you're here, I might not even need to drink this. Conan lowered her gaze. You truly would miss me if I weren't by your side? In the dim light, it became increasingly difficult to discern her expression. What kind of question is that? Lin Shuo chuckled lightly, shaking his head. After all these years together, we've been each other as companions. Childhood sweethearts, doesn't he even begin to describe it? I practically raised you. How could you doubt our bond? But there is no future anymore. Conan's voice grew increasingly somber and hoarse. Even Lin Shuo, usually oblivious, sensed something amiss. What are you saying? What do you mean there is no future? She lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes. Wait, don't cry just yet. Let us talk this over. Lin Shuo, noticing her distress, leaned forward in an attempt to comfort her. However, as he moved, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him, and in a fleeting moment, he found himself back on the bed. Before he could voice his confusion, his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. However, I truly long to be with you forever. Yet, confining a bird within a cage is destined for sorrow, for it was never meant to dwell there. You once inquired why birds fly, and at that time, I could not fathom the answer. A bird flies simply because it can, devoid of any further rationale. Now, I seem to grasp the essence of it. People merely witness the flight of birds, yet they overlook that these creatures were born to soar in the skies. If only you were not so extraordinary, then I could cherish you for a lifetime. But why, oh why? If, as you claim, there exists a next life, I hope in that realm you might be a tad more ordinary. In the final moment before consciousness fades, Lin Shuo seemed to perceive that rain had begun to fall within the room, as if the entire world were weeping. Chapter 34. The events of yesterday are akin to yesterday's death. Today's occurrences resemble today's birth. Raindrops incessantly pounded upon the cold stone path, as if seeking to embed the entire realm of rain into the damp earth. The iron-gray sky loomed heavily overhead, while the incessant, chaotic rain wove an endless, delicate web enveloping the entirety of existence. The relentless cold rain and the weighty leaden dome silently pressed upon every inch of space. Even the act of breathing was laden with a suffocating dampness, as though only this bleak, frigid, and stifling prison remained in the world. You have awakened. Observing Lin Shuo, who sat on the bed, lost in thought while gazing out the window, Jiraiya's expression was one of complexity. He knew this was not a favorable idea. Faced with Lin Shuo's immobility, as if he had heard nothing, Jiraiya let out a resigned sigh, though he understood that this would likely not end well. What could he do? Both sides were his disciples, and aiding either would be inappropriate. Jiraiya had thought this way at that moment, yet now, witnessing the once vibrant Lin Shuo reduced to this state, his heart wavered. Why did he choose to remain a bystander? Had he taken action then, perhaps Lin Shuo would not be in such a predicament now. Could it be that this was the very place where the prophesied child required his guidance? Had he, yet again, faltered? In retrospect, perhaps he was not as impartial as he had envisioned, claiming that aiding either side was unwise. Ultimately, it was due to the allure of Yahiko's plan aligning with his own desires that he chose to do nothing and silently observe the unfolding events. Opposition does not necessarily equate to justice. Silence, indeed, nurtures complicity. Gazing at Lin Shuo in his current state, Jiraiya wished to offer words of comfort, yet he ultimately remained silent. Perhaps for Lin Shuo, he too was inextricably linked to these unfolding events, perhaps even one of the architects of this turmoil. In the end, Jiraiya leaned against the door, arms crossed over his chest, mimicking Lin Shuo's stillness, quietly gazing out the window, lost in thought. Though his time was somewhat pressing, at this moment, urgency seemed futile. Time slipped away in the gentle patter of rain, and at some point, Jiraiya even pondered whether he would stand there until the rain ceased, only for it to commence again, a cycle repeating endlessly. Jiraiya-sensei, could you tell me what has transpired? Lin Shuo's voice, hoarse and weak, broke the silence. Jiraiya turned to see Lin Shua's gaze had shifted from the window to him. At some point, the boy's eyes had dulled, seemingly devoid of focus, yet he appeared to be staring at him, as if peering into another world. Faced with Lin Shua's inquiry, Jiraiya recounted the conversation he had had with Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato in detail. Jiraiya-sensei, we must trouble you once more. Please bring Lin Shua back to Konoha. Our minds are made up. Do not attempt to dissuade us. Unlike Lin Shua, I lack the eloquence and philosophical depth in my speech. I remember how Lin Shua told stories. I once marveled at how someone could express themselves so elegantly and with such charisma. Each time he narrated, I would take out a pen and urge him to repeat my favorite lines, which I would then jot down to reflect upon later. Though I did not understand the meanings of those phrases at the time, I thought that if I memorized them, I too could speak beautifully like Lin Shua, filled with profound wisdom. Yet here I am, still as clumsy with words as before, yet somehow, I seem to grasp some of the meanings I once could not comprehend. I recall a segment concerning the feelings between the protagonists that spoke of destiny diverging, each with its own journey. When engulfed in hardship, shrouded in darkness, I could selfishly hold his hand, finding solace in the mud, sharing our struggles. However, when the first light of dawn finally pierced the clouds, illuminating a path adorned with blossoms for him, I could only reluctantly loosen my grip, blood and tears mingling. He was destined to embrace the resplendent stars, to live a life free from the burdens of tomorrow's sustenance and the shadows of an uncertain future. How could I bear to let his brilliant future languish in our tumultuous existence, dulling his wings and dimming his light? Indeed, he might willingly sacrifice his fiery passion, choosing to revel in the mire with me, sharing joyful moments. This sentiment is heavier than a mountain, capable of scorching the soul. Yet precisely for this reason, I must turn away. I have no right, nor the heart, to imprison him with such deep affection in this harsh winter. What I can do is suppress my turbulent longing and heart-wrenching reluctance deep within my heart's recesses. Then, in the unobserved corners, I silently burn all my blessings for him, decisively and quietly erasing myself from the map of his journey, ensuring I do not become a mere stone underfoot or a fleeting thread of entanglement. Perhaps only through such a heart-wrenching departure can I stand tall upon our eventual reunion and meet his gaze with a clear conscience. Even if over the years, regret gnaws at our dreams, if it leads to his path being smooth and his future radiant, devoid of shadows of remorse, then I would willingly embrace this myriad of pain. At the time, I could not comprehend the necessity of such eloquence. However, this passage was lengthy and filled with words I had never encountered before, yet I committed it to memory despite my ignorance. Later, through persistent inquiries with Lin Shua, I finally managed to grasp the essence of those sentences, realizing Lin Shua was intentionally crafting reasons for the protagonists to part ways, even boldly claiming that without such developments, there would be no continuation. Yet reflecting back now, I understand what he meant by the absence of a continuation. Is that how it is? Lin Shua's gaze fell, obscuring his expression. So this is what they call a reason? How laughable. Is it truly amusing? Jiraiya murmured quietly. He could not forget the sorrowful yet resolute expressions on their faces when they approached him. Perhaps in Lin Shua's eyes, it was genuinely laughable. However, to Jiraiya, their determined expressions bore no semblance of deceit. Yet even so, what could he possibly say? Should he disclose the difficulties faced by Yahiko and the others? Should I still persuade Lin Shua not to be angry? Jiraiya could not fully grasp the perspectives of his disciples. After all, he had merely accompanied them through a fleeting 3 years, while Lin Shua and his companions had endured a tumultuous journey together as war orphans, relying on one another to reach this point. Perhaps Jiraiya would never comprehend the emotions Lin Shua felt at that moment, nor the sorrow that had driven Shaonan to exit her room in tears the previous night. At that time, all he could think of was to respect each disciple's choices. Lin Shua chose not to return to Konoha with him, and he did not press the matter. When Yahiko, Shaonan, and Nagato decided to leave, he felt it inappropriate to oppose them. In hindsight, he wondered if he should have taken action, yet ultimately, he did nothing. However, it might not be too late to remedy the situation now. Since you find this amusing, let us set forth, Jiraiya declared, taking a deep breath as he resolved to seek them out for an explanation. Yahiko and the others had departed the night before. There was still time to find them. Upon uttering these words, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, that relief was short-lived, as it seemed he would have to remain in the land of rain for a while longer. He could only apologize to his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But 3 years had passed. A few extra days did not matter. Even if he returned a bit later, it should not pose a significant issue. After voicing this thought, he felt a sense of liberation, though Lin Shua's reaction was unexpected. Go find them. Lin Shua's vacant gaze sharpened, and a silent smile flickered across his lips, quickly morphing into wild laughter. Why? I am so very, trusting in them. But why? Why, Jiraiya-sensei? Even if Yahiko is impulsive and reckless, I have never outright dismissed his ideas. I would lay out the pros and cons for him, patiently explaining each point before ultimately respecting his decision. So why does he lack patience with me this time? Why is he unwilling to grant me even a modicum of respect? Nagato, the youngest among us, who joined us last. I always check if he needs anything when good fortune strikes. Yet this time, he wouldn't even ask me. And Xiaonan, has she abandoned me too? Ha 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 ha. I thought she needed someone by her side, but it seems I am merely a forsaken wild dog. I even fantasized about the possibility of a deeper bond between us, but it turns out I was merely deluding myself. Ha 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 ha. Calm down, Jiraiya urged, observing Lin Shua's erratic demeanor. For reasons unknown, despite having weathered many storms, he felt a tinge of fear. Why would they not even think to ask me? Is my presence so insignificant? Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya-sensei, you tell me to calm down. But I feel absolutely no need for calmness. I feel magnificent. Power. An unending surge of power. It flows toward me relentlessly. Ha ha ha. In the dimly lit room, Lin Shua covered his eyes with one hand and laughed towards the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, 3 slowly rotating black tomo manifested in his gaze, appearing even more eerie against the backdrop of deep crimson. Time became a blur. After an indeterminate period, Lin Shua abruptly turned to Jiraiya, asking, "What do you think, Jiraiya-sensei?" As he met Lin Shua's piercing gaze, filled with the chilling intensity of the 3 tomo Sharingan, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable tension. It was as if a constricting serpent was coiling around him, making him hold his breath, fearing that any dissenting word would result in his immediate demise. The cold, frenzied eyes bore into him, leaving Jiraiya momentarily breathless. Was this truly the gaze of a youth? Jiraiya sensed that Lin Shua's current state was far from normal. Perhaps he should act decisively to subdue Lin Shua and force him to regain composure. Yet he ultimately refrained. Violence may be the most effective means of resolution, but it is also the most futile, unable to bring true closure. Resignedly, Jiraiya murmured, I think this might be all right. It was unclear whether he was speaking to Lin Shua or himself. Oh, I couldn't care less. Lin Shua dismissed Jiraiya's response, bowing his head to engage in solitary musings. This time, however, his tone bore less hysteria and more calm indifference. From now on, my name shall be Uchiha Lin Shua. Let us go, Jiraiya-sensei. It is time for me to return to where I truly belong. Jiraiya sighed. You remain silent, yet the rain continues to pour with increasing intensity. A page from an unnamed diary, partially burned, revealed faintly discernible words. Sadness? Anger? The urge to cry? Perhaps a bit of all 3. Initially, a void engulfed him, a bewildered mind unable to comprehend the unfolding events. When clarity returned, he realized they had indeed abandoned him and had left. At that moment, an overwhelming sorrow surged within him, constricting his chest as if something was lodged there, akin to a missing piece of himself. He longed to cry and indeed shed tears, realizing they were far stronger than he had imagined, while he himself was more fragile than they could conceive. After an undetermined passage of time, as the tide of sorrow receded, an unnamed, raging fury began to swell within him, demanding to obliterate the entire world. Why? Flames roared and blazed, until, in a singular moment, seemingly brief yet stretching into eternity, everything collapsed and extinguished, leaving only a profound silence and the hollow void within, consumed by flames. What right did he have to feel this way? Rather than tranquility, it felt more like numbness. And after that, there was nothing more. So be it. From that moment onward, a new chapter began. It bore no relation to the past. One night, I burned all my memories, and from then on, my dreams began to turn transparent. One morning, I discarded all yesterdays, and from that moment, my steps felt lighter. All that transpired yesterday is as if it perished with the dawn. All that unfolds today is akin to a new birth. From this day forth, My name shall be Uchiha Lin Shua. Chapter 35. The Land of Rain. Conclusion. Dark clouds loomed over the land, and a persistent drizzle fell, as if it would never cease. The cold, damp wind rushed into their nostrils, while the seemingly endless, muddy path ahead dulled the senses. Yahiko, Sharingan, and Nagato trudged silently forward, rain cascading over their cloaks. Though the sky appeared bleak, it seemed not so terrible when compared to the expressions on their faces, lifeless, devoid of spirit, resembling the walking dead who had crawled from the muck beneath their feet. Observing the expressions on Sharingan and Nagato's faces, the eldest among the group, Yahiko, felt a desire to say something uplifting to encourage everyone in their current state. However, just as he was about to speak, a profound sense of fatigue surged from deep within, leaving him unexpectedly weary. Ultimately, he decided against voicing his thoughts. Perhaps it was best to leave things as they were. Gazing at the increasingly overcast sky, an unbidden thought struck him. If only Lin Shua were still here. He mused that if it were Lin Shua, surely things would be different. The mere thought of Lin Shua plunged Yahiko's spirits even lower. It was indeed ironic that he had briefly entertained the idea of comforting Sharingan and Nagato when, in truth, he himself seemed to be the one most in need of solace. After Lin Shua's departure, he had even experienced hallucinations, envisioning Lin Shua's figure reappearing before him. Yahiko felt he might be losing his grip on reality. At that moment, Sharingan, who was walking ahead, suddenly halted, lost in thought. A glimmer of hope flickered in her once stagnant eyes as she looked toward Yahiko, seemingly gathering the courage to speak. What if we go back to find Lin Shua? At this time, Jiraiya-sensei and the others probably haven't set out yet. We might still have time. Though her voice was soft and slightly hoarse, it pierced through the cacophony of wind and rain, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. We are not as strong as we imagine ourselves to be. It is only when something truly occurs that we realize what we have done. I miss Lin Shua. In an instant, everyone halted, turning to Sharingan. Witnessing her earnest expression, devoid of jest, Yahiko's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Even the usually stoic Nagato's face seemed to betray a flicker of change. Could it be? Perhaps it truly was possible? He had grown weary of this atmosphere. Yahiko's emotions impulsively aligned with Sharingan's thoughts, and without a second thought, he nearly voiced his agreement. Yet, as he opened his mouth, the memories of his dreams surged back, and reason ultimately regained its dominance. Enough of this foolishness, Sharingan. We must continue forward and seek a place to rest before nightfall. Sharingan attempted to interject, but Yahiko interrupted her. There is no but. You have already made your decision, haven't you? At this juncture, what is there to regret? Think of Lin Shua. Would you truly wish for him to be by your side now, drenched in this interminable rain, trudging through the muddy path, living a life of wandering and uncertainty? Sharingan's lips trembled, yet she remained silent, lowering her gaze. Only the weight of silence lingered. But, I truly miss Lin Shua, she finally confessed unexpectedly, her voice tinged with emotion. To Yahiko's surprise, it was Nagato who spoke next, his tone inadvertently laced with a hint of sobbing. We claim it is for Lin Shua's sake, but we seem to have forgotten to ask for his thoughts. Should we return to find him? Do you not feel sorrow? Yahiko? Yahiko, do not persist in this obstinacy. There is still time to reconsider. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Yahiko instinctively paused his breath. Obstinacy? Are you accusing me of being obstinate? An unsettling irritation began to brew within him. He was the one who felt the deepest anguish and discomfort. He was the one who wished for Lin Shua to stay the most. He was the one who yearned for everyone's happiness and joy. Yet, why had it come to this? Why had everything transformed into a reflection of his obstinacy? As he gazed at Nagato, whose eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a surge of unnamed fury erupted from the depths of Yahiko's heart, a fury that even the perpetual sorrow of the land of rain could not extinguish. Do not cry. As a man, tears are a symbol of weakness. Nagato bit his lip, staring at Yahiko in silence, while the rain continued to pour down. Observing the droplets cascading down Nagato's face, indistinguishable between rain and tears, Yahiko shouted once more, Nagato, do not cry. In that moment, it seemed all emotions were expelled with that cry. Instantly, the world before Yahiko blurred amidst the relentless rain. Do you think I do not miss Lin Shua? Yahiko choked back tears, wiping away the rain from his eyes as he yelled at Nagato. But I have already asked Lin Shua. This is his own decision. Does he truly think so? Nagato's face contorted in disbelief, appearing as though he had lost his spirit, muttering to himself. Recalling their conversations and dreams, Yahiko nodded, his vision blurring yet again. Lin Shuo was a vital part of their lives, yet they were not irreplaceable in his. If one day he truly chose to distance himself from them, they should silently wish him well and continue forward with gratitude, rather than clinging selfishly. Do not be sad, Nagato. I believe we will eventually reunite at the end of our journey, where flowers bloom vibrantly, though it will not be upon this muddy path. After this emotional outpouring, Yahiko's feelings seemed to stabilize once more. Yet, no matter how splendid the future might be, the present remained unchanged. Gazing at the despondent Shaonan and Nagato, Yahiko intended to offer further words of comfort, but he found himself dragging the heavy burden of his thoughts, weakly saying, "Let us go. We must find a place to rest before nightfall." It was unclear who took the first step, but the three resumed their journey. By a stroke of fortune, they discovered a cave suitable for shelter before darkness fell. Though it was drafty, it was acceptable to them. They were no longer the frail war orphans of yore. They were now competent ninjas, acknowledged even by Jiraiya. After igniting a fire with fire release, the warm glow temporarily dispelled the encroaching chill. Once they set down their burdens, the group sat together, mesmerized by the flickering flames, lost in thought. No one spoke, no one engaged in conversation. They simply sat in silence. Perhaps the exhaustion from their arduous journey had drained their energy, Yahiko pondered. Or perhaps it was due to some other reason. Before they encountered Jiraiya, they often traveled in such a manner, constantly fleeing the ravages of war. Back then, they cherished the evenings, when the day's toil would be washed away by the comforting warmth of the fire, and tales of fantastical adventures would be shared around the campfire. But now, while the cold could be alleviated by the flames, what could melt the profound silence within their hearts? The flames would ignite once more, yet those who gathered around them were no longer present. It was indeed a pity that Yahiko had been unable to extract the latter half of the 5th volume of the Insect Clan from Lin Shuo, despite all his coercive efforts. Now, it seemed there would never be another opportunity. The thought of it made Yahiko grit his teeth in frustration, even causing the lingering gloom in his heart to dissipate somewhat. He should have resorted to more severe measures from the outset. How could he claim to be unprepared for the storyline when he had already revealed half of it? The narrative is disappointing and ends abruptly, which is truly lamentable. I recall how Lin Shuo often spoke of the characters and stories, mentioning phrases like "the mountains and waters meet," and "we shall meet again." Yet, in retrospect, the mountains and waters may not indeed converge, just as their reunion may not be destined. However, for Yahiko, the desire to see Lin Shuo once more is profound. The parting was too hasty and filled with trepidation, leaving even a proper farewell unspoken. "Yahiko, I apologize," Longman suddenly interjected, breaking the silence. "What?" Yahiko was momentarily taken aback, still lost in thought. "I should not have quarreled with you over Lin Shuo. It was his choice after all. I will not bring it up again," Longman stated somewhat stiffly, then awkwardly shifted the topic. "By the way, Yahiko, have you considered our future plans?" Plans? What plans could he possibly devise? The events had unfolded so abruptly that even his departure from Lin Shuo had been a spontaneous decision, not to mention the previous plans were never his to formulate. However, "I wish to establish an organization," Yahiko declared solemnly. "An organization?" Longmin and Conan exchanged puzzled glances. "Yes," Yahiko nodded. "We often spoke of expelling war and safeguarding peace in the ninja world, yet such notions now seem rather hollow. What we must do is transform this land of rain, striving to make it the foremost nation in the ninja world, so that when it is mentioned, it is not associated with chaos and backwardness. Only then will we have a reason to allow Lin Shuo to leave Konoha. However, such a task cannot be accomplished solely by the three of us. Thus, we need to establish an organization. I believe that through the collective efforts of those who remain true to their original aspirations and missions, this dream can undoubtedly be realized. And what shall we name our organization? A name? Let us call it the Rising Dawn of the East. The Rising Dawn of the East? Indeed. Lin Shuo often referred to me as the Rising Dawn of the East, signifying the first rays of sunlight at dawn, representing the most fervent and vibrant hope. I hope we too can embody that hope. Isn't that a derogatory term? End of the Rain Country Arc, Chapter 36, The Land of Fire. Beginning, is this truly Konoha? The sight before Lin Shuo plunged him into a moment of bewilderment. It was the first phrase he uttered since departing the Land of Rain. The moment Jiraiya led him through the grand gates of Konoha, he was already in awe. The towering village gates, when gazed upon, displayed a massive leaf emblem carved into the stout beams, an image he had never encountered in his years within the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain exuded an atmosphere of desolation and chill, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in a drain, lifeless and lethally toxic, sending shivers down one's spine at mere sight. In stark contrast, Konoha evoked the image of a lion surveying its domain, much like the majestic gates themselves, casting a commanding gaze over all who passed, radiating the power of a sovereign. There were no tales of a dragon king being thwarted by security, followed by ridicule and a display of prowess. Instead, the two guards at the entrance, upon confirming Jiraiya's identity, respectfully addressed him as Lord Jiraiya and allowed them entry, not even inquiring about the identity of the unknown child beside him. This unexpected courtesy surprised Lin Shuo, who had recently found little interest in anything. In his perception, Jiraiya was merely an ordinary jonin. How was he addressed with such reverence? However, upon reflection, it was only natural for guards at upscale communities to show respect towards returning homeowners. Moreover, he recalled Jiraiya mentioning in a casual conversation that his teacher was the current Hokage, which likely contributed to this respect. As they passed through the gates, the blinding sunlight caused Lin Shuo to instinctively squint. Once his eyes adjusted, he was met with a scene that starkly contrasted with his expectations. He had imagined that the first hidden village to emerge from the tumult of the warring states would be marked by a state of constant vigilance. Instead, a cacophony of sounds surged from all directions, overwhelming his senses. The shops lining the streets were bustling, laughter and cheers spilling from their open doors. The aroma of grilled meat wafted from a nearby eatery, mingling with the scents of delicious food. Not far off, the tinkling of wind chimes harmonized with the laughter of children at play, their joy unrestrained under the sun. An elderly woman, basket in hand, chatted cheerfully with a shopkeeper. A group of ninja, scrolls slung over their backs, hurried past, their forehead protectors gleaming in the sunlight. This was a sight Lin Shuo had never witnessed in the Land of Rain, akin to flowers blooming in the damp, cold soil he had known. The experience left him momentarily disoriented, as if he had not traversed worlds, but rather that his past life in the Land of Rain had been but a fantastical dream. Is this truly Konoha? The Land of Rain and Konoha felt like two entirely different realms. The dry air was almost discomforting to Lin Shuo, who had been raised in the humidity of the rain country. Yes, this is Konoha, Jiraiya affirmed, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. It is also where I grew up. As he surveyed the surroundings that were both familiar and strange, Jiraiya felt a quickening of his heartbeat. If there were a place capable of stirring such emotions, it was undoubtedly his hometown. He had not realized how much time had passed until now, so long that he could hardly remember the last time he had returned to Konoha. After returning from his travels across the ninja nations, he had heeded the call of his teacher, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and journeyed to the Land of Rain to participate in the Second Ninja World War. Calculating the time, it had likely been 4 or 5 years since he had last spent a substantial amount of time in Konoha. However, this was not a day for nostalgia. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Turning to Lin Shuo, Jiraiya carefully considered his words. Come, let me show you around Konoha. It has been a while since my last visit, and I have some matters to attend to. Later this evening, I will take you to meet the third Hokage to sort out your arrangements in Konoha. What do you think? Lin Shuo, observing the scenery around him, remained expressionless. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, he silently nodded and followed him. Seeing this, Jiraiya sighed inwardly in resignation. Ever since that incident, Lin Shuo had been this way, rarely speaking, his face devoid of expression. He would sit alone, lost in thought, and if left undisturbed, he could remain in that state all day. This demeanor was akin to that of a soulless shell, lacking vitality. Jiraiya wished to do something to help, yet he felt powerless, like an ineffectual husband, ultimately left to hope that time would heal all wounds. He hoped time would change everything. He hoped time would mend all. After resting a moment, they set off again, with Lin Shuo quietly trailing behind Jiraiya. As he walked, Lin Shuo silently surveyed his surroundings while assessing the state of the leaves around him. Although the scenery beside him retreated with each step he took, the earlier images involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. The scenes were undeniably serene, yet for reasons unknown, they stirred a vague sense of restlessness within him. The youth lifted his gaze towards the brilliantly painted sky above Konoha village, where the clear blue, unseen in the Land of Rain, burned silently, resplendent to the point of surrealism. Perhaps it was the overwhelming brightness, the clamorous ambience, or the warmth that felt incongruous against his cold, dreary origins. Or perhaps it was simply the dissonance between the joys and sorrows of different individuals that rendered their chatter bothersome to him. Lost in thought, Lin Shua unconsciously followed Jiraiya to the end of a broader street, where his vision suddenly expanded. He instinctively tilted his head upward, where a colossal stone statue loomed majestically against the towering rock face. What was this? It was the Hokage rock, adorned with the likenesses of the past Hokages of Konoha. Sensing Lin Shua's curiosity, or perhaps merely indulging in an act of education, Jiraiya began to speak. The dignified visages of the Hokages gazed down upon the village beneath the blazing sun, casting a vast shadow that was both solemn and silent, akin to unyielding deities. Lin Shua furrowed his brow as he regarded the monumental statue, which reminded him of a statue of equal height erected by the orphanage director in his previous life. Funded through unknown means, and accompanied by a stone tablet, both elevated and imperious. How ostentatious, he thought. Noticing Lin Shua's silence and lack of reaction, Jiraiya assumed he was uninterested and shifted the topic. These are merely large stone statues. While it's unlikely anyone would daub graffiti upon them, they're nothing remarkable. Come, let me show you around Konoha. Lin Shua exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, then lowered his head, remaining silent. Let us go? The afternoon sunlight filtered through the sparse branches of Konoha, casting dappled patches of light upon the ground, as lazy dust motes floated in the air. Jiraiya's large hand rested firmly on Lin Shua's slender shoulder, as if propelling a silent stone forward. Lin Shua's eyes drooped, long black lashes casting small shadows on his pallid cheeks. He obediently followed Jiraiya's lead, his steps slow and devoid of vitality, as if traversing a dimension detached from the surrounding clamor. The sunlight continued to lazily drape over the scene, and the streets appeared livelier than at the village entrance, with villagers strolling and conversing in small groups, the laughter of children playing echoing occasionally. Yet all this noise seemed filtered through an invisible barrier surrounding Lin Shua. He walked aimlessly, his hollow gaze occasionally lifting to scan the unfamiliar shop signs, the vibrant displays of ninja tools, or the fluttering banners of the training grounds. Noticing Lin Shua's demeanor, Jiraiya deliberately slowed his pace, occasionally pointing in a particular direction, his voice low as he introduced, "Over there is the Ninja Academy, where children learn. That's the training field, where many go to practice. There is the mission gathering site, frequented by ninjas. And over there is the Konoha Guard, mostly comprising Uchiha clan members. And that's the bathhouse, my favorite place. My teacher's south favorite place." Time passed, marked by their intermittent stops and starts, with Jiraiya spending most of it speaking to himself, only occasionally receiving a token response from Lin Shua, consisting of a word or two. Yet, Jiraiya remained undeterred, as if he were speaking to the air itself, even though Lin Shua exhibited no response, not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. As the sun began to set, after completing a circuit around Konoha, the two found a bench by the roadside to rest. "All right, let us call it a day," Jiraiya said, a hint of fatigue lacing his voice. This fatigue was not solely physical from their day's journey. It seemed to stem from a deeper emotional well. Yet upon seeing Lin Shua, who gazed blankly ahead, he quickly rallied his spirits. "Let us rest a bit longer before heading to the Hokage office. That will be our final stop for today." Lin Shua nodded silently. Jiraiya had grown accustomed to this lack of response, not expecting much from him until a low, somewhat hoarse voice broke through the silence. "I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei. My recent state has caused you concern." Jiraiya felt a jolt at Lin Shua's words. "Wait, Lin Shua, did he just speak?" "Just speaking is a good sign," Jiraiya eagerly responded. "It's nothing, it's my duty. I know my recent behavior has not been ideal." Lin Shua continued, clutching his chest, his complexion somewhat pale. "Though I have come to terms with my inner turmoil, my body's habits resist change, and I still find myself somewhat reluctant to embrace this new life. I may need some time to adapt to these changes." "I apologize, Jiraiya-sensei." "It's all right," Jiraiya reassured. Noticing Lin Shua's discomfort and wishing to avoid delving too deeply into what seemed a sensitive topic for him, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, due to the sudden circumstances, I haven't had the chance to arrange separate accommodations for you, so you can stay at my place tonight. It's quite spacious." Lin Shua continued to stare vacantly ahead. "No need, Jiraiya-sensei." His voice was soft, carrying a sense of unreality. I plan to find a place to stay in the Uchiha clan's territory tonight. Jiraiya's smile faltered for a moment before erupting into an exaggerated chuckle, attempting to mask his sudden embarrassment and disappointment. Ah ha ha, how could I impose on them? It's not an imposition, Lin Shuo replied flatly, as if stating an objective fact. Didn't you say before that my ancestor was the former leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara? According to lineage, I should be the Uchiha clan's heir. It's only reasonable for them to accommodate me. However, that's merely our perspective. They may not believe it, Jiraiya cautioned, sounding somewhat rushed. No, they will believe it. Lin Shuo turned to look at Jiraiya. His eyes no longer vacant, but filled with an uncharacteristic sharpness and conviction for one so young. His tone was resolute. With my 10-year-old three-tomo Sharingan, mastery over various jutsu, and the prowess of a top-tier jonin, as long as the current head of the Uchiha clan isn't a fool, they will undoubtedly recognize me as a descendant of Uchiha Madara. Even if I weren't truly his descendant, I would become one. Of course, if their leader is indeed a fool, that would be even easier to handle. I believe it won't be long before, Jiraiya-sensei, you hear news of a change in the Uchiha clan's leadership. Witnessing Lin Shuo's spirited demeanor, Jiraiya found himself momentarily stunned. The recent despondency and lack of vitality had almost made him forget that Lin Shuo was the same prodigy who could surpass others effortlessly, possessing the Rinnegan, the child of prophecy in his eyes. In that moment, the once great young talent seemed to have returned. Before Jiraiya could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Shuo swiftly shifted the conversation. However, this was contingent upon my complete allegiance to the Uchiha clan. He paused momentarily, seemingly choosing his words with care, then lowered his gaze slightly, avoiding Jiraiya's eyes, obscuring his emotions. I apologize, Jiraiya-sensei, but I fear that we may not meet as frequently in the near future. Only by allowing the Uchiha clan to truly feel that I belong to them can we reunite at that time, Jiraiya-sensei. Sitting in silence. It was unclear how long had passed until the sun's last rays faded and the silver moonlight spilled forth. Jiraiya finally regained his senses. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil, filled with a kaleidoscope of thoughts that left him feeling dizzy. Suddenly struck by a realization, he surveyed the dark surroundings and awkwardly fabricated an excuse, his voice slightly strained, saying, I'm sorry, I just spaced out. Let us go now. We need to head to the Hokage building, where my teacher is waiting for us. Lin Shuo merely nodded indifferently and rose to silently follow Jiraiya. The night in Konoha was serene, with moonlight cascading from the heavens, blanketing the street like a cold, pallid frost. The shops lining the street were aglow, casting a warm, golden hue or a stark white light onto the ground. As they walked, their shadows elongated and shortened beneath them, as if being pulled and tossed by an unseen force. After passing a fork in the road, Jiraiya took a deep breath. He opened his mouth, his throat tight, and after a moment's struggle, managed to voice. Do you still harbor resentment towards me, Lin Shuo? In that fleeting moment, the evening breeze seemed to still. Jiraiya, anxious, gazed into Lin Shuo's eyes, attempting to discern any hint of emotion, yet it proved futile. Those dark, profound eyes held no anger, no hatred, only a suffocating stillness. You know, Jiraiya-sensei. Lin Shuo calmly shook his head. I bear you no ill will. From the beginning, you have been benevolent towards me. You saved me when my life hung in the balance, taught me ninjutsu, and brought me to Konoha. I have never had any reason to resent you, Jiraiya-sensei. Lin Shuo hesitated, his eyes, as still as stagnant water, rippling with fleeting thoughts. He averted his gaze from Jiraiya, exhaling softly. I simply wish for some solitude. To remain in an unfamiliar place, to interact with strangers daily, and engage in utterly different experiences from the past. If I were to see you every day, Jiraiya-sensei, my mind would inevitably be drawn back to those days we spent together in the land of rain. That would cause me a certain discomfort, a dual torment, both spiritual and physical. May I have some time to adjust? Jiraiya-sensei, well, all right. Chapter 37, My Ancestor. Uchiha Madara as they traversed the bustling main street and turned into the comparatively tranquil administrative district. Tall trees cast shadows darker than the surrounding night under the moonlight, and the air seemed to grow more solemn. At the end of the road, a brightly lit building adorned with a colossal fire emblem emerged. It was the Hokage building, exuding a solemnity even in the dark. This is our final stop for today, Jiraiya said wearily, observing Lin Shuo. who had kept his head down and behaved exceptionally well along the way. Jiraiya couldn't help but ponder whether he truly had the capability and qualifications to be the teacher of the prophesied child. Even if Lin Shuo was not the prophesied child spoken of by the Toad Sage, he was undoubtedly failing as a teacher. If merely becoming a competent teacher was such a challenge, what hope was there of being the master of the legendary prophesied child? I'm so tired. I just want to give up. Let us go. I'll take you to meet my teacher, the current Hokage of Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a busy day, Master Sarutobi paused from his document review, stretching and easing his stiff body from prolonged sitting, gazing out at the now completely darkened surroundings. He furrowed his brow and muttered, "Where is that rascal Jiraiya? Didn't he arrive in Konoha this afternoon?" Earlier that day, when Jiraiya had just arrived, Sarutobi had received news from his operatives. He had even arranged a pile of documents on his desk for review, hoping Jiraiya would see the burden he had shouldered, and perhaps share the current state of Konoha, hoping that Jiraiya would stay longer this time. However, Sarutobi never anticipated that after reviewing documents from noon until now, Jiraiya had yet to come find him, leaving Sarutobi wondering where he had gone. I should have arranged for a shadow operative to follow him. But considering the current state of affairs in Konoha, having just emerged from the Second Great Ninja War, there were not enough personnel to spare for such trivial pursuits. Despite Konoha's arduous efforts to emerge victorious in the Second Great Ninja War, Sarutobi sighed, shaking his head, casting aside those troubling thoughts. Forget it. It doesn't matter when Jiraiya comes to see me. The current situation in Konoha isn't significantly affected by his absence of a day or two. Although I could employ other methods to track Jiraiya's whereabouts directly, I see no necessity for that. What Konoha lacks now is not a single individual, but an entire generation. Rather, Sarutobi had more pressing matters at hand. He retrieved a crystal ball from his drawer, placing it on the table to tinker with. After a long day of work, he was ready to relax and reward himself, and the best way to do so was undoubtedly through the use of the crystal ball to view the world. With his incantation, images began to gradually materialize within the crystal ball. This should be the entrance to Konoha, right? Those two are slacking off again. This must be the Konoha Guard Division. Look at all those Uchiha clan members. If I could utilize these Uchihas. Where's this? Everything appears hazy. Wait. This is a bathhouse. Sarutobi's eyes widened in surprise as he prepared to inspect the work conditions of those inside when the office door swung open, accompanied by a familiar yet foreign voice. "Teacher, I'm back. There was something on the way, so..." "What are you doing?" Coughing, Sarutobi replied. "I'm conducting an inspection of the various operations in Konoha." He nonchalantly put away the crystal ball, then turned to face the figure before him, who seemed more mature than he remembered. "It's been a while. Welcome back, Jiraiya. If I hadn't seen you leering at the crystal ball when I entered, I might have believed your serious demeanor," Jiraiya retorted, amusement dancing in his expression. "It seems that the situation in Konoha is not as dire as imagined. If the third Hokage has time for such antics in his office." "Ahem, I am indeed inspecting Konoha," Sarutobi replied with an awkward chuckle, then turned to Lin Shuo, who stood beside Jiraiya. "By the way, aren't you going to introduce him to me?" However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while verbally requesting Jiraiya to introduce the young boy, had already arrived at a conclusion in his heart. Upon learning at noon today of Jiraiya's return to Konoha, the Umbu who reported to him also brought another piece of news. Jiraiya was not alone. He was accompanied by a young lad. Reflecting on the past years, when his other two disciples, Orochimaru and Tsunade, returned from the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya had chosen not to accompany them, citing his compassion for the war orphans of the Rain Country, deciding instead to take them in and care for them for a time. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not fully comprehend this decision, he felt it unwise to voice his concerns, as Jiraiya was one of the prominent contributors to the war in the Rain Country and a disciple he held in high regard. Thus, the black-haired youth by Jiraiya's side must indeed be one of the 4 war orphans Jiraiya had taken in, as Orochimaru had mentioned. Yet, upon seeing the small figure, Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. This action seemed somewhat out of line. Ordinarily, war orphans of this caliber should not have the privilege to meet the current Hokage of Konoha. While Konoha does take in some war orphans, it is customary for them to be taken to the orphanage rather than the Hokage's office. Hiruzen speculated that Jiraiya's absence this afternoon might be due to him arranging for this war orphan's admission into the Konoha orphanage. However, it appeared that Jiraiya had other intentions, as he had brought the boy to the Hokage building. Nevertheless, considering Jiraiya had spent 3 years in the Rain Country. It was natural for him to form a deep bond with the children. Moreover, since only one of the 4 children mentioned by Orochimaru had returned, Hiruzen decided to turn a blind eye to the situation. Indeed, the first words from the boy were as Hiruzen had anticipated. "This is one of the war orphans I took in from the Rain Country. His name is Lin Shuo, and he is my disciple." Hiruzen nodded. It aligned closely with his expectations, and it was understandable for someone who had spent 3 years together to form such a bond. Yet, the following revelation left him utterly astounded. Lin Shuo was a descendant of the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. A descendant of Uchiha Madara? Hiruzen's brow furrowed, and he regarded Jiraiya with a serious expression. "Do you realize what you are saying? A descendant of Uchiha Madara?" Setting aside the veracity of this claim, the very name of Uchiha Madara held significant implications for Konoha. As Hokage, Hiruzen's understanding of Madara surpassed that of most. The village's attitude towards Madara had always been extraordinarily complex. Due to historical and political reasons, despite being one of Konoha's founders, Madara was subject to persistent negative evaluations. In the early days of the village, although Madara had co-founded Konoha with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the core power structure of the village, represented by Hashirama's brother, Senju Tobirama, and the majority of villagers who had just emerged from the Warring States period, harbored deep-seated suspicions and distrust towards the Uchiha clan, extending to Madara himself. Even though the first Hokage sincerely acknowledged and attempted to retain Madara, this could not alter the village's fear and distrust of his power. Eventually, Madara, disillusioned by ideological differences and the hypocrisy of peace, departed from Konoha. After several years of silence, Madara re-emerged, leading the Nine Tails to assault the village, an act that Konoha deemed the gravest betrayal. This was not just an attack on the village. It was a violation of the trust placed in him by the first Hokage, although Madara was killed by Hashirama at the Valley of the End during the attack. From that moment on, he was officially marked as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha, one of the most dangerous and unforgivable enemies in the village's history. Furthermore, perhaps due to severe internal injuries sustained during that battle or for other reasons, the legendary god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, also passed away within a few years after Madara's death. Following Madara's demise, for political reasons, Konoha's upper echelons deliberately downplayed and even erased his historical contributions as a founding figure of the village. In official narratives and educational materials in the Ninja Academy, he was portrayed as a purely dangerous traitor and destroyer, and his existence was regarded as a source of shame and threat. Thus, the name Uchiha Madara became a legendary taboo within Konoha. The older generation of ninjas understood his terror, while the younger generation grew up hearing about Madara as a distant and powerful legendary rogue ninja. In essence, Konoha's stance towards Madara can be summarized as follows: fear his power, loathe his betrayal, reject his ideology, disregard his achievements, and remember his sins. Perhaps Jiraiya merely aimed to provide the boy with a background to ensure he would not be easily ostracized or bullied in Konoha, Hiruzen mused. However, from his perspective, the chosen identity seemed inappropriate. After all, Jiraiya was not of that era and could not grasp the significance of the name Uchiha Madara. Although the name carried with it a certain notoriety, it was more associated with infamy, potentially yielding counterproductive results. Moreover, the name Uchiha Madara likely held a peculiar status within the Uchiha clan, if it held any status at all, given that when Madara left Konoha, no clan member was willing to follow him. However, such matters were of little concern to Hiruzen. He merely wished to caution his disciple that the name of the Uchiha clan was not so easily borrowed. Even he, the third Hokage of Konoha, found it challenging to reach into the Uchiha clan's affairs. It is worth noting that the Uchiha clan had already been renowned long before Konoha's establishment. Truly the foremost clan in the ninja world. Are you certain he is a descendant of Uchiha Madara? Facing his valued disciple, Hiruzen shook his head, opting for directness rather than beating around the bush. This identity was undeniably too burdensome and absurd for Konoha. If you insist on pursuing this course, it may yield the opposite of your intentions. I believe Lin Shuo is the child of 2 Konoha civilian ninjas who perished on the battlefield of the Rain Country. Don't you think? In an instant, Jiraiya grasped the implication behind Hiruzen's words. It seemed that Hiruzen did not take his statement seriously, viewing it merely as an attempt to provide Lin Shuo with a background that would shield him from bullying in Konoha. This reaction was entirely normal. Anyone hearing such a claim for the first time would likely think the other was jesting. It was akin to someone suddenly approaching you, claiming to be the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, who had just emerged from the grave, with nothing to his name, requesting 50 ryo for travel expenses, promising that upon reaching Konoha, he would make you the next Hokage. Thus, Jiraiya promptly abandoned the notion of debating Hiruzen and turned to Lin Shuo, who had been keeping his head down in silence, stating, "It is your turn now, Lin Shuo." Although Lin Shuo appeared indifferent, keeping his head lowered throughout, it was unlikely that he was truly unconcerned about the matter. "I understand, Teacher Jiraiya." A light and airy remark fell, and Lin Shuo, with an impassive expression, lifted his gaze. Before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed somewhat displeased at being overlooked by Jiraiya, despite having uttered such harsh words to Jiraiya just before arriving at the Hokage building. It was perplexing to Lin Shuo that the latter still chose to speak in his defense. What should he do now? The answer was glaringly apparent, was it not? To prove oneself as an exceptionally gifted Uchiha, what could be more persuasive than those distinctive eyes? Crimson began to seep into his pupils, and the inky black Tomo arrived silently, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. 3 Tomo Sharingan, activate. Chapter 38. Konoha and the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. His previously composed demeanor shattered. How could this be possible? Where did this Uchiha kid come from? Such talent was simply unheard of. Instinctively, Sarutobi assumed that Jiraiya was merely toying with him or had borrowed a prodigious youth from the Uchiha clan to save face, to demonstrate that his 3 years abroad had not been spent in idleness. However, as he quickly regained his composure, he realized Jiraiya had no reason to engage in such antics, and his Umbu had not mentioned any recent prodigies from the Uchiha clan, thus eliminating the most probable explanations. The only remaining option, no matter how improbable, seemed to be one. Could it be true? Did you, out of pity, take in a child who turned out to be a descendant of Uchiha Madara? Such narratives typically belonged in third-rate tales, did they not? If it were merely a pair of ordinary Sharingan, Sarutobi, as Hokage, would not have been so astounded. But this was the 3 Tomo Sharingan of a youth who appeared barely graduated from the Ninja Academy. The implications behind this were unmistakable. One must understand that, within the Uchiha clan, the age at which one awakens their eyes usually correlates with their innate talent. Generally, an Uchiha of Lin Shuo's age would only have awakened their Sharingan, which could be considered a decent indicator of potential. What then? If this youth had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan at such an age? To Sarutobi's knowledge, the foremost talent of the contemporary Uchiha clan, and the first after Uchiha Madara established Konoha, was someone who had not even achieved this feat at Lin Shuo's age. As Hokage, Sarutobi was privy to many secrets unknown to others, such as the fact that the 3 Tomo Sharingan was not the ultimate endpoint for the Uchiha clan. Above the 3 Tomo lay a pair of eyes said to be imbued with forbidden power, the Mangekyo Sharingan, possessed by Uchiha Madara himself. Given the talent displayed by Lin Shuo, it was not inconceivable that such forbidden eyes might one day re-emerge. If such power could not be harnessed for his purposes, Sarutobi furrowed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. Initially, he had thought Jiraiya brought Lin Shuo in merely to establish connections, but it seemed the youth was here to showcase his own. So what should he do now? Since Lin Shuo possessed the Sharingan, he was undoubtedly of the Uchiha clan. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. The current relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha was far from harmonious. Ever since Sarutobi's mentor, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, established the Konoha police force. It was ostensibly a means to confer honor and power, yet it also contained intentions of surveillance and isolation. The Uchiha clan had been marginalized from the core of power. While they enjoyed respect, their actual political influence waned, leading to a growing dissatisfaction among their members. Since then, mistrust and isolation had characterized the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. If Lin Shuo were to one day wield that forbidden power derived from Uchiha Madara, on which side would he stand? Konoha or the Uchiha? Jiraiya, oh Jiraiya, truly worthy of Sarutobi's esteem, had unwittingly presented him with a significant conundrum on his very first day back. This unforeseen situation could have far-reaching implications for Konoha's future. I am starting to believe he is indeed a descendant of Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi admitted. Ultimately, it hardly mattered. Lin Shuo's talent was evident. Very well. If he is indeed a descendant of Uchiha Madara, how do you intend to arrange for him moving forward? After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi had a vague answer forming in his mind, yet he still wished to hear Jiraiya's perspective. My arrangement? Jiraiya's expression was awkward. akin to that of a parent dealing with a rebellious child, unable to scold or strike, left with no choice but to acquiesce. If only he could truly dictate the situation. Alas, Lin Shuo had already made his own decisions. I have resolved to place him within the Uchiha clan. He rightfully belongs there. And have you considered what might happen in the future? Sarutobi subtly gestured to Jiraiya. Recalling the moment when the Nine Tails had descended upon the village, an event no one wished to witness. The future? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, grasping the underlying concern in Sarutobi's words. Fearing Lin Shuo might, like Uchiha Madara, commit acts that could harm Konoha. But was such worry warranted? The boy had previously been so enthusiastic, bright, and astute. Though he had faced some hardships, they were surely but a fleeting phase, and all would be well in time. In the future, Lin Shuo will always be my disciple. Nothing will change that, Jiraiya declared resolutely. Sarutobi frowned, saying nothing. Jiraiya, sensing the hesitation, understood that Sarutobi was not entirely convinced by his assurances and sighed inwardly in resignation. For reasons unknown, ever since Sarutobi had ascended to the position of third Hokage, he felt that the bond between them had grown increasingly tenuous compared to their time together as teacher and student. No longer believing in the so-called bonds of kinship and friendship, instead placing greater faith in the power and authority he wielded. Yet, was not Konoha initially a village built on the foundation of these very bonds? Was this not the essence of Konoha, capable of transformation, yet never destined for demise? I believe he is better suited for the Umbu than the Uchiha clan, don't you think? Sarutobi suggested, his tone more declarative than interrogative. This was the best solution he could conceive after much deliberation. Once Lin Shuo joined the Umbu, Sarutobi could nurture him closely, allowing for real-time monitoring of his actions while fostering Lin Shuo's loyalty. For a war orphan from the land of rain, who had never encountered much of the world, a carrot-and-stick approach would surely tame him in due time. Perhaps, when inevitable conflicts arose, he could serve as a trump card against the Uchiha. The Umbu? Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply. The Umbu, as the name implies, is an organization that operates in the shadows, engaged in assassination, espionage, protection, surveillance, and handling classified matters. Given Lin Shuo's recent state, to thrust him into the Umbu for such grim tasks was a prospect Jiraiya found almost unimaginable. I do not believe he is suited for the work of the Umbu, Jiraiya replied without hesitation. Sarutobi chuckled lightly. How do you know he is not suited for the Umbu? Ignoring Jiraiya's somewhat unpleasant expression, he turned to the silently observing Lin Shuo and inquired, You are Lin Shuo, correct? So, Lin Shuo, do you wish to join the Umbu? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish his proposal, he was met with a light, airy no from Lin Shuo, who did not even lift his gaze, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the third Hokage. Lin Shuo was unaware of what joining the Umbu entailed. He only knew that Jiraiya advised against it, and that was sufficient for him. Caught off guard by the swift rejection, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet, given his position, he could not afford to argue with a mere child. He turned to Jiraiya, subtly signaling him to intercede. Observing the situation, Jiraiya quickly averted his gaze. Feigning ignorance, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth in frustration. Despite his displeasure, he felt powerless. Why couldn't he Konoha consider this? One was his valued disciple. Among the top in strength within Konoha, potentially the successor to the fourth Hokage. As for the other, perhaps he could serve as a bridge for effective communication with the Uchiha clan, easing the current tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha. Furthermore, should the day ever come when the Mangekyo Sharingan arose as an adversary to Konoha, though it might be troublesome, he had faith in their victory, for he was, after all, the strongest of Konoha. With a newfound clarity of thought regarding his strategy, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to feign indifference for the greater good of Konoha. Very well. Since young Lin Shuo does not wish to join the Umbu, we shall respect your decision. I will write a letter to the current head of the Uchiha clan, inviting him to discuss matters with you. He then retrieved a scroll from his drawer, inscribed some text, and sealed it. With a gentle tap on the table, a ninja donning a fox mask appeared behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the scroll to the ninja, instructing him to deliver it to the head of the Uchiha clan. The masked ninja respectfully accepted the scroll and promptly vanished. Following this, an eerie silence enveloped the Hokage office. Despite being in the same room, the three individuals were lost in their own thoughts, none willing to break the silence. Chapter 39. Is it Namikaze Minato? In an empty corridor, A figure suddenly appeared before the Hokage's office door with a whoosh. It was a young man, his black hair neatly trimmed, with sharp, defined features and deep, piercing eyes. Although he appeared youthful, he exuded a sense of composure and the characteristic coldness of the Uchiha clan. He was Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan. Even when summoned by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for an important discussion, Uchiha Fugaku did not simply push the door open. He gently knocked twice. And upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's invitation to enter, he stepped inside. Upon entering, Uchiha Fugaku took a moment to survey the Hokage's office and noted 3 individuals present. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the renowned Jiraiya, who had made a name for himself during the Second Shinobi World War yet remained elusive, and a child he did not recognize. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere in the Hokage office was peculiar, though he deemed it inconsequential and proceeded to greet everyone present. Third Hokage. It has been a while. Jiraiya, long time no see. He glanced at Lin Shuo, then turned away, deeming the unfamiliar child unimportant. I wonder what urgent matter requires your personal attention, Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku directly queried Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had received a scroll that merely indicated the necessity of his presence due to an urgent matter. You are aware of my disciple Jiraiya's exploits during the Second Shinobi World War, yes? Sarutobi Hiruzen sidestepped Uchiha Fugaku's inquiry, instead addressing Jiraiya. After the war concluded, Jiraiya did not immediately return to Konoha from the Land of Rain, but chose to stay for a time due to certain circumstances. During that period, he encountered a descendant of Uchiha Madara. A descendant of Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed. Why not directly state he found Uchiha Madara himself? Looking at the unfamiliar child in the room, it suddenly dawned on Uchiha Fugaku. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never engage in futile endeavors. Was he attempting to place a spy directly within the Uchiha? The historical exclusion of the Uchiha clan from Konoha's centers of power was still fresh in his mind. This could very well be a new scheme targeting the Uchiha. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku resolved to proceed with utmost caution. Just as he readied himself to reject whatever proposal Sarutobi Hiruzen would present, the boy he had dismissed as insignificant unexpectedly raised his head and gazed at him. You are the current head of the Uchiha clan? My name is Lin Shuo. You may refer to me as Uchiha Lin Shuo, a descendant of Uchiha Madara. A flash of crimson passed through Uchiha Fugaku's vision, momentarily rendering him speechless. It was not merely the revelation of the child's words that astonished him, but the sight of the boy's eyes, which bore the unmistakable pattern of the Sharingan. Enough. They have been gone for a while. Stop looking. Sarutobi Hiruzen, somewhat displeased, tapped his smoking pipe against the table, drawing Jiraiya's wandering attention back. Seemingly indifferent, he casually asked, Is that child truly of such significance to you? I am merely a bit concerned, Jiraiya replied, gently shaking his head. I watched that child grow up in the Land of Rain. He was not like this before, and I still find it hard to let go. Then why do you oppose the child joining the Umbu? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his expression turning slightly displeased as he regarded Jiraiya. If you could assist in persuading him, perhaps he would choose not to leave with Uchiha Fugaku. Jiraiya paused for a moment before responding. I simply feel he is unsuited for the Umbu. Besides, it is ultimately his choice regarding the Uchiha. But you know he has awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. With this talent, it is not impossible for him to attain the legendary powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. When that day comes, should he choose to act against Konoha, who would be able to stop him? I believe he would not, Jiraiya asserted with conviction. If that day indeed arrives, I will take matters into my own hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Remember, even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, placed his trust in Uchiha Madara. Look where that led us. History has already provided us with the answer to this question. Jiraiya remained silent for a moment, contemplating the differences between them. Just prior to leaving with Uchiha Fugaku, Lin Shuo had bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude with the words, Goodbye, Teacher Jiraiya. I truly appreciate everything you have done for me. Those words lingered in Jiraiya's mind, refusing to fade away. Humph, they are all members of the Uchiha clan. What could possibly set them apart? He mused, before softly murmuring, No, they are different. Well, since you have such faith in him, I shall trust you once more, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, shaking his head in resignation. However, if it comes to that in the future, for the sake of Konoha, I will not hesitate to intervene. Thank you, teacher. Seemingly reluctant to delve further into the topic, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly changed the subject. By the way, your timing is perfect. I just remembered that I need your assistance with something. What is it? Recently, Konoha has been buzzing about a civilian prodigy who, at merely 15 years of age, has already attained the rank of Jonin. He single-handedly thwarted an infiltration plot by the Hidden Cloud. Now that you're back, it would be ideal for you to lead him on some challenging missions and help cultivate his abilities. I see, Jiraiya nodded, though he was not particularly invested. Despite the impressive accolades, any ninja seemed to pale in comparison to Lin Shua. What is his name? I believe it is Namikaze Minato. Chapter 40. Until the next dawn, the night enveloped the Hidden Leaf Village like a vast expanse of deep blue velvet, gently shrouding it as the daytime clamor and vitality gradually subsided, replaced by an atmosphere of tranquility and vigilance. The grand statues of past Hokages stood solemnly, their stone outlines faintly discernible beneath the starlight, while the towering Hokage rock appeared particularly dignified under the moonlight. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few ninjas returning from missions, their footsteps light as they traversed the rooftops, their silhouettes flitting past like phantoms in the moonlight. The evening breeze brought a chill, rustling the leaves and accentuating the night's stillness. Two figures, one large and one small, quietly walked along the street, their shadows stretching and contracting beneath the streetlights, an endless cycle. Uchiha Fugaku felt a disarray in his thoughts, even with the other's presence right behind him. There was an almost surreal quality to it. As they departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not issued any new demands regarding the Uchiha clan, merely instructing Fugaku to take Lin Shua with him, asserting that he belonged to the Uchiha lineage. Are you truly a descendant of Uchiha Madara? After passing an intersection, Fugaku could no longer contain his curiosity. Yes, Lin Shua admitted succinctly. Fugaku chose not to question further. The presence of a non-Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan spoke volumes. It was known that only a handful of Uchiha had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan in recent times, and Lin Shua had done so at a notably young age. After a moment of silence, Fugaku took a deep breath, nervously inquiring, "So, is Lord Uchiha Madara still alive?" He was uncertain of what he anticipated or feared. He merely felt a twinge of anxiety regarding a name that was somewhat taboo even among the Uchiha. Wasn't he already dead? Lin Shua replied nonchalantly. Having received this information from Jiraiya, which he believed to be accurate. How do you know? Fugaku pressed. I have never met him. My parents were merely ordinary people from the land of rain. They said my grandfather abandoned my grandmother long ago and never returned. My parents died during the conflicts in the land of rain when I was still a child. Lin Shua spoke with a steady demeanor, weaving a tale of deception. Thus, I know little about him, though my father might have known something. I vaguely recall him mentioning that my grandfather was once a remarkable man. Is that so? Fugaku did not doubt Lin Shua's words, and in an instant, he conjured a tragic narrative in his mind. Your grandfather truly was an extraordinary individual. In truth, upon first witnessing Lin Shua's eyes, he had momentarily believed that Lord Uchiha Madara had not perished. After all, following the incident, they had only received news of his death. Yet no one had ever seen his body. Fugaku sighed with resignation. Ever since Lord Uchiha Madara left Konoha, the Uchiha clan's position within the village has grown increasingly precarious. Is that so? Lin Shua remained unconcerned. The Uchiha clan's affairs bore little relevance to him. He had come merely to explore the potential for enhancing his Sharingan and to acquire more knowledge regarding its applications. Haha. Noticing Lin Shua's indifferent expression, Fugaku chuckled awkwardly, apologizing for engaging in trivial conversation. Nonetheless, we warmly welcome you back into the Uchiha clan. This will always be your home. Lin Shua smirked, though he retorted, I feel the same. After their exchange, the two managed to establish a tenuous rapport. Though Lin Shua was not particularly inclined to converse, he opted to engage Fugaku in casual dialogue to glean information. They spoke of many matters along the way, and Fugaku learned that Lin Shua had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan in a moment of despair, witnessing the tragic fates of his companions in the land of rain. Eventually, he was discovered by Jiraiya, who brought him back to Konoha. Meanwhile, Lin Shua discovered that the entire Uchiha clan possessed merely a handful of 3-tomo Sharingan, each belonging to individuals of significant standing within the clan. Are there so few who have awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan? Lin Shua mused, a frown creasing his brow. How might a few of them meet with unfortunate accidents without drawing suspicion? He pondered the grim scenario, lamenting that had he embodied a typical protagonist, he would not be burdened by such dilemmas. Despite the Uchiha clan's forced relocation to a more peripheral area due to the exclusion by Konoha's higher-ups, it did not take long for them to reach the Uchiha compound from the Hokage office. The Uchiha compound was evidently more fortified than the outside world. After traversing several long streets and narrow alleys, they stopped before a house that appeared unremarkable amidst its surroundings. "Here we are, this is my home. Due to the sudden turn of events and the late hour, you will have to stay in the guest room tonight," Lin Shukun, Fugaku explained. "But rest assured, I will arrange for someone to assist you with these matters tomorrow morning." "All right," Lin Shua nodded, offering no further response. Nothing particularly noteworthy transpired afterward. They shared a simple dinner, and, after a brief wash-up, Lin Shua retired to the room prepared for him by Fugaku, ready for rest. The only surprising revelation was that Fugaku had a wife named Mikoto, which seemed quite normal, yet there appeared to be a significant age difference between them. It was reminiscent of a youthful schoolgirl and a weary office worker. Was this the privilege of a clan leader? As Lin Shua lay on the bed, preparing for slumber, the surrounding darkness seemed suddenly infused with life, surging toward him silently and forcefully, heavy enough to almost suffocate him. The air hung heavily, as if it possessed substance, pressing down upon his chest, making each breath a laborious and deliberate endeavor. The weight was unbearable, the pain acute. Without hesitation, Lin Shua blinked, and a flash of crimson emerged from the depths of his eyes, swiftly engulfing the stark contrast of his once black and white gaze. This red was not glaring, yet it was profound as blood. Upon activating the three-tomo Sharingan, his mind instantaneously calmed, an icy clarity flooding his consciousness, banishing all distractions and leaving only an exquisite purity of tranquility. The intangible, predatory presence that had lurked in the darkness retreated like a phantom, dissipating into nothingness with the awakening of the Sharingan. The world reformed before him, contours sharpening into a clear and definitive image. He lay still, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar ceiling above, lost in thought, unmoving for an extended period. Chapter 41. Intermittent ambition. Every quiet night, the mind burgeons with thoughts, reaching moments of the most difficult restraint. Whether this is a universal experience, Lin Shua could not say, but it certainly resonated with him. Yet, unlike others, his fleeting thoughts often led him unconsciously to that unending rainy day, accompanied by a familiar discomfort in his stomach and a chilling sensation enveloping his body. While ordinary individuals might feel helpless in such situations, Lin Shua was different. With the Sharingan activated, he could effectively suppress the scattering of his thoughts, akin to the calming effects of a tranquilizer, forcibly cooling and pacifying his mind, rendering it desireless and serene, entering a sage-like state. Thus, for him, activating the Sharingan transformed the pre-sleep musings into an inconsequential matter. Ah, how foolish it would be to think that years of forged bonds could be forgotten in mere days. Such an imbalance of scales renders it a fallacy. Even with the Sharingan activated, he still felt a lingering inability to let go, often finding himself sleepless in the depths of the night. Consequently, Lin Shua developed a habit. Whenever he found it difficult to sleep, he would habitually replay the day's sights and sounds in his mind, reorganizing them anew. Although this practice seemed devoid of purpose, not everything one does requires significance. Today, arriving in Konoha felt somewhat different from his expectations, though he could not quite pinpoint what was amiss. Perhaps it was that Konoha was not as splendid as he had envisioned. Albeit it was certainly better than the land of rain, it still fell short of his ideals. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow, impervious even to the Sharingan, washed over him. He could not ascertain what good truly meant in Konoha, yet it must have been remarkable, otherwise. Why would anyone wish for him to come here? This afternoon, Jiraiya had taken him on a tour of Konoha. The village was not particularly large, yet it possessed all the essentials. Although he had appeared somewhat distracted, he silently memorized the layout of Konoha, preparing for future needs. That evening, he also encountered the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was also Jiraiya's mentor. His initial impression was less than favorable. It was not that the man was unkind, but rather that he had not extended kindness towards Lin Shua. For reasons unknown, the man seemed to harbor an unfavorable view of him, perhaps due to the Sharingan or the origins from the land of rain. Lin Shua chose not to delve into it further. As for the current head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, he left little impact on Lin Shua, save for the stark contrast of his much younger wife. He seemed rather unremarkable, not that he was mediocre, but as the Uchiha clan leader, he did not exude any particularly outstanding qualities. It appeared that today's experiences were limited to these events. Lin Shua was uncertain how long he would remain in Konoha, perhaps for a duration extending beyond the combined ages of his past and present lives. Nonetheless, he knew he must eventually return to the Land of Rain. The previously overlooked details began to emerge one after another in his mind. The sudden appearance of the Rinnegan in his youth, the war-torn Land of Rain, Konan, Yahiko, Nagato with the Rinnegan, and the abrupt farewell. These memories of the past few years finally coalesced into a singular thread, and he seemed to grasp everything just moments ago. Had it not been for these events, Lin Shua would have always lacked definitive evidence to validate his existence. Now, he could finally ascertain that there had indeed been a puppeteer, silently observing and manipulating them from the shadows. If there had been no instigator behind the scenes, how could Yahiko, with his determination and character, have committed such acts? That fool. Moreover, the words spoken by Yahiko before their parting echoed as if someone had whispered them to him, only for him to repeat them verbatim. Yet, even with newfound clarity on many matters, one question remained elusive. Why him? Why only him? Was possessing the three-tomo Sharingan not sufficient? Why was he the one discarded by that unseen puppeteer? What warranted such treatment? Unable to fathom the reasoning, Lin Shua chose to cast aside the thoughts. A surge of rage ignited within him, compelling him to seek vengeance against that shadowy figure. Lin Shua cared not for whether he was being used. He only felt anger. An anger at being discarded like useless refuse. Thus, from this day forth, he resolved to train diligently, to become stronger, to strive relentlessly, step by step, until he stood before that puppeteer, ready to crush them underfoot and make them regret their decisions. 30 years of River East as consciousness drifted in a hazy stupor. He fell into a state of confusion, awakening to find it was already the following day. Rising in the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds. For reasons unknown, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, Lin Shua suddenly felt a profound sense of lethargy, lacking any motivation. What is the purpose of revenge, after all? Whatever the outcome, it was their choice, wasn't it? Even if he did achieve vengeance, what would come after? Sighing, he decided to leave it be for now. Revenge could wait. Lin Shua thought wearily. Intermittent ambition, sustained by a life of ease. After a casual wash-up, Lin Shua exited his room, only to discover that perhaps due to his late rising, the house was entirely empty. Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha had seemingly vanished. However, it was not entirely devoid of inhabitants. Lin Shua glanced towards the dining table in the living room. There, amid the prepared breakfast, stood a young man, whose scrutinizing gaze was fixed upon him. Who is this? Does he not know that staring is impolite? Lin Shua rolled his eyes, ignoring him as he approached the table. Regardless of who he was, he deemed it insignificant. Otherwise, Fugaku would have surely introduced him yesterday. Greetings, Lord Lin Shua. My name is Uchiha Yakomi, a subordinate of clan leader Fugaku. Today, I have been assigned by Lord Fugaku to assist you with various matters in Konoha. As he began to eat, the young man named Uchiha Yakomi spoke up. Though Yakomi appeared to be significantly older than Lin Shua, he maintained an attitude of utmost respect towards him. Yakomi? Lin Shua thought idly, without raising his head from the flatbread made from unknown ingredients on the table. What a peculiar name. Chapter 42. The Uchiha clan meeting. While Lin Shua continued to eat the food prepared by an unknown source, he listened to Uchiha Yakomi as he continued to speak. Uchiha Yaoi chattered incessantly, articulating a plethora of thoughts, yet Lin Shua absorbed none of it. In his perspective, the other party was merely a continuous stream of noise. Today, we shall embark on our journey, first to this place, then to that, and finally, in the evening, we shall conclude our endeavors. The incessant clamor caused Lin Shua to furrow his brow slightly. What was all this babble about? Could one not even enjoy a meal in peace? Finally, after an extensive monologue, Uchiha Yaoi paused, scrutinizing Lin Shua's expression. For now, these are the arrangements. I wonder if you, Lord Lin Shua, perceive any errors or find anything amiss. Lin Shua casually shoved the last piece of flatbread into his mouth, offering a nonchalant nod. No issues. Let us proceed. I am pressed for time. Although he was not in a hurry, Lin Shua was acutely aware of the nuances of social interaction and the art of language. He believed that such a statement would convey urgency to the other party. Thus, under Uchiha Yaoi's guidance, Lin Shuo followed him out of the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, as he beheld familiar streets and unfamiliar passers-by, a thought struck him. He turned to the taciturn Uchiha Yaoi ahead and casually inquired, "By the way, I just recalled, where is Uchiha Fugaku? I did not see him this morning." Uchiha Fugaku, a prominent figure in the Uchiha clan, was the successor to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yaoi cast a penetrating glance at Lin Shuo, but chose not to answer his question. Instead, he began to speak of Uchiha Fugaku's history. Previously, after Uchiha Madara's departure, the Uchiha clan was governed alternately by the hawkish and dovish elders until the emergence of Lord Fugaku, who garnered the support of both factions and became the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Lord Fugaku is not only the clan leader but also the captain of the Konoha Police Department, burdened with numerous responsibilities. This morning, upon noticing your late rise, he departed directly and sent me to wait here. Lin Shuo understood the implication. What status did he hold to keep the leader of the Uchiha clan waiting for him? How busy? Lin Shuo rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion. He had merely asked out of curiosity, yet upon hearing the description, it seemed as if Uchiha Fugaku was merely a puppet leader chosen through compromise between the two factions. One could sense a hint of pride in Uchiha Yaoi's words. Seeing Lin Shuo's dismissive attitude towards Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yaoi felt a twinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, recalling the serious demeanor with which Uchiha Fugaku had issued orders that morning, along with the mention of Lin Shuo's identity as a descendant of Uchiha Madara and his three-tomo Sharingan, he suppressed his irritation and replied, "Of course. Lord Fugaku not only concerns himself with the future of the Uchiha clan, but also with Konoha's welfare. The weight of responsibility he bears cannot merely be summarized with the term busy." Lin Shuo remained non-committal, thinking, we have a little admirer of Uchiha Fugaku here. The ensuing moments passed in silence, neither party inclined to speak. Uchiha Yaoi perceived Lin Shuo's lack of appreciation for the significance of his lineage. A mere descendant of a former clan leader, showing such disdain towards the current leader. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo believed that conversing with someone of such stature would yield no particularly vital information, hence his reluctance to engage. For the remainder of the day, Uchiha Yaoi undertook all tasks, while Lin Shuo merely followed, nodding in agreement. Initially, they procured a Konoha identification certificate for Lin Shuo. With this document, he would officially become a member of Konoha, though Lin Shuo held a different sentiment about this. After securing the identification, Uchiha Yaoi escorted Lin Shuo to the Ninja Academy to complete the enrollment procedures for lower-grade classes. As Lin Shuo stood outside, observing a group of significantly shorter children within the classroom, he immediately questioned Uchiha Yaoi's decision. Uchiha Yaoi explained, "The curriculum at the Ninja Academy is not age-dependent. Since you have not attended school before, you must start from the lower grades. Moreover, this is not merely my decision." Lin Shuo was unsatisfied with this rationale until Uchiha Yaoi mentioned that once he mastered the body flicker technique, he could apply for early graduation if he wished to leave the academy. Only then did Lin Shuo relent. After attending to these matters, the two returned to the Uchiha clan's territory, taking some time to resolve lunch along the way. Upon their return, Uchiha Yaoi first led Lin Shuo to receive an Uchiha clan uniform. Although termed a uniform, it was merely an unremarkable garment adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on the back. Uchiha Yaoi instructed Lin Shuo to keep the attire, stating it might be needed for certain significant occasions. When Lin Shuo inquired about these occasions, Uchiha Yaoi cryptically replied that he would find out in the evening. After Lin Shuo selected some casual wear, the two departed the clothing store. Uchiha Yaoi then brought Lin Shuo to a two-story house, inquiring if it met his approval. Should he find it unsatisfactory, they could explore other options. Lin Shuo gazed at the expansive house in silence, nodding in contemplation. This dwelling was larger than any place he had ever resided in throughout his life. Finally, Uchiha Yaoi familiarized Lin Shuo with the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds and allowed him to test the training grounds. As evening approached, the time passed silently. Observing the crimson clouds at twilight, Uchiha Yaoi's expression turned grave. He turned to Lin Shuo, who appeared disinterested, and earnestly stated, "It is time to go." "What time?" Lin Shuo tilted his head, perplexed. "It is time for the most important Uchiha clan meeting." "What is the Uchiha clan meeting?" Upon hearing the phrase most important, Lin Shuo, who had been listless throughout the day, finally perked up slightly. "This meeting, held beneath the South He Shrine." was a significant assembly accessible only to the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan, where the future of the entire clan would be deliberated and decided. Uchiha Yahweh spoke with solemnity. Oh, Lin Shuan nodded thoughtfully, then recalled something and turned to Uchiha Yahweh. But did you not say that the future of the Uchiha clan is entirely in Lord Fugaku's hands, who is perpetually busy managing and resolving matters? Chapter 43. Clan meeting disputes in a remote, sparsely populated forest on the outskirts of Konoha. At the lower reaches of the Nanha River, a shrine stood quietly. The stone steps leading to the shrine were uneven and weathered. Each step felt damp and cold, as if one were treading upon the spine of history, enveloped in an ineffable weight and solitude. This was the ancestral temple of the Uchiha family, Nanha Shrine, a significant gathering place since the Warring States period decades ago. The stone lanterns lining the pathway were mostly broken, no longer illuminating the way, resembling the hollow sockets of blind eyes, casting distorted and elongated shadows in the faint moonlight. Occasionally, crows flitted across the night sky, their cawing piercing the stillness of the night with unsettling clarity, in stark contrast to the solemn tranquility above. The underground chamber of Nanha Shrine presented an entirely different scene. Oil lamps cast flickering, distorted shadows upon the stone walls, illuminating faces with varied expressions in a dance of light and darkness. The air in the subterranean assembly hall felt dense and stifling, the only illumination coming from the flickering torches on the walls. Twisted shadows danced across the faces of the assembled individuals, casting deeper darkness within the dimly lit surroundings. Uchiha Fugaku sat expressionless before an ancient stone tablet, the fan emblem of his clan flickering subtly in the firelight. The young clan leader, positioned at the forefront, unconsciously drummed his fingers against his knee, his gaze penetrating as it swept over each elder and key figure present. Though the meeting had not yet officially commenced, the attendees were already embroiled in fervent debate, resembling the chatter of market-goers rather than esteemed leaders of the ninja world. Suddenly, an elder from the hawkish faction sprang to his feet, his voice trembling with fervor. This is the bloodline of Lord Madara. This is the destiny of the Uchiha, a chance bestowed upon us by our ancestors. His eyes blazed with passionate fire. Why must we endure the Leaf's suspicion any longer? The revival of Uchiha glory is within our grasp. Conversely, a Dove faction elder vehemently refuted, absurd. Madara is a traitor to our clan. His descendants will only bring calamity. The Leaf will never tolerate this. But he is undoubtedly a descendant of Lord Uchiha Madara. Isn't his arrival a signal? A hawkish elder, eyes alight with fierce conviction, boldly countered, we, the Uchiha, are the foremost clan in the ninja world, having held renown since the Warring States period. Look at our current plight in the Leaf. We are constantly marginalized and oppressed. I am fed up with this existence. We must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Such claims are mere fabrications. The Dove elder retorted, voice raised. Who can truly verify that this boy is connected to Lord Madara? It is a conspiracy, a scheme against the Uchiha. We must deliberate thoroughly. There is no need for haste. Witness your own impotent weakness. Even our ancestors would be infuriated by your cowardice. The hawkish elder scoffed disdainfully. We are merely considering the long term. The honor of the Uchiha has never been about urgency. Yet, when Lord Madara chose to depart, not a single one of you followed. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, only to be shattered by a louder outburst. Are you itching for a fight? Come then. Who fears whom? A bunch of cowards who only talk big. As the cacophony continued, Uchiha Fugaku felt a headache brewing from this repetitive discourse. The Uchiha's current predicament resembled a tightening noose, subtle exclusion from the Leaf's upper echelons, the suffocating isolation from the heart of power, and the nuanced alienation brought about by the responsibilities of the Leaf's police force had long permeated the clan. Should they continue to endure or seek change? In past clan meetings, the radical hawks and cautious doves had bickered endlessly without ever finding a resolution. Fugaku slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. When he opened them again, his gaze had regained the steadiness of a leader, yet beneath the surface swirled unprecedented complexity. The young man, claiming to be a descendant of Uchiha Madara, possessed the formidable power of the three-tomo Sharingan and unparalleled talent. His return posed a pivotal question for the Uchiha. Would he be the torchbearer leading the clan towards revival, or the harbinger of their irrevocable doom? Raising his hand, Fugaku quelled the tumult. Enough. Silence. Our guest is nearing. We must not embarrass ourselves before him. Though Fugaku appeared younger than the others, his status as clan leader warranted respect, and perhaps a mutual desire to de-escalate tensions led the elders to cease their quarrels. Though whispers still lingered. At that moment, the heavy stone door of the chamber was silently pushed open. Conversations ceased abruptly, and dozens of pairs of eyes, some already tinged with crimson, sharply focused on the entrance. The guards nodded slightly, granting entry to two figures. A young man accompanied by a boy approached slowly. The young man was known to the assembly as Uchiha Yaomai, a trusted confidant of Fugaku, prompting the gathering to glance briefly at him before their attention shifted to the boy behind him. The boy, appearing to be around 10 years of age, wore simple attire, stood casually, and bore an expression of indifference tinged with a hint of languor. Despite his youth, he was strikingly handsome, with deep black eyes that seemed to harbor the mysteries of the infinite night. As Lin Shuo entered alongside Uchiha Yaomai, the eyes of the high-ranking members converged upon them, as if attempting to peer beyond their exterior to discern their innermost thoughts. What is this? Are we interrogating a prisoner? Lin Shuo smirked, unperturbed by the multitude of scrutinizing gazes, while his own eyes wandered over the assembly. According to Uchiha Yaomai, those present were either of high rank or possessed formidable strength. In a clan renowned for its bloodline abilities, high status was likely intertwined with power. Thus, it followed that most individuals here would surely possess the three-tomo Sharingan. With this in mind, Lin Shuo silently committed their faces to memory, preparing for future encounters. Before he could finish assessing the gathering, Uchiha Yaomai turned to him and said, "Please, introduce yourself, Lord Lin Shuo." Lin Shuo shot a glance at Uchiha Yaomai, but remained silent. Did he really need to introduce himself? Surely, before their arrival, Fugaku had already briefed everyone on his identity, and his purpose here was merely to make an appearance. Moreover, the scrutinizing gazes from moments ago had made him uncomfortable, as if he were an item awaiting selection. Thus, he felt little inclination to speak. Noticing Lin Shuo's reticence, Uchiha Yaomai took the initiative, addressing the elders. "Good evening, esteemed elders and clan leader. This is the protagonist of our gathering, Uchiha Lin Shuo." He paused momentarily, observing Lin Shuo's lack of response before continuing. Some may wonder why Uchiha Lin Shuo seems unfamiliar. He has just returned from the land of rain, a descendant left behind by our previous clan leader, Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Lin Shuo, revealing no signs of shock. After all, Fugaku had already apprised them of this matter prior to the meeting. What they now sought to discern was the subsequent developments. Perhaps Fugaku convened this gathering merely for mutual acquaintance, with ample time for deeper understanding in the future. However, the others were not so inclined. They were more concerned with whether he leaned towards the hawkish or dovish factions, or if he stood neutral like Fugaku. Just as Lin Shuo thought the matter concluded and he could take his leave, an elder rose, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Shuo. "Words alone are insufficient. How will you prove yourself as a descendant of Lord Madara?" All eyes turned towards the elder, and an understanding washed over the assembly. He was a member of the Dove faction. Yet, Lin Shuo remained unaware, dismissing it as yet another tedious and predictable scenario. As he activated his three-tomo Sharingan, Lin Shuo casually turned to face his opponent, questioning whether this was sufficient. The moment Lin Shuo unveiled his three-tomo Sharingan, a commotion erupted around him. Despite having been forewarned by Uchiha Fugaku, the sight still astonished him. Initially, he anticipated that his adversary would sulk like a foolish villain from a novel, yet to his surprise, the other party persisted in their provocation, exclaiming, "Absurd! How can this prove anything?" In response, the opponent activated their own pair of three-tomo Sharingan, challenging Lin Shuo. "I too possess a three-tomo Sharingan. Can you claim that I am a descendant of Lord Uchiha Madara?" At that moment, Lin Shuo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What was this old man's true intent? Was he genuinely ignorant, or was he merely pretending? Observing the frigid atmosphere around him, Lin Shuo remained unperturbed, quietly analyzing the situation. The confrontation arose from one of two possibilities. Either the Uchiha clan did not welcome him, or the faction to which his opponent belonged was opposed to him. There was no genuine doubt regarding Uchiha Madara's bloodline. The individuals present were not the hot-headed youths found elsewhere, but rather cunning old foxes. Moreover, he was not solely reliant on the Uchiha clan. Only someone with a troubled mind would seek to offend him, unless it involved a conflict of interests. Sure enough, It wasn't long before Lin Shua discerned that this was likely the latter scenario. Someone stood up to defend him, a frail yet sharp-eyed elder, who remarked, "The Sharingan you possess does not belong to the Uchiha clan of Konoha, nor is it a legacy of Lord Uchiha Madara. Could it possibly be yours? If you truly seek proof, I can send you to meet Lord Uchiha Madara directly. What do you say?" In an instant, the two factions reignited their debate. Yet all eyes kept darting towards the silent youth. Lin Shua feigned ignorance of the surrounding commotion, instead focusing intently on Uchiha Fugaku at the summit. What was his true intention? He then cast a glance at the elder who had initially instigated the conflict, stating, "Since you demand evidence, how would you propose to prove it? I have limited patience." With a youthful tone, he uttered audacious words that even caused the hawkish members present to regard him as excessively arrogant. "Ah, that is simple. You merely need to demonstrate your talent," replied Uchiha Hira, the elder of the Dove faction, remaining unfazed by Lin Shua's demeanor. The most direct way for the Uchiha clan to validate lineage and strength was through the traditional duel that had been passed down through the ages. Uchiha Hira clapped his hands, summoning a youth named Uchiha Tetsuhira from behind him, a young man slightly older than Uchiha Fugaku, who had also awakened his three-tomo Sharingan. "If you can defeat him, I will have nothing further to say." It was imperative that they did not hastily determine Lin Shua's identity. Otherwise, should he join the Uchiha clan as a descendant of Uchiha Madara, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to their Dove faction. "What is the cost?" Lin Shua inquired calmly. "I do not require your silence. That is a trivial and useless thing. From this point forward, our Dove faction will acknowledge your identity as a descendant of Uchiha Madara and grant you authority." A cacophony erupted around them. Even Uchiha Fugaku furrowing his brow as his expression shifted repeatedly. Uchiha Hira, however, kept his head lowered, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. If this young boy could indeed triumph over Uchiha Tetsuhira, then in terms of talent, identity, and strength, it would solidify his position. Perhaps he could indeed lead the Uchiha clan to renewed glory. Thus, what would it matter to heed his commands? Lin Shua was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Very well, let it begin." Chapter 44. The power of the Sharingan varies among individuals. In the open space before the Nana shrine, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Uchiha Hira's proposal met with no opposition. The most direct means of proving lineage and strength was through the time-honored traditional duel of the Uchiha. Moreover, both parties involved had no objections, and while others felt the duel lacked consideration and propriety, they refrained from voicing their concerns. A young man named Uchiha Tetsuhira stepped forward from the crowd, a member of the police force known for his rigorous demeanor and solid strength. As he flexed his wrists, he regarded the slender boy opposite him with a cold gaze. "Don't say I'm bullying you. I will not hold back in this fight," Uchiha Tetsuhira declared darkly, the three-tomo in his eyes swirling ominously. "I will show you that true Uchiha power cannot merely be claimed through a tale. Even if luck allowed you to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan, I will make you understand that there are distinctions even among three-tomo Sharingan." Lin Shua remained silent, casting a dispassionate glance at his opponent before nodding slightly. When he lifted his gaze once more, he met Uchiha Tetsuhira's stare with his own pair of equally crimson eyes, adorned with three black tomo. The crowd erupted into murmurs at the sight of a 10-year-old with three tomo, an astonishing talent that transformed what should have been a straightforward battle into a perplexing contest. Uchiha Fugaku's voice cut through the air. "Begin." No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Tetsuhira sprang into action, experienced and unyielding. He did not underestimate his younger opponent due to age, launching himself like an arrow and swiftly hurling multiple shuriken. These shuriken danced through the air, colliding and weaving in intricate patterns that effectively sealed off Lin Shua's escape routes. This was the Uchiha clan's signature advanced throwing technique, utilizing the dynamic vision of the Sharingan for precise trajectory prediction and fine control. Witnessing the fluid execution of this technique, which showcased decades of solid training, Uchiha Tetsuhira couldn't help but smile with pride. Among those present, only the ancient masters who had spent decades perfecting their throwing skills could rival his prowess. Moreover, he executed this maneuver not to show off, but as part of a calculative strategy. For a lifelong member of the Uchiha clan, years of training meant that only minimal visual acuity was required to master the trajectory of the shuriken. In contrast, for Lin Shua, who had never engaged in shuriken techniques, He would need to expend significantly more visual energy to track their paths or resort to broad-scale ninjutsu to counter this attack. Given his opponent's youth, Lin Shua was inherently at a disadvantage in stamina and endurance. If he further expended chakra at this rate, he would surely tire before long. Uchiha Tetsubara planned to patiently wear down his opponent step by step, ultimately securing victory in this contest. Though winning in such a manner might seem somewhat dishonorable, he too bore burdens and had reasons not to lose. On the other hand, while ordinary ninjas might perceive Tetsubara's flurry of shuriken as an inevitable kill, within Lin Shua's Sharingan, the seemingly chaotic and erratic trajectories revealed themselves to be surprisingly slow. At the moment of collision, he discerned their patterns with absolute clarity. Under the enhancement of the high-intensity operation of the three-tomo Sharingan, his vision appeared to be divided into several independent processing units, simultaneously calculating the speed, angle, and all possible changes that could arise from each shuriken's collision. This transcended mere observation, resembling a form of premonition. Lin Shua moved forward, taking a small step, his body making minute adjustments with almost imperceptible precision. His neck arched back, he sidestepped and bent his knees, executing a series of actions that flowed seamlessly, as if choreographed. Dozens of whistling shurikens grazed the tips of Lin Shua's hair and the edges of his clothing, with the closest one even severing a few strands. Yet none could harm him in the slightest. What? Uchiha Tiehu's pupils constricted. His Sharingan clearly captured his opponent's movements, allowing him to grasp the extraordinary precision of timing and distance, truly inhuman. However, he quickly regained his composure, reassuring himself that Lin Shua must have expended a significant amount of Sharingan power to perceive the trajectory of his shurikens. There was no need to panic. He had the upper hand. Uchiha Tiehu then charged forward, intending to leverage his physical advantage for close combat. Yet a thought lingered in Uchiha Tiehu's mind, refusing to dissipate. In his expectations, even if Lin Shua evaded this shuriken technique, he would have done so by retreating beyond the range of the shurikens after discerning their trajectory. But why? Why was his opponent advancing instead, flowing like a dragon through the shurikens, charging at him? Hadn't Lin Shua learned the techniques of shuriken usage? In the instant Lin Shua evaded the shuriken, Uchiha Tiehu was already upon him, thrusting a kunai directly at Lin Shua's chest with brutal speed and a fierce wind. Lin Shua again demonstrated the extraordinary insight of his Sharingan. He did not attempt to block the kunai with the strength of a 10-year-old child. It would be unwise to take a full-force strike from an adult ninja head-on. His Sharingan fixated on the subtle tremors of Tiehu's wrist muscles, the angle of his shoulders' tilt, and even the instantaneous flow of chakra through his arm's meridians. He saw it clearly. However, it resembled his initial battle with the Sharingan, where his eyes perceived the movements, yet his body seemed to lag behind. Thus, Lin Shua closed his eyes, directly predicting the outcome. Just as the tip of the kunai was about to make contact, Lin Shua's body glided sideways like willow fluff in the wake of Tiehu's advancing force, while his left hand shot out with lightning speed, not to block, but to strike precisely at a specific point on Tiehu's wrist. What? Uchiha Tiehu was taken aback, feeling a sudden numbness in his arm as the flow of chakra momentarily stagnated, causing his forward thrust to falter slightly. Now was the moment. Lin Shua's right fist clenched tightly, seizing this fleeting opportunity to strike directly at the exposed gap beneath Uchiha Tiehu's ribs. This punch harnessed all his explosive power, landing precisely on a point capable of inducing excruciating pain and brief asphyxiation. With a tremendous thud, the sound echoed throughout the arena. Uchiha Tiehu let out a muffled groan, his body curling in response to the intense pain and impact, his movements utterly distorted, yet he did not fall. Lin Shua did not pause for a moment. With his Sharingan activated, his instincts propelled him forward. He crouched and spun, resembling a specter as he circled around Uchiha Tiehu's side. His right hand's kunai unsheathed without him noticing, the cold blade swiftly pressing against Tiehu's carotid artery. All unfolded in the blink of an eye. From the barrage of shurikens to the kunai at his throat, merely a matter of seconds. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone present could clearly see that both combatants were utilizing the three-tomo Sharingan, yet the disparity in their application was stark. Uchiha Tiehu's Sharingan was commendable, a paragon of an Uchiha warrior's eye, capable of discerning movements, replicating ninjutsu, and casting illusions. However, in this battle, the potential of his Sharingan had yet to be fully realized before he faced defeat. It was as if every move he made was laid bare to his opponent's Sharingan. Lin Shuo gradually withdrew the kunai, stepping back 2 paces, the crimson in his eyes fading to ebony once more. He breathed calmly, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Uchiha Tiehu clutched his still agonizing side, sitting on the ground, his complexion shifting between hues of green and white. Ultimately, he cast a complex glance at Lin Shuo, bowed his head, and spoke in a low tone. I concede, I am duly impressed. I believe there was a truth in what you said earlier. Lin Shuo paid no heed to Tiehu's admission of defeat, looking down upon him with indifference. The power of the Sharingan varies from person to person. Even among the 3 Tomo Sharingan, there exists a disparity. The arena remained silent, no one daring to speak. No further words were necessary. Those eyes, this innate talent that wielded the same level of ocular power to astonishing heights, served as a luminous insignia proclaiming Lin Shuo's bloodline. The gazes of the Hawk faction members grew fervently intense, as if they beheld a new dawn and blade for the Uchiha clan. Conversely, the Dove faction members regarded Lin Shuo with a sense of relief, yet beneath that relief lay a profound worry. Where would this uncontrollable, sudden variable lead the Uchiha clan? A fresh dawn, or another unfathomable abyss? Uchiha Fugaku gazed deeply at the child in the center, approximately 10 years old, yet already showcasing such terrifying potential. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice reverberating in the quiet venue, delivering a delayed blessing. Welcome home, Uchiha Lin Shuo. In the future, the Uchiha clan will forever have a place for you. Chapter 45. Uchiha Shana after the gathering at the Nana Shrine. The brief yet stunning duel in the open space stirred a tempest, akin to a drop of ice water falling into boiling oil, completely altering the perceptions of all towards Lin Shuo. The earlier scrutinizing, skeptical, and even slightly disdainful gazes were now replaced with awe, fervor, and complex curiosity. Even Uchiha Yaomi, who had busied himself helping Lin Shuo throughout the day, now treated him with increased respect. Returning to the dim underground assembly hall of the Nana Shrine, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the room once more. The clan meeting continued, discussing nothing more than the recent obstacles faced by the Konoha police force, the villagers' vague sense of alienation, and the meaningful glances exchanged in high-level meetings. All cliches about how the Uchiha clan had been isolated and targeted. Lin Shuo shrugged, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the fabric of his sleeve, utterly uninterested in the complaints and suspicions. Silently, he maneuvered away from the center of the crowd, retreating like a shadow to the flickering light's edge. However, even in the corner, Lin Shuo could not truly hide. Shadows approached him frequently, almost as if they were zero-frame initiators, showering him with enthusiastic, almost obsequious praise. Lord Lin Shuo is truly a prodigy. That taijutsu earlier was simply unheard of? Has he ever showcased taijutsu? Just one punch to decide the outcome counts as taijutsu, right? As expected of the true bloodline of our Uchiha clan, a promising revival awaits. I'm joking. He isn't one of us Uchiha. In the future, we will need Lord Lin Shuo's guidance. Yes, when you die, he will definitely be the first to arrive. The gathering finally concluded in an atmosphere that was outwardly heavy, yet internally turbulent. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Uchiha Fugaku approached, a rare hint of barely perceptible embarrassment evident on his stern face. I apologize, Lord Lin Shuo, he said in a low voice. I did not anticipate that tonight's events would evolve into such a situation. He referred, of course, to the sudden duel and the tremors it had caused. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he cast a deep glance at Uchiha Fugaku, thinking, who could have predicted this? He had misjudged him before. This individual was not as incompetent as he had imagined. Mediocrity was merely a facade. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled awkwardly, agreeing, indeed, who could foresee such events? He promptly shifted the conversation, adopting a more formal tone. By the way, Lin Shuoquan, now that you have acknowledged your heritage, what are your future plans? Are there any particular aspirations you wish to pursue? Lin Shuo lowered his head slightly, the shadows cast by his tousled hair obscuring the fleeting darkness in his eyes. After a brief silence, he quietly replied, I do not have any specific ambitions. In that case, would you be interested in joining the Konoha police force? Uchiha Fugaku's words were abruptly interrupted by a raspy voice, aged and authoritative. No, he should not go there. From the depths of the shrine's darkness emerged a frail, yet upright elder, his ancient cane tapping the ground. Though Fugaku's speech was cut short, he bore no displeasure. Instead, introducing Lin Shuo, saying, "Lin Shiken, this is Elder Uchiha Shana, the elder of the Hawk faction, once a follower of Lord Uchiha Madara." Lin Shuo calmly regarded the elder, recognizing him as the one who had supported him before the duel. He understood that the leader of the Hawk faction had spoken on his behalf prior to the contest, which was now clear. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shana's piercing, hawk-like gaze scrutinized Lin Shuo's youthful yet remarkably serene visage. As he observed, the elder found himself momentarily lost in thought. The resemblance was striking, not in appearance, but in the cold indifference etched into his brow, the latent power coursing through his veins, and the innate superiority that set him apart. Through Lin Shuo's slender figure, Uchiha Shana seemed to glimpse the proud silhouette of a figure standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, brimming with vigor and commanding the realm, a challenge to all. "Why should I attend the Ninja Academy?" Lin Shuo's unfamiliar yet cool voice shattered Shana's reverie, drawing him back to reality. Uchiha Shana's heart jolted, realizing that the person before him was ultimately not his departed comrade. He gathered his thoughts and let out a soft chuckle, saying, "Ah, the winds of change are stirring in the ninja world. Although the second great ninja war has passed, there are whispers of the hungry beasts from Sunagakure stirring near the borders of Konoha, sharpening their claws. While no one can assert that war is imminent, it is prudent to prepare." He paused, striking the ground with his cane. "You need only focus on your studies at the Ninja Academy. There is no rush to graduate. If, when the time comes, a third great ninja war erupts and you have yet to graduate, even if you possess exceptional strength, no one can compel you to the battlefield, not even Sarutobi Hiruzen. The battlefield is no jest. You should not step into it, even if Konoha faces defeat." "Is war approaching again?" Lin Shuo's tone revealed no emotion, merely preparation. Uchiha Shana shook his head, choosing not to dwell on that topic. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "I am old now. This frail body may not withstand the next war." His tone turned somber, tinged with the melancholy of old age. Yet a flicker of stubborn resolve ignited in his eyes. "However, the passage of time has bestowed upon me not only injuries but also insights beyond the ordinary. If we speak of the mastery of the Sharingan, I dare say no one in the entire Uchiha clan possesses greater experience than I. Would you care to accompany me in training and learn the techniques of the Sharingan? I observed your combat today. It was a sheer display of the Sharingan's prowess. Should you encounter an opponent whose ocular power matches yours, defeat is inevitable." Lin Shuo remained silent, studying him for a moment before suddenly asking, "Why do you assist me so? Is it because I remind you of Uchiha Madara?" Uchiha Shana paused, then chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You see, child, while you are indeed a descendant of Lord Uchiha Madara, you bear no resemblance to him aside from that dark hair. But did you not just say something akin to that? That it is indeed similar?" Shana was momentarily at a loss for words, silence enveloping them for a brief moment, deepening the wrinkles on his face in the dim light. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice imbued with an indescribable complexity, nostalgia, regret, perhaps even a hint of buried remorse. "Yet, it is merely a futile longing. In my youth, I had the fortune to follow Lord Madara and witness the brilliance capable of tearing apart the darkness of the ninja world." "Then why did you not follow him when Uchiha Madara chose to leave Konoha?" Lin Shuo inquired calmly. The tranquility of his tone momentarily made Uchiha Shana question whether Lin Shuo was seeking to provoke him. Uchiha Shana's breath seemed to falter. Slowly, he uttered a few words, perhaps stemming from a deep-seated cowardice. "At that pivotal crossroads, I too succumbed to the allure of the seemingly vibrant dream of peace painted by Senju Hashirama. Unable to extricate myself until now, I understand the cost of such choices." Oh, Lin Shuo's response was almost apathetic, revealing how little this mattered to him. The lightness of his words struck Uchiha Shana like a cold needle, piercing the long-buried pain within him. He glared at Lin Shuo, both exasperated and amused, ultimately muttering under his breath, "You rascal, weren't you the one who asked?" Chapter 46. Dispute. The next day, the sun had already risen high, its rays penetrating through the paper door, accompanied by the cacophony of cicadas. When Lin Shuo awoke, the sunlight had cast long, slanted shadows on the floor. Today should mark the first day of his classes at the Ninja Academy, yet it seemed he had overslept, a thought that crossed his mind without concern. However, he had come to Konoha not merely to attend school. Yet, Uchiha Shana's words from the previous day rang true. He was not here to fight for Konoha, so he might as well make a brief visit to the Ninja Academy. Lin Shuo rose leisurely, glancing at the bright sky outside, his expression devoid of fluctuation. After washing up, tidying his clothes, and enjoying breakfast brought by the Uchiha estate's servants, he strolled toward the ninja academy at a relaxed pace. When he finally pushed open the classroom door, the morning session was nearing its end, and the classroom buzzed with noise, making his late arrival particularly conspicuous. The Chunin instructor frowned but seemed to have received prior instructions from higher-ups, taking a deep breath to suppress any reprimand, stating tersely, "Come in. Be mindful of the time next time." "I got lost," Lin Shuo replied with a disingenuous excuse, his voice flat and emotionless. Observing the younger students below, he scoffed slightly. However, as a transfer student, he still needed to introduce himself. During the brief introduction, he simply stood up and stated his name, Uchiha Lin Shuo. He then sat down in the back row without uttering another word. His indifferent demeanor and unfamiliar surname sparked whispers among the students, who were curious as to why he was not in a higher grade but instead attending their lower class. Curiosity surrounded him, with some attempting to engage him in conversation. But Lin Shuo's cold attitude kept them at bay. He paid them no mind, casually picking up a textbook to pass the time. The Will of Fire? As Lin Shuo furrowed his brows while perusing the contents of the book, a boy with a spiky black hairstyle approached him. The boy appeared somewhat anxious, with a group of onlookers behind him. "It's over. I shouldn't have boasted earlier," Uchiha Obito thought, feeling a twinge of unease. This individual seemed far from easy to provoke. Just moments before, Noara Shinosuke had been discussing with his classmates why the new arrival, clearly older than them, had joined their class. When a girl suddenly turned to Obito and inquired whether, being from the Uchiha clan, he was familiar with the newcomer and if he knew anything about him. Obito initially intended to shake his head, but, upon meeting Noara Rin's gaze, impulsively replied that he knew him quite well. The surrounding students erupted in cheers, encouraging him to inquire further. Thus, the situation escalated to its current state. Summoning his courage, Obito approached Lin Shuo, who was seated at the back. Perhaps it was curiosity about a fellow clansman, or perhaps it stemmed from the rumors that had circulated the previous night about power, or even a naive impulse to prove something amidst the isolation he felt from his classmates. Especially with Rin watching intently, he felt a surge of awkward bravery. "Hey, you must be Lin Shuo, right? I'm Uchiha Obito. I've heard you're incredibly strong." The boy's actions caught Lin Shuo's attention, but it was Obito's self-introduction that truly piqued his interest. Uchiha Obito, a name that resonated with familiarity, yet so what? Lin Shuo's gaze barely settled on him, merely glancing dismissively as the boisterous voice shattered his tranquility. "Go away." Perhaps in the past, he would have been inclined to befriend him, but now? What did it matter? Just a name of some weight in the narrative. If he had the choice, he would rather never have encountered Jiraiya. Lin Shuo's voice, though quiet, carried an undeniable chill, akin to a kunai tempered with ice. The immediate dismissal caused Obito's face to flush with embarrassment. Notably, he observed that Rin, the girl he admired, was also watching. Being so ruthlessly reprimanded in front of her ignited a profound sense of shame and wounded pride, rendering him unable to retreat, instead leaving him frozen in place, caught between two choices. Your attitude is absolutely terrible." Obito's voice involuntarily rose, tinged with indignation and frustration. "I just wanted to say hello. We're both Uchiha, so what?" Finally, Lin Shuo regarded him with a piercing gaze, his dark eyes reflecting no emotion. "Get lost. I don't wish to repeat myself." Laughter erupted around them, the ridicule stinging Obito further, especially under Rin's sympathetic gaze. Infuriated, he clenched his fists and stepped forward, nearly shouting, "You jerk! Do you look down on me?" The commotion quickly attracted the attention of all present. Kakashi, who had been seated at the front and appeared indifferent to the unfolding drama, lifted his eyelids. He witnessed Obito's fervent confrontation and Lin Shuo's icy dismissal, noting the latter's superior height and age. To Kakashi, it resembled a typical scene where an upperclassman bullied a younger student seeking approval. Despite considering Obito a slacker and not being particularly close to him, an instinctive sense of justice compelled him to speak. His voice, calm yet clear, carried a critique. "Is bullying a weaker classmate your way of proving yourself? Are you too afraid to confront upperclassmen, so you flaunt your power over lowerclassmen?" This statement was directed at Lin Shuo, but also served as a scathing remark towards Obito's audacity. Lin Shuo's gaze slowly shifted from the flushed Obito to Kakashi. "Who are you?" His eyes betrayed a hint of emotion, a mild, almost bored impatience. Ah, a logical fallacy. Lin Shua's voice remained frosty. He intruded upon me. And he paused, scrutinizing Kakashi. Your intervention is unwarranted and based on erroneous assumptions. Kakashi's loan I narrowed slightly. Lin Shua's composed and almost analytical rebuttal revealed to him that the boy was not merely a hot-headed individual, yet it did not alter the scene before him. The outcome is that you are using age and presence to intimidate him. Kakashi straightened, his tone cooling further. That is hardly honorable. And what of your family? Has no one taught you the importance of politeness in conversation? As these words echoed, the atmosphere thickened, and all students held their breath, captivated by the standoff between the prodigy and the enigmatic newcomer. Lin Shua regarded Kakashi in silence for 2 seconds. He chuckled softly to himself, my family. Unpleasant memories surged, threatening to unravel his composure. Perhaps it was futile to waste words in explanation. What he needed now was the most effective and direct form of tranquility. In the next moment, a cold and heavy chakra presence emanated silently from him, not vast in quantity, but exuding a remarkably refined and pure pressure. Under the astonished gazes of many, his dark pupils were suddenly engulfed in a blood-red hue, 3 black tomo manifesting and swirling around his irises, radiating an eerie and frigid light, firmly locking onto Kakashi. The 3 tomo Sharingan. At this age, it was nearly a mythical sight. Kakashi felt his muscles tense up instantly. As a genius capable of dominating upperclassmen, he sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from those eyes more acutely than anyone else. It was not merely a visual shock. It was an icy threat that pierced deep into his psyche, as if gazed upon by a ferocious beast from the primordial chaos. His chakra instinctively surged, entering a state of full alert, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. All prepared words and strategies appeared pathetic and laughable before this overwhelming bloodline pressure. He understood in an instant that this individual had no need to bully Obito. Their levels of power were likely worlds apart. Obito, too, felt as if struck by lightning. His mouth agape as he gazed at the eyes he had longed for, symbols of strength, rendered speechless, his earlier anger and grievances drowned in utter astonishment. The classroom sank into an oppressive silence. Lin Shua regarded Kakashi with those eyes imbued with ominous power for a moment longer. Then, the crimson hue swiftly faded. As if nothing had transpired, the suffocating pressure vanished in an instant. He turned away from everyone, departing and leaving behind a silence thick with shock. Kakashi remained rooted in place, his expression hidden behind his mask, shifting like the tides. For the first time, he felt such pure and chilling pressure emanating from a peer just a few years older, a sensation that surpassed many jonin. Bored, Lin Shua mused. What a waste of time, as he considered sending a shadow clone next time. Chapter 47. Cultivating the Mind After the Meaningless Conflict at the Ninja School. The suffocating stares and whispers left Lin Shua, feeling profoundly irritated. He found little desire to waste another moment masquerading as a student. Casting a simple jutsu, he left a shadow clone, which appeared far more animated than his true self, while Lin Shua utilized the subtle disruption of the body flicker technique to quietly slip away from the raucous scene. Upon returning to the quiet abode arranged for him in his ancestral land, Lin Shua pushed open the door. The faint scent of freshly sun-dried tatami lingered in the air, mingling with a subtle hint of insect repellent. He made his way to the corridor in the courtyard and casually took a seat on a clean step. The afternoon sun cast a slanted glow, bathing the greenery in a warm golden hue, yet he felt no warmth within. His gaze drifted towards the sky, a brilliant blue that seemed almost surreal, lost in contemplation. When did this all begin? Lin Shua instinctively reached to touch his eyes. Was it after leaving that eternally rain-soaked land? Or was it when his eyes underwent their silent transformation? He could distinctly sense that his temperament had become increasingly impulsive and irritable, fluctuating like a wild beast that only knew how to unleash its emotions without restraint. Reflecting on the events that had transpired at the Ninja Academy, Lin Shua disdainfully curled his lip. Regret? Such an emotion felt too trivial to entertain. However, from a purely rational perspective aimed at maximizing benefits, his response had undoubtedly been a poor decision. The boy named Uchiha Obito had struck a nerve, his name piercing through to a dark corner of Lin Shua's memory, evoking unpleasant associations and visceral disgust. Yet, this should not have served as an excuse for his uncharacteristic outburst. He ought not to unjustly transfer his emotions onto another. Moreover, The boy was one of the few whose name he recognized. Both in sentiment and reason, he should have exhibited a more measured demeanor. To take a step back, regardless of what the future held, at present, the other was a local from the Uchiha clan, deeply rooted in intricate relationships. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo was merely an abrupt intruder with shallow foundations. Such a harsh and humiliating attitude could potentially bring him unnecessary troubles in the future, hindering his integration into this environment and his subsequent plans. Although he had established his authority through force the previous night, familial acceptance was never solely based on physical power. Nevertheless, these were merely secondary concerns. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that during his altercation with the silver-haired boy in the mask, he had activated his Sharingan. Yes, the immediate effect was undeniable. Those eyes, symbols of power and ominousness, had instantly intimidated everyone present, including the prodigy, compelling him to lower his head and refrain from further action. But then what? The display of power often comes with a price. With so many eyes upon him, how would they interpret his actions? As a volatile brute, unable to control his emotions and recklessly relying on his bloodline limit? Or as an unstable maniac, easily provoked? Once such labels were affixed, they would be difficult to remove. He might feign indifference to the gazes of the commonplace, but what of others? How would his mentor Jiraiya react if he were to hear of this? That seemingly carefree sage, whose heart was soft beneath his seemingly unrestrained exterior, had always hoped for him to emerge from the shadows, to experience the warmth of the world as a true youth, rather than being consumed by power and hatred. Would he feel disappointment? Or would concern deepen? And what of the higher-ups in Konoha, particularly Shimura Danzo, who Jiraiya had specifically mentioned, lurking in the shadows? Upon learning that the descendant of Uchiha Madara had returned, possessing rare talents yet displaying such instability and aggression, what actions would they take? Would they intensify surveillance? Conduct covert tests? Or perhaps implement more drastic measures to maintain stability? His power had manifested too abruptly and too overwhelmingly. Yet his state of mind seemed stubbornly trapped in that cold, despairing rainy night, ensnared in endless fury and vigilance. Having failed to cultivate the calmness and restraint that matched his strength, Lin Shuo slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply the air imbued with the scent of grass and dust. This could not continue. He must impose strict management over his emotions. Without the guidance of intellect, strength would ultimately turn against its bearer. Initially, his plans had involved seeking opportunities to hasten the demise of certain elders within the Uchiha clan, thereby unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan and returning to the land of rain for vengeance. Yet, it now appeared that the mere possession of the three-tomo Sharingan could lead him to irreversible ruin. In the time to come, he might need to focus more on the cultivation of his heart. But how does one pursue such inner refinement? Just as Lin Shuo resolved to instigate some changes, a steady and rhythmic knocking echoed from outside the door. Who could it be? Lin Shuo furrowed his brow slightly. It had not yet been an hour since the incident, and someone had already come to find him. The news must have spread quickly, likely involving just a few individuals. Upon opening the door, Uchiha Shana appeared, his face marked by the creases of time, yet gleaming with a piercing gaze. He still grasped his ancient cane, yet stood tall and unwavering. As anticipated, Lin Shuo had already formed a conjecture. So, this was a summons for accountability. Uchiha Lin Shuo, his voice was hoarse yet direct. Now that you have some leisure time, accompany me for training. There were no pleasantries, no inquiries, only a commanding tone imbued with an undeniable expectation. Surprised by the abruptness of the request, Lin Shuo silently regarded Uchiha Shana for a moment before nodding. The training ground was located in a secluded clearing behind the South-He Shrine. Uchiha Shana's teaching style mirrored his own persona, ancient and rigorous. He did not rush to impart complex ninjutsu, instead beginning with the fundamental Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique, emphasizing the subtle angles of wrist power, the momentary attachment and detachment of chakra at the fingertips, and how to utilize the Sharingan for predictive trajectories and multi-collision calculations. Lin Shuo learned swiftly. His three-tomo Sharingan flickered in the twilight, accurately replicating every minute motion of Shana, even able to deduce higher efficiency and more inventive variations. Uchiha Shana observed from the side, fleeting glimmers of unperceivable admiration and deeper, complex emotions crossing his dimly lit eyes. Time passed in this manner, and during a training break, Uchiha Shana leaned on his cane, gazing into the distance where the last rays of sunlight slipped behind the mountain ridge, as if casually remarking, Today at the Ninja Academy. You had a conflict with that boy, Uchiha Obito? Chapter 48. Apology. Lin Shuo was wiping down a shuriken, momentarily pausing before responding with a faint acknowledgement. Uchiha Shana did not turn back, his voice low. I have learned a thing or two about that boy Obito. He possesses a kind heart, though his talents may be lacking and his desire for progress somewhat hasty. He paused for a moment before continuing. His parents perished in the Second Shinobi World War, raised solely by his grandmother. As a member of the Uchiha clan, sharing blood ties, he should not be held to excessive scrutiny. Within these words lay a subtle counsel and an ancient sense of familial kinship. Lin Shuo halted his movements, lifting his gaze towards Shana's back. His expression still calm and unreadable, refraining from commenting. Uchiha Shana seemed not to expect an immediate response from him, shifting the conversation with a hint of cold mockery. As for the rumors that have recently circulated in the village about you being a descendant of Madara, they are nothing but vile slander. He scoffed, striking his cane heavily against the ground. I am well acquainted with such swift, malicious tactics. It is a ploy often employed by Shimura Danzo, that old dog lurking in the shadows of Konoha. First, they isolate, then they test. If possible, they seek to control. You need not concern yourself with such noise. It is precisely what he desires, to see you flounder in anger or fear. Lin Shuo listened in silence, carefully stowing the clean shuriken into his weapon pouch. He had never heard of this before, yet he did not question the veracity of the other's words. He held no interest in Danzo's methods, but he took note of Uchiha Shirsue's explicit identification of the mastermind. I have never cared. Lin Shuo finally spoke, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. It was unclear whether he referred to Uchiha Obito or Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Shirsue turned around, gazing deeply at him before simply nodding, very well. Following this were tedious and monotonous repetitive drills, until the night completely enveloped the training ground, at which point Uchiha Shirsue called for a halt. Today ends here, he stated, exhibiting no unnecessary gestures or words, before merging into the shadows of the night. Watching the retreating figure, Lin Shuo suddenly recalled something and hesitated for a moment before asking. By the way, does Elder Shirsue know how to cultivate the heart? The figure paused briefly before vanishing into the shadows of the shrine nearby, as if he had never been there, leaving behind a light remark. Cultivating the heart means doing what you are unaccustomed to or fearful of, things one dislikes doing. Observing Uchiha Shirsue's disappearing silhouette, Lin Shuo shook his head and returned to his dwelling alone. Is this truly feasible? The twilight cast long shadows in the courtyard, and he could see the simple wooden door of his home from afar. Yet, it seemed he was not alone there. Two figures stood still in the encroaching dusk. One was an elderly woman, hunched and clad in a traditional kimono, freshly laundered and slightly bleached. Her silver hair neatly pinned into a bun at the back of her head. Her hands were folded in front of her, exhibiting a posture of respect and tranquility. Her face was etched with the marks of time, yet her gaze was warm and translucent. Standing half a step behind the old woman was Uchiha Obito. His head was bowed, hands nervously gripping the seams of his ninja pants, and the excitement and indignation from earlier had vanished, leaving only evident unease, embarrassment, and a lingering sense of grievance. He did not dare to meet Lin Shuo's gaze directly. Lin Shuo did not pause his steps but approached the door, his calm eyes sweeping over the two, finally resting on the old woman, waiting silently for her intent. Upon seeing Lin Shuo, the elderly woman bowed slightly, her voice gentle and aged, imbued with the slow and earnest cadence characteristic of seniors. Good evening. I apologize for the intrusion. You must be Lin Shuo-kun, correct? I am Obito's grandmother. She subtly gestured towards Obito behind her. Obito appeared to be tugged by an invisible thread, abruptly lifting his head. Upon meeting Lin Shuo's gaze, he quickly lowered it again, lips quivering as he hastily stammered. Why yes, I'm sorry. This afternoon at school, I was too impulsive. I said some very inappropriate things. I'm truly sorry. His words seemed rehearsed, yet the shame was palpable and genuine. Obito's grandmother sighed gently, taking over the conversation with a tone filled with regret and helplessness. Lin Shuken, this child has already recounted the events to me upon his return. It was indeed he who disregarded decorum and intruded upon you first, and after being reprimanded, he persisted, leading to the subsequent events. It is my failure in guidance and oversight that has allowed him to develop such a reckless and rude disposition. I sincerely apologize to you. Lin Shuo's brow furrowed slightly. There is no need for such formality. The matter has passed. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled the introspective thoughts he had just entertained at noon regarding the cultivation of the heart, and Uchiha Shirsue's last words about doing what one is unaccustomed to. Although he still found it somewhat difficult to voice, after much contemplation, it seemed the optimal resolution, and he finally spoke up. He turned his head slightly. I too have had my shortcomings. I apologize. His voice remained flat, yet devoid of the coldness from earlier. This response surprised Uchiha Obito, who lifted his head in astonishment, seemingly not anticipating such a reply. A flicker of relief appeared on his grandmother's face as she produced a small, delicate food box from her side, presenting it with both hands. This is a humble offering of homemade rice dumplings. While it may not be anything extraordinary, it is a token of my sincerity, hoping to alleviate the inconvenience Obito has caused you. Should you have the opportunity in the future, I would be grateful if you could offer him some guidance in his training. If that is not feasible, I hope you can find it in your heart to be more forgiving towards him. Her words were earnest, her demeanor humble, expressing not only her apologies but also a hint of a grandparent's hopes for their grandchild's future. Lin Shuo gazed at the exquisite confectionery, remaining silent for a moment. He was not particularly fond of sweets, yet the elder's sincere gift was something he felt he could not refuse. He extended his hands and accepted the food box. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I will. The last 3 words were spoken somewhat ambiguously, without a clear promise. Seeing him accept the gift, the wrinkles on the grandmother's face relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. She exchanged a few polite pleasantries regarding his living conditions and any assistance he might need, receiving a courteous response from Lin Shuo, before appropriately taking her leave with the still-dazed Obito. As the two turned to depart, their figures gradually blended into the deepening dusk of the Uchiha clan grounds, illuminated by the flickering lights. Just before they disappeared into the distance, Uchiha Obito could not help but glance back at Lin Shuo, his expression complex, the hostility diminished, replaced by confusion and an unnoticeable sense of relief. Lin Shuo stood rooted in place until their silhouettes faded away, looking down at the still warm food box in his hand before raising his gaze to the now darkened sky. Is this what it means to cultivate the heart? He pondered. It is indeed very unfamiliar. Chapter 49. Reactions. The setting sun bathed the Hitaki residence's tatami room in a warm golden hue, dust motes drifting lazily in the beams of light. As Kakashi pushed open the door to his home, his footsteps felt heavier than usual. He removed his ninja sandals with a certain sluggishness. His eyes, typically vibrant, now appeared unfocused, haunted by an ominous crimson vision that lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Inside, Hitaki Tsukumo knelt on the tatami, a gleaming white short blade polished to perfection resting before him. He did not raise his gaze, merely gliding his fingertips along the blade's spine, his voice steady and gentle. You have returned today, bringing with you an aura distinct from your usual self. Even the winds swirling around you seem somewhat tumultuous. Kakashi silently took a seat opposite his father, not immediately retreating to his room for training, as was his custom. He lowered his head, fixating on his fingertips, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke with a dryness in his throat. Father, have you heard? Tsukumo responded softly, finally lifting his eyes to meet his son's. The reasons behind the events are likely already clear to you, and I presume you are not still troubled by that earlier conflict. Kakashi's body tensed imperceptibly for a moment. After a prolonged silence, he slowly raised his head, his eyes reflecting rare confusion, a stark contrast to the Sharingan he was accustomed to. Kakashi struggled to find suitable words to convey the overwhelming sensation of being utterly seen, as if his very soul had been laid bare before an intimidating gaze. Hitaki Tsukumo did not respond immediately. He reached for a nearby teapot, pouring the slightly cool tea into 2 cups, pushing one toward Kakashi, the faint steam curling upward in the evening sun. Kakashi's voice dropped to a lower register, infused with the weight of someone who had traversed countless battlefields. It is entirely natural for you to feel lost, for this pertains to the essence of being a ninja. Each source of strength within Konoha is often rooted in soil unimaginable to ordinary individuals, and the Uchiha's Sharingan is no exception. It is not merely a bloodline limit. It resembles an imprint of emotions. He paused, casting his gaze towards the setting sun outside the window, his tone distant. I have encountered numerous ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Each transformation and leap in their power is seldom derived from mere training. Instead, it is often accompanied by profound emotional upheaval, be it the loss of a loved one, the betrayal of a close friend, or the immense pain of shattered ideals. Some say that the crimson hue is a manifestation of chakra, dyed by blood, tears, and the deepest obsessions. The child named Lin Shuo bears the three-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age. Therefore, one should not merely define formidable power by strength or danger. Rather, one ought to comprehend the weight that such power carries. Kakashi listened intently, his eyes lowered to the undulating reflection in his cup of tea. The weight of power? A nameless forest lay completely enveloped in the mist of early nightfall. Jiraiya sat by the campfire, the flickering flames casting uncertain shadows across his face. A frog leapt from the darkness beside him, spitting out a scroll before retreating back into the night. With a foreboding sense, Jiraiya unfurled the scroll, and the smile on his face slowly faded. He rose and walked to a massive rock nearby, gazing into the blurred outline of Konoha village. His usually carefree eyes now filled with inescapable worry. Truly, this does not seem like something that boy would do, he murmured to himself, the wind carrying his fragmented words. To activate the three-tomo Sharingan in such a place. Jiraiya's rugged brow furrowed tightly, his fingers unconsciously clenching. At that moment, soft footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by a clear and gentle voice. Jiraiya-sensei, has there been any news from the village? You appear quite grave. A young man stepped out of the shadows. His golden hair shimmering like flowing moonlight in the fire's glow, his azure eyes filled with concern as he awaited a response. This youth was known as Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya turned to regard his newly accepted, sun-like disciple, heaving a heavy sigh as the lines on his face deepened. After a moment of silence, he spoke somewhat irritably. There are indeed troubling matters. My other troublesome disciple, Lin Uchiha, has stirred up some unrest in the village, resorting to rather extreme measures to resolve a conflict. He has likely become the center of attention by now. While he did not elaborate, the weight and worry in his tone were palpable. Minato listened quietly, his gentle smile fading slightly as he became serious. He perceptibly detected the complex concern in Jiraiya's words, not merely reproach, but a profound fear of the child straying down a dark path. Uchiha Lin, is it? Minato silently repeated the name, taking note of it. He seemed younger than Minato, likely a junior. Yet, the chronological discrepancy regarding their time in the same dojo held an intriguing irony, which ignited a strong curiosity and sense of responsibility within Minato towards this unnamed peer. Sensei, if needed, upon our return to the village, should I? Minato suggested, his tone careful. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, his gaze once more directed towards the distant Konoha. No need. Some challenges must be faced alone. Some knots can only be untied through personal understanding. External interference may only yield counterproductive results. He paused, his voice lowering as his sharp eyes focused on the distant borders. We must first complete our current mission. The rest can wait. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if it could drip with moisture. The swirling smoke from cigarettes lingered, mirroring the tense standoff at the table. Danzo Shimura's cane struck the polished floor with a jarring thud, shattering the suffocating silence. Hiruzen, at this juncture, will you persist with your naive and absurd approach? His voice was hoarse, laced with uncontainable fury. That Uchiha abomination, the bloodline of Uchiha Madara, with a temperament so fierce, he cannot control his emotions. To brazenly employ the power of the Sharingan in front of so many students and teachers at the Ninja Academy. The danger and uncontrollability have been laid bare. Such a potential threat must be met with the most resolute measures. Immediately transfer him to the root for my thorough oversight and guidance. This is the only way to be responsible to Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi's calm voice interjected, breaking Danzo's fervent rhetoric as he slowly exhaled a long plume of smoke, his expression behind the haze inscrutable. He raised his gaze, steady yet weighty, fixed upon Danzo, refraining from answering his accusations directly. Instead, he posed a question. You orchestrated the deliberate distortion and dissemination of that child's identity, particularly concerning his relation to Uchiha Madara, to instigate panic and division among the villagers, did you not? Danzo's eyes twitched, and he scoffed, not directly denying the accusation. And if I did? Is it wrong to make the villagers aware of potential dangers in advance, to avert possible tragedies? Should we wait until calamity strikes to express regret? Hiruzen, your indecisiveness will inevitably harm Konoha. But this is not the right path, nor is it the action befitting a Hokage. Hiruzen's tone grew stern, imbued with undeniable authority. Your approach will only drive him further into opposition against the village, extinguishing any glimmer of hope he might still harbor. Our duty is to attempt guidance, not to simply label and expel. Guide, with your hollow notions of the will of fire? Danzo scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. For a child who inherits the darkest bloodline of Uchiha Madara, absolute control and, when necessary, unhesitating eradication are the greatest responsibilities we owe to Konoha's future. Allowing him to roam freely within the village is akin to planting a bomb that could detonate at any moment. His guiding teacher is Jiraiya, Hiruzen replied. His voice still steady, though his grip on the pipe tightened slightly. I trust Jiraiya's judgment and his bond with his disciples. Jiraiya? That perennial wanderer, perpetually careless? You believe he can rein in a monster with such madness coursing through his veins? Danzo's voice rose sharply. Hiruzen, you are evading responsibility. Hiruzen's pipe struck the desk with a decisive thud, the sound resonating with the absolute authority of the Hokage, echoing throughout the room. Danzo, do not forget, I am the Hokage. In an instant, Danzo's face turned ashen with rage and resentment. He glared at Hiruzen, his single eye ablaze with malice. After a tense pause, he forced out a suppressed snort. You will pay for today's decision, Hiruzen. With that, he turned abruptly, slamming the door behind him. Bang! The resounding crash echoed throughout the Hokage's office and the corridor beyond, lingering like the remnants of his unbridled fury. Chapter 50. Brother, the morning sun had yet to fully dispel the night's chill. Knock, knock, knock. A persistent and untimely rapping pierced through the paper door, disrupting the tranquility within. Lin Shuo awoke from a shallow slumber, blinking in confusion. Observing the position of the sun outside, a method Jiraiya had taught him for roughly gauging time on their journey back to Konoha, as the land of rain was predominantly rainy. Devoid of sunlight, he furrowed his brow, staring blankly at the sun on the horizon. Several speculative thoughts flickered through his mind. Who could it be? An elder from the clan? Jiraiya-sensei? Or perhaps some new trouble? It seemed almost implausible. Ultimately, he suppressed the rising impatience within him and reluctantly donned his clothes, shuffling towards the door. Upon opening it, he found, as expected, yet somewhat unexpectedly, Uchiha Obito standing in the soft morning light, clutching a bulging cloth bag, his face reflecting palpable tension, his gaze flickering uncertainly, as if both eager and fearful of rejection. Upon seeing Lin Shuo open the door, he straightened abruptly, startled. Good morning, Lin Shuo. Uchiha Obito's voice suddenly boomed, and he raised the cloth bag in his hand, hastily explaining, Grandma made too much breakfast and couldn't finish it, so she asked me to bring you some. And it's getting late. We can go to school together. The words of refusal nearly escaped Lin Shuo's lips, yet the earnest visage of the elderly woman from yesterday, his own reflections, and Obito's last admonition lingered in his mind. He fell into a brief silence, the stillness making Obito almost hold his breath. Finally, Lin Shuo let out a barely audible sigh, stepped aside, and awaited. He simply uttered 2 words before turning to wash up. Upon hearing this, Obito's face lit up with immense joy, as if he had received a monumental blessing, nearly jumping on the spot before forcing himself to stand still. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shuo finished his preparations, and the two treaded onto the gradually awakening streets of the Uchiha clan. Along the way, Obito seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation, chattering incessantly about amusing happenings at school, yesterday's training, his grandmother's nagging, and various aspirations for the future. Lin Shuo mostly listened in silence, occasionally emitting a sound or two in response. Yet this quietude did not dampen Obito's enthusiasm. At one point, Obito, caught up in his excitement, inadvertently blurted out, Big brother, don't you think that's a bit excessive? The words abruptly halted. Uchiha Obito quickly covered his mouth, his eyes widening in surprise, nervously glancing at Lin Shuo, realizing he had accidentally let slip the term he held in his heart. Lin Shuo did not pause his steps, nor did he even glance sideways. His indifference served as a balm, prompting Obito to exhale in relief. Henceforth, he used the term Big Brother with a blend of tentative pride and ease. As they entered the gates of the ninja school, their presence immediately garnered countless astonished gazes, the memory of yesterday's conflict still fresh in everyone's minds. Yet soon, no one seemed to care about the evolution of their relationship. Whispers arose as they passed, mostly revolving around the sensational rumors circulating in the village about Lin Shuo being a descendant of the infamous Uchiha Madara. That's him. I heard he is terrifying. Keep your distance. These discussions were hushed, cautiously contained within what they believed to be a safe range, so much so that even Obito, walking beside Lin Shuo, remained oblivious. However, once Lin Shuo activated his Sharingan, even without the full power, his physical prowess had subtly sharpened. This extraordinary perception allowed him to catch every low murmur. Yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he had heard nothing, and he walked straight to the classroom. Upon reaching his seat at the back, he noticed Abito attempting to follow him, a frown creasing his brow. No matter how hard he persuaded himself otherwise, he could not shake off the morning's incessant chatter. Surely, this was something he could not grow accustomed to. His attempts at inner peace had failed. Thus, he raised his hand, gesturing simply to halt Abito. Over there. Lin Shuo pointed to an empty seat in front, his tone flat. I need some quiet. A flicker of disappointment crossed Abito's face, yet he obediently nodded, reluctantly returning to his original seat. Oh, all right, big brother. Upon returning to his previous spot, Abito noticed the surprised gazes of his classmates directed at him, and he instantly seized the opportunity to boast, especially towards the direction of Nara Rin. See, I told you I'm close with big brother Lin Shuo. Yesterday was just a misunderstanding. We came to school together this morning. Lin Shuo, unaware of the commotion surrounding Abito, sensed that upon entering the classroom, the overall noise level had unconsciously diminished. He turned his gaze to the silver-haired boy in the front row. Kakashi, seated there, seemed to casually tilt his head, occasionally casting quick glances in Lin Shuo's direction. Yet, when Lin Shuo caught him looking, Kakashi would promptly feign nonchalance, redirecting his attention to the window or his book. What was he up to? This reminded Lin Shuo of an unresolved matter that needed addressing. Hence, his gaze swept past Kakashi and landed on the animated Abito ahead, who was currently thumping his chest and proclaiming, "Of course, Lin Shuo is my big brother. We have a great relationship." Before he could finish, he inadvertently met Lin Shuo's calm gaze. Abito's expression froze, the embarrassment of being caught in a fib causing his cheeks to flush. He quickly turned his back to the crowd, casting Lin Shuo a pleading look mixed with a request for mercy, hoping he wouldn't expose him. Lin Shuo maintained his impassive demeanor but did not humiliate Abito. Instead, he graciously nodded ever so slightly in Abito's direction and waved him over. Seeing this, Abito's joy knew no bounds, as if he had received a royal command. He swiftly turned and confidently declared to those around him, especially to Rin, "See, I wasn't lying." Then, he hurriedly made his way to Lin Shuo. As Abito approached, Lin Shuo casually remarked, "Go tell that silver-haired boy up front, Kakashi, right? Ask him to stay behind after school for a while. I need to speak with him about yesterday." Abito nodded vigorously, his face radiating a sense of honor for being entrusted with such a task. Under the curious stares of their classmates, Abito strode purposefully from the back to the front of the classroom, nearly crossing the entire space, stopping at Kakashi's desk. Under the scrutiny of his peers, Abito felt a rush of exhilaration. He had always been a peripheral figure due to his lackluster performance and Uchiha lineage, never imagining he would one day bask in such attention. He cleared his throat, preparing to adopt a tone he deemed cool, but when he met Kakashi's indifferent gaze, his confidence faltered. He ended up hastily stating, after school, wait. My big brother Lin Shuo wants you to stay?" Without waiting for Kakashi's response, Abito scampered back to his seat, leaving a bewildered Kakashi in his wake. After pondering Abito's words, Kakashi paused momentarily, his brows knitting together imperceptibly, a sense of unease settling in. This scenario felt eerily familiar. He had once faced a similar situation with an upperclassman who had threatened him with identical words. He recalled how he had dealt with that older student and resolved the matter. But what about now? Soon, the class bell rang, ushering in a monotonous theoretical lesson for the morning, followed by practical training in the afternoon. Lin Shuo had anticipated the theory class to be dull, but to his surprise, the instructor, a Chunin, delivered the lecture quite engagingly. The lesson proved hypnotic, lulling Lin Shuo, who had barely slept the previous night, into a deep slumber until noon, leaving him refreshed and in a significantly better mood. The afternoon practical class centered around the fundamental art of shuriken throwing. Gazing at the target before him, Lin Shuo shook his head. It was a far cry from the prowess he had displayed while learning the technique from Uchiha Shana the previous day. Even without activating his Sharingan, Lin Shuo casually hurled all the shuriken in his hand, each one striking the bullseye. The training ground erupted into a cacophony, overshadowing even Kakashi, who had also hit the target with precision. Ultimately, both Kakashi and Lin Shuo achieved perfect scores on their report cards. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito and the green-clad, bushy-browed Might Guy unsurprisingly found themselves at the bottom of the rankings, their performance dismal. Kakashi glanced at the report card bearing his and Lin Shua's names in tandem. Devoid of any joy. Only he understood the significant and unsettling disparity in strength that lay behind that shared score. Next came the practical combat exercises. The Jonin instructor wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly troubled, ultimately opting not to assign a partner to Lin Shua. Fully aware of the events from the previous day and the terrifying 3-tomo Sharingan he possessed, how could a Jonin teach a potential Jonin-level Uchiha genius, whose emotional stability seemed precarious? What if the student, in a moment of carelessness, inadvertently caused harm? His meager monthly salary hardly justified such risks. During the combat exercise, Kakashi faced Uchiha Obito. Distracted and uneasy, Kakashi refrained from employing many ninjutsu techniques, relying instead on simple and efficient taijutsu to subdue Obito within a few moves. However, the victory brought him no relief. Instead, it heightened his anxiety regarding the inexplicable invitation awaiting him after school. The school bell finally rang. As classmates departed in succession, Kakashi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to remain. He himself was unsure why he had made this choice. Surely the best course of action would have been to seek assistance from his father, Hatake Tsukumo. Yet he found himself lingering, perhaps believing that one could evade initial confrontations. But not the inevitable, perhaps disturbed by the fear that had gripped him under the gaze of that Sharingan, leaving him devoid of even the slightest urge to resist. Or perhaps simply driven by an inexplicable curiosity and stubbornness. Standing in the now empty classroom, Kakashi felt the relentless passage of time as the clock ticked away. Watching the setting sun cast an orange hue over the room, he found the wait excruciating. Footsteps approached, gradually drawing nearer. Lin Shua appeared, his figure distinct in the elongated shadows. Kakashi's body instinctively tensed, bracing for potential confrontation, though he doubted the efficacy of such preparedness. However, when Lin Shua came to a halt before him, his words left Kakashi utterly speechless. Regarding yesterday's incident, Lin Shua spoke in a calm voice, devoid of emotion. I overreacted and frightened you. I sincerely apologize. After bowing slightly, he turned and left the classroom in the same tranquil manner as he had arrived, vanishing down the corridor. Outside, the excited voice of Uchiha Obito could be heard, gradually fading away. Alone in the empty classroom, Kakashi stood in silence, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him as he processed this unexpected apology. His expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, then to a more complex contemplation. What did it mean? After a considerable time, he finally rose and silently departed, unable to comprehend it all. Chapter 51. A gift for several consecutive days. Life seemed to settle into an intentionally maintained tranquility. Each morning, Lin Shua rose to the sound of Uchiha Obito's knocks. Following a routine of washing up and heading to the Ninja Academy, where he ignored the instructor's ramblings, delving into ancient scrolls he had obtained from the elder of the Pigeon faction. During the afternoon practical classes, he would leave a mere shadow clone on the training ground to feign participation while his true self quietly returned to the secluded abode within the clan grounds. This afternoon, as Lin Shua entered the courtyard, still brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, the familiar and rhythmic knocking of Uchiha Shana echoed at the door. Surprised by the early visit, Lin Shua wondered if Shana had been waiting nearby for his return. Yet, upon opening the door, he sensed something amiss. He keenly observed that Shana's aura was markedly different from usual. Today, Uchiha Shana was not clad in his usual training attire, but wore a stiff, deep black kimono, faintly imbued with the scent of wood. The lines on his face appeared more pronounced in the afternoon light, and his eyes, usually ablaze with intensity, now bore a layer of ash, revealing a heavy fatigue and an almost ethereal solemnity. Unlike previous occasions, Shana did not urge Lin Shua to train immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Lin Shua for a moment before presenting him with a neatly folded set of black garments. Change into this, he instructed, his voice deep and hoarse, as if each word carried weight. Lin Shua accepted the clothes, feeling their coldness seep through his fingertips. What could this possibly mean? However, he refrained from questioning further and complied. The dark attire seemed prepared for a solemn or even mournful occasion. Once dressed, Shana remained silent, merely gesturing for Lin Shua to follow. The two walked in silence through the waning light of the Uchiha compound. The gravel path crunched softly beneath their feet, leading them not towards the usual training grounds, but rather to a more secluded area, ultimately guiding them to the Uchiha clan's ancestral cemetery, shrouded by towering ancient trees and steeped in eternal coolness and silence. As they approached, the air thickened with the scent of earth, decaying leaves, and an intangible weight of pressure. Before a freshly turned patch of earth stood a sparse group of individuals, their somber figures clad in dark clothing, blending seamlessly with the backdrop. At the center of the gathering stood a newly polished gravestone, its surface pristine, the inscription clear and deep, the grave of Uchiha Masaru. It stood in stark contrast to the weathered stones surrounding it. Lin Shua had no recollection of this name. During the previous night's raucous clan gathering, he had not heard of this elder. From Shana's subsequent hushed recounting, Lin Shua learned that Elder Masaru had long relinquished all responsibilities of the Uchiha clan, living a reclusive life like an ordinary elder, and had peacefully passed away in his sleep the previous night, with no illness, no pain, and no schemes. His life extinguished naturally like a candle-less flame. His departure was strikingly tranquil, almost mundane, at odds with the usual intensity and fate that accompanied the Uchiha clan. Lin Shua's arrival drew some curious glances, but they soon averted their eyes. Familiar faces from the clan meeting were present, with murmured exchanges between them and Uchiha Shana, their voices subdued as if in sighs. Despite the number of attendees, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene, allowing the whispers of the wind through the pine needles and the strained breaths of the mourners to be heard. A heavy, viscous sorrow permeated the air. Lin Shua's gaze instinctively swept over the new gravestone, intending to mask any unrelated emotions like others present. However, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his breath caught in his throat. For above that cold gravestone, a faint, nearly transparent, yet strangely vibrant blue luminescence flickered, swaying gently like a wraith. Simultaneously, his body, aligned with that ethereal glow, surged with an overwhelming sense of yearning. Since his journey through time, he had only utilized his unique ability once. To his astonishment, this power manifested before the crowd at such an unexpected moment, akin to a bucket of icy water dousing him in shock, rendering Lin Shua's limbs rigid in an instant. He forced himself to take a deep breath, stifling the exclamation that nearly escaped his lips, his facial muscles taut as he struggled to maintain a facade of calm. Like still waters, though the revelation of his greatest secret since his arrival was anything but tranquil. Why did it have to occur in such a crowded place? With so many witnesses, even if something unusual transpired, none could definitively associate it with him. As his mind began to settle, Lin Shua detected something amiss. It appeared that no one was looking toward the strange glow. Was he the only one able to perceive this phenomenon? He needed confirmation. An intense sense of vigilance overwhelmed him. Lin Shua casually tilted his head, his peripheral vision swiftly and discreetly scanning the faces of everyone present. Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Taihei. Each visage bore only sorrow, grief, remembrance, or numbness, with not a single gaze lingering on the eerie blue light, not even the slightest flicker of expression. To ensure absolute certainty, he edged slightly closer to Shana, lowering his voice to a mere whisper meant for their ears alone. As if instinctively unsettled by the atmosphere of death, he tentatively inquired, "Elder Shana, will the powers of the departed, the mighty ones, dissipate completely? Will they leave behind any special traces?" Uchiha Shana, immersed in the melancholy of bidding farewell to an old friend, did not ponder the abrupt and somewhat intrusive question deeply. He simply gazed at the gravestone and replied in a dry voice, "Traces? The Sharingan will close. Chakra will disperse into the world, no matter how powerful. It cannot withstand the erosion of time." After a moment of silence, Uchiha Shana continued, "Ultimately, all that remains are the names on the stone and the memories of the living that will inevitably fade." His words carried a profound sense of emptiness. Lin Shua was indifferent to the implications of Uchiha Shana's statement. He only knew that they were blind to it. They could not sense it. With this realization, the tension in Lin Shua's heart eased slightly, yet was swiftly replaced by an even stronger, suppressed yearning and caution. He once again fixed his gaze on the blue light, an icy flame igniting within the depths of his eyes, while outwardly, he appeared more like a mournful statue than anyone else present. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward from the crowd. Clad in formal clan attire, his expression somber and weary, he began a brief yet poignant eulogy. He reminisced about Elder Uchiha Masamori's lifelong dedication to the clan, praising his tranquil demeanor in old age, urging the clan members to remember their history and unite in their endeavors. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the silent cemetery. Lin Shuo lowered his eyelids, seemingly listening respectfully, while in truth, all his thoughts were fixated on that flickering blue light. He absorbed none of Uchiha Fugaku's subsequent words, merely nodding along with the crowd when necessary. As the eulogy concluded, individuals approached one by one, gently placing white flowers, symbols of mourning, before the gravestone, bowing deeply, and then silently turning to leave. Lin Shuo followed suit, stepping forward to offer his tribute, bowing with fluidity and precision, his gaze never lingering on the source of temptation for even a moment. He suppressed the overwhelming impulse to rush forward and absorb it. Had he not been entirely unsure whether his absorption would provoke any visible energy fluctuations, he undoubtedly would have acted on the spot. This secret power was his sole reliance since crossing over, and he could not risk exposing it to any uncontrollable dangers. He must wait, ensuring absolute certainty. During the return journey, Uchiha Shana remained silent, his back appearing more stooped and aged than ever, a palpable sorrow enveloping him like a shroud. Only upon escorting Lin Shuo to the doorstep did he pause, not turning back, but speaking to himself. That elder Uchiha Masamori, I was not well acquainted with him. But Masamori and I are among the last two elders of our generation. Now, it seems, I am the only one left. He fell silent for a moment, then continued, his voice slightly hoarse. Today's training is cancelled. With that, he did not linger for another second, his figure gradually dissolving into the thickening night, as if consumed by that very sorrow. Lin Shuo could not comprehend the elder's grief, yet this suited him perfectly. The door gently closed, isolating him from the outside world. Inside, silence reigned, and the mask of sorrow on Lin Shuo's face swiftly faded, replaced by an intense calmness and sharpness. His dark eyes gleamed in the shadows, akin to a nocturnal predator that had spotted its ultimate prey. He moved silently to the window, his gaze piercing through the cold glass, precisely locking onto the direction of the cemetery. Tonight was the night. He felt no hesitation. A clear plan had already formed in his mind. He would leverage the perfect cover of the night to claim the unexpected legacy bestowed upon him by the Grim Reaper. Chapter 52. Silencing witnesses. The night was as thick as ink, the cold moonlight struggling to penetrate the sparse clouds, casting mottled and indistinct shadows over the Uchiha clan's burial ground. Countless gravestones stood in silent vigil, like slumbering sentinels, the air heavy with the scent of earth, decaying leaves, and an intangible chill of pressure, so quiet that one could hear the beating of their own heart. Lin Shuo's figure was like a wisp of smoke, perfectly melding with the darkness as he silently approached the cemetery's edge. He crouched low, adjusting his breath to its faintest whisper, his pupils silently activating the three-tomo Sharingan. The crimson light glowing like smoldering embers in the darkness, instantly locking onto his target, the Uchiha clan's gravekeeper, who paced back and forth within the cemetery. According to the intelligence he had gathered earlier that afternoon, the individual was merely an Uchiha who had awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. Lin Shuo concealed himself behind a tree, opting not to strike immediately, patiently remaining still and awaiting the opportune moment. This was a matter of his most crucial secret since his arrival, and caution was paramount. Time ticked away, and after what felt like an eternity, the guard appeared to grow weary, casually finding a step to sit upon, even stifling a yawn. Now was the moment. Lin Shuo formed a simple hand seal in front of his chest, his mind racing with the cold words and complex seals taught by Uchiha Shana. It was a simplified application of a technique known as the illusory mirror realm, not a direct attack, but rather a means to create a subtle sensory trap. The tomo in his pupils began to whirl with increasing speed, a delicate, nearly imperceptible wave of ocular power rippling forth, akin to a stone cast into a still lake, precisely directed at the guard. The guard's body jolted, as if ensnared by the sudden wave of drowsiness. His head drooped forward slightly, releasing a faint snore as he succumbed to the carefully woven illusion. In his dreams, he continued to patrol diligently, rather than succumb to slumber. Lin Shuo did not act immediately, but remained statue-like, quietly waiting for several breaths, with his Sharingan acutely sensing every movement of the wind and grass around him, confirming that the illusion had taken perfect effect and that no other intruders lurked nearby before he glided past the guard like a specter, delving deeper into the cold recesses of the cemetery. His objective was clear: aimed directly at the newly erected gravestone of Uchiha Masamori. The faint blue glow still lingered there, akin to a solitary lamp in the night, gently flickering, awaiting him. Lin Shua hesitated not for a moment, immediately kneeling upon the cold earth, adopting a posture of reverent mourning, hands clasped together as if engaging in a final conversation with the departed. However, under the precise guidance of his intent, an invisible force arose from within him, coursing through his meridians, locking onto the strand of blue light that represented the essence of his bloodline. The fluorescent light seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, weaving like fireflies summoned by a call, gently drifting towards him, silently merging into every part of his body. A cool yet overwhelming energy surged into his limbs and bones, ultimately converging towards his eyes like rivers flowing into the sea. This brief, yet silent process triggered profound changes within him. When the last glimmer of fluorescence was absorbed, a sudden tremor coursed through Lin Shua's body, and his double three-tomo Sharingan unexpectedly activated uncontrollably. The crimson glow intensified abruptly, dispelling a small patch of darkness around him. As the three-tomo and his pupils spun with unprecedented speed, unleashing a potent, refined power that surged like a flood breaking its dam. His vision became extraordinarily clear, magnifying every detail in the darkness, even the faint scratches on the distant gravestone and the trajectory of tiny spores floating in the air became discernible. His insight, dynamic vision, and illusion abilities, all aspects related to his ocular power, elevated to a remarkable new level. In that moment of heightened perception, Lin Shua's expression suddenly froze. It was not through sight but a more profound, comprehensive awareness granted by his enhanced Sharingan that allowed him to detect, not far behind him, an unusually dense shadow among the thicket, an existence that felt extremely out of place with the surrounding natural environment. This sensation was not a strong fluctuation of chakra, but rather an unsettling, hollow gaze that felt pure white and disconcerting. It was no illusion. His body reacted before his consciousness could catch up. He swiftly drew a kunai from the tool pouch at his waist, its blade thinner and better suited for throwing. And with astonishing speed and force, he hurled it toward that unnatural shadow, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. "Who goes there? Show yourself," he commanded, his voice low yet chilling, laced with unmasked intent to kill and vigilance. Had he been seen? Regardless of who it was, he could only express his apologies, for he was contemplating silence. Chapter 53. Orochimaru with a thud, the kunai embedded deeply into the trunk behind the thicket, its blade quivering incessantly. After a brief, suffocating silence, the bushes stirred with a spine-chilling rustle. A snake, its entire body a bizarre white with irregular purple patterns on its head, slowly slithered out from the depths of the thicket. It did not flee. Rather, it unnaturally raised its upper body, its cold, emotionless eyes locking onto Lin Shua, while its forked tongue hissed ominously. Then, an exceedingly unsettling scene unfolded. The snake's mouth opened in an exaggerated manner, dislocating its joints in a way that defied physiological structure. Gaping wide enough to accommodate a human head, a figure, slick with mucus, emerged slowly and deliberately from that narrow serpentine mouth, resembling a snake shedding its skin, yet extraordinarily strange. With skin pale to the point of translucence, golden vertically elongated pupils akin to the coldest predators, long black hair cascading down to the shoulders, and an aura of chakra that mingled wisdom, madness, and a damp chill. Orochimaru. Lin Shua's brows furrowed tightly, the rotation of the tomo in his pupils slightly quickening. He recognized this figure, leaving an indelible impression on him. Years ago, upon first meeting Jiraiya in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru's cold demeanor had made a significant impact. And later, this snake-like man had regarded them with a gaze akin to that of a stray dog eyeing potential prey, suggesting they might as well be killed to eliminate future threats. This had carved an unforgettable mark in Lin Shua's mind. Yet, doubts lingered in Lin Shua's heart. That fleeting sensation of being watched seemed more aligned with a pure, void-like presence rather than the cold, tangible aura of Orochimaru before him. Was it a misjudgment from the newly upgraded Sharingan? Or was there originally something else lurking there? Perhaps it was merely an illusion? Lin Shua took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intensely on Orochimaru. Yet, none of that mattered. Since Orochimaru had revealed himself, it indicated that he had just seen what transpired, hadn't he? On the other side, Orochimaru, gazing at the slowly rotating three-tomo Sharingan in Lin Shua's eyes, felt a tremor within himself that rivaled the boy's. He recognized this youth. Memories surged back to 3 years ago, during the aftermath of the battle in the Land of Rain, where he had encountered this child. How unpredictable life is. Orochimaru mused silently, a glimmer of elusive light flashing in his golden snake eyes. Recently, he had been consumed by an obsession with the fragility of life and the quest for eternity following the tragic death of his disciple, Shoju. This obsession drove him to secretly plan human experiments that skirted the edges of taboo. For some time, he had been lurking in a hidden base deep within the forest of death, conducting the most rudimentary explorations. However, his subjects had remained limited to small animals, yielding negligible data and progress, leaving him feeling an unprecedented thirst and frustration. Today, upon hearing news of a natural death of an elder from the Uchiha clan, he had come here hoping to chance upon a fresh and high-quality experimental subject to break through his current research bottleneck, only to unexpectedly encounter a surprise far beyond his expectations. As he stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha clan's exclusive graveyard, utilizing his exceptional stealth techniques, he had already detected Lin Shuo hiding behind an ancient tree. At that time, he had concealed himself within a summoning snake, his presence and chakra fluctuations seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment, confident that he would not be detected. Initially, he thought he had stumbled upon a fellow traveler. Perhaps this mysterious youth had also set his sights on the recently buried body. Observing the boy's youthful figure, Orochimaru felt a cruel sense of amusement. Deciding to teach this naive junior a lesson about the dangers of underestimating the world. However, the next scene startled him. The boy unexpectedly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and, with an extraordinarily skillful maneuver, ensnared the Uchiha graveyard's guard in an illusion. Orochimaru felt a genuine surprise rising within him. What was this if not a theft of a corpse? Before he could piece together the situation, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The youth walked directly to the newly erected gravestone and solemnly knelt in reverence. Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings at that moment. To infiltrate at night, hypnotize the guard, just to pay homage? This unusual behavior piqued his curiosity even more than simply stealing a corpse. Then, without warning, a shift occurred. The boy activated his Sharingan once more, and in a flash, launched a kunai precisely at his hiding spot. Discovered? Though surprised by this sudden revelation, Orochimaru felt no fear, only heightened interest. He decided to reveal himself and confront the boy who had brought him such continuous surprises. As he stood before Lin Shuo, illuminated by the faint moonlight, a wave of familiarity washed over him. This face seemed eerily recognizable. Fragments of memory quickly stitched together. The Second Shinobi World War. The conclusion of the battle in the Land of Rain, the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. He recalled. This was one of the 4 war orphans taken in by Jiraiya during his time in the Land of Rain. Recent whispers of Jiraiya's sudden return to the village. Rumors regarding the Uchiha clan's progeny, and the face before him, which he had encountered in the Land of Rain. All clues converged in an instant. It dawned on him. Orochimaru realized. Previously, rumors circulated about Jiraiya discovering the remnants of Uchiha Madara's lineage in the Land of Rain. At that time, he merely chuckled at the notion, dismissing it as nonsense, for he had witnessed Jiraiya's decision to remain in the Land of Rain solely to care for 4 enigmatic children. However, it appears that the rumors were not without merit. The individual in question should be referred to as Lin Shuo, long time no see. Chapter 54. Misunderstanding. Orochimaru gazed at Lin Shuo, a flicker of nostalgia illuminating his features, astonished that such an inconsequential life from the past had now resurfaced. Yet, before Orochimaru could finish his thought, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Lin Shuo moved. Without warning, without hesitation, and without waiting for Orochimaru to complete his sentence. The unwavering will to protect his secrets surged forth. His eyes, crimson and glimmering with the 3-tomo Sharingan, abruptly focused, and the tomo within spun at an unprecedented velocity. The technique, illusionary shackles, unleashed a powerful and eerie mental assault, akin to an invisible spear, as it struck Orochimaru, who was caught unawares, directly in the mind. This was the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Orochimaru's expression froze, his features becoming rigid, the golden serpent-like pupils momentarily losing their focus and depth. He had not anticipated such a bold and decisive assault. With a muffled grunt, Orochimaru found his body stiffening. as if countless invisible nails had pinned down his thoughts, rendering him immobile. Now was the moment. Lin Shua's figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, silent yet swift as lightning. He utilized no jutsu that might evoke a cacophony or illumination, relying solely on taijutsu and body flicker techniques. His kunai sliced through the darkness, aimed precisely at the exposed throat of Orochimaru, who was momentarily immobilized. The movement was clean and efficient, devoid of any superfluous actions. However, Orochimaru was a seasoned shinobi, having weathered countless storms. Just as the kunai was about to pierce his skin, he abruptly turned his head. The kunai failed to penetrate his throat, instead carving a deep gash into the side of his pale neck, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Simultaneously, Orochimaru instinctively retaliated. He had no time to form seals. A robust venomous snake erupted from his sleeve, its fangs bared as it lunged toward Lin Shua's arm. With a swift push of his feet, he retreated rapidly, attempting to create distance. Lin Shua's Sharingan tracked the snake's trajectory with precision. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed his kunai from a stabbing motion to a slicing one, deftly severing the snake's head. Yet this unexpected interference hindered his pursuit. The two combatants separated by several meters, once again facing each other. Orochimaru clutched his bleeding neck, his golden serpent pupils filled with shock, rage, disbelief, and a chilling curiosity ignited by the encounter. The wound's muscle twitched, and the bleeding began to slow, revealing his bizarre constitution. "You dare!" His voice, rendered hoarse and distorted by the injury, dripped with a dangerous aura. He had never suffered such a blow, especially at the hands of a mere youth. Lin Shua remained silent, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice. Lowering his center of gravity once more, his Sharingan fixated on Orochimaru, poised to continue his assault. He felt a chilling resolve. The speed at which Orochimaru escaped the illusion and reacted far exceeded his expectations. "Who are you to trespass upon the sacred burial grounds of the Uchiha clan?" Lin Shua altered his strategy, feigning ignorance of Orochimaru's identity, and reprimanded him. "Huh? Who am I?" Orochimaru was taken aback by the inquiry, finding amusement in the audacity of the one who had been so furtive moments prior. He turned his head, avoiding the gaze of Lin Shua's three-tomo Sharingan, darkly remarking, "I." Before he could finish, another surprise attack ensued. Once again, a lethal ambush unfolded without warning. The ground beneath Lin Shua's feet sank slightly, propelling him forward like an arrow loosed from a powerful bow, nearly skimming the earth as he dashed forth, leaving only a blurred shadow in his wake. The kunai glimmered coldly under the faint moonlight, aimed directly at Orochimaru's throat, which had only just begun to heal from their previous encounter. Orochimaru's golden serpent pupils dilated in alarm, the overwhelming sense of danger causing him to swallow his words. He had not anticipated such ruthless decisiveness from Lin Shua, who, after testing the waters, sought to eliminate him entirely. In a moment of peril, Orochimaru once again demonstrated the terrifying reflexes of one of the legendary Sannin. His body contorted at an unnatural angle, akin to a boneless serpent, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike aimed at his throat. The sharp kunai grazed his skin, the rush of wind sending a chill down his neck. Yet Lin Shua's onslaught was relentless, like a tempest unyielding in its fury. Upon realizing his initial strike had missed, he pivoted his wrist, transforming the kunai from a piercing motion to a slashing one, aiming downward toward Orochimaru's chest. Simultaneously, his free hand formed a simple seal, invoking the technique Illusionary Netherworld's Gaze. Not a formidable illusion, but one that could be unleashed with remarkable speed, designed to disrupt. A wave of mental force collided with Orochimaru's mind. The kunai successfully tore through Orochimaru's robe, leaving a deep, unyielding gash upon his pale skin. The icy sting of pain jolted Orochimaru fully awake, anger flashing in his eyes. He swiftly retreated, while simultaneously flicking his sleeve to unleash the hidden shadow snake hands. Not a massive python, but several slender, swift venomous snakes, like black lightning, silently lunged at Lin Shua's face and wrists, their fangs glimmering in the dark. Lin Shua's Sharingan whirled into action, his enhanced perception allowing him to discern the snake's movements with clarity, almost as if time had slowed. With precision, he executed narrow evasive maneuvers, his kunai dancing in a flurry of silver light. With a series of barely audible slicing sounds, the venomous snakes were swiftly severed into segments, their heads falling lifelessly to the ground, writhing in their death throes. In that fleeting moment of dealing with the snakes, Orochimaru completed his hand seals. He did not resort to large-scale ninjutsu, instead pressing his hands against the ground, invoking Earth Release. Earthen Wall. A low but solid earthen wall rose between them, not for full defense, but to obscure Lin Shua's line of sight and momentum, granting Orochimaru a brief respite. Lin Shua's charge was halted by the earthen barrier. Yet he did not falter. He leaped onto the wall, leveraging the momentum to perform a backflip, landing gracefully. However, in that moment, Orochimaru had created several meters of distance between them, prompting Lin Shua to cease his advance, though his crimson three-tomo Sharingan remained fixed upon Orochimaru. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, a flurry of swift, perilous exchanges. Aside from the subtle sounds of severed snakes, the slicing of fabric, and the thud of the earthen wall, no grand commotion ensued. Within a confined space, they engaged in a series of dangerously rapid exchanges, their speed, precision, and intent to kill palpable. Orochimaru glanced at the healed scab on his neck, his tattered clothing, and the ominous scar that marred his chest. His gaze fell upon the severed snake corpses on the ground, and the fury in his golden serpent pupils gradually morphed into profound intrigue. He gently touched his wound, licking the blood from his fingertips. "Ah, how unexpectedly passionate, Lin Shua," he remarked, his voice still hoarse yet now imbued with genuine gravity and curiosity. "It seems I have inadvertently stumbled upon something quite remarkable." Lin Shua stood still, holding a kunai, his breath steady, as if the thunderous strike moments ago had not originated from him. His voice was frigid as he presented a premeditated rationale. "The resting place of the Uchiha clan does not welcome any clandestine intruders, especially not you." Despite Lin Shua's calm demeanor, a heaviness lingered in his heart. He had attempted to ambush his opponent twice, yet failed to eliminate the formidable foe renowned alongside Jiraiya as one of the legendary Sannin. If such stealthy attempts had proven fruitless, then succeeding in silencing his opponent under heightened vigilance would be an exercise in futility. Orochimaru had likely sensed this as well, which is why he casually engaged in conversation. The brief skirmish had left both parties with a sense of trepidation. Lin Shua, utilizing the extraordinary insight of his Sharingan, coupled with the advantages of Genjutsu and surprise, had gained the upper hand, yet it was merely an ephemeral advantage. Orochimaru's uncanny movement and swift reactions made it clear that he was no ordinary adversary. Swiftly dispatching him would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, although the previous commotion had been subtle, the rising earthen walls and the stench of serpent blood could have already attracted attention. Continuing the confrontation posed significant risks, and Lin Shua wished to keep his nocturnal visit to the Uchiha clan's cemetery undisclosed. If silence could not be achieved, negotiation would be the only recourse. Their gazes clashed in the air, both understanding the unspoken apprehensions in each other's eyes. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru was the first to retract his murderous intent, suggesting that it was merely a misunderstanding. "I harbor no intention of prying into Uchiha secrets. I merely happened upon some unusual chakra fluctuations." He offered a clumsy yet tentative excuse. Chapter 55, Kusanagi, Sword in the Night. Lin Shua's voice bore an icy quality that belied his youth, as his pair of scarlet three-tomo Sharingan fixed intently upon his opponent. "Oh, who knows if you have seen anything you ought not to." His words appeared to safeguard the secrets of the Uchiha clan, yet his true intentions lay elsewhere. Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes glimmered faintly in the dark, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Of course, I have seen nothing aside from your stealthy intrusion into the Uchiha cemetery." He deliberately overlooked his own uninvited presence, directing his words towards Lin Shua. Upon hearing that Orochimaru had not mentioned the glowing light, Lin Shua felt a slight relief. Could it be that his adversary had not actually seen it? Yet, considering the significance of his greatest trump card, caution was paramount. He pressed on, "I am a member of the Uchiha clan, regardless of my stealth. I am still preferable to you, an outsider sneaking into the resting place of the Uchiha. As a disciple of the third Hokage, if word spread of my presence here, what would the entire Hidden Leaf village and the Uchiha clan think?" Lin Shua continued, "Since you are aware of my status as a disciple of the third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, do you believe that the Uchiha clan would trust your word, a recent Rinnegan, over mine?" Orochimaru retorted with a cold laugh, yet internally he weighed the pros and cons. "An outsider?" Lin Shua lifted his chin slightly, his gaze sharp. "How absurd. Do you know who I am? I am the newly appointed elder of the Uchiha clan's moderate faction. Do you think they would trust you, a foreigner, or their own esteemed elder? Orochimaru's expression darkened visibly. Moderate faction? Elder? A 10-year-old child? How do these terms relate? Yet he did not doubt Lin Shua's claim. The Uchiha clan was fundamentally a clan of bloodline limits. Given Lin Shua's abilities, such a position, while peculiar, was not implausible. However, Lin Shua's previous actions indicated a desire to avoid alarming others, a basis for negotiation that could have led to a mutual retreat and peace. Yet now, Lin Shua held the advantage in both identity and location. His status as a disciple of the third Hokage, amidst the delicate relations between the Uchiha and the Hidden Leaf, appearing in the Uchiha cemetery at night was a significant liability. A misstep could ignite the tensions between the Hidden Leaf and the Uchiha clan. Should he act and attempt to flee, wagering that Lin Shua would not pursue him? Orochimaru swiftly dismissed this notion, despite Lin Shua's youth. Those exceptionally brilliant three-tomo Sharingan were no trifling matter. Should the situation escalate, the consequences would be dire. He could not gamble on whether Lin Shua would resort to a desperate measure. Was he truly being cornered by a boy who barely reached his chest? For a fleeting moment, Orochimaru's mind drifted back to a time 3 years prior when he had encountered a trembling child in the land of rain. A child he had scarcely acknowledged. That image began to meld with the imposing figure of the boy before him, whose piercing gaze he dared not meet. A surge of inexplicable irritation and a hint of resentment at being subdued by a junior coursed through him. What do you intend to do? Ultimately, Orochimaru rasped, opting for temporary compromise. The circumstances did not favor him, and he recognized that his current endeavor lacked both sentiment and rationale. Lin Shua calculated swiftly in his mind. This indicated that Orochimaru's leverage was indeed lacking, further confirming that he likely had not witnessed the glowing light, or if he had, he did not comprehend its significance. I require compensation from you for the Uchiha clan. Lin Shua pivoted, his tone shifting subtly. However, I know, Orochimaru-senpai, that you would not wish for this matter to reach the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf, correct? Therefore, if you simply compensate me personally, this incident can be considered as though it never occurred. Huh, Orochimaru scoffed derisively. And what would you desire? He was curious to see what price this avaricious child might propose. I seek the Rinnegan. Can you provide it? Lin Shua retorted with disdain. This is not about what I desire, but rather what you can offer to secure your tranquility and reputation. I possess powerful forbidden techniques not recorded in any of the Hidden Leaf sealing scrolls. I wonder if these would suffice? Orochimaru presented a proposition he deemed enticing. No. Lin Shua flatly rejected. I have no need for such jutsu. And furthermore, he paused, his tone calm, yet laced with arrogance. Even if you learned these techniques, you would still be unable to defeat me. What good would they do me? Such audacity from a mere child. A flicker of anger passed through Orochimaru's eyes. But he refrained from escalating the matter. He simply wished to avoid drawing attention to himself. If he were to unleash his full power, he would ensure Lin Shua understood the weight of experience. However, as he examined Lin Shua's excessively youthful visage, Orochimaru ultimately suppressed his ire and began to reflect upon himself. Was he truly competing against a 10-year-old child? While he could potentially overpower Lin Shua with his trump cards, what if 3 or 5 years hence? The thought of being humiliated by a junior, given Lin Shua's evident talent, stirred a profound sense of helplessness within the once revered genius. So this was how ordinary individuals felt when gazing up at prodigies? This realization did not dishearten him. Rather, it deepened and intensified his obsession with eternal life. Immortality. Only immortality is paramount. He was disinclined to engage in further futile entanglements and directly presented his bottom line. How about the Kusanagi sword? If all else fails, we may have to resort to drastic measures. The Kusanagi sword? What is that? Lin Shua disregarded Orochimaru's threat, feigning an appropriate level of confusion. A long-standing, exquisite blade. A unique ninja tool, was explained by Orochimaru, his tone laced with an almost imperceptible hint of sorrow. Despite possessing more than one, each blade was unmatched in sharpness, indestructible, and capable of perfectly channeling chakra, particularly when combined with lightning techniques, amplifying its power manifold. It was lightweight and agile, truly a divine artifact. Oh, Lin Shua's eyes brightened a shade. If what the other claimed was indeed true, this was undeniably a rare treasure. All right, let me see it. It's not with me at the moment. Orochimaru's voice was curt. He had merely ventured out to seek experimental materials and had no intention of lingering outside, let alone carry such a significant weapon with him. Moreover, had he possessed the extendable Kusanagi sword, their prior confrontation might have unfolded quite differently. Very well, I trust you, Lin Shuo replied. One of the legendary Sannin would not deceive a mere 10-year-old, would you, Orochimaru-senpai? His voice suddenly took on an innocent tone, yet the underlying threat remained palpable. You wouldn't want me to come seeking retribution when I come of age, would you? Orochimaru's lips twitched involuntarily. The speed with which this boy shifted his demeanor and issued threats was infuriating. I'll find you tomorrow. Where will you be? Oh, I'll be attending classes for the lower grades at the Ninja Academy, Lin Shuo stated, as if it were the most mundane of matters. You can come directly to my classroom to fetch me. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru managed to utter a reluctant, fine. An eerie silence enveloped them. Since our terms have been agreed upon, I shall take my leave, Orochimaru remarked, glancing at the faint crimson hue in his peripheral vision, eager to depart. Goodbye, Orochimaru-senpai. Lin Shuo's youthful voice rang out, sharp and grating in the stillness. Orochimaru said nothing further, his form bending as if melting away, transforming into countless white snakes that silently slithered in all directions, vanishing into the deepening night. Just as the serpentine throng was about to disperse entirely, Lin Shuo's calm and clear voice resonated once more, penetrating the ears of each snake with precision. By the way, Orochimaru-senpai, tonight's events are a secret shared solely between us. I would prefer that this matter remains unknown to any third party. Should I discover otherwise, I would be exceedingly displeased, furiously so, to the point of no return. Do you understand? Though the voice retained the clarity of youth, it bore an icy chill, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld, imbued with an undeniable threat. One of the white snakes froze momentarily before hastening its retreat into the darkness. To the point of no return? Orochimaru, hidden among the serpents, felt a chill run down his spine. Clearly, the ritual he had inadvertently stumbled upon was far from ordinary. Yet, what precisely was amiss? He had been present the entire time, yet he remained perplexed by Lin Shuo's immediate aggression upon their first encounter. As the elder of the doves, infiltrating the Uchiha clan's graveyard in the dead of night, attacking him on sight, and then launching a sneak attack after failing, all while issuing threats, where had it all gone awry? Or perhaps an absurd yet plausible thought emerged in Orochimaru's mind. Could all these frantic actions stem merely from a desire to keep his visit to the graveyard a secret? Was it simply an obsessive need for solitude during a ritual? Surely not, thought Orochimaru, feeling a sense of inexplicable absurdity. If that were the case, this boy might not be a threat, but rather completely unhinged. Meanwhile, after Orochimaru's departure, Lin Shuo remained rooted in place, straining his Sharingan to sense that Orochimaru had truly left without any tricks before he allowed himself to relax slightly. He swiftly disposed of the snake carcasses and bloodstains, then moved to the Guardian, still lost in a dream, and dispelled the illusion. Moments later, the Guardian jolted awake, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and muttering in annoyance, "Damn, how could I fall asleep on duty?" Thankfully, no one noticed. After confirming there were no issues, Lin Shuo did not linger, his figure blending into the heavy night like a true specter, swiftly distancing himself from this place of turmoil. Chapter 56. Allies. During the afternoon training session, the sun shone brightly, casting sharp rays over the playground, filled with the youthful cries of boys and girls and the clatter of ninja tools. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and swirling dust. Lin Shuo sat alone beneath a large tree at the edge of the playground, leaning against the trunk, his gaze vacant, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding clamor. Nearby, Uchiha Obito was practicing taijutsu against a wooden post, chattering incessantly. "Hey, look at this move. Rin would think it's amazing. Right, big brother?" He appeared completely absorbed in his performance, oblivious to Lin Shuo's distraction. At that moment, a tall, pale figure with long black hair silently appeared at the entrance of the playground. Orochimaru made no effort to conceal his presence, and soon all eyes were drawn to him, the atmosphere instantly becoming charged with excitement. "It's Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. What brings him here? Wow, it's really him." Whispers surged through the crowd like a tidal wave, every student's gaze filled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of fear, fixated on the unexpected guest. Even the middle-ranking teacher in charge of the class was startled, hastily setting aside his instructions to approach him, his demeanor a mix of respect and anxiety. "Lord Orochimaru, what brings you here so suddenly? Do you have any directives for us?" Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes scanned the gathering with indifference, finally locking onto Lin Shuo beneath the tree's shade. He waved dismissively at the middle-ranking teacher and, with his characteristic raspy voice, replied, "Nothing of consequence, merely seeking someone." With that, he ignored the astonished and inquisitive stares around him, striding directly toward Lin Shuo. As he passed, students instinctively parted to make way. "You've finally arrived. Albeit rather late," Lin Shuo remarked, lifting his gaze to meet Orochimaru's, his tone tinged with unmistakable annoyance. Orochimaru seemed momentarily taken aback by this bold complaint, his golden pupils narrowing slightly, yet he maintained his composure. "But you haven't finished your classes yet. If I hadn't been waiting for you, I would have left at noon," Lin Shuo replied, his reasoning seemingly natural, as if skipping class were entirely justified. Orochimaru's gaze drifted once more over the clumsy, youthful sparring, recalling the precise kunai and overwhelming ocular prowess from the previous night, and he understood the impatience. Suppressing his sense of absurdity, he replied lightly, "Apologies. Let us proceed." Thus, under the astonished gaze of the entire school, Lin Shuo rose with ease, brushing off the grass from his trousers, and followed the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, as they departed the playground unperturbed. Only after they had exited the gates of the Ninja Academy, distancing themselves from the almost palpable stares that clung to their backs, did Lin Shuo furrow his brow slightly, sensing something awry. "Hey, wasn't this about a knife? Where is it?" He halted, turning to Orochimaru. "Why did you bring me out of school?" Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he explained, "Such items are not carried on one's person. They are kept in a more concealed location. I'm taking you to retrieve it now." "Oh." Lin Shuo's brow furrowed even tighter, suspicion evident in his gaze. "You're not planning to lure me to some remote place and attack me, are you?" Orochimaru's expression flickered for the briefest moment before he took a deep breath, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "Everyone at the Ninja Academy is watching you leave with me, Lin Shuo. If I intended to strike, I certainly wouldn't choose such a method to invite trouble." "Fair point." Lin Shuo seemed convinced by this reasoning and fell silent, continuing to follow Orochimaru forward. Two figures walked along the streets of Konoha, one trailing behind the other. Suddenly, Orochimaru's brow furrowed subtly, his golden serpent-like eyes glancing back with a hint of annoyance. "Have you been followed by these rodents the entire time?" he inquired, having sensed the cold, ominous presence of watchers lurking in the shadows. "Were they Umbu or Root?" Lin Shuo nonchalantly nodded, as if accustomed to such attention. "They've been tailing me since I leave the clan grounds for school every day." His unique status made being watched a norm. "We are heading to a secret location." Orochimaru emphasized the last two words deliberately. In the next moment, without any grand gestures, his form suddenly accelerated like a wraith, veering into a convoluted alleyway. Lin Shuo's gaze sharpened, and he instantly followed suit. The two melded into the shadows, navigating the labyrinthine alleys with swift, fluid movements, easily evading the distant Root ninjas who pursued them. As they ventured further off the beaten path, they ultimately arrived at a secluded area deep within the Forest of Death. Orochimaru halted before a mountain wall thickly cloaked in vines and moss, forming a series of intricate hand seals. The wall emitted a low rumbling sound and gradually slid open to reveal a passageway barely wide enough for a single person, exuding a chill and a faint scent of formaldehyde. "What is this place?" Lin Shuo asked, gazing into the dark, descending tunnel. "My private laboratory," Orochimaru replied, gesturing for Lin Shuo to enter first. After all, some research was not suited for the light of day. "Why have you brought me here?" Lin Shuo did not step inside immediately but pressed for answers. This was far beyond merely entrusting him with a ninja tool. Orochimaru's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Secrets have always been mutual, Lin Shuo. I trust that even after your threats yesterday, you remain somewhat uneasy. Thus, I might as well reveal some of my secrets to you, saving you the trouble of digging into my past later. Wouldn't you agree?" He paused, his golden eyes glinting with temptation in the dim light. "Moreover, I believe we have the foundation for collaboration. Sharing secrets is the greatest gesture of sincerity between partners. Wouldn't you agree, Lin Shuo?" Lin Shuo regarded him in silence for a moment before ultimately stepping into the tunnel. The passage extended downward, more spacious than he had anticipated, Yet the atmosphere was profoundly unsettling. The walls were embedded with softly glowing lamps, providing dim illumination. The air was frigid, mingled with the acrid scents of formaldehyde, blood, and some unknown chemical agents. Most chilling of all were the niches carved into both sides of the walls, neatly housing enormous glass containers submerged in pale green liquid, containing various organs and tissues that were unmistakably human or belonged to bizarre creatures. Some grotesque biological specimens even writhed slowly in their confines. Lin Shua's gaze swept over these hellish scenes, his expression remaining impassive as he asked, "Are you conducting human experiments?" "Not at the moment," Orochimaru replied, walking beside him, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Why? Are you concerned about this?" "No." Lin Shua shook his head, his tone equally flat, merely finding it somewhat peculiar. In a world endowed with extraordinary powers, it was baffling that someone would delve into the realm of science rather than pursue the supernatural. Had this individual wandered into the wrong scene? Lin Shua's calm reaction exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. "Oh." Orochimaru appeared slightly taken aback, but continued nonchalantly. "It's merely that no human experiments have been conducted yet. Once foundational research hits a bottleneck, and breakthroughs from animal trials prove elusive, it will inevitably commence." His gaze shifted to Lin Shua, filled with unabashed, unmasked yearning. "Thus, I require your assistance, Lin Shuakun, as a potential ally of limitless promise. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the bodies of its bearers are invaluable research materials. I believe, given your status within the Uchiha, acquiring these would be effortless for you." As he spoke, Orochimaru approached an unremarkable stone wall, pressing a finger against a particular brick. The wall emitted a soft mechanical whir, and a hidden compartment sprung open, revealing an ancient-looking long sword lying quietly within. The blade was slender and straight, with a sharp edge, a minimalist guard, a silver blade, and a black hilt, its overall design understated yet remarkable. Orochimaru retrieved the sword and handed it to Lin Shua. "Here, the Kusanagi sword I promised you. No name." Lin Shua accepted the long sword. Feeling its slight weight and the chill that emanated from it, a peculiar chakra sensation subtly coursing through the blade. "A fine sword," he remarked. Although he did not outwardly express his satisfaction, he casually hung the sword at his waist, as if merely collecting an ordinary item, and replied nonchalantly, "When did I become your ally? From our brief exchange last night, I discerned it clearly." Orochimaru chuckled darkly, his voice echoing in the vast underground laboratory. "We are fundamentally of the same kind, are we not?" "We'll see." Lin Shua offered an ambiguous response, neither confirming nor denying. He waved the Kusanagi sword at his side before turning toward the exit. "I'm done here. I'm heading back for dinner." With that, he departed without a backward glance, leaving Orochimaru and his secret-laden laboratory behind. Orochimaru stood alone in the cold underground lab, watching the passageway where Lin Shua had vanished. A satisfied smile slowly spreading across his face, a smile that conveyed a sense of everything being under his control. The absence of a clear rejection was the best signal. He had succeeded, and fortunately so. Had he failed, he would have had to destroy and abandon this laboratory. Though he had gained nothing tangible, Orochimaru felt profoundly satisfied. Chapter 57. The Creation of Heaven. In the early morning, Lin Shua awoke from a shallow slumber. His mind felt shrouded in a thin veil, lingering with remnants of drowsiness and a peculiar sense of emptiness. The room was silent. There was no familiar, rhythmic knocking at the door, nor the boisterous calls of Uchiha Obito. This sudden tranquility felt like an invisible absence, leaving him momentarily stunned beneath the blankets. He stepped barefoot onto the cold floor and approached the window, pushing it open with a whoosh. In an instant, a bone-chilling gust of cold air surged in like an icy tide, brutally dispersing the last remnants of warmth within the room, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. A few feather-light snowflakes, sharp at the edges, swirled in and silently landed on his eyelashes and hair tips, bringing fleeting moments of cold. Outside the window lay a world transformed. As far as the eye could see, everything was blanketed in white. The rooftops, streets, bare branches, and distant mountain silhouettes, all sharp, murky, and chaotic marks were tenderly and dominantly covered by a thick, soft layer of snow, smoothing everything out. The world had descended into a near-sacred silence, absorbed and filtered by the snow, with only the soft sound of snowflakes continuing to fall from the gray-white sky, monotonous yet full of presence. Lin Shua stared at this silver-clad landscape, momentarily dazed, before finally murmuring, "It's snowing." He exhaled, and the white mist quickly blurred and dissipated in the cold air. It dawned on him that winter had arrived. The Ninja Academy had long since closed for the holidays. The passage of time had become vague amidst the daily training and clan affairs, and the change of seasons had slipped by almost unnoticed. In a moment of reflection, he realized that it had been over half a year since he had left the endless rain of the Land of Rain and arrived in Konoha. The once oppressive weight of unexpressed frustration and fury that resided in my heart has seemingly settled amidst the mundane details of daily life, no longer igniting my reason with its incessant burn. Yet, during certain still and chilling nights, fragments of memory surge uncontrollably, leaving me in a state of restless confusion and ethereal, persistent sorrow that seeps silently through the cold mist outside, lingering in my mind. Lin Shua walked to the bathroom, splashing his face with icy water, which effectively dispelled the final remnants of sleep. After hastily consuming some cold rice balls and miso soup to quell his hunger, he instinctively hung the nameless Kusanagi sword at his waist. Since Orochimaru had declared it nameless upon giving it to him, it shall henceforth be known as nameless. The chill of the scabbard against his clothing provided a peculiar sense of reassurance. This ninja blade, acquired from Orochimaru, had first captivated him with its subdued brilliance and perfect balance. After undergoing rigorous training and chakra harmonization over time, a subtle connection had developed between him and the sword, growing increasingly intuitive with each use. Stepping outside, the thick blanket of snow enveloped his ankles, producing a clear, solitary crunch with each step. The breath he exhaled formed swirling clouds before him, and the streets were notably desolate, with the few passers-by hunching their shoulders against the cold and hurrying along. Lin Shua traversed the snow-laden streets, which appeared especially empty and lonely, stepping on layers of soft and hard snow as he made his way deeper into the clan's territory toward a modest, lowly house. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of his knocking resonated sharply in the post-snow silence. After a moment, a slow, heavy tread accompanied by a low, muffled cough broke the stillness from within. The door opened a crack, revealing Uchiha Shana's somewhat gaunt face. Unlike their initial meeting, the passage of time had etched a palpable sense of impending mortality upon him, as if the hands of time had carved a suffocating dusk into his being. "You're late," Uchiha Shana stated, each word accompanied by a labored breath, yet still laced with an inherent sternness. "I overslept," Lin Shua replied simply. "But late is late." Uchiha Shana inhaled deeply, and his tone shifted to one of profound melancholy and tranquility. "Today is the last day. What's wrong?" Lin Shua asked, momentarily taken aback, sensing an unspoken truth. "I have nothing left to teach you." Uchiha Shana raised his murky yet suddenly sharp eyes, fixing them on Lin Shua. The complexity of his gaze revealed an unmistakable blend of unmasked pride and a deeper sense of resignation, as if he felt like a remnant of a bygone era, now adrift in a new age that no longer had a vessel for him. Perhaps his best fate was to leave Konoha alongside Uchiha Madara on that fateful afternoon. Your talent, your perceptiveness, your rate of progress, truly deserving of being called a descendant of Uchiha Madara. Everything I can comprehend and every jutsu I can perform. All the techniques of Shuriken, the essence of Jinjutsu, even those forbidden techniques, you have mastered. In many respects, you have even surpassed this old man. He paused, his cane striking the ground with a heavy yet hollow thud. But this is not without merit. Before my old bones completely crumble and are buried in the earth beside the Southhi Shrine, I can impart everything I know, ensuring it does not decay with me, finally witnessing its new potential within you. Finally, Uchiha Shana tremulously produced several worn scrolls wrapped in black silk, the edges frayed, and solemnly handed them to Lin Shua. His fingers, cold and bony, trembled as he passed the scrolls, as though entrusting not mere parchment, but his lifelong obsessions, pride, and remnants of vitality. This is the ancient combination technique of the Uchiha Flame Fan, though much of it has been lost to time. Although the fan itself disappeared with Lord Uchiha Madara, I believe, if it is you, you will one day find it. And these, he continued, are the incomplete scrolls documenting the forbidden arts of Izanagi and Izanami, capable of altering fate. I strongly advise against using these techniques until you possess absolute certainty. Despite their immense power, the cost of their use is equally steep. Uchiha Shana's warnings were slow and deliberate. Remember, Power is a tool, a pathway to your goals, but never let yourself be enslaved by the tool. And do not lose yourself along the path. His words were abruptly interrupted by a fit of harsh coughing. He waved his hand dismissively, turning away from Lin Shuo, signaling him to leave, and then retreated into the dimness of the room, slowly closing the door. That wooden door not only separated his figure, but also seemed to partition an entire era. Will we meet again? Lin Shuo found himself asking instinctively as he gazed at the old man's retreating form. Yes, here I shall remain. You may come whenever you wish, came the fragmented response. Fading into silence, Lin Shuo stood silently in the cold snow for a long while, until flakes began to weigh down upon his shoulders, before he finally turned to leave. It became evident to him that this hawkish elder was nearing the end of his life. Perhaps it had begun the moment his old friends had passed, or even earlier, when the elder had seemingly died alongside them, his heart still tethered by unfulfilled obsessions, clinging to life by a thread. As Lin Shuo learned more, the elder's obsessions weakened, and the tenuous thread that bound him seemed to dissipate. This should have been a joyous occasion. Unlocking the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan was within reach, but for some inexplicable reason, Lin Shuo felt a flicker of confusion. It was neither sorrow nor regret, merely bewilderment, a sense of uncertainty about what actions to take next. Perhaps in the twilight of the elder's life, he ought to spend more time with him, though that could simply be a projection of his own sentiments. Each time they trained, it felt as though the elder gazed through him, seeing another person entirely. Shaking his head, Lin Shuo exhaled a cloud of white mist, choosing not to dwell on it further. This was merely a transaction. The elder sought to fulfill his youthful aspirations by teaching him, while Lin Shuo simultaneously satisfied the elder's lingering desires through his training. Yet, the persistent feeling of confusion loomed over him. After carefully stowing away the seemingly tattered and ancient scrolls, he walked alone along the snow-blanketed streets. As he rounded a corner, preparing to head back, a tall figure, incongruous with the surrounding chill, appeared ahead, awkwardly treading through the snow. Jiraiya rubbed his reddened hands together, exhaling large puffs of white vapor, his boots crunching into the snow as if he had been waiting there for some time. Upon spotting Lin Shuo, his eyes brightened, and a mixture of awkwardness, embarrassment, and exaggerated relief erupted into a broad grin as he called out, "Hey, Lin Shuo, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here after such a long time." He paused, cautiously assessing Lin Shuo's expression. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Even after so long, Jiraiya could not shake the memory of their last conversation before parting. Lin Shuo smirked. Coincidence? Few wander into the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory, especially on my way home. It has indeed been quite a while since their last encounter. Occasionally, a fleeting thought would cross his mind. Should he seek out Jiraiya for a meeting? Yet, each time this notion arose, it remained but a thought, never materializing into action. It was quite a coincidence. The two stood in the snow, the atmosphere momentarily awkward as they engaged in trivial small talk about the biting cold, the heavy snowfall, and other mundane matters. Jiraiya's gaze would occasionally drift toward Lin Shuo, seemingly studying his expressions. Finally, as if mustering enough courage, Jiraiya, with a nose reddened by the chill, lowered his voice slightly, infused with a subtle hint of anticipation and caution, extended an invitation. With the new year approaching, it feels rather lonely to be alone. How about we have a meal together? Just a small gathering? I'll cook. Lin Shuo paused for a moment, snowflakes landing on his dark eyelashes. Looking into Jiraiya's eyes, which sparkled with concern despite his smile, he eventually nodded. I'm fine with that. Wonderful. Jiraiya beamed, revealing his boisterous smile after a long time, placing a hand on Lin Shuo's shoulder and nudging him forward. Let us get going. I'll invite a few more people. Just wait, it'll be lively. However, as he said this, they soon found themselves caught up in preparations until evening fell. In Jiraiya's modest yet cozy apartment that evening, the ambience was not as lively as anticipated. The dining table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, steaming and exuding tantalizing aromas. Although some dishes appeared somewhat haphazard, only 3 individuals occupied the table: Jiraiya, sweating and still in his apron, the quietly seated Lin Shuo, and Orochimaru, who, for reasons unknown, had also appeared, seemingly bringing a chill with him. Jiraiya wore an unmistakable expression of awkwardness as he energetically served the two, laughing nervously while explaining, "Ahem, I also invited Tsunade, but she... well, she's busy with a mission alongside Kato. And that rascal Minato mentioned he had to accompany Kushina, who made lunch, so in the end, it's just the three of us. This rather peculiar gathering of master and student, along with an unexpected guest. The trio ate in silence. Jiraiya striving to spark conversation by discussing intriguing tales from the ninja world and the latest unmarketable novel ideas. Yet his gaze would invariably flit between Lin Shuo and Orochimaru. He seemed perplexed as to why, during his absence from the village, these two, whose personalities were starkly contrasting and should have had no intersection, appeared to have developed a certain familiarity. Their exchanges seemed to surpass those with him. Orochimaru would even offer critiques of the dishes with his distinct raspy voice, serving portions directly into Lin Shuo's bowl. What was happening here? After a meal that was neither particularly lively nor entirely dull, the dining experience came to an end. Following the meal, Jiraiya busied himself with the chaotic aftermath of the tableware. Lin Shuo pushed open the sliding door and stepped onto the narrow balcony. The icy night wind enveloping him, dissipating the warmth of the room, along with the greasy sense of food and that barely perceptible awkwardness lingering in the air. Observing Jiraiya's bustling activity within, he let out a barely audible sigh. He was uncertain when it had begun. His rapport with Jiraiya no longer flowed as freely as before. Now, even sharing the same space felt somewhat uncomfortable. Like old friends who had not seen each other in years, they had once conversed without restraint, yet now, upon reuniting, words eluded them, leaving them to silently grasp their phones, feigning busyness. A thick barrier seemed to have formed between them. The sliding door behind him opened and closed gently. Orochimaru followed him outside, standing shoulder to shoulder as they gazed down at the quiet street adorned with snow and scattered lights, the frigid air causing their breaths to emerge as mist. The progress of my experiments is quite vexing, Orochimaru suddenly spoke in a low voice, almost blending into the wind, as if unconsciously voicing a complaint. The limitations of the lower life form samples are substantial, and many critical data points remain unverified. The foundational framework requires higher quality materials for construction. Lin Shuo did not glance at him, but fixed his gaze on the distant, shadowy Hokage rock, softly affirming with a nonchalant hum. The situation at the borders of Konoha is increasingly dire. I suspect war is imminent, Orochimaru stated calmly, his tone devoid of the gravity one might expect when discussing the devastation of war, resembling more of a casual post-meal chat. And Lin Shuo probed further. Thus, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly yield a wealth of high-quality materials. The mummy you provided earlier, frankly, it leaves much to be desired. I hope you can manage something from it when the time comes. Once my experiment succeeds, the results will surely include a share for you. A mummy? At this point, Lin Shuo finally turned to face Orochimaru, his dissatisfaction evident. What more do you want from something that cost nothing? It's quite enough that I didn't go elsewhere to dig up a body for you. Besides, we'll see when the time comes. Even if war does break out, I never promised to assist you. His words were vague, lacking any guarantees. The two shared an unspoken understanding, skillfully skirting the dangerous topic, aware that the balcony was not entirely private, and ears could be lurking nearby. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru seemed to recall something and shifted the topic to a recent event that had stirred considerable buzz in Konoha. Speaking of which, have you heard about the incident involving Hatake Tsukumo? What about it? Lin Shuo replied casually, his tone indifferent. He failed a mission, didn't he? What is the big deal? Crucially, it was a classified mission, Orochimaru noted, a hint of cold irony curling at the corner of his mouth as he spoke from the shadows. The specific reasons and details surrounding the failure should have been stringently confined to a small circle. Yet now even the common folk on the streets and the drunken patrons in taverns are gossiping about Hatake Tsukumo's incompetence, cowardice, and the substantial losses incurred. This indicates that there are influential forces at play, persistently and precisely orchestrating efforts against him. Someone doesn't want to see him ascend to the position of fourth Hokage. Lin Shuo instantly grasped the crux of the matter, though his tone remained calm. Exactly, Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes glinted in the night. Moreover, the methods employed are sufficiently underhanded and effective. It is a brilliant irony to manipulate public opinion while leveraging the moral standing of comrades and the village. As he spoke, Orochimaru displayed a hint of sentimentality. Konoha's White Fang, a figure of paramount significance in the village, the most formidable candidate for fourth Hokage, now appears to be treated like a pariah. How tragic and absurd. The two exchanged a few hushed opinions on the matter, their tones imbued with a detached calmness, tacitly acknowledging the darkness and cruelty lurking beneath the surface of this situation. After a while, Orochimaru stated that he had unfinished business in his laboratory and took his leave. As Lin Shuo prepared to depart, Jiraiya suddenly called out to him at the door, his hands still wet from dishwashing. "By the way, Lin Shuo." Jiraiya's expression grew slightly serious as he wiped his hands. "Recently, I received a medium to long-term investigation task that requires leaving the village. The content is somewhat special, and I may need a partner with keen perception and good skills. You have time now that the ninja school is on break. Would you like to join me? It might take us to some interesting places." Lin Shuo considered that he had no pressing matters at the moment, and training had concluded, so he nodded in agreement. "I'm fine with that." After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Lin Shuo again stepped into the crisp night, making his way back to the Uchiha clan's territory. The snow had ceased falling, and the moonlight illuminated the snow-covered ground, reflecting a chill radiance as the surroundings fell into a haunting silence. In the distance, he spotted a small figure hopping about, stamping its feet at the entrance of his home, particularly conspicuous against the cold moonlight and snow. It was Uchiha Obito. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Obito clutched a thick thermal food container tightly in his arms, his nose and cheeks flushed with cold as he breathed warmth into his hands, each exhale forming clouds of mist. "Big brother, you finally returned." Upon catching sight of Lin Shuo, Obito sprang forward, unceremoniously thrusting the still warm food container into his hands. "Grandma made a lot of warm rice cake soup. It's so sweet. She insisted I bring it to you right away. Quickly, warm your hands." "Thank you." Just as Lin Shuo was about to open the door, he recalled the rumors he had heard about Hatake Sakumo at Jiraiya's place that evening. Glancing at the lively Obito, he casually inquired, "By the way, do you know how Kakashi has been lately?" At the question, the excitement on Obito's face faded slightly. He shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment and confusion. "I don't know. Ever since he applied to graduate early and become a genin, I haven't seen him for quite a while. He seems to have been busy with missions lately." There was a hint of envy in his voice as he spoke. Lin Shuo fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the rooftops blanketed in snow. "I remember you always wanted to build a good relationship with Kakashi, but he has been rather cold and indifferent towards you, hasn't he? Perhaps something has happened at his home recently, affecting his mood. If you genuinely wish to improve your relationship with him, maybe you could try reaching out during this time, even if it's just to check on him." As he spoke, Lin Shuo turned and pushed open the equally cold and silent door, stepping into the darkness and desolation within that quickly enveloped him. Uchiha Obito stood momentarily stunned, watching Lin Shuo's disappearing figure, nodding thoughtfully, as if grasping an important directive. His eyes brightened once more. "Oh, I understand now. Thank you. Big brother. I'll go find him tomorrow." Chapter 58. Minato Namikaze and Bonds. On a morning several days later, the gates of Konoha were shrouded in heavy, damp mist. The moss on the stone carvings glimmered with a dark sheen, and the air felt painfully cold as it filled the lungs. Jiraiya had been waiting there for some time, but unlike usual, he was not leaning against the wall dozing off or chatting with the gate guards, Kamizuki Izumo and Tetsuzai. Instead, he paced anxiously, the sound of his boots echoing dully against the wet stones, starkly clear in the still morning fog. His gaze frequently darted towards the Uchiha clan's territory. A trace of barely perceptible anxiety etched across his brow. When Lin Shuo's familiar yet solitary figure finally emerged from the mist, Jiraiya almost immediately approached him, forcing a smile that was overly radiant, though slightly stiff, his eyes flickering. "Lin Shuo, you're right on time." His voice was pitched higher than usual, infused with an artificial eagerness. "Good morning. Have you eaten yet?" "Yes." Lin Shuo nodded, his dark eyes calmly meeting Jiraiya's. However, after a moment, noticing that Jiraiya had yet to announce their departure, he inquired with curiosity, "Is there a problem, Jiraiya-sensei? Aren't we leaving?" "Ah." Well, Jiraiya's voice dropped, his gaze shifting slightly, avoiding Lin Shuo's eyes. After a pause, as if steeling himself, he continued, "The place we're headed to is quite far, and the mission may encounter some unexpected changes. To ensure safety and efficiency, I've brought along an extra hand." The last two words were delivered somewhat ambiguously, as if to validate his words. A golden figure emerged from the fog like sunlight piercing through the mist, silently appearing beside them, moving with such grace that not a speck of dust stirred. Nor did the mist's flow seem disturbed. "So fast. When did that happen?" Lin Shuo's pupils constricted suddenly, his body reacting faster than his mind. Instinctively, his hand moved to grasp the cold hilt of his sword, nameless, muscles tensing as he entered a combat-ready state. However, as his mind caught up, he forcibly restrained his impulse to draw his weapon, though the vigilance and scrutiny in his gaze remained unyielding. Is this the so-called extra hand Jiraiya spoke of? Lin Shuo concluded instantly, for the silent approach displayed an exceptional skill beyond that of an ordinary jonin. The youth who had suddenly appeared donned a pristine jonin vest, his golden hair standing out vividly against the gray mist, resembling a source of warmth. He wore his habitual, gentle smile, addressing Jiraiya first. "Jiraiya-sensei, I'm not late. Am I?" His voice was clear and vibrant. Then his attention shifted to Lin Shuo, offering a friendly nod, his azure eyes reflecting sincere and innocent curiosity, devoid of malice or provocation. "Jiraiya-sensei?" Lin Shuo's brow furrowed slightly, acutely sensing the unusual title. Was it a form of respect? Or did it signify a more formal master-disciple relationship? If the latter, why had Jiraiya never mentioned it to him? A subtle feeling of exclusion began to take root. Jiraiya observed Lin Shuo's sudden silence and the shifting emotions in his eyes, swallowing hard. He rubbed the back of his neck, his tone laden with hesitation and a hint of guilt as he introduced, "This is my new disciple from Konoha, Minato Namikaze." His demeanor resembled that of a divorced mother cautiously introducing a new, impressive member of a blended family to her child. Noticing that Lin Shuo's expression remained largely unchanged, Jiraiya felt a slight relief, yet was still anxious. He glanced between Minato and Lin Shuo, hesitating before speaking again. "You two should get along well. Minato is a few years older than you and has much more experience with missions. According to the customs among ninjas, Lin Shuo, you might consider addressing him as senpai." Lin Shuo's expression momentarily stiffened. Senpai? The term struck him like a sudden chill, piercing an intentionally buried corner of his heart. During his days in the Land of Rain, Yahiko had been the first to receive Jiraiya's teachings, occasionally boasting about being the senpai. Senpai? Such a term felt both distant and unfamiliar to him, though he often claimed it no longer mattered. When this familiar title resurfaced in reality unexpectedly, it stirred a muted ache within his chest, plunging him into silence. The fleeting yet regrettable encounters seemed to punish those who took life seriously and cherished the past. His gaze shifted from Minato's radiant, sun-like smile to Jiraiya's face, which was marked by unease, embarrassment, and a hint of guilt. Suddenly, Lin Shuo seemingly nonchalantly tugged at the corner of his mouth, speaking in a flat tone. "Calling you senpai is fine, no problem. I can call you that." Yet in the next moment, his tone shifted sharply, becoming cold and incisive, laden with undeniable resolve. However, the ninja world respects strength above all. Strength is the sole criterion for all judgments. I cannot accept someone weaker than me to rise above me and become my senpai. As he spoke, he drew his sword, nameless, from his waist with a swift motion. The cold blade sliced through the mist, creating a clear arc of light. "Come on, let us fight. If you win, you can be my senpai, and I will have no objections." Wait, Lin Shuo. There is no need for this. The mission is important. We need to get along." Jiraiya panicked, rushing forward in an attempt to mediate. He had not anticipated Lin Shuo's reaction to be so intense and direct, which completely diverged from his hopes for a harmonious relationship between the two. Wolfgang Mizunoto gazed into Lin Shuo's eyes, noting the undeniable stubbornness and a subtly concealed emotion within. He then glanced at the visibly flustered Jiraiya, who appeared on the brink of perspiration. After a brief moment of contemplation, a flicker of understanding passed through his azure gaze. A wry yet earnest smile emerged on his face as he slowly withdrew a specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch. "I comprehend." Wolfgang Mizunoto's voice was still gentle, yet now imbued with a newfound steadiness. "Since this is a rule acknowledged and adhered to by Lin Shuquan, I too shall exert my utmost in this battle to honor his will. I humbly request your guidance." He respected his opponent's choices and methods of problem-solving, even if they did not align with his own intentions. Thus, what was originally a task assembly inexplicably transformed into a skirmish at the entrance of Konohagakure. "Make sure to hold back. Remember, this is merely a friendly sparring session, primarily for communication." Jiraiya fretted beside them, issuing countless reminders. The battle officially commenced under Jiraiya's anxious gaze. In an instant, the gentle smile on Wolfgang Mizunoto's face vanished, replaced by a focused and serious demeanor, as if he had become a different person. He initiated the attack. However, his movements did not involve a direct charge. Instead, he swiftly unleashed a flurry of ordinary kunai from his pouch, not with the exquisite finesse of the Uchiha clan, but in a seemingly chaotic and somewhat clumsy manner, showering Lin Shua's vicinity with a barrage of kunai. The trajectory of these kunai was erratic. Despite their rapid speed, they lacked coordination. Several kunai even collided midair, altering their course. It resembled the frantic throws of a novice, entirely unbefitting of a jonin, particularly one trained by Jiraiya. What is the meaning of this? Does he underestimate me? Lin Shua's brow furrowed slightly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, mastering shuriken techniques was almost instinctual for him. Under the enhanced dynamic vision of his Sharingan, this haphazard assault revealed numerous flaws and openings. He did not need to evade deliberately. His body instinctively performed a series of simple, yet efficient sidesteps and leanbacks, gliding effortlessly through the seemingly dense, yet loose rain of kunai, all of which futilely grazed the edges of his garments before embedding themselves into the earth and tree trunks behind him. His movements were graceful and precise, embodying the elegance typical of the Uchiha, tinged with a hint of disdain for such crude methods of attack. However, just as Lin Shua completed his final evasive maneuver, a moment of vulnerability arose, and a barely noticeable, unnatural airflow suddenly disturbed the side of his neck. No, it did not originate from the front. It came from the side. The source of his perception was a kunai that should have missed, now deeply embedded in a tree trunk not far from him. A trap. These disorganized kunai were merely a distraction, attempting to conceal the true intent of his opponent. The real reliance lay in that astonishing speed he had displayed earlier. In an instant, Lin Shua's mind raced to grasp the crucial point. Sharingan, activate. His pupils transformed to a vivid crimson. The three tomo spinning wildly as the world around him slowed to a crawl. He endeavored to track the precise trajectory of the golden figure. Behind him, Lin Shua's pupils constricted once more. What a joke. How could this be possible? He tightened his grip on his unnamed weapon, his wrist barely moving as he attempted to block or counterattack. Yet in the next heartbeat, all his actions froze. The tip of a cold kunai gently yet undeniably threatened to sever his life, pressing against his carotid artery. The icy touch sent shivers across his skin. Meanwhile, Wolfing Mizunoto, who should have been in front of him, had somehow appeared beside the kunai embedded in the tree trunk, as if he had emerged from its very shadow. His right hand held the kunai poised against Lin Shua's neck, while his left maintained an incomplete hand sign, his azure eyes calmly observing Lin Shua, breathing steadily as if nothing had transpired. I concede, Lin Shuquan. Wolfing Mizunoto's voice remained gentle, devoid of any hint of triumph. Lin Shua's body froze completely, his weapon gradually lowering. That speed, akin to instantaneous movement, had left him unable to react effectively, even with the Sharingan activated. It was an overwhelming superiority in velocity. What technique is this? After a moment of silence, Lin Shua finally managed to speak, albeit with difficulty. This is an S-rank space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. Wolfing Mizunoto did not attempt to conceal this fact, but rather explained patiently. He retracted the kunai, gesturing toward the scattered kunai, including the one lodged in the tree behind Lin Shua. By marking them with a special technique, the user can instantly transfer to the marked location. All of these kunai bear my Flying Thunder God markings. Lin Shua lowered his head, the crimson of his Sharingan gradually fading, returning to the depths of his dark eyes. He offered no response. Even with an understanding of his defeat, what difference did it make? A loss was a loss, indisputable. Losing meant he inhaled deeply, preparing to suppress the feelings of resentment and complexity. Senior brother, Lin Shua paused, surprised that the title had not originated from him. He looked up, bewildered, at Wolfing Mizunoto, who had returned to face him, his expression once again adorned with a warm smile. Why? Lin Shua inquired, puzzled, for according to their agreement, he had clearly lost. Your reaction speed and insight have far surpassed that of an ordinary person. To respond almost instinctively to the Flying Thunder God technique is truly remarkable. Wolfing Mizunoto sincerely praised him, his gaze clear. You know, that's not what I meant. Lin Shua remained silent for a moment before continuing. Wolfing Mizunoto's smile slightly retracted, taking on a more serious tone. Senior brother, you believe that the rules of the ninja world prioritize strength, which is not incorrect. However, I believe that even more important than strength is the sincerity and bonds shared between individuals. He glanced at Jiraiya, who had finally relaxed, then returned his gaze to Lin Shuo, his eyes earnest. I cherish the opportunity to have met you through Teacher Jiraiya, and I look forward to fighting alongside you in the future, supporting each other. Therefore, by my standards, it is you who has won. Lin Shuo stared at Wolfing Mizunoto, captivated by the genuine sincerity in his eyes, along with a wisdom and tolerance that surpassed his years. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The turmoil stirred by the title of senior brother seemed to quiet in the face of such honesty. Jiraiya observed this scene, his previously tense heart finally at ease, a genuine smile breaking across his face. All right. No fight, no acquaintance. Now, everything is settled, correct? He exclaimed, clapping his hands together. So let us set off. Destination, the border of the land of fire. The thick fog seemed to dissipate slightly, the morning sun struggling to penetrate the clouds, casting its light upon the three figures. Bonds, huh? Chapter 59. Encounter. The heavy snow from days past had long since melted, and the forest had returned to its former dark green hue, with only the occasional patch of white and shadowy corners serving as evidence of winter's visit. As they traversed the woods, three figures moved gracefully between the towering branches of ancient trees, maintaining a perfect triangular formation, all while moving at high speed with vigilant caution. The wind howled past their ears, yet it could not overshadow Jiraiya's rare, clear, and steady voice as he delivered the mission briefing. His words were concise, resonating precisely in the ears of the two individuals behind him. Although the Second Great Ninja War had long since concluded, peace in the ninja world remained tenuous. Despite the great nation's efforts to uphold this fragile tranquility, minor skirmishes and conflicts along the borders were unavoidable. The task had been directly assigned by the third Hokage, initially classified as an A-rank mission, yet there was a significant likelihood it would escalate to S-rank on site. Jiraiya's tone grew weighty as he relayed the reports from surviving sentinels on the front lines. The invaders were not mere common ninjas. Their modus operandi was peculiar, and their strength exceedingly formidable. Preliminary assessments suggested that they might be a special unit secretly cultivated by the Rock Village. The chakra samples found lingering at the border corroborated this, exhibiting an extraordinarily violent nature that far surpassed conventional understanding. Our core objective is reconnaissance and assessment. Should we confirm these are rock ninjas, we shall expel them based on the threat level, prioritizing intelligence gathering while strictly forbidding unnecessary entanglements. He paused, a hint of coldness creeping into his voice. Or, if necessary, we shall eliminate them. However, sensing the gravity of the atmosphere, Jiraiya softened his tone somewhat, reassuring them that even an S-rank mission was but a trifling matter for them. Remember, do not let the pressure induce panic, nor should you become overly lax and careless. This operation will be commanded entirely by Minato, while I will provide support for you. Lin, you will be responsible for sensing the surroundings. Any questions for Minato? None. Following this, the team fell into a brief silence, the only sounds being the rustle of their garments in the wind and the nearly imperceptible crunch of leaves beneath their feet as they brushed against the branches. Suddenly, Minato seemed to notice something and glanced back at Lin's smooth forehead. Brother, your forehead protector? He instinctively explained that wearing a forehead protector within the land of fire clearly identifies one's status, preventing misjudgments and providing a measure of deterrence. I have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. As a genin, I cannot receive a forehead protector. Half a month had swiftly passed. The early spring afternoon sun struggled to pierce through the interwoven canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced in the gentle breeze upon the forest floor. In the dense woods, the trio advanced cautiously in a defensive formation. Suddenly, Minato raised his right fist decisively, stopping with a crisp command, "Stand guard." He silently crouched, delicately brushing aside a layer of fallen leaves to reveal what appeared to be unremarkable soil beneath. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern minuscule crystalline particles that seemed almost indistinguishable from dust, glimmering faintly in the fragmented light. Residual high temperatures. Minato lowered his voice, his expression grave. This was no ordinary fire release. Look, the marks of minerals rapidly melting and recrystallizing suggest contact with an intensely heated core energy briefly touching the ground. They had encountered such traces during their tracking over the past half-month, but this was the freshest discovery in recent days. Simultaneously, Lin noted remnants of fire attribute chakra on the trunk of a nearby massive tree, though they seemed somewhat atypical. A subtle charred mark was present, and the air carried a faint yet acrid scent of sulfur and ozone. Over here, he pointed toward the tree trunk, uncertainty lacing his words. It did not resemble the aftermath of a ninjutsu, so was it a trace of high-speed movement? Accompanied by a potent heat signature and some form of more volatile chakra residue, the nature was extraordinary. Jiraiya strode forward, his rough fingers brushing against the charred mark. Leaning in closer, he inhaled deeply, his grizzled brows knitting tightly. Sulfur, lava, and a scent akin to something forcefully vaporized. The flavor of this chakra was far too chaotic and violent, unlike that of a typical human ninja. He spat disdainfully, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk, resembling some ferocious beast, confirming the presence of two distinct chakra residues. Minato closed his eyes, concentrating for several seconds before opening them again and nodding in affirmation of Jiraiya's assessment. The intensity was exceedingly high, brimming with primal destructive intent. The trajectories roughly overlapped, yet the origins were starkly disparate, akin to two powerful chakra sources of different attributes running parallel. Minato, do you sense anything? At that moment, Jiraiya seemed to perceive an anomaly in their surroundings, his voice low as he gazed eastward. Quite uncomfortable, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato frowned slightly, his cerulean eyes scanning the overly silent surroundings. The natural energy was chaotic, and the animals had long since fled. The residual chakra here instinctively engendered feelings of repulsion and danger. Indeed, the visitors harbor ill intent. They are no mere trifling adversaries. Jiraiya clicked his tongue and flexed his wrists. After tracking for so many days, we have finally arrived at the crux. All units, remain vigilant. Continuing along the disquieting trail, they pursued for a short distance, as if connected by an unspoken bond. The three halted almost simultaneously, their muscles instinctively tensing. Chakra flowing silently. Maximum alertness. Minato's voice dropped to a whisper just ahead. We have entered the core area of our target. About a kilometer away. In a clearing within the woods, the atmosphere was oppressive. The four-tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, embraced himself, emanating an impatient heat, the grass beneath him turning a sickly yellow. Though ostensibly patrolling under the orders of the Tsuchikage, he was, in truth, being punished for his previous insubordination, effectively exiled to the border of the land of earth, adjacent to the land of fire. This left him in a state of extreme agitation, his pent-up fury manifesting as boiling chakra. Not far from Otsutsuki, the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, stood like a silent statue of armor, motionless. Han's presence here bore no particular significance. He was simply accompanying Otsutsuki, ensuring mutual support. Neither Jinchuriki had received orders for combat, yet both understood their actions constituted an unofficial provocation aimed at gauging Konoha's response. It was not that they were specifically targeting Konoha. The village was merely at the crossroads of the nations, the prosperous land of fire forever a focal point of great power dynamics. A few individuals were approaching, and their chakra was formidable. Ill intent emanated from them. The tailed beasts within the two sensed the impending threat, growling low in warning almost in unison. The two raised their heads simultaneously, scanning the western woods. Where are those mice? Show yourselves. Confrontation erupted in the open space, the air thick with tension, almost palpable. Ahead lay the territory of the land of fire. Retreat immediately beyond its borders. Minato stepped forward, his voice calm, yet resonant, carrying an undeniable warning. Otherwise, we will consider this an act of invasion and take all necessary measures. Expulsion? Otsutsuki scoffed, his dark red lava chakra writhing like a living entity on his surface, the surrounding air warping violently from the heat. His gaze darted between the two youths and the one boy. Just the two of you? Bringing along a child. Are you playing house? If Konoha has no one left to use, let your nine-tails Jinchuriki come out and speak. The nine-tails Jinchuriki? Though Minato understood the other was not specifically referring to Kushina, a frost instantly crystallized in his azure eyes, tightening his grip on the specially crafted trident kunai, which emitted a faint metallic scrape. The four-tails Jinchuriki, the five-tails Jinchuriki. Minato ignored the provocation, articulating slowly and deliberately, you represent the Rock Village's incursion. Do you wish to ignite the fuse for the third great ninja war with your own hands? War? Otsutsuki laughed arrogantly, his voice echoing through the woods. This is nothing more than a warm greeting. To incite war, you are not worthy. Having reached this point, there was no need for further words. Minato swiftly turned his head, exchanging a glance with Jiraiya and Lin, a wordless yet resolute signal. Execute Plan B. Prepare for a forceful expulsion. The order was clear and decisive. Reverberating with authority, the three nodded in unison and charged toward their adversaries. In that instant, battle erupted with a deafening roar. The five figures collided violently, creating a fierce clash. Before the battle commenced, Minato Namikaze scattered a multitude of shuriken, then vanished like a specter. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport across the battlefield, launching meticulous and ruthless attacks aimed at disrupting the Jinchuriki's chakra concentration. Lin Shua activated his Sharingan to its utmost potential, the three tomos spinning, precisely capturing every subtle tremor of his opponent's muscle fibers and the flow of chakra. The Kusanagi sword sliced through the air with a sharp arc, not engaging in a direct confrontation, but rather targeting the chakra nodes and weak points with astonishing precision for exquisite interception and counterattack. After dodging the opponent's assault, Jiraiya swiftly summoned the toads of Mount Mayaboku with a flourish of his hands. Fire release, Toad Oil Fireball. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The large-scale combined ninjutsu instantly altered the terrain, creating obstacles in an effort to restrain the devastating power of the two Jinchuriki. However, their adversaries were perfect Jinchuriki capable of resonating flawlessly with their tailed beasts. Otsutsuki, surrounded by rolling lava, unleashed fists and kicks imbued with the force and heat of a volcanic eruption, shattering ordinary ninjutsu upon contact. Han's steam armor erupted, propelling him with terrifying speed and strength akin to a high-speed war chariot. The overwhelming quantity and quality of tailed beast chakra made up for any slight deficiencies in technique and speed. The trio worked in perfect harmony, maximizing their speed and agility. Yet they were still suppressed by the sheer ferocity of their opponent's power, gradually finding themselves on the defensive, forced to maneuver continuously. This won't do. Following a fierce collision, Jiraiya leveraged Han's brute strength to leap backward over 10 meters, directly escaping the center of the fray. Minato, Lin Shua, he clasped his hands together, swiftly drawing blood across his cheeks to inscribe intricate patterns, his voice resonating like thunder, filled with unwavering resolve. 5 minutes. Do not allow them to interfere with me. The combination of the opponent's chakra and tailed beast power was too chaotic. The optimal solution was to rely on Minato's unpredictable space-time ninjutsu and Lin Shua's acute insight from his Sharingan to engage in an extreme battle. Then, he would enter Sage mode and conclude this fight. Understood. Lin Shua's response was brief yet steady, his Sharingan intensely fixated on the raging four tails, his sword poised in a defensive stance. Despite the opponent's overwhelming strength, the Sharingan revealed numerous vulnerabilities. I comprehend, Master Jiraiya. Minato's figure vanished once more, and in the next instant, several shuriken flew from awkward angles toward the visual blind spots of the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Even though speed was Han's advantage, it paled in comparison to the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki and Han, sensing Jiraiya's unusual movements as he withdrew from the battle, exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously unleashed their chakra, attempting to break through the interception and charge toward Jiraiya, who was preparing some ninjutsu. However, the moment they moved, Minato's shuriken appeared beside them with pinpoint accuracy, forcing them to either defend or change direction. Lin Shua's Sharingan consistently predicted their intentions mere fractions of a second in advance. The Kusanagi sword, gleaming with a deadly light, severed the crucial links in their chakra flow as if foreseeing their actions, thwarting their assault time and again. The exquisite speed and absolute insight formed an invisible barrier, preventing the two powerful Jinchuriki from effectively breaking through, leading to their growing frustration and furious roars. After several futile attempts and being continuously thwarted by a mere child, Otsutsuki's patience and reason finally ignited. Damn fly, get away from me, he roared, a monstrous, suffocating dark red chakra erupting like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, a purple-black sphere, highly compressed and imbued with destructive energy, rapidly formed before his gaping maw, spinning ominously. Tailed Beast Bomb. The sphere emitted a terrifying aura that sent shivers through the soul, its energy so densely compressed that the surrounding light began to warp and collapse, resembling a miniature black hole, greedily consuming everything nearby. At that moment, the faces of all present turned ashen. The terrifying chakra form, its stability and overwhelming quantity, caused Minato to momentarily freeze in shock. However, he quickly regained his composure. This is not the time for observations. As captain, he hesitated not for a second, making a swift decision. Retreat. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Lin Shuo and Jiraiya, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Relax, do not resist. Activate the Flying Thunder God technique. The three of them disappeared without a trace, as if erased from existence. Almost at the moment of their disappearance, the terrifying tailed beast bomb tore through the air, striking a mountain several kilometers away. The earth trembled. The deafening roar seemed capable of shattering eardrums. And a blinding light instantaneously engulfed the area, followed by a massive shockwave carrying debris and dust, spreading outward like a tsunami, bending and breaking trees even miles away. The three, appearing at a safe distance, were buffeted by the fierce winds, their expressions grave as they gazed at the mushroom cloud rising slowly in the distance, symbolizing absolute destruction. What is that? Even Lin Shuo felt a ripple of unease. It seemed he had reached the pinnacle of Konoha's combat strength. Yet this, even with his Sharingan at its peak, he could not achieve such devastation. Was this beyond the scope of their abilities? What was this nuclear-like strike? Where were the ninjas and ninjutsu? That is the tailed beast bomb. Jiraiya's expression was unusually serious. The ultimate technique of the tailed beasts, which serve as strategic weapons for each ninja village. Each village, Lin Shuo's brows furrowed. Does Konoha have one as well? Of course, we do. Jiraiya paused, glancing at Minato, who had been silent since the explosion of the tailed beast bomb. Never mind, I will explain later. For now, the battle is far from over. Once the cataclysmic aftermath subsided slightly, Jiraiya nodded at Minato, and once again, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God, the three returning to the battlefield. Now a scene of utter devastation, reminiscent of a meteor strike. However, the two Jinchuriki had long since vanished amidst the chaos of the tailed beast bomb's explosion. Where are they? They probably fled. Even that overwhelming attack is not something they can casually execute, Jiraiya surmised. What shall we do now? Retreat? This mission seems somewhat beyond our capabilities. We shall pursue them. They must pay the price. Minato reassured. With me here, we have nothing to fear. Let us go. In the ensuing time, the trio launched a thorough pursuit, meticulously analyzing the remnants left behind and tracing the path of their retreat, ultimately stopping at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. Minato crouched, examining the soil and surroundings carefully, then stood and shook his head at Jiraiya. The traces vanish here. If we wish to continue the chase, we must leave the land of fire. Though reluctant, Jiraiya realized that this skirmish had to conclude. However, they could not confirm that the invasion threat was entirely neutralized. After discussion, the three decided to spend the night in the forest. They had already been in this forest for half a month. One more night would not make a difference. The following day, they would reassess before returning to Konoha. Chapter 60. I do not wish to lose you. The night was thick, and the campfire cast flickering halos in the clearing among the trees, elongating and shortening the shadows of the three individuals. The air was heavy with the scent of burning foliage and a lingering tension. After setting up simple warning traps around, Jiraiya dispatched a shadow clone to a high branch, blending into the dense shadows of the trees to keep watch, while his original self returned to the fire. Retrieving several soldier pills and oil paper-wrapped jerky from his ninja tool pouch to share with the others. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the crackling of burning wood and the distant calls of unknown birds. Jiraiya chewed on the jerky, but his gaze drifted to Minato, who was holding a soldier pill, his fingers unconsciously twirling it, his eyes unfocused as he stared into the dancing flames, clearly troubled and seemingly lost in thought. Hey, Minato, Jiraiya said, swallowing his food and speaking in a rough voice that resonated in the still night. What are you daydreaming about? The soldier pills may not taste great, but they aren't stones to hold in your hand. Minato seemed to snap back to reality, abruptly turning to Jiraiya with a somewhat embarrassed smile, instinctively tightening his grip on the soldier pill. Sorry, Jiraiya-sensei. I was just reflecting on this afternoon's events. This afternoon? Oh, you mean the two-tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki? Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, the oil paper crinkling in his grip. Do we not drive them off together? Although the process was a bit perilous, the outcome was favorable. Are you still shaken by the tailed beast bomb? He attempted to lighten the mood, yet a hint of apprehension regarding that destructive energy lingered in his eyes. No, it's not fear, Minato replied, shaking his head gently, his golden hair glinting softly in the firelight. A glimmer of contemplation sparkled in his azure eyes. I was merely pondering the composition of such power. The tailed beast bomb condenses such vast and violent chakra into a single point, only to release it in an instant. If the nature and operational principles of this energy form could be analyzed, mimicked, or even created in a similar ninjutsu, then the power of this technique. Ninjutsu. Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of surprise, nearly choking on the jerky. What are you thinking? Ordinary ninjutsu could never reach such cataclysmic levels. The sheer amount of chakra and precision in control makes it impossible. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled something, his jovial demeanor fading into seriousness. He set down the jerky and brushed the crumbs from his hands. However, he stroked his newly sprouted stubble, glancing at Minato's eager face and then at Hayato, who was quietly eating yet clearly listening. While it may be improbable for ninjutsu to achieve that level of destruction, if there exists any power system that could rival the tailed beast's might, it would likely be sage arts. Sage arts? The term caused Hayato, who had been looking down and seemingly indifferent to the conversation, to lift his head, his dark eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise and curiosity under the fire's glow. What are sage arts? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, even absurdly connecting it to the legendary tales of moving mountains and soaring into the sun, causing him to pause with food poised at his lips. What does this have to do with me? Is this still within the realm of the ninja world? Surely, we won't be transitioning from a ninja battle royale to a sage duel? Jiraiya noted the curiosity, or at least the interest, in his two disciples' eyes. Clearing his throat, he sat cross-legged and began to explain. Do not think of it as something esoteric. Sage arts are not merely the figments of myth. They refer to the ninjutsu that utilizes sage chakra. Ordinary ninjutsu is initiated by combining a ninja's own spiritual and physical energy to form chakra, while sage chakra builds upon this foundation by absorbing and perfectly balancing the vast natural energy from the surroundings, culminating in a higher-level energy imbued with natural power. Therefore, the might of sage arts far exceeds that of ordinary ninjutsu, indeed possessing the capability to confront or even suppress tailed beasts. As he spoke, he clenched his fists towards Minato and Hayato, emphasizing the potency of such power. As Hayato listened, the initial astonishment in his eyes gradually transformed into understanding. Though he frowned upon hearing the need to absorb external natural energy, it seemed unlike the kind of cultivation he had imagined. Yet it still sounded like an extraordinarily powerful and unique system of strength. What do you think? Jiraiya asked, a hint of pride and anticipation on his face, as if showcasing a treasure. Do you too wish to learn sage arts? This is a shortcut to a higher realm, a power that many seek yet cannot attain. He then proceeded to elaborate on the methods for learning sage arts, particularly how to calm the mind, perceive, guide, and balance the tumultuous natural energy, emphasizing the crucial requirement of signing a contract with the Toad clan of Mount Myaboku and training under their ancient secret techniques, lest one risk being assimilated by the boundless natural energy, gradually turning into a stone toad statue in the forest. Hayato's enthusiasm waned, replaced by confusion, and finally, when he heard the keywords about signing a contract with toads and potentially developing toad characteristics during training, his expression shifted to one of overt resistance and a touch of physiological discomfort. He even instinctively rubbed his fingers together, as if trying to wipe away something sticky. Toads, the kind that are covered in slime, with translucent lumps on their backs filled with unknown liquids? The kind of unspeakable horror akin to Cthulhu? Goodness, that is terrifying. Encountering a toad sage would be like facing a monster, unable to defeat it no matter how hard I try. He wasn't utterly afraid of toads, but the idea of such a slippery, cold, lumpy creature was utterly unappealing, let alone the prospect of deep collaboration or the possibility of exhibiting toad traits during training. Hayato yearned for power, but he wasn't ready to declare, Jiraiya-sensei, I no longer wish to be human. Perhaps not, Hayato concluded, hastily finishing the remaining food, as if wanting to conclude the topic before his taste buds could be tainted by his mind's bizarre images. I'll think about it later. He would stick to his path of the Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan was an invincible road, needing no reliance on toads. But then again, multiple toads could lead to multiple paths, so who knows? Thus, Hayato did not entirely dismiss the idea. Minato, however, did not immediately refuse. He pondered Jiraiya's every word seriously, his eyes shimmering with curiosity about the unknown realm of knowledge, his fingers even tracing an imaginary diagram of balancing energies on his knee. After a moment, he looked up. meeting Jiraiya's gaze, and with a gentle yet resolute expression, stated, "After we return, if the timing is right, I would appreciate your guidance in attempting it, Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya clapped Minato's shoulder heartily, laughing boisterously. "Great. No problem. You can count on me." He felt confident in Minato's insight and temperament, his laughter echoing, startling a few roosting birds. At that moment, Hayato suddenly recalled the conversation from the battlefield that afternoon. He took a sip of water, looked at Jiraiya, and asked, "By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask during the urgent situation this afternoon. What about the Nine Tails and its Jinchuriki in Konoha? Can they possess the same level of destructive power as the two we encountered today, even capable of unleashing the tailed beast bomb?" Hayato was genuinely curious about this power that seemed to transcend his current knowledge. Upon hearing the question, Jiraiya's smile faded, and he hesitated for a rare moment, instinctively glancing at Minato. His thick fingers scratched at his cheek, and his tone grew somewhat vague. "Well, this question involves the village's highest secrets, so I cannot divulge too much. Perhaps you should ask your junior, Minato." "Minato?" Lin Shuo was momentarily taken aback, pondering what question could be answered by Minato Namikaze that Jiraiya could not. He keenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, and after a brief hesitation, his gaze shifted towards Minato, a glimmer of inquiry in his eyes. Could it be that Minato was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha? Considering the remarkable prowess that surpassed his peers and the enigmatic flying thunder god technique, this speculation began to seem plausible. Yet, why did Minato not enter the Nine Tails mode during the battle that afternoon, unlike his adversaries? Noticing Lin Shua's scrutinizing gaze, Minato gently exhaled, as if having made a certain resolve. A complex smile, imbued with a sense of helplessness yet filled with warmth and protectiveness, graced his face, while his typically clear and bright azure eyes bore a newfound heaviness. "Allow me to explain, my senior brother," he spoke, his voice still gentle but now carrying a weighty responsibility. "Konoha possesses but one tailed beast, the most formidable among the nine, the Nine-Tails fox, renowned for its vast chakra and regarded as a calamity." He paused, perhaps weighing his words or calming the emotions naturally stirred by the mention of this topic, before softly continuing, "And the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is my fiancée, Kushina Uzumaki." Lin Shua's eyes widened slightly, the flickering flames reflecting genuine astonishment within them. He was not surprised by the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but rather taken aback that his junior, barely 18, was already engaged. However, as he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Jiraiya, who was munching on jerky, and he could not help but appraise him. It was amusing to note that his teacher, one of the legendary Sannin, still seemed to be a solitary figure. The ninja world was indeed rife with early maturity, yet some remained unseasoned. Jiraiya looked up, puzzled by Lin Shua's gaze. "What are you staring at?" "Everything Minato said is indeed true." Lin Shua slowly shook his head. "I don't doubt it. I just suddenly remembered that my junior, at such a tender age, already has a fiancée, while you, teacher Jiraiya, with your vast experience and extensive travels across the ninja world, still remain a lone wolf. It's rather..." He trailed off, leaving an endless space for imagination, and feigned innocence with a blink, as though he had said everything without uttering a word. Jiraiya seemed struck, as if pricked by a kunai. Instantly leaping up from the ground, his face flushed, and his iconic white hair almost standing on end. What do you know about love? You little brat who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy," he nearly shouted, almost flinging the jerky from his hand. "What do you mean by lone wolf? Am I old? I just choose not to seek companionship. If I truly desired it, I wouldn't be at a loss. I am a free spirit, like a wild wind, an unbound eagle. If I truly wished to settle down, I would undoubtedly emulate the wise lords of old and establish a harmonious homestead." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Shuo feigned contemplation, lightly tapping his chin with his finger. "Perhaps my memory has indeed faltered. I distinctly recall that just at the beginning of this month, amidst the snowfall, someone resolutely proclaimed that gatherings are lively only when numerous people are present, and then hurried off to invite Tsunade, only to find her merrily walking alongside Jonin Kato Dan, laughing together, leaving behind a rather dejected silhouette. What a pitiable figure." Minato seemed to recall something, and in a gentle, unassuming tone, he interjected, "Are you referring to that day? I remember that teacher Jiraiya even invited me, but I must apologize, as I had already promised to accompany Kushina that day and could not extricate myself." His eyes were clear and sincere, yet they formed a stark contrast to the situation. Double whammy. Jiraiya was instantly rendered speechless, his face alternating between red and white, trembling fingers pointing at the two young men, mumbling about how they could not comprehend the allure of maturity and how his level was beyond their reach, exclaiming something about a man's aspirations being vast. Finally, with a near-shrill cry, a mixture of shame and defeat, he spun around and nearly stumbled into the dark woods, declaring, "I am going to check if my shadow clone on watch is slacking off." By the campfire, only Lin Shuo and Minato remained. The crackling flames illuminated their silent profiles, creating a somewhat delicate atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Minato who broke the silence first, his voice as soothing as the night breeze, imbued with a calming essence. "Brother, if you wish to learn more about tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, I would be more than willing to share. Although my knowledge of the Nine Tails itself is limited, I believe I know quite a bit about Kushina." Senior brother, Lin Shuo awkwardly uttered the title, but seeing Minato respond with such openness and sincerity, his discomfort dissipated. "Please, go on." He adjusted his posture, ready to listen. The Nine Tails is universally recognized as the most powerful and with the most abundant chakra among the nine-tailed beasts. Its strength far exceeds that of the four tails and five tails we encountered today. Minato's expression turned serious. After the first Hokage quelled the tumultuous era and distributed the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails remained in Konoha. Later, for various reasons, to protect the village and to contain this power, the first Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki, a formidable kunoichi from the Uzumaki clan, became the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Indeed, Lin Shuo nodded slowly, realizing he had not paid much attention to these secrets before. Then there is Kushina. Minato's tone softened inadvertently, as if the very name radiated warmth. She too hails from the Uzumaki clan, known for their formidable vitality and sealing techniques. Personally chosen and recognized by Mito as the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I still remember when I first entered the Ninja Academy, her fiery red hair, reminiscent of blazing flames and the setting sun, stood out distinctly in our class. As Lin Shuo listened, he gradually sensed an odd shift. The conversation seemed to be subtly veering from the mighty Nine Tails to anecdotes from someone's childhood. Yet, observing the enthralled expression on Minato's face, he suppressed his curiosity and continued to listen. She was indeed formidable, using her fists and courage to teach all those who mocked her hair and accent a lesson. Minato beamed, his eyes sparkling with light. "Isn't Kushina remarkable, senior brother?" Lin Shuo nodded, his expression strange. "She is indeed vibrant and spirited. But how did two such contrasting personalities, one calm and the other vivacious, gradually draw near to one another?" Minato shook his head, his smile dimming slightly, tinged with nostalgic reflection. Later, among those whom she had bested, some felt humiliated and sought help from outside the school to give her a profound lesson. Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow. "So, you finally intervened? A classic hero saving the damsel scenario. I wish it had been that simple." Minato gently shook his head. But Kushina's heart, like her hair, is fiercely strong. In terms of both strength and will, she far surpasses her peers. In truth, she never needed anyone's protection. She is her own strongest shield. His tone brimmed with respect. And then, Lin Shuo's curiosity was piqued. Minato paused, his voice lowering slightly as he recounted that pivotal incident. Shortly after her graduation, she was unfortunately kidnapped by enemies from the Cloud Village, who aimed to seize the Nine Tails within her. Lin Shuo's expression grew serious. That time, the situation was exceedingly perilous. "I pursued her and, fortunately, ultimately rescued her." Kakashi's words were succinct, yet the danger and resolve they contained were unmistakable. Lin Shuo, after listening, smirked slightly, his tone oscillating between jest and reflection. "Well, this truly is a fateful encounter. Such perilous circumstances aligning perfectly for you seem like something out of a story. However, the trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress, though somewhat cliched, appears to remain timeless." With that, Kakashi's face re-emerged with a warm smile. Capable of melting the chill of the night, nodding earnestly, he fell silent for a moment, as if reliving a pivotal moment, then softly stated, in a voice both quiet and remarkably clear, "I do not wish to lose you." "What?" Lin Shuo was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the suddenness of the statement. This was the first thing he had said to her after freeing her from her bonds, gazing into her startled yet defiant eyes, reflecting the strongest sentiment in his heart at that moment. Kakashi's voice was gentle, his gaze seemingly penetrating the flickering flames, transporting him back to that tense and fearful dusk. I think, perhaps it was this very unembellished phrase that allowed her to feel my intention most directly. Is that so? Lin Shua was taken aback. Intention? A vague, choked yet resolute female voice echoed in his mind, as if piercing through layers of time, suddenly resonating in his ears. Accompanied by fleeting images of azure strands of hair and a pale visage. He lowered his head, burying his face deep within the shadow formed by his knees and arms, where the firelight could not reach his expression. What is it, senior brother? Noticing the abrupt shift in Lin Shua's demeanor, Kakashi leaned in with genuine concern. Lin Shua lifted his head, his eyes, typically calm and somewhat detached, now revealing a clear sense of helplessness and bewilderment. It seems someone long ago said the exact same words to me. But what? Kakashi sensed Lin Shua's disquiet, his voice softening. Imbued with encouragement, yet devoid of pressure. Senior brother, if you feel inclined, you may share. Expressing it may bring some relief. He quickly added, in a considerate manner. Of course, if it is too personal, that is entirely acceptable. There is no need to force yourself. Should he speak? Those memories, deliberately sealed within the deepest recesses of his heart, brought forth a suffocating ache and a surge of bitterness upon the slightest touch. Just as he hesitated, Jiraiya emerged silently from the shadows of the woods. His previously exaggerated demeanor had given way to a rare composure and understanding. Crossing his arms, his voice was notably subdued. The past is already behind us. If it weighs too heavily, let it rest in silence. One must always look forward. Yet Lin Shua slowly shook his head. He drew in a breath of the cool, smoke-laden night air, as if attempting to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him. There is nothing that cannot be said. His voice regained a semblance of calm. It is merely a chapter that has concluded. The tale unfolded in the land of rain. The flames flickered, casting shadows on Lin Shua's face. He paused, as if gathering the courage to unveil old wounds, then finally spoke, his voice a touch more husky than usual. This story took place in the land of rain, back when the war had not yet fully ceased. Once, while scavenging for food amidst the ruins. Before my Sharingan had awakened, I fortuitously saved a girl who was equally lost and alone. She had striking blue-violet hair and was named Conan. Subsequently, we wandered together, relying on one another, foraging for food, seeking refuge from the rain, and huddling together in deserted caves for warmth. Life was arduous, yet it was no longer solitary. Eventually, we encountered Yahiko and later Nagato. The four of us clumsily banded together to survive. Until one day, Yahiko witnessed a battle between our mentor Jiraiya and Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Land of Rain. The sheer force of their clash left an indelible impact on us. From that day forth, we resolved to learn ninjutsu and acquire power. Only then might we effect some change. Only then could we survive. However, we were acutely aware that war orphans like us were as plentiful as weeds in the Land of Rain. How could someone of Hanzo's stature ever take notice of us? Thus, the four of us, oblivious to the dangers, embarked on a journey to seek out the legendary Sannin, guided only by whispers of their whereabouts. Is that so? Jiraiya pondered, a complex expression crossing his rugged visage. This was the first time he had heard so clearly of the struggles and pursuits these children endured before his arrival. Eventually, we followed those vague leads, unwittingly delving deeper into the most fervent battle zones. In retrospect, surviving those times was an unbelievable stroke of luck, perhaps also thanks to Nagato's power. Ultimately, we did find our mentor Jiraiya. Out of kindness, he chose to remain with us after the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War in the Land of Rain. He did not immediately teach us ninjutsu, but that period was perhaps the most stable time we experienced in the Land of Rain. Until one day, as we foreventured out as usual, we encountered a rogue ninja. Despite knowing the outcome, Jiraiya could not suppress a slight hitch in his breath, tightening his grip on the jerky in his hand. The battle came upon us suddenly. It was then that I first awakened my Sharingan. Yet at that moment, I was utterly incapable of wielding this newfound power, resulting in my left eye being gouged out on the spot. After that, I remember nothing. Later, I learned that it was Nagato's sudden surge of power that saved us all. It seemed I had been unconscious for a long time. 3 days, Jiraiya interjected solemnly. You were unconscious for 3 full days. Days matter not. Lin Shua gently shook his head, then glanced at Kakashi, his gaze imbued with complexity. The girl with blue-violet hair uttered the exact same words you, junior brother, once said. Yet your intent seemed to have reached her. while I still cannot fathom the meaning behind her words. With that final sentiment, Lin Shua's shoulders sagged slightly, and he fell silent. The campfire was enveloped in a momentary stillness, punctuated only by the crackling of burning wood. What a weighty yet precious past, Kakashi thoughtfully ventured, carefully selecting his words. His azure eyes filled with sincere sympathy and respect. And what transpired thereafter? He inquired softly. What came next? Lin Shua paused for a while before raising his head again, his expression having returned to its usual aloofness, yet beneath that veneer lay an unfathomable weariness. Eventually, due to my Sharingan, I exhibited a talent for learning ninjutsu that starkly contrasted with theirs. This power was innately derived from the Uchiha clan. Later, our paths diverged. They chose to remain in the land of rain, while I journeyed to Konohagakure. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, what do you think, junior brother? Is it a trite and unremarkable tale? Compared to yours, it seems almost farcical. Not at all, senior brother, Kakashi interjected, his typically gentle demeanor now remarkably serious. I have never seen it that way. His steadfast gaze met Lin Shua's, his voice gentle, yet imbued with strength. Even though you strive to downplay it with mere words, I can sense the immense struggle, the farewells, and the unspeakable weight contained within those brief phrases. The bond forged in the depths of despair. The anguish of losing something precious. While I may not fully grasp the extent of such pain, I can empathize profoundly. He slightly slowed his pace, continuing. Fate has never been a measure to compare who is more fortunate or unfortunate. It presents each individual with unique trials. Yet the courage and tears shed in the face of these trials weigh equally heavy on every heart. Everything you have endured, the path you have traversed, has sculpted the unique individual you are at this moment. This is not a tale easily articulated through melodrama. It is an authentic and profound journey that belongs to you. Lin Shua listened quietly, saying nothing, merely observing the flickering flames that danced before him, his inky black eyes reflecting the wavering light. Wolfing Minato regarded him, his tones softening further. Moreover, to be called out by someone in such earnestness, to possess memories of mutual protection fought for with all one's might, is, in my view, an exceedingly precious thing. It affirms that you were once deeply needed and cared for others with equal depth. This connection will never fade due to separation or the passage of time. Jiraiya, leaning with arms crossed, unusually refrained from jesting, merely offering a solemn hum of agreement. Then, Lin Shua allowed himself a faint smile, so fleeting it was almost imperceptible, more akin to a sigh of relief. He did not directly respond to Bluffing Minato's sincere words, instead lowering his gaze to the dancing flames, softly murmuring, Indeed, as you mentioned, junior brother, unearthing these old matters, though the past remains unaltered, does seem to ease the heart a little, making it less constricted. No, senior brother, I do not believe this is without change. Bluffing Minato's voice was gentle yet resolute, like a stream patiently washing away winter's ice. His words bore weight. To speak is, in itself, the beginning of transformation. It turns heavy burdens of the past, once solitary secrets, into memories that can be understood and shared. You see, at least now, both Jiraiya-sensei and I have a deeper understanding of your past, and we comprehend why you are who you are at this moment. This understanding, in itself, is a tangible connection and transformation. His azure eyes shone with clarity and sincerity in the firelight as he regarded Lin Shua earnestly. Thus, if you ever feel overwhelmed again, or encounter troubles, no matter how trivial or significant, do not hesitate to seek me out. Perhaps I cannot offer perfect solutions, but I shall be a worthy listener. This is a request from a junior brother and a promise from a friend. After a moment of silence, as the night breeze swept through, bringing a chill, yet causing the bonfire to blaze brighter, Lin Shua finally lifted his gaze, letting it linger on Bluffing Minato's gentle face and Jiraiya's composed expression. Ultimately, he gave the slightest nod, his voice still calm, but now devoid of some previous coldness. Understood. Bluffing Minato displayed a knowing, satisfied smile, refraining from further words, while Jiraiya, as if having completed a significant task, hummed contentedly and resumed his seat, taking a sip from the nearby water flask. The bonfire continued to crackle, its warm glow enveloping the three of them, and the atmosphere subtly shifted, an unspoken, newfound understanding flowing through the quiet night forest. As if even the starlight above had softened, the night slipped away amidst the embers of the bonfire and their respective thoughts, and the following day, dawn arrived punctually. piercing through the mist of the woods, dispelling the night's chill. The trio resumed their meticulous search and trace investigation in the border forest for the entire morning, confirming no anomalies remained, that the two Jinchuriki had indeed departed from the land of fire without leaving any suspicious means of concealment or subsequent threats. Before setting off back to Konoha, upon arriving at the Hidden Leaf Village, it was already dusk. The setting sun bathed the towering Hokage rock in a warm golden hue, and the flow of villagers entering and exiting the village had considerably thinned. After a brief exchange at the village entrance, Jiraiya and bluffing Minato proceeded directly to the Hokage Tower to report in detail the harrowing experiences they had encountered with the two Jinchuriki and the ultimate outcome to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Lin Shua opted to return home alone. He needed time to process the confessions of the previous night and the series of events that had unfolded. Upon returning to the quiet dwelling, he pushed the door open, the air still lingering with the faint dust of days without occupancy. After setting down his belongings, he leaned against the wall, motionless, as if awaiting something. Before long, a slender serpent, deep purple in hue with scales glistening in the remnants of the sunset, stealthily slithered over the courtyard wall, moving with an agility uncharacteristic of its appearance, and purposefully made its way toward the interior of the house. As the serpent crossed the threshold into the dwelling, its vertical pupils beheld Lin Shua, who had already taken a relaxed stance against the inner wall, grasping the Kusanagi sword. Its tip still sheathed, yet he stood like a taut bowstring, silently and coldly regarding its arrival. The serpent halted, lifting its head. Then, an unsettling scene unfolded once more. As the serpent's mouth opened unnaturally wide, slick, viscous droplets splattering onto the floor, and a figure emerged, as if shedding its skin, slowly writhing out from that confined space. It was Orochimaru. Once he stood upright, the golden snake-like pupils bore an air of intrigue. As expected of you, Lin Shua-kun. Your perception remains remarkably keen. It seems this mission has not dulled your vigilance. I did not anticipate that my slow approach would not escape your notice. I did not intentionally sense you, Lin Shua replied, shaking his head, his tone even yet his gaze remained sharp. My Sharingan is not perpetually activated. Merely as I returned home, my peripheral vision happened to catch a snake of such glaring color, behaving so furtively in the shadows of the street corner. And combining that with certain individual styles, I deduced you would be arriving. He paused, a note of disdain creeping into his tone. Furthermore, could you not find another way to make your entrance next time? Is there not a front door you could use instead of this manner? Orochimaru chuckled softly, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Shua's words. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. I come bearing urgent matters to discuss, and naturally, I cannot allow unrelated parties to witness my movements. What matters? Lin Shua asked bluntly, not wishing to dance around the subject with Orochimaru. Your absence for over half a month, far away at the borders, cut off from news, Orochimaru said, his voice laced with intrigue. You likely remain unaware of the captivating events that have transpired within Konoha during this time. Huh, Lin Shua scoffed, a hint of disdain in his tone. No matter how significant, can anything rival the shock of witnessing two perfect Jinchuriki and tailed beasts firsthand? At this, Orochimaru's golden eyes flashed with surprise. But he soon shook his head gently, the playful expression on his face swiftly replaced by seriousness. While the external turmoil is indeed astonishing, the undercurrents within can just as easily consume great vessels. I shall refrain from detailing trivial matters. He extended a pale finger, slowly stating, 2 pieces of news. First, Hatake Tsukumo has died. He deliberately slowed his speech, observing Lin Shua's reaction. The man widely recognized as the strongest under the Hokage, the Leaf's White Fang, did not perish on the battlefield, but quietly took his own life at home. Lin Shua's eyes narrowed slightly. He was not intimately acquainted with the man, and his death bore no direct consequence for him. However, the name Hatake Tsukumo and his prowess were known to all in Konoha. Such a formidable ninja, to have taken his own life? However, before he could fully savor the shock brought by this news, Orochimaru's cold voice resonated once more, dropping a second heavy bombshell. The second matter, Orochimaru's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Shua, was about the Uchiha clan, the backbone of the hawkish faction. The elder Uchiha Shana had also passed away. Yet this one belonged to the realm of natural death, a consequence of aging and frailty. Chapter 62. The glory of Uchiha Shana is dead? As Orochimaru's words fell, They detonated like a dull thunderclap in Lin Shua's mind. The earlier ripple he felt upon hearing of Hatake Tsukumo's demise was but a trickle compared to the tumultuous waves surging in his chest now. In terms of strength and prestige, Uchiha Shana might not have been as illustrious as the legendary Hatake Tsukumo in the murky waters of Konoha. Yet the significance of these two figures was profoundly different for Lin Shua. The gaunt-faced, hawk-eyed old man with a notoriously irritable temperament had imparted invaluable lessons to Lin Shua. In the confidential files of Konoha's upper echelons, Uchiha Shana might merely represent a dangerous symbol, a destabilizing factor who inherited the perilous legacy of Uchiha Madara and conspired to rebel during the era of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Yet for Lin Shua, he was undeniably a second teacher. Perhaps the elder had initially recognized him as a descendant of Uchiha Madara or sought to strengthen the hawkish faction to counterbalance the dovish faction. Nonetheless, the daily instruction, the dedication, and the hopes invested in him were profoundly felt by Lin Shua. He was not oblivious to the increasing aura of twilight surrounding the elder, nor did he fail to vaguely sense that the day would inevitably arrive. He simply did not anticipate that the farewell would come so abruptly. He had just departed Konoha to undertake a mission, and upon his return, he was met with the irrevocable separation of life and death. When he had taken those heavy, ancient forbidden scrolls, he had thought it was merely another routine lesson. He never imagined that the moment the frail fingers passed him the scrolls would mark their final farewell. Yet Orochimaru was entirely uninterested in this moment of silence or the tempest brewing within Lin Shua. To him, it was merely the loss of two rare experimental subjects. Lin Shua, Orochimaru's voice resumed, cold and imbued with an almost obsessive desire for research. I have the means to summon the body of Hatake Tsukumo, resting in the Konoha cemetery. However, I hope you will assist in retrieving Uchiha Shana's remains. In truth, with his stealth techniques and peculiar ninjutsu, it was not impossible for one to venture alone to retrieve Uchiha Shana's remains. However, Uchiha territory was ultimately the domain of others, and in the future, many situations would require their cooperation. If he were to act unilaterally and incite their displeasure, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. After a moment's pause, Lin Shua slowly raised his head, inhaling deeply as he forced the complex emotions back down. He did not respond directly to Orochimaru's proposal for cooperation. Instead, he countered with a question. Regardless of the circumstances, Hatake Tsukumo was a hero who shed blood for Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War. Are you not concerned that the act of desecrating a hero's remains, once exposed, could ignite the fury of the entire village, leading to your ruin and irreparable disgrace? Orochimaru merely chuckled softly, a hint of undisguised mockery crossing his pale face. You must understand, it was never I who forced this hero into a corner. It was the hushed whispers of those villagers he fought to protect, the invisible pressures from the village he served, and the will of fire he wished to embody in death. How can you expect that those cowards would suddenly muster the courage to protect a cold, worthless corpse after they had abandoned him in life? Lin Shua paused, casting a profound glance at Orochimaru before continuing. And what of his son, Hatake Kakashi? The prodigy who graduated at 5 and became a chunin at 6? He would never let this go. Ah, prodigy? Orochimaru's smile grew cold and indifferent, laced with a condescending scrutiny. Konoha is rife with such so-called prodigies. In my view, no matter how brilliant, until they truly mature, they remain merely prodigies. Kakashi has been tirelessly undertaking missions, as if he has something to prove. I do not believe a child overshadowed by the tragic legacy of his father can grow to a level that would warrant my attention. Moreover, discussing this was ultimately futile. Hatake Tsukumo's remains are currently preserved in my laboratory. Preliminary research has yielded promising results. He spoke with a tone that suggested a shared joy, enticingly whispering, by the way, some of the findings are rather intriguing. Lin Shua, would you like to know? About the ultimate application of chakra pathways and the extraordinary vitality of cells beyond that of ordinary individuals? Have you already begun your experiments? Where is Uchiha Shana's body now? My purpose here is precisely to seek your cooperation in uncovering this matter. Orochimaru's tongue slowly traced his pale lips, akin to a serpent poised to strike. According to the information I received, he passed away yesterday afternoon. I am not well versed in your Uchiha customs, but it is highly probable that his body is currently resting in some hidden hall within the clan's territory, undergoing the intricate cleansing rituals and final farewell ceremonies. Lin Shua's eyelids drooped, obscuring his expression. It was precisely at that moment that their battle had just concluded, and they were preparing to return. Yet, they had ultimately delayed until the next day. If only, after a prolonged silence, a long, heavy sigh escaped Lin Shua's lips. "Let us go," he uttered 2 cold words. Turning toward the door, determined to seek the remains of Uchiha Shana. "Do you know the exact location?" Orochimaru inquired. As he spoke, his body began to undergo a peculiar transformation. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds as he seemed to collapse and contract, ultimately morphing into a small white snake with a smooth and delicate sheen. It appeared almost fragile and harmless. Silently, it slithered to Lin Shua's feet, deftly navigating up his pant leg. The cold, slick sensation caused Lin Shua's back to tense instantaneously, breaking out in goosebumps. The white snake coiled around his left forearm, cleverly concealed beneath the wide sleeve, resembling an eerie armband. "I do not know," Lin Shua gritted out, suppressing the impulse to fling off the icy creature, only managing to utter a low warning through clenched teeth. "Stay hidden and behave. If you are discovered, you know the consequences." Having said that, he hesitated no longer, pushing open the door and stepping into the encroaching twilight. "Thus, I intend to inquire directly with the one most likely to know, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku." The night enveloped the Uchiha clan's territory like thick ink, casting a heavy shadow over the area. The warm yellow lights spilling from the paper windows of the clan leader's residence illuminated the interior, where Uchiha Fugaku had just seated himself opposite his wife, Uchiha Mikoto. The table bore a few simple dishes, still radiating warmth. However, the tranquil atmosphere did not endure for long, as a series of distinct knocks shattered the pre-dinner serenity. Uchiha Fugaku's chopsticks halted midair, his brow furrowing. Who could this be at such an hour? He set down his chopsticks, exchanged a glance with Uchiha Mikoto, straightened his garments, and approached the entrance. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. The dense night nearly swallowed the figure outside, with only the dim light from the corridor faintly outlining a slender and small silhouette. Most unsettling were the eyes, darker than the autumn night itself, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. "Lin Shua?" Uchiha Fugaku recognized the figure outside, his tone tinged with evident surprise. He had just sought out the other party yesterday, but was unable to find them. After some inquiries, he learned that the individual had recently left the village on a mission. At this late hour of the night, when he unexpectedly visited Uchiha Fugaku, an understanding dawned upon him. His tone grew somber, tinged with a weight of realization. "You have finally returned, Lin Shukun. Your sudden arrival must pertain to the belongings of Elder Uchiha Shana before his passing. Am I correct?" "Belongings?" Lin Shua was taken aback. This was entirely unforeseen. His purpose for coming was simple and direct. He sought to inquire about the whereabouts of Elder Uchiha Shana's remains from the clan leader. Observing his reaction, Uchiha Fugaku stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter the house. "It is chilly outside. Let us converse indoors." Lin Shua shook his head, his voice cold and distant in the night breeze. "There is no need. I merely wish to ask a few questions. I shall depart once they are answered. I do not wish to disturb the clan leader." His demeanor was polite yet aloof, embodying an unwavering insistence. "Very well," Uchiha Fugaku acquiesced, quickly forming a simple hand seal. With a soft pop, a shadow clone appeared beside him. The clone nodded silently before swiftly entering the inner chamber, where documents and important items were stored. "What does Lin Shuakun wish to inquire about?" Uchiha Fugaku's gaze returned to Lin Shua. After a moment of silence, as if weighing his words, Lin Shua asked directly, "I wish to know about Elder Uchiha Shana." "Elder Shana." A complex expression crossed Uchiha Fugaku's face, reflecting a mix of sorrow for the loss of a powerful clan member, the subtle shifts in the political landscape following the death of a hawkish leader, and a pure reminiscence. He sighed softly, his voice tinged with gravity. He was discovered to have passed away peacefully last night. He was unusually absent from the clan meeting, and when we sent someone to check on him, it was then that we found. He shook his head, his unspoken words dissolving into a gentle sigh. At that moment, his shadow clone returned, holding an ancient-looking letter. Uchiha Fugaku accepted it, gently tracing his fingertips over the seal to ensure its integrity, before solemnly handing it to Lin Shua. This was found among Elder Shana's belongings on his desk. Lin Shua lowered his gaze to the letter. In the dim light filtering through the porch, he could clearly see the robust, yet weary handwriting that read, "To Uchiha Lin Shua." His fingertips trembled imperceptibly as an indescribable emotion surged within him. He silently took the letter, refraining from opening it immediately, and carefully folded it, placing it in the inner pocket of his robe, close to his heart. And where is Elder Uchiha Shana's body now? He raised his eyes, forcing himself to return to his initial inquiry, his voice hoarse. He was laid to rest today at noon, in accordance with ancient clan customs, Uchiha Fugaku replied, his tone steady yet imbued with a ceremonial solemnity. The grave is positioned beside that of Elder Uchiha Masaru, who passed away about a year ago. They were well acquainted in life. Understood, Lin Shuo murmured after a moment of silence, nodding slowly. I shall not impose further. I wish to pay my respects to Elder Shana. I will accompany you, Uchiha Fugaku instinctively replied, as was befitting of a clan leader honoring a significant elder. However, he soon recalled something and turned back with a hint of apology towards the warm light of the room where Mikoto sat quietly. I regret to inform you, Lin Shuo-kun, that Mikoto will likely not be able to join us. She has been unwell recently and cannot withstand the cold and somber atmosphere of the cemetery at night. His tone softened. She is with child and requires rest. With child? Lin Shuo was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively drifting past Fugaku's shoulder towards the warm light within. Though his short stature prevented him from seeing anything, he quickly averted his gaze, shaking his head with resolute conviction. There is no need. As clan leader, you should be with your wife. I can go alone to pay my respects. It is the sentiment that matters. Seeing Lin Shuo's firm stance, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. Very well. The cemetery can be quite cold at night. Take care of yourself. Lin Shuo turned away, his dark figure melding into the night. Just as he took his first step, Fugaku's voice called out again. This time, within the usually steady and authoritative tone, there was a subtle hint of warmth and anticipation, as if a father-to-be was speaking. Thank you for your understanding, Lin Shuo-kun. When Itachi is born, I sincerely hope you will be present. Lin Shuo paused, not turning around, staring into the endless darkness ahead, momentarily lost in thought. Itachi? Yes, Uchiha Fugaku's voice came again, imbued with solemn expectation. Mikoto and I have decided to name him Itachi. I hope he possesses the wisdom, sharpness, and composure of the creature he is named after, and that he may use his strength to forever safeguard the future of our clan. Itachi, Lin Shuo whispered the name in the dark, pausing for a moment before responding in a hushed yet clear voice. Then I shall wish for the child's health and well-being. With that, he did not linger, his figure swiftly fading into the night as he made his way towards the family cemetery. The Uchiha clan cemetery was quieter than usual, the night wind passing through the standing gravestones, emitting a mournful wail. This night, the guarding ninja was not the same as before, but a middle-aged ninja whose countenance was more somber. Lin Shuo briefly explained his purpose, and the guard regarded him for a moment, perhaps recognizing his identity or simply sensing the unyielding melancholy in his eyes. Ultimately, he merely nodded in silence and stepped aside to allow passage. He ventured down the familiar yet foreign path, soon arriving at the newly erected gravestone. The stone was crafted from fine black granite, still bearing the cold and raw feel of recent chiseling, with the name Uchiha Shana engraved upon it. Glinting coldly under the dim moonlight, gazing at the faint blue glow that flickered above the gravestone, emanating an alluring power, Lin Shuo stood in a trance for a long while. After some time, he silently bent his knees, kneeling before the gravestone of Uchiha Shana. His expression remained neutral, and then he lowered himself deeply, his forehead gently resting against the cold, rough earth, engaging in a long and silent prayer. This was the first time Lin Shuo noticed how short the old man had been, short enough that his forehead was pressed against the ground, even shorter than himself. When he rose again, the flickering blue light had silently melded into his being, as if the elder, resting beneath the gravestone, had silently bestowed upon him a final acknowledgement and gift. A gentle yet powerful force of ocular energy quietly infused into his eyes. A barely audible whisper of farewell dissipated in the night breeze, almost imperceptible. He paused, adding with a lighter yet more solemn tone, as if afraid to disturb the resting spirit. Moreover, I am truly grateful to you. Having concluded his prayers, he stood and departed, his silhouette forlorn. After walking a distance from the cemetery, entering a more secluded forest path, his wide sleeves stirred slightly. A small, snow-white snake, as delicate as jade, slithered out, quietly coiling onto his shoulder, its cold scales brushing against his neck. Orochimaru's distinct, gravelly voice broke the night's silence, feigning nonchalance. It seems your relationship with Elder Uchiha Shana runs deeper than I had anticipated. He did not question Lin Shuo about why he had not claimed the body, which he deemed valuable. From the unusually solemn and almost farewell-like prayer ritual the youth had just performed, he had gleaned a clear answer. However, the silence and cooperation from the other party made him feel as though his efforts had been a waste of time, which left him somewhat displeased. Lin Shuo gazed into the darkened woods ahead, his steps unwavering and his voice devoid of emotion, lacking any semblance of profound intimacy. We had never shared a meal or a cup of tea together. Our interactions were limited to the relentless and often brutal training we endured day after day. Even during these sessions, he rarely spoke of matters outside of training. Yet, he momentarily paused before continuing, a hint of a complex emotion surfacing in his voice for the first time. It was he who had genuinely imparted many lessons to me. He was my second mentor. A soft, enigmatic chuckle emanated from the serpent's head, resonating with unusual clarity in the stillness of the night. How intriguing it is that as a senior elder of the Doves, your teacher is a renowned hawk, known for his extreme rigidity and the will of the Uchiha clan. The position of elder among the Doves was earned through sheer strength. Lin Shuo's tone remained calm, as if stating an unrelated fact, while the hawk's acknowledgement and guidance were a deliberate gesture of goodwill and scrutiny from the elder. Very well. The small white serpent seemed indifferent to this response, gracefully leaping from Lin Shuo's shoulder to the cold ground blanketed with fallen leaves, producing a barely audible rustle. Since this is the case, I shall relinquish that body. Pressing further would be futile. It began to glide slowly into the deeper darkness ahead. However, I will leave you a copy of the research data on Kiki Sakumo. I believe you will find it intriguing. As these words fell, the serpent's shadow writhed a few times before completely merging into the shadows of the withered branches and leaves, vanishing as if it had never existed. Silence enveloped us as we returned to the cold, quiet abode. Lin Shuo shut the door behind him, sealing off the night and the chilling winds. He did not light a lamp, but walked directly to the dressing mirror. The pale moonlight struggled to illuminate his blurred outline through the window panes. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the air laced with the night's unique chill. His pupils suddenly turned crimson, and 3 black tomo began to rotate slowly, radiating an eerie glow. The Sharingan in the mirror appeared unchanged, yet he could distinctly sense a more profound, purer power surging within him, almost overflowing. A subtle sensation of saturation lingered around his eyes, though it seemed he was still some distance from complete transformation. Finally, he approached the bedside, illuminated by the desolate moonlight streaming through the window, and slowly retrieved the final letter left by Uchiha Madara from his pocket. The paper was coarse and dry. He carefully unsealed the intact envelope and unfolded the letter. The handwriting was vigorous yet somewhat hasty, every stroke seemingly infused with the writer's final strength and will, the ink deeply etched into the fibers of the paper. Ever since his brother Izuna's death, Lord Uchiha Madara had known no true joy, forever ensnared by past obsessions and an endless pursuit of power, gradually drifting away, ultimately at odds with Konoha and his clan. While I do not know the specifics of your past, I can see that you harbor hidden scars and memories you wish to conceal. Though you possess talents, temperament, and a solitary nature reminiscent of the late Madara, I do not desire for you to become a second him, a spirit trapped in the past. You need not become anyone's shadow, nor bear the expectations and curses of others. You must simply be Uchiha Lin Shuo, walking the path you have chosen for yourself. Do not mourn my departure. Aging and death are merely the cycles of existence, a predetermined fate. To pass on all that I know in this final time, to witness your growth, is enough for me to feel no regrets. Ultimately, I hope you can break free from all shackles, discover your own answers and path, and with your strength, illuminate the way for the Uchiha clan, restoring our true glory. You shall become the new pride of the Uchiha clan, not a new Uchiha Madara. Chapter 63. The Uchiha Cultivation Plan: How to Restore the Glory of the Uchiha Clan and Render It Great Once More. Since that fateful night, this question has often surfaced in the interstices of Lin Shuo's contemplations. It is indeed a compelling inquiry. Quite simply, Lin Shuo becoming the clan leader of the Uchiha would suffice. In the land of rain, amidst the cold winds, the Uchiha youth from Konoha returns. With a punch to the 3rd Hokage and a kick to the 4th, he stands unrivaled above all. With absolute strength, he shall sweep aside all obstacles, compelling the entirety of Konoha, and indeed the entire shinobi world, to bow beneath the Uchiha's fan. At that moment, who would dare question the glory of the Uchiha? Who could deny it? Perhaps one day in the future, he could achieve such feats, but that would be rather uninteresting. Such glory, built on the bloodshed of clansmen during the Warring States period, is no different in essence from the order established through absolute force by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The Elder's final letter was clear. He did not wish for Lin Shuo to become a second Uchiha Madara. Moreover, he himself had no interest in a solitary glory founded on terror and power. The glory of the Uchiha should not be tied to a single individual, nor should it be a mere byproduct of Uchiha Madara's ascendance. It should be proven and created by the entire Uchiha clan in their own way. The elder generously imparted the seeds of power and knowledge to him. Thus, he shall continue to pass these seeds along. While it may not be a complete resolution, it is the greatest contribution he can make to the Uchiha family. He cannot dedicate his entire life to the singular belief of restoring the clan's glory as some might. But inheritance is the very foundation of a clan's continuation and strength. Family, heritage, generation after generation, is it not just so? Opportunities arose swiftly. During a season when the cherry blossoms began to bloom, Uchiha Mikoto successfully gave birth to a son, though there were no grand celebrations within the clan. An air of anticipation and joy for the new life permeated. When the wrinkled infant was brought forth, letting out his first loud cry in the presence of all the Uchiha, Lin Shuo calmly spoke, "May I become this child's teacher?" Thus, in his nearly 30 years, he gained his first disciple. The glory of the Uchiha? He no longer needed to answer that question. Time would naturally provide the answer. As the years passed swiftly, Konoha village quietly endured several springs and autumns amidst tranquility and undercurrents. In the blink of an eye, it was the 46th year of Konoha. The morning sun had yet to fully dispel the mist when the Uchiha compound echoed with a cacophony of frantic cries, piercingly clear. "Brother! Wake up, brother! Brother!" Lin Shuo calmly opened his eyes, a rare flicker of confusion passing through his dark irises, which quickly faded as he exhaled a deep breath. He threw off the covers and walked straight to the window, flinging it open to gaze down at the impatiently bouncing boy with a hedgehog hairstyle. "I'm awake." His voice was soft, yet carried a chilling clarity that instantly silenced Uchiha Obito below. Seeing the figure behind the window, Obito did not cease his movements. Instead, he seemed to find renewed energy, bouncing around in a frenzy. "Brother, come down quickly. We're going to be late. This morning is the upperclassman's ninja tool throwing assessment." Lin Shuo expressionlessly closed the window, shutting out the noise. He took his time washing up, donning his slightly oversized dark ninja attire, carefully hanging the nameless kusanagi sword at his waist before leisurely stepping outside. Upon exiting the door, Lin Shuo casually snatched the breakfast from Uchiha Obito's hands, and the two made their way toward the school outside the Uchiha compound. "Hurry up, brother. We're going to be late." "What's the rush? The instructor for this class is super strict." Arriving late once again meant facing punishment, standing, cleaning, and enduring a day full of lectures. You are viewing others with prejudice. That person is clearly quite reasonable. It must be your poor attitude, insincerity, and lack of effort. I truly beseech you. Although begging is futile, your legs belong to you. If you're truly anxious, you can run ahead. Uchiha Obito observed Lin Shuo's leisurely demeanor, as if wandering through his own backyard, and felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and resigned himself to following alongside, muttering incessantly. As expected, upon their arrival at the ninja school's training ground, the lesson had already commenced. The middle-ranked instructor was explaining the techniques of adjusting the wind direction for shuriken throwing from the podium, while the students stood in neat rows, silent as the grave. Uchiha Obito's face turned ashen as he envisioned the grim fate awaiting him throughout the day. Uchiha Obito. The moment he appeared, the instructor's sharp gaze fell upon him. His brow furrowed. "Why are you late again?" "I was helping an elderly lady cross the street, so I lost track of time," Obito stammered, trying to think quickly. The instructor snorted derisively. "Quite the excuse, aren't we? Late is late. Go stand at the back of the line. If you spent as much effort crafting excuses as you did training, perhaps you wouldn't be at the bottom of the class." With his head hanging low, Obito trudged to the end of the line. The instructor's gaze then landed on Lin Shuo, who was ambling along leisurely. His expression softened instantly, and his tone took a 180-degree turn, infused with concern. "Lin Shuo, what happened today? Why are you late? Are you feeling unwell? If you have any difficulties, you can speak with me." "Oh, nothing much. I simply overslept, Lin Shuo replied succinctly. Ah. The instructor's face lit up with understanding and admiration. I didn't realize Lin Shuo was so dedicated. You must have practiced late into the night. If you're feeling tired, just take a break next time. There's no need to come. I can help you with your absence. Ignoring the instructor's almost sycophantic attitude, Lin Shuo strolled to the back of the line. Finding a cool spot against the wall, away from the despondent Obito, and casually sat down. He yawned, appearing genuinely sleep-deprived, and then retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, unfolding it to examine its contents. This was not a standard school textbook. The paper was distinctive, exuding an aura of cold, meticulous research, materials that Orochimaru had provided him a few days prior. He first glanced at the table of contents, which was divided into 3 major sections: differences in cellular activity among ordinary people, Jinin, Chunin, and Jonin; differences in cellular activity between Uchiha clan members and Hinata clan members with bloodline limits, and ordinary civilians of the same rank; and preliminary observations of Hashirama cells. The initial sections were relatively normal, listing data on the cellular activity differences among ordinary Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, and the Uchiha with Sharingan, and the Hyuga with Byakugan. However, upon reaching the final section, Lin Shuo's brow subtly furrowed. Hashirama cells? Hashirama could only refer to the first Hokage of Konohagakure, revered as the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Hadn't he passed away many years ago? Or had Orochimaru procured these cellular samples? The thought that he might have dug up the grave made Lin Shuo's lips twitch slightly. Hashirama Senju was a monumental figure in the founding of Konoha. If the village were to discover this, they might turn Orochimaru into snake paste. Yet, being a local of Konoha and a direct descendant of the Hokage, he, as an outsider, had little say in the matter. Sighing, Lin Shuo turned the pages of the report with keen interest. During the midday break, the classroom was filled with the raucous sounds of youthful revelry. Lin Shuo, however, tilted his head, his finger tracing a particular conclusion in the scroll, his expression one of incredulity. He even suspected that this was merely a fantastical report born of Orochimaru's drunken ramblings following a failed experiment. Is this for real? The Hashirama cells exhibit an astonishing capacity for division, regeneration, and aggression. Even after being separated from the original host for an extended period, they retain remarkable vitality and display a strong tendency to attack, instinctively attempting to consume and assimilate other cells to expand themselves. Their life force is so vigorous that they can spontaneously generate massive amounts of chakra, acting as an independent source of life energy, far exceeding current understanding. Due to their excessively domineering activity, Hashirama cells regard all other cells and tissues from non-original hosts as foreign entities, launching indiscriminate attacks and attempts at consumption. Animal experiments have shown that individuals directly fused with Hashirama cells invariably suffer severe rejection, as the host's bodily tissues are rapidly devoured, leading to uncontrollable woodification, ultimately resulting in the complete loss of vital signs, transforming into trees. Mortality rate of the experimental subjects, 100. Theoretical speculation suggests that human hosts, due to stronger chakra control and mental energy, might possess a minuscule chance of mastering these cells, potentially gaining powers akin to bloodline limits. However, current human experimental data is lacking to support this hypothesis. Are you implying that the cells of a man who has been deceased for decades can so absurdly outclass all present-day ninjas? Lin Shuo felt incredulous. This was entirely beyond his comprehension of power. Was it possible that Orochimaru was fabricating data in an attempt to swindle research funding from him? Although he had never provided the man with research funds, only a few corpses and samples of Uchiha blood, just as he was immersed in this astonishing report. Attempting to grasp its implications, Uchiha Obito had somehow slid into the empty seat beside him, wearing a woeful expression. I told you to hurry this morning, big brother. Look at me. I've been standing in the sun all morning, and now I have to stay after school to clean the training ground. How is that my concern? Lin Shuo replied without lifting his gaze, still focused on the scroll. I was late too. Why am I unaffected? Have you considered your own issues? If you could tackle a few S-rank missions, you might. All right, big brother, I admit my fault. It's my own lack of effort, Obito quickly interrupted. But his tone soon turned despondent. But no matter how hard I try, it doesn't help. Some things, like the fine control of chakra and theoretical lessons, I just can't grasp. Graduation is just over a year away, and I'm still at the bottom of the class. If only I could awaken my powerful three-tomo Sharingan like you did. His voice dwindled to almost a whisper, nearly turning into soliloquy. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito seemed to grasp a lifeline, seizing Lin Shua's arm with shining eyes. Hey, big brother. You're so formidable. You must have a unique secret to awakening the Sharingan. Right? Please teach me. You're so loud. It's disturbing my thoughts. Lin Shua frowned, instinctively wishing for him to be quiet. A secret? The Sharingan doesn't have any fixed method. It's all about being stimulated by intense emotions. Lin Shua paused abruptly, recalling another preliminary research report about the Uchiha bloodline that Orochimaru had previously given him, which seemed to mention special brainwaves and chakra fluctuation frequencies related to awakening the Sharingan. Yet, not every member of the Uchiha clan necessarily had the qualification to awaken it. But, since you possess such determination, Obito, how could it be that you lack even the qualification to awaken the Sharingan? Lin Shua pondered a sudden question. Why? Why does Obito possess the title of unwavering will? Over the past few years, Jiraiya has undertaken numerous missions alongside him, and through each collaborative endeavor, Lin Shua has discerned that Obito indeed excels at intelligence gathering, with the preparations for battle consistently executed by him. Furthermore, Itachi, despite his youth, exhibits a remarkable level of health. So much so that at merely 1 or 2 years of age, he is already capable of performing basic shuriken throws. This is truly astonishing. This child is terrifying indeed. Yet, when it comes to the so-called unwavering will that Obito shares with the adept intelligence of Jiraiya and the healthy Itachi, Lin Shua finds it difficult to ascertain where Obito's steadfastness lies. Lin Shua slowly raised his head to gaze at Obito, whose eyes were wide with anticipation, and a faint smile graced his lips. His voice was calm, yet it bore the resonance of a devil's whisper. I indeed possess it. Would you like it? What? You truly have it, brother. Obito nearly leaped from his seat, his voice soaring an octave, drawing the attention of his classmates. His excitement flushed his cheeks, and with hands clasped in supplication, he bowed repeatedly, pleading with fervor, Please, brother, teach me, teach me. I will do whatever you ask. Be quiet. Silence. Lin Shua shot him a cold glance. If you continue to make noise, I shall act as though this conversation never occurred. Obito at once pressed his hands firmly against his mouth, his eyes brimming with desire and entreaty as he locked his gaze upon Lin Shua, nodding fervently to indicate his vow of silence. Lin Shua casually tore a corner from a nearby notebook, swiftly scribbling an address before handing it to Obito. After school this afternoon, go to this location alone. Obito accepted the note, scrutinizing the indicated location with a hint of confusion. Where's this? And why must I go alone? Aren't you coming with me, brother? It's an open area at the very edge of the Death Forest, usually devoid of visitors, Lin Shua replied monotonously. The method I wish to teach you is a secret. The fewer who know, the better. He paused briefly before adding, As for me, have you forgotten that I am the teacher of Uchiha Itachi, the scion of the Uchiha clan? After school, I must first pick him up for today's guidance, and then I will seek you out. All right, you may leave now. Do not disturb me here. Lin Shua waved his hand, redirecting his focus to the astonishing report before him. Obito clutched the note tightly as though it were a legendary tome, nearly bounding back to his seat in a state of exhilaration. For the entire day that followed, he remained in a heightened state of excitement, restless and wide-eyed. Even during the afternoon's practical combat session, where he was effortlessly bested by the underperforming Might Guy, he remarkably felt no disappointment. Upon noticing Hinata's concerned gaze, Obito sprang up from the ground, dusting himself off, and laughed heartily. Ha! Today's defeat has been noted. Just wait. Do not underestimate the youth of the impoverished. Soon, I shall make you see me in a new light. Uchiha Jeho. At last, the school bell rang, and Obito eagerly turned to search for Lin Shua's figure, only to find his seat already vacated. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the note of hope tightly, his heart racing with excitement and trepidation, and set off towards the Death Forest, running alone. Chapter 64. The Lost Dragon. Obito sprinted almost the entire way, his heart pounding not merely from exertion, but from an uncontrollable thrill. Upon finally arriving at the location marked on the note, the very edge of the Death Forest, he found the last remnants of the sunset filtering through the interwoven branches, casting fragmented golden patches upon the forest clearing. This indeed was the most secluded corner of the Death Forest, where towering ancient trees twisted and coiled, their dense canopies nearly blocking out the sky, casting unsettling shadows. The air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. The silence punctuated only by the wind's mournful whispers and Obito's heavy breaths. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, Obito paced back and forth, scanning his surroundings with fervent anticipation, as if every shadow might herald Lin Shua's imminent arrival. He could almost envision the moment he obtained the secret, unlocking his Sharingan, thus shedding the label of the underperformer and earning Hinata's respect. Time dragged agonizingly slow in the throes of expectation. The shadows on the ground seemed to stretch and fade, the last warm hues of the sunset sinking below the horizon, while the cold indigo swiftly enveloped the sky. Soon, the luminous moon ascended quietly among the branches, casting a silvery glow throughout the forest. Yet, Lin Shua still did not appear. Where's brother? The initial excitement deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving Obito feeling increasingly desolate as the chill of night wrapped around him, prompting an involuntary shiver. Surely, he hasn't forgotten. He mustn't have. Obito repeated these reassurances to himself. But the passage of time began to stretch painfully, each second resonating against his increasingly anxious heart. To make matters worse, he hadn't even informed his grandmother of his whereabouts. The thought of her anxiously calling his name at that very moment, coupled with the inevitable worry and reprimands he would face upon returning home, extinguished the last flicker of hope. Yet the allure of the Sharingan remained an inescapable temptation in Obito's mind. Gritting his teeth, he huddled beneath the tree, his gaze fixed intently on the path from which he had come. Brother, where are you? As the moon ascended higher, a gentle mist began to envelop the forest, and the occasional hoot of an owl pierced the stillness, sharp and jarring, sending chills down his spine. Obito slumped against the rough bark of the tree, his face etched with disappointment and confusion, the cold earth seeping through his thin trousers. He felt as though he had truly been deceived. In that moment, the flames of desire within him were doused by a chilling reality. With the retreat of desire, reason reclaimed its dominion. A flicker of thought illuminated his mind. After so many years of Uchiha lineage, if there truly existed a method to effortlessly unlock the Sharingan, it would have long been common knowledge. How could it possibly fall to him, the acknowledged underachiever? What surged within him was not resentment, but a tinge of regret. Perhaps his incessant pestering had driven his brother to impart this lesson in such a manner. It mattered little that he had been deceived, but what of his grandmother? Obito's mind was flooded with visions of her anxious face and the inevitable admonitions he would encounter upon returning home. With his head hung low, he prepared to accept his fate and rise to face the impending storm when a faint sound, distinct from the whispering wind, suddenly sharpened his senses. In this desolate place, at such a late hour, how could there be any sound? Could it be that his brother had finally arrived? The flickering flame of hope reignited within Obito's heart, albeit mingled with an ominous premonition. Just then, hushed voices drifted through the wind, and as he discerned their words, a chill seized him, freezing his very blood and halting his breath. See, I told you. At this hour, in such a cursed place, not even a shadow can be found. Konoha is reveling in peace. Their vigilance has waned. A gruff, raspy voice complained, laced with a hint of pride. Be quiet, you fool. This is still Konoha. A more somber, cautious voice immediately rebuked, hissing like a serpent. Do you have any idea how much effort we expended to evade Konoha's border patrols and sneak into this place? Do you wish to jeopardize the entire infiltration mission due to a moment of carelessness? If we fail, that's such a kid's wrath. Hey, I say you were too timid. The most dangerous phase has already passed. Moreover, considering the elite prowess of the two of us, even if we were to encounter a few oblivious leaf ninjas, effortlessly slaying them and discarding their bodies into the death forest to feed the wolves, who would ever discover it? The coarse voice emanated nonchalantly, even infused with a sanguinary thrill. Such words roll off your tongue easily. Enough of this. Let us act swiftly. Under the cover of night, we shall infiltrate the residential area and lie in wait. Soon enough, we shall deliver a small yet profound shock to these arrogant leaf ninjas. The conversation abruptly ceased. However, cold sweat had already drenched Uchiha Obito's back, the icy fabric clinging tightly to his skin. Had he inadvertently uncovered the conspiracy of enemy ninjas infiltrating the leaf? A tremendous fear gripped Uchiha Obito's heart like a frigid hand. If discovered, he would undoubtedly be mercilessly silenced. Even more terrifying was the fact that, although the two Awagakure ninjas had ceased their conversation, the heavy footsteps were unmistakably approaching the very tree where he concealed himself, growing ever closer. In that moment, his heartbeat thundered like a frantic drum, pounding against his eardrums. He clutched his chest tightly, nearly choking, terrified that the intensity of his heartbeat would betray his presence. Suddenly, the footsteps paused right behind the tree where he was hiding. Time seemed to freeze for Obito, and a chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He held his breath, not daring to blink, as if a kunai would pierce him at any moment. Fortunately, it appeared that the adversaries were merely stopping to recalibrate their bearings. The footsteps resumed, gradually receding in another direction. Just as Obito prepared to exhale the breath he had been holding, a voice, familiar yet startling like thunder, shattered the night's stillness, sending his heart back to his throat. "Who are you two? How did you end up here? Where is Uchiha Obito? What have you done to him?" It was the voice of Lin Shua. His older brother had finally arrived. Uchiha Obito abruptly peered out from behind the tree, his heart racing uncontrollably. Under the cold moonlight, he vaguely discerned two exceptionally tall figures clad in unfamiliar, earth-toned ninja attire, confronting the comparatively smaller and leaner Lin Shua. The Iwagakure ninja exuded a chilling aura born from countless battles. "Tair, look, what did I tell you? They've been discovered." The dark voice growled in exasperation, tinged with a sense of inevitable realization. "TSK, such a bother. But fortune smiles upon us. It's merely a lone brat." The coarse voice clicked its tongue, the tone imbued with a cruel ease. "Just kill him and bury him. Clean and simple." Alas, it seems this is the only course. Hurry. Upon hearing their casual decision to kill and silence, Uchiha Obito's heart tightened, overwhelming concern for Lin Shua's safety consuming him. Yet he immediately sought to reassure himself. "It's all right. Lin Shua possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan. He will be fine." As if to validate his thoughts, Lin Shua's eyes suddenly blazed with an eerie crimson light from afar. The 3 black tomo began to spin slowly, and even from a distance, their clarity under the pale moonlight etched themselves indelibly in Uchiha Obito's mind. Those 3-tomo Sharingan were so enigmatic and formidable. They were powers beyond the mundane. In the next instant, the 3 figures collided with a blur, their movements too swift for Obito's eyes to comprehend. A cacophony of grating metal rang out, accompanied by the explosive clash of chakra, illuminating the darkness with a brief yet blinding radiance. The oppressive killing intent, even from afar, made his skin tighten. Suddenly, a sickening sound echoed as a blade cleaved flesh. Moments later, a figure was violently hurled from the maelstrom of combat, akin to a rag doll cast aside by immense force, splattering blood as it crashed into the tree that had shielded Uchiha Obito. Boom! The tremendous impact resounded with the terrifying sound of splintering wood. Uchiha Obito barely had time to react before a gust of force propelled him backward, tumbling to the ground, mouthfuls of dirt and grass filling his mouth. Dazed and struggling to rise, he coughed violently. His eyes widened in horror as he gazed at the ancient tree that had absorbed the catastrophic blow. That tree, which required 2 people to embrace, had snapped in half. Amidst the splintered wood and swirling leaves, Lin Shua lay blood-soaked among the ruins, a gaping wound deep enough to reveal bone gushing forth crimson liquid, staining his dark ninja attire and the earth beneath him. His complexion was as pale as parchment, straining to lift his gaze toward Obito, his lips moving weakly to form barely audible syllables. "Run. Away. What? This cannot be." The bewildering events that transpired in mere moments eclipsed the surreal occurrences of the past several years, a torrent of experiences overwhelming Uchiha Obito's mind, leaving him dizzy. No. He desperately sought to regain composure, yet the image of Lin Shua, bloodied and battered, lingered in his thoughts. In the distance, the 2 Iwagakure ninjas approached like harbingers of death, leisurely strolling forth with mockingly cruel smiles etched upon their faces. "Oh, look, there's a frightened little mouse hiding here." Tair tilted his head, as if he had discovered an amusing toy. "Perfect, let us eliminate him as well, lest he become a nuisance," Zheng Xiong coldly added, as if discussing the eradication of an inconsequential ant. As they passed Lin Shua, Tair casually hurled a kunai, which pierced through Lin Shua's skull. In an instant, Lin Shua's head tilted, his eyes failing to close in death. At that moment, Uchiha Obito felt something within him shatter with an agonizing thud. No. He let out a heart-wrenching, primal howl that bore no resemblance to human sound, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Uchiha Obito's breaths became heavy and labored, akin to a bellows gasping for air. An overwhelming fury, boundless hatred, and soul-crushing fear erupted within his small chest like a volcano, roaring and howling. He abruptly lifted his head, his crimson eyes igniting with a fierce brilliance under the moonlight, locking onto the two Iwagakure ninjas who had taken his beloved. Each eye bore two black tomos spinning wildly. You all must die. Uchiha Obito roared from the depths of his soul, mindlessly rushing forward in a desperate attempt to fight. However, just as he took a step, an intense dizziness assailed him. The bloody image of Lin Shuo, the grinning Iwagakure ninjas, and the shattered trees splintered like glass under a heavy blow instantly fractured, collapsing into a cascade of darkness. The night remained as tranquil as ever, the moonlight cold and the fog lingering. The two menacing Iwagakure ninjas seemed to have never existed, and the great tree stood intact, its branches and leaves whole, as if the terrifying collision had merely been a figment of the imagination. And Lin Shuo stood unharmed not far away, his arms casually crossed over his chest, tilting his head with keen interest as he observed Uchiha Obito's newly awakened, tear-streaked two-tomo Sharingan, still radiating a feral bloodlust. His gaze resembled that of a scientist examining a lab rat that had surpassed its experimental boundaries. Oh, I didn't expect it to actually work. And directly manifesting the two-tomo, TSK, he mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. What of the Uchiha's dark legacy? Does this imply that not every member of the Uchiha clan is destined to awaken the Sharingan? As the moment of awakening approached, uncertainty loomed. Was it a lack of stimulation, or perhaps a deficiency in innate talent? If that were the case, it seemed that only the healthy Itachi remained a viable option. Lost in thought, Uchiha Obito suddenly emitted a primal scream, a cacophony of extreme rage, profound sorrow, and bewilderment, as he lunged recklessly toward Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively placing himself and the surrounding trees in front of him as a protective barrier. With an almost casual flick of his foot, he floated backward as if devoid of weight, gracefully retreating into the shadow of several large trees, his movements almost languid in their elegance. Obito, having missed his target, crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to turn over, he sat up and gazed up at Lin Shuo, who appeared unscathed. Not even a crease in his clothing. For several seconds, he seemed frozen, his mind grappling with the stark contrast of the situation before him. Then, without warning, he erupted into a heart-wrenching wail, tears and snot streaming down his face uncontrollably. "Oh brother, it's truly wonderful that you're safe," he cried, trembling as if he were a child who had finally glimpsed light after an interminable darkness. All his pin-up fears, grievances, and the overwhelming relief of regaining what he thought lost surged forth in a deluge of unrefined tears. Lin Shuo stood amidst the chaos, observing Obito, whose sorrowful visage seemed to alter the very fabric of reality around him. The playful jests and theories he had considered uttering fell silent upon his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and, with a humble gesture, gently patted Obito's quaking shoulders with the back of his relatively clean hand. His voice, usually cold and unyielding, softened as he reassured, "It's all right. Everything is fine. It was all an illusion. Let us go, it's quite late." On the way back, Obito initially sobbed intermittently, his steps somewhat unsteady. Yet, soon the overwhelming joy of having survived, coupled with the invigorating clarity bestowed by his newly awakened Sharingan, washed away the remnants of his earlier terror. He began to ramble excitedly, narrating the vivid sensations he experienced in the illusion, the despair he felt upon witnessing Lin Shuo's grievous injuries, and the remarkable moment when his Sharingan awakened, rendering the world around him slow and crystal clear. As they reached a crossroads, Lin Shuo watched Obito, nearly stumbling in his exuberance, dash homeward, shaking his head with a slight smile. He turned to make his way to his own quiet dwelling. It was remarkable that upon his first activation of the Sharingan, he had unlocked the two-tomo. Such talent seemed indeed extraordinary. However, just as he approached the familiar shadows at his doorstep, he noticed a tall, slender figure illuminated by moonlight. Was that Minato Namake's? Upon seeing Lin Shuo, Minato's face lit up with his signature gentle, slightly apologetic smile, as clear and serene as the moonlight. "Brother, you have finally returned. I searched everywhere for you, and had no choice but to wait here. I hope I have not disturbed your rest." "Junior?" Lin Shuo responded with surprise, retrieving his keys. "Is there something you need? Shall we discuss it inside?" The keys clinked softly as they collided. Minato shook his head, his smile unwavering. No, it's late now. I wouldn't want to impose further. Besides, he added with a hint of helplessness, Kushina is waiting for me at home. Pausing for a moment, his expression turned serious. I came to inquire if you have any availability in the near future to accompany me on a task. It is a high-difficulty mission, and the team must be small, requiring absolute trust and a synergy developed through previous high-stakes endeavors. After much consideration, I thought it best to seek your assistance. He continued, if you are indeed busy or if it's inconvenient, I can certainly find someone else. A mission? Lin Shua halted his action of opening the door and turned to him. I always have time. What is the nature of this task? He genuinely had the time. Beyond school, he had been instructing the healthy Itachi, who was still too young to learn much, leaving him with a sense of idle time. Minato's azure eyes shimmered with clarity beneath the moonlight as he slowly articulated. It concerns the ancient kingdom of Lulon and the dragon vein that our ancestors have safeguarded for generations.